Oh my god, it's already the year 2333, yet the summers on this planet are still as scorching as a giant furnace. Nail and Yinran and I had just left the marriage registration office. We stood on this old, crowded street, surrounded by a cacophony of voices and lively bustle. But inside, my heart felt as if it had plunged into an icy abyss. Yinran and I had known each other for years, from the moment we first fell in love at a glance, to stepping hand in hand into the hall of marriage. And now, after my bankruptcy, we were forced to go our separate ways. All of it felt like some absurd farce, almost impossible to believe. I gripped the divorce certificate tightly, forcing a smile as I asked her, "Did you get together with me in the first place just for my money?" No. No matter her looks or her bearing, even as the mother of a 6-year-old, Yinran was still considered a beauty in the eyes of many. I remembered how, when I married her, I was overjoyed for days on end. But now all I could do was swallow my bitterness. Yinran spoke coldly. "But the reason for our divorce now really is money. Xiaoyan, you're almost 30, and I've spent my youth on you. I even gave birth to your daughter. I've done my best. All these years, I haven't enjoyed much happiness, and I can't see any hope for the future. I once thought love alone would be enough, but now I'm just exhausted. I want to start over while I'm still young. Our daughter will stay with you for now. If you can't take care of her properly, I'll take Jia away. Even if I find her a stepfather, it'd be better than letting her stay with you." The moment she mentioned Jia, my emotions erupted. "No, absolutely not. Jia is my own flesh and blood. I won't let you take her away, and I certainly won't let her live with some man you might marry in the future." My reaction made Yinran angry, too. She was beautiful, but her gaze at that moment was cold as ice. "If you really cared about Jia, you take a look at your situation. If I don't divorce you, my whole family, and I will be dragged into your debts. Right now, you can't even guarantee the most basic education for our daughter, let alone provide for daily life. Do you want her trapped with you in the countryside forever? Xiaoyan, I have nothing more to say. I'll give you half a year. If nothing has changed by then, hand Jia over to me on your own. After that, we'll go our separate ways for good." With those words, Yinran turned and walked away. The memories of my time with Yinran flashed through my mind like scenes from a movie. I understood that with her departure, there was every chance we might never meet again. After all, her home wasn't in the city. On instinct, I reached out and held her hand. It was still as soft and smooth as when I'd first mustered the courage to hold it all those years ago. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice cold. "Do you still love me?" I asked cautiously. We looked into each other's eyes. I could see from her gaze that, although I looked worn out from years of sleepless nights and my face was rough with stubble, perhaps a trace of my former confidence and charm still lingered, enough to stir something in her heart. Both our eyes grew red and misty. "Once, I did love you." Yinran's voice was cold as she shook off my hand, turned, and walked away without a backward glance. I didn't see the silent tears streaming down her beautiful face in the sunlight. The truth was, she didn't just love me once, but under the crushing weight of life, she had come to understand that love alone isn't enough to keep going. I crouched on the ground in agony, tears streaming uncontrollably down my face. Regret consumed me. Why did I pour all my years of savings into that business, then take out loans to open a restaurant? The renovations and rent alone cost nearly $1 million, and in the end, it all vanished. Unwilling to accept defeat, I borrowed again to open a bubble tea shop. Yinran tried to stop me back then, urging me to settle down, pay off her debts together, and promising to stand by me through hard times. But I was like a gambler blinded by desperation, throwing every cent I could scrape together into that shop, only for it to collapse even faster. I lost everything. Now, holding our divorce certificate, even my beloved wife had left me. There I was, a grown man, squatting by the side of the road, sobbing openly. Passers-by shot me curious, pitying, sometimes even scornful looks, their eyes sharp as knives, cutting me again and again. More than once, I found myself standing on a rooftop, contemplating ending it all. The suffocating debt weighed on me, my house and car were gone, my wife wanted out. It was enough to make anyone want to jump. But every time I thought of Jia, my little girl, so young and needing her father, I clenched my teeth and forced myself to keep going. I picked up several jobs, working construction by day, writing novels late into the night. As long as it was honest work and paid, I took it. Right in the middle of my hectic day, my phone rang. It was another creditor calling. Clutching my hair in frustration, my mood hit rock bottom, but I still forced a smile and answered. People say the debtor is king, but I'm not the kind to dodge what I owe. My family, friends, and the bank only lent me money because they trusted me and respected me. Now that I'd lost it all for my daughter's sake, I had to keep going, no matter how bitter or hard it got. I had to repay what I owed, look after my elders, and raise Jia. As a man, that was my burden to bear. The debt collector berated me for over half an hour before finally hanging up. I sat there on the ground, staring blankly at my phone, wondering how on earth I was going to pay back that 100,000. Just then, a sudden splat landed on my head. I was sitting under a tree, trying to cool off, when a few birds, maybe swallows, maybe sparrows, flew overhead. Perhaps they thought I was unlucky enough already, but they decided to drop a mess right on my head. As they flitted away, chirping noisily, it almost sounded as if they were laughing at my misfortune. Damn it, I couldn't hold back my anger and cursed out loud. People always say that when you're down on your luck, even drinking cold water can get something stuck in your teeth. But my situation was even more ridiculous. Just sitting here, I managed to get hit by bird droppings. This was misfortune at its finest. I hurriedly wiped the bird droppings off my head and hands, then carefully used the edge of my pants to clean my phone screen. After all, this phone was now my most valuable possession. I couldn't afford anything to go wrong with it. And guess what? At some point, my phone had opened the Penguin Messenger app on its own, and a notification popped up. Congratulations, Mr. Xiaoyan, you have joined the Marvel chat group. Identity bound. Gender, male. Age, 28. Current group member level, LV1. Voice, fingerprint, gesture, iris, and facial recognition access have all been enabled. Log in with any device to enter the Marvel chat group instantly. What in the world was going on? Was my fate about to take a turn for the better? At dusk, the golden afterglow of the setting sun bathed the village. Xiaoyan put away the 100 yuan in his hand, planning how to pay off that 100,000 yuan debt. With the remaining 50 yuan, he went to the supermarket and bought the cheapest daily necessities. Because the rural internet was unreliable and data expensive, Xiaoyan used his last bit of money to buy a children's book. Once the money was gone, Xiaoyan rode his electric scooter back home. Daddy, Daddy. Just as he reached the door, a little girl in a pale blue dress came running out. She was as lovely and delicate as a porcelain doll. Jia. The moment he saw his daughter, all of Xiaoyan's exhaustion melted away. He swept her up into his arms. Look, see what Daddy bought for you. Wow, 100,000 Ys. Jia's big eyes, gleaming like black grapes, were filled with delight. But in the next moment, she pouted and said, a bit disgruntled, Daddy, I'm already 6.5. Why do you keep buying me such childish books? Childish. Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned. Aren't 6-year-olds supposed to read books like this? During the holidays, our teacher told us to read the children's versions of the 4 great classical novels. Clearly, Xiaoyan still had a lot to learn about being a father. Just then, a couple in their late 40s walked out of the house. All right, come in and wash up. You've dirted Jia's clothes again. They were Xiaoyan's parents, who had always lived in the countryside. Back when Yanran was pregnant, Xiaoyan's mother had gone to the city to help take care of things for a while. But as people say, distant relatives are a blessing. While those too close can be a bother, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law can never get along forever. Besides, she wasn't used to city living at her age, so in the end, she returned home to the village. At first, Xiaoyan managed to save up some money, planning to buy an apartment in town so he could bring his parents to live with him in the city. But later, decided to start his own business and invested that money. The business failed, and Xiaoyan deeply regretted his decision, but his parents never blamed him. That evening, just as Xiaoyan parked his electric scooter and was about to go take a shower and change into clean clothes, Jia suddenly tugged at the hem of his shirt. Daddy, where's Mommy? Has Mommy left? Is she never coming back? Xiaoyan froze, rooted to the spot. His parents, who were busy cooking, also stopped what they were doing. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy. Daddy, tell Jia the truth. I won't cry. I'm a big girl now. I can be brave. I can eat by myself, sleep by myself, get dressed by myself. I can even make my own bed. Xiaoyan quickly turned his head away, tears almost spilling out, but he forced himself not to cry in front of his daughter. He crouched down and gently pinched Jia's chubby little cheeks, leaving faint black marks from his hands. Jia, Mommy hasn't left us. It's Daddy's fault. Daddy lost a lot of money in business. Mommy went to work far away to earn money and help Daddy pay off the debt. Once Daddy pays everything back, Mommy will come home, and then our family can be together every day again. Really? Jia seemed to understand, but tried her best to stay strong. Still, her tears silently slid down her cheeks. If Daddy lies, he's a puppy. Woof woof. If Daddy lies to Jia, then Daddy's a puppy. Watching this scene in the fading light, Xiaoyan's parents couldn't help but quietly wipe tears from the corners of their eyes. In this world, there are many people who can share happy times with you, but so few who are willing to endure hardship together. In the countryside, the bathroom is usually built outside the house, made of bricks and tiles. When the family was better off, they even bought a water heater and tiled the walls. Cold water splashed over Xiaoyan's body. He had cuts on his hands and legs, and the cold water stung so sharply that it made him gasp. But compared to the pain in his heart, these physical aches were nothing at all. Whenever he thought back on divorcing Nailin Yanran earlier that day, it felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Years of love and affection, gone in an instant. If only he hadn't failed so badly. How he wished he could have kept her. But now, he no longer had any right. At dinner, Xiao Yan's mother slaughtered one of their hens. Xiao Yan picked up a drumstick and placed it in his daughter's bowl. "Jia Jia, here, have a chicken drumstick." Jia Jia glanced at her father, as if wanting to say something, but held back. At that moment, Xiao Yan's father spoke up. "Xiao Yan, your mother and I are getting old, and we're not very skilled. We can only do some odd jobs here and there, but we don't make much money. We know that when you were in college, you had a dream to become a famous writer. You've never given up on that dream." Of course, Xiao Yan's father understood well. Xiao Yan worked during the day and wrote novels at night. After finishing a chapter, he would upload it using his phone, but because the signal in the countryside was so poor, they often saw him wandering around the yard, searching for a spot with better reception. So, today, when the Zhang's child came back from the city, they had an internet line installed at their house. I asked them if they could help us get connected too. Now our house has internet. From now on, you won't have to chase after a signal to upload your novel. Dad. Hearing this good news, Xiao Yan was so moved he could barely speak. He had started his own business, hoping to give his family a better life, but it ended in failure. Writing novels was his dream, a dream he had held onto for years, though it had never brought him much success. Deep down, he knew he was just an ordinary person, perhaps not cut out for writing, but he still didn't want to give up. Maybe, just maybe, this was the one sliver of hope left to him in an otherwise hopeless life. That night, Jia insisted on sleeping with her father. She had always been a considerate child, usually sleeping with her grandmother because her father needed the night hours to write. When only Jia and Xiao Yan were left in the room, Jia spoke up, sounding a little aggrieved. "Daddy, it used to be you who put me to sleep. Tonight, it's my turn to help you fall asleep." "Why is that?" Xiao Yan asked, curious. "Because I know Mommy doesn't want Daddy anymore. But I want you, Daddy. I'll always stay by your side." As she spoke, Jia took out the divorce certificate Xiao Yan had left in the car. In that moment, Xiao Yan could no longer hold back his emotions. He hugged Jia tightly, his voice choked with tears. "Don't worry, Jia. Daddy will pull himself together. I'll always be with you, and no one will ever take you away from me. Not even Mommy." Jia, wise beyond her years, reached out her small hand to wipe away the tears from her father's face. Then, in her childish voice, she began to tell a story. "Daddy, let me tell you the tale of the ugly duckling." Jia cried as she told the story, and in the end, she fell asleep before she finished. There was an air conditioner in the room, but when Jia didn't come to sleep with him, Xiao Yan usually left it off to save on electricity, opening the window and using a fan instead. But tonight, since Jia was by his side, he turned on the air conditioner. In the heat of the summer night, he finally felt a long-missed coolness. He tucked the blanket around Jia and carefully got up. It was already past 9 o'clock. He needed to get to work on his novel, even though his writing wasn't anything special. As long as he kept to his goal of 4,000 words a day, he could earn a 600 yuan attendance bonus each month. Right now, that mattered more to Xiao Yan than ever. As the computer booted up, Xiao Yan thought about how his home finally had internet access tonight. A wave of warmth filled his heart. Parents always make sacrifices for their children. Jia was the reason Xiao Yan kept going, and the small comforts Xiao Yan managed for himself. Weren't these also what his parents hoped for? "We have internet at home now. Even my phone can connect." Xiao Yan took out his phone and, after joining the Wi-Fi, couldn't help but open his messaging app right away. Even though Nalan Yanran had already blocked him, he still found himself drawn to check her grayed-out profile picture. Just then, lines of text appeared on his phone screen, just like strange system notifications, eerily similar to what he'd seen earlier that day. "All functions of the Marvel chat group have been fully loaded. Member Xiao Yan, facial recognition successful. You have been automatically added to the chat group. Iron Man has sent a red envelope. It has been automatically claimed. Congratulations. You have received 6,000 yuan in cash and a random piece of art. Your art prize has been automatically unlocked. Volume 1 of the classic fantasy novel from another planet's Earth, Battle Through the Heavens. The weak must strive." Note: artwork is for online viewing only. Downloads are not supported at this time. What kind of Trojan virus is this? Xiao Yan stared at the string of system messages flashing across his phone, utterly stunned. Ding dong. Bank card ending in 233310086. 6,000 yuan has been deposited. Your current balance is 6,666.89 yuan. For 2 seconds, the air conditioner hummed in a room frozen with silence. Are smartphone viruses this sophisticated nowadays? They can even fake a bank deposit notification? But wait, the sender's number for the bank alert was the official industrial and commercial bank number, 95588. Could it be? Could all of this actually be real? Xiao Yan's heart raced, his body warming with excitement. Without hesitation, he opened his shopping app and immediately placed an order for the learning tablet he'd kept in his cart for ages. Jiajiao was back in their rural hometown. Although it was summer vacation, Xiao Yan never took her studies lightly. When things were better, he would enroll her in tutoring classes or hire private teachers. But those days were long gone. The learning tablet was, in fact, a specialized educational device, preloaded with teaching software that covered every subject from elementary to high school, complete with top-tier instructors' lessons. Xiao Yan had spent a long time researching this brand, but the price always made him hesitate. 3,999 yuan, a fortune for Xiao Yan at this point. He had 2 bank accounts. The unexpected 6,000 yuan had arrived in the one he used for daily expenses. The other account was strictly for saving up to pay off his debts. Recently, through odd jobs and selling off some savings, he'd managed to scrape together nearly 19,000 yuan. But compared to the massive debt he owed, this bit of money was almost insignificant. Just the most urgent debt collection of 100,000 yuan was already far beyond what he could repay at the moment. There was a time when he hesitated for a long while, wondering if he should withdraw some money from his China merchant's bank card to buy his daughter a learning device. There were just too many places in life where money was needed. If he dipped into this some once, there would likely be a second time. Then how could he ever save up enough to pay back his debts? Of the 6,666.89 yuan that had just arrived in his account, 600 yuan was last month's manuscript fee. To earn more, Xiao Yan stayed up every night writing his novel, hoping he could persist for half a year, save enough from his writing, and finally buy his daughter that learning device. The pressures of life were suffocating, but no matter how exhausting or difficult things became, as long as hope remained in his heart, Xiao Yan could always find the drive to keep going. A notification popped up from his shopping app. Your purchase was successful. Please wait patiently for the shop owner to ship your item. Based on your search, we recommend children's toys, princess dresses, educational formula milk. Xiao Yan sat in front of his computer, hardly able to believe his own eyes. At this moment, his old, battered computer had finally managed to boot up. The new one he used to have in the city had long been sold off with the house and car. The machine before him now was a gift from his parents when he'd been admitted to university. By now, it was practically an antique in his hometown. Lately, he'd been using it to write his novel, transferring chapters to his phone, then uploading them with mobile data. To save money, he barely dared use any data at all. It really worked? How can that be? It's not a virus. This is real money. Ding dong. Bank card number 233310086. Online shopping deduction of 3,999 yuan. Remaining balance 2,667.89 yuan. Xiao Yan couldn't help but pinch his own cheek. Ouch, it hurt. So this was real. Thump, 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 thump. His heart pounded wildly. Glancing over at his daughter Jujia, asleep on the bamboo mat, he felt tears prick at his eyes. What on earth is this chat group? One red envelope, and I snatched 6,000 yuan. Everyone in this group must be someone important. In truth, Xiao Yan was not a natural at socializing, nor was he good at currying favor with others. But to receive so much money all at once, it was almost beyond belief. During the day, he toiled at construction sites, covered in bruises, only able to earn 200 yuan a day. 6,000 yuan meant he would have to work a whole month without a single day's rest to earn that much. On an ordinary small construction site, sometimes because of rain or delays in the schedule, even if Xiao Yan wanted to work every day, there wasn't always work available. In other words, aside from the attendance bonuses he got for writing, his monthly income could never reach 6,000 yuan. Thank you. Thank you, Iron Man, for the red envelope. I really appreciate it. Inside the group chat on his phone, Xiao Yan was so excited that his fingers trembled, making it difficult to type at his usual speed. Huh? Who are you? Iron Man's question popped up in the group. Who invited this Xiao Yan? Soon after, many members in the group chimed in, saying they had no idea who Xiao Yan was, nor did they recall adding him. Sorry, Xiao Yan, this is a private Marvel chat group. Just now, our AI auto-invite system must have glitched and accidentally added you. None of us know you. Our apologies. You don't need to return the red envelope you just received, but I have to remove you from the group now. Sorry about that. As soon as the message was sent, a notification flashed across Xiao Yan's phone screen. Member Xiao Yan, level LV1, has been removed from the chat group by group owner Iron Man. The shock and delight that had just lit up Xiao Yan's face froze in an instant. Just like that, I've been kicked out. A swirl of emotions overtook Xiao Yan. Aside from his dream of becoming a novelist, what he wanted most was to find some legal, quick way to make money pay off his debts, and bring a better life to Jia Jia and his parents. He was already 28, no longer young, and a father as well. He had a family to support. He had no connections, no special skills. A mysterious chat group like that, teeming with big shots from all walks of life, might have been his only chance to change his fate. If only he could get to know a few of those influential people. If just one of them was willing to give him a break, his whole life might be different. But to his dismay, he was kicked out after saying just one sentence. If he'd known this would happen, he'd have preferred to stay silent, quietly lurking in the group and only surfacing when there was a red envelope to grab. After all, everyone there seemed well off. 6,000 yuan each time. If he managed to keep that up for half a year, his life would turn around completely. But Xiaoyan also knew that if he kept lurking and snatching red envelopes, not only would it be unethical, but sooner or later the others would catch on, and getting kicked out would only be a matter of time. Maybe it was the lure of 6,000 yuan, but Xiaoyan felt a deep sense of loss at that moment. However, when he glanced at his phone screen again, he was startled to find that although he had already been kicked out of the Marvel chat group, the mysterious group still appeared in his chat list, its name now grayed out. He tried clicking on it, and a message popped up on the screen. You have been removed from the group and can no longer enter this chat. Immediately after came another prompt. Would you like to apply to rejoin? Is it really possible to do this? Xiaoyan was instantly excited. He hurriedly clicked on Apply to Join, Marvel Chat Group. Please wait for the group owner's approval. Once approved, you can enter the chat group. His phone screen returned to calm, with no new notifications popping up. Xiaoyan understood that all he could do now was patiently wait for the group owner, Iron Man, to review his application. He couldn't help feeling a bit nervous, unsure whether his request would be accepted. That 6,000 yuan red envelope from earlier was real money, which made Xiaoyan care about it all the more. Not only that, but the group was filled with powerful individuals, and the features were incredibly advanced. The massive bonus he had grabbed was instantly credited to his bank account, a world apart from ordinary red envelope functions. Time ticked by, second after second, yet there was still no response from Iron Man, the group owner. Xiaoyan glanced at the clock. It was almost 10 o'clock. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. He still had to write his novel, or he'd lose out on this month's 600 yuan attendance bonus. Just as Xiaoyan was about to start writing, he suddenly remembered that besides snatching 6,000 yuan earlier, he had also received a copy of the classic novel, Battle Through the Heavens. Forget it. Since I've already been kicked out of the group, I'll look at it later. Better finish today's update first. Xiaoyan did his best to steady his mood, focusing all his attention on writing his novel. Even if it was just for the 600 yuan attendance bonus, he was determined to work hard for his dreams and for his life. He wrote with passion and deep immersion. After finishing that day's update, Xiaoyan felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He just wanted to collapse in a bed and sleep without ever waking up. Every muscle in his body, and even his mind, reminded him just how utterly drained he was. But for the sake of life, and for his family, he had no choice but to persevere. Xiaoyan glanced at his phone again. The Marvel chat group, which had unexpectedly brought him 6,000 yuan, still hadn't approved his latest application. Looks like it's not very likely. Even though he knew the chances were slim, Xiaoyan refused to give up and submitted another application. Just as he was about to finally fall asleep, he suddenly remembered Battle Through the Heavens. Even though he couldn't get back into the chat group, the group file containing the book was still there. Curiosity got the better of him, and Xiaoyan opened the file to start reading. Doqi, third stage. Staring at the 5 bright, dazzling characters on the test stone tablet, the young man's face remained calm, a wry smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. His tightly clenched hand dug his nails deep into his palm, sending sharp jolts of pain. Xiaoyan was already exhausted, so he lay in bed with his phone, reading. After all, it was almost midnight, and he had to get up early for another day of hard labor. For him, it was already very late. Yet the deeper he delved into the novel, the more shocked he became. What surprised him most was that the main character was also named Xiaoyan. What are the odds of that? How could such a thing happen? With a burning curiosity, Xiaoyan continued reading. When he came to the part where Nalan Yinran arrived to break off the engagement, all his former weariness vanished in an instant. He had a vague sense that the appearance of this novel, Volume 1 of Battle Through the Heavens, titled The Weak Must Strive, before him was anything but a coincidence. In the story, Nalan Yinran was none other than his ex-wife. She was the young mistress of the Yunlan sect, born into privilege, strikingly beautiful, and proud in temperament. And it was that line spoken by Xiaoyan in the novel when he divorced his wife. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West, never. Look down on the young and poor. That struck Xiaoyan like a bolt from the blue, awakening a surge of passion and strength he'd never felt before. It was exhilarating. Without pause, Xiaoyan devoured the entire otherworldly novel. Though the formula was clear, the story itself was utterly captivating. He had never seen writing quite like this. What's more, the protagonist shared his very name, Xiao Yin, making it easy for him to resonate with the tale. Even at 28, he could still see himself in the story. When he finally finished, Xiao Yin was so stirred by emotion that he could barely fall asleep. The next morning, before his daughter Jiajia had woken, Xiao Yin was already on his electric bike, heading to the construction site to haul bricks. At that time, he hadn't yet decided to become a novel transcriber. After all, he still clung to a shred of scholarly pride. But under the scorching sun, working himself to the bone for every cent, Xiao Yan's body eventually gave out. Xiao Yan, wake up! Don't scare me like this. The foreman, frightened out of his wits, hurriedly drove him to the town hospital. When Xiao Yan came to, he found himself lying in a hospital bed, an .4 in his hand, while the foreman and a doctor conversed nearby. He struggled to sit up. He didn't want to collapse. He had to keep going. Hey, what are you doing? Lie down now. The foreman rushed over to stop him. Only then did Xiao Yan realize his head was wrapped in bandages. He'd clearly been injured. Buddy, don't push yourself anymore. The doctor said your body is at its absolute limit. You work heavy labor all day and then stay up late at night, don't you? You may not care about your life, but don't drag me down with you. I have a family to feed too. The doctor said with your condition, working in this heat, you could pass out at any moment, or worse. Do you understand? Xiao Yan clenched his jaw and said quietly, I'm not afraid of dying, but I can't afford to be without money. You may not fear death, but I do. Please, don't get me into trouble. If you die, maybe you're free, but can you imagine the responsibility I'd have to bear? I worked hard just to land these small projects. It's not easy to make a living, and I certainly can't afford to pay for a life. That's enough. Stop talking. The foreman was truly frightened now. He waved his hand, saying, I should never have let you onto the site out of pity. This is my own bad luck. I swear, I'll never let compassion get the better of me again. His voice grew sharper as his emotions surged. We're terminating your contract, effective immediately. I'll pay you half a month's wages as compensation all at once. Let me make it clear. This payout is exactly what the labor law stipulates. I'm not shortchanging you a single cent. At that moment, Xiao Yan's face turned ghostly pale. He grabbed the foreman's hand, pleading, Brother Zhang, you can't do this. How can I keep you on like this? The foreman looked at him with genuine worry. We just talked yesterday. I begged you not to push yourself so hard. I can't take that kind of risk. But today you still collapsed, and you hit your head on the bricks. Look at how badly you're hurt. Brother, I'm just an ordinary guy trying to get by. Please, don't get me in trouble. He finished speaking, set the money down, and pushed the contract termination papers toward Xiao Yan from his sign. With a heavy sigh, the foreman continued, Xiao Yan, I'm a few years older than you. Don't think I'm being heartless. I know you're desperate to pay off your debts, but you can't do it by risking your life. Your body simply can't take such backbreaking work, especially when you're chronically sleep-deprived. I don't even have to ask. I know you're working other jobs at night. I've already covered your medical expenses this time, and I called your family, too. Brother, I've done everything I can. Manual labor on a construction site just isn't for you. If you really need to keep hustling, find something less punishing. Even a factory job would be better than this. Take care of yourself. Treat this as a hard-learned lesson. After the foreman left, Xiao Yan stared at the 3,000 yuan compensation lying by his pillow. The pain in his heart was too deep for tears. He felt as if he'd hit rock bottom. He'd lost money in business, and now even hauling bricks had landed him in the hospital, with a gaping wound on his head and his job gone. But that wasn't even the hardest part for Xiao Yan. When his parents rushed into the hospital, two people in their 50s burst into the ward in a panic, their eyes filled with anxiety and fear. When they saw Xiao Yan lying there, a thick bandage wrapped around his head, skin pale, lips cracked, eyes sunken, his whole body gaunt and darkened by the sun, their hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Yan, don't scare your mother like this. What are you doing up like this? Mom, Dad, please don't worry. I'm all right. Quietly, Xiao Yan tucked the 3,000 yuan under his pillow, not wanting his family to see how far he'd fallen. Yet the sense of failure in his heart felt like icy thorns, stabbing him deep inside. You're all here. Where's Jiajia? Xiao Yan asked. His mother replied, We left Jiajia with your aunt to take care of her. Don't worry about that. However, the look on Xiao Yan's face still hadn't improved. His eldest aunt was a snobbish person. Back when Xiao Yan's family was well off, the two families were close, but ever since his business failed and he fell into debt, his aunt's family had gradually distanced themselves. Even though his health had improved a little, Xiao Yan still couldn't stop worrying about his daughter. In the past, when things were good at home, his aunt's family treated them well enough, but things were different now. Xiao Yan was afraid Jiajia would be treated badly. His aunt also had a boy around Jiajia's age, the only child in the family, spoiled since birth and already quite unruly. Xiaoyan feared Jiajia might be bullied, especially since no one from home was there to protect her. "Dad, Mom, my head's fine. Let's go pick Jiajia up and bring her home." But the doctor had insisted that Xiao Yin stay in the hospital for a few days for observation. After all, he'd taken a blow to the head, which wasn't something to take lightly, especially with the summer heat setting in. "It's nothing, just a surface wound. I can recover just as well at home." Xiaoyan insisted on going home, and his parents could only agree. Most of the apartment buildings in the small town were 6 or 7 stories tall. When Xiaoyan's eldest aunt bought her place, it had cost just over 200,000 yuan, but now prices had climbed to over 300,000, some even fetching 500,000 for the nicer ones. Back then, Xiaoyan lived in the city, and the two families were close. His aunt's family didn't put on airs. But now, Xiaoyan's family had moved back to the countryside, weighed down by heavy debts, and had become people others tried to avoid. "Jiajia, look who's here," called his aunt. Jiajia was sitting in the living room, playing with her plush toys. As soon as she saw Xiaoyan, her dark eyes lit up. "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy, what happened to your head?" Jiajia asked. "It's nothing, just a mosquito bite," Xiaoyan said, brushing it off. "Daddy, you're fibbing. How could a mosquito bite leave such a big bump?" "It was a very big mosquito." Playing along, Jiajia asked, "Was it as big as a frying pan?" "Yes, exactly that big." "Did it hurt, Daddy? Let me blow on it for you." "Thank you, Jiajia. Now it doesn't hurt anymore." Xiaoyan's heart was deeply moved. Even though he was exhausted and his head still throbbed, seeing that Jiajia hadn't suffered or been bullied finally put his mind at ease. The coldness of the world was something he'd come to know well, but after all, Jiajia was his aunt's niece. She wouldn't really be mistreated. His aunt's son, while a bit domineering and mischievous, hadn't clashed with Jiajia in the short time they'd been together. After all, it's rare for a boy to pick on a girl for no reason. "Auntie, thank you for looking after Jiajia." Aunt is a slightly plump woman, a bit shorter than Xiaoyan, and she speaks in a loud, clear voice. "It's nothing, just looking after the child for a bit. By the way, Xiaoyan, what happened to your head?" Xiaoyan felt a little embarrassed for a moment. "I accidentally bumped it while working." "How could you be so careless?" Aunt spoke with a hint of reproach. "Xiaoyan, we've also heard about your divorce from Nailin Yinran. What a pity. Nailin Yinran is such a beautiful girl." She glanced at Xiaoyan and saw his gloomy expression. Indeed, Xiaoyan looked down and out these days, so she didn't say any more. "Xiaoyan, our families are so close. We really ought to help you more. But our eldest daughter is about to take her college entrance exams, and there are a lot of expenses at home. Your uncle likes to put on a show, and just recently he even took out a loan to buy a car, so—" Xiaoyan quickly interrupted. "Aunt, you don't have to explain. I understand. Every family has its own troubles. It's normal to be short on money. I get it." Sighed Xiaoyan, and seemed to feel a bit guilty. If they were just distant relatives, it wouldn't matter, but given how close the families were, she couldn't help but feel sorry. "Xiaoyan, people used to envy your life so much, living downtown, owning a house and a car, and having such a lovely daughter like Jiajia. Why weren't you content? Why did you insist on starting a business? And, in the end," seeing Xiaoyan's face fall, Aunt stopped herself from saying more. "We may not be able to help you financially, but if you ever get busy at work, or if your parents can't look after Jiajia, you're always welcome to bring her here. She can stay for a few days, or even half a month, whatever you need." "Thank you, Aunt." Xiaoyan didn't linger. He soon left with Jiajia. Xiaoyan's parents didn't come out to see him either. Perhaps, sometimes, it's easier not to meet at all. When you're wealthy and powerful, you love mingling with people. The world feels lively and full of interest. But once you fall on hard times, you go out of your way to avoid acquaintances, dreading their well-meaning questions about your situation. It's as if people are pointing out the patches on your already worn clothes, making you feel all the more ashamed and exposed. After his business failed, Xiaoyan felt he'd let down too many people. Most of all, his own parents. At their age, they ought to hold their heads high among friends and relatives, but now, even in their twilight years, they could no longer do so. They had lost their dignity and pride. As Xiaoyan led Jiajia downstairs, he happened to see his uncle driving up in the newly bought car. It cost over 100,000 yuan. Not exactly luxury, but still a significant expense for their family. Xiaoyan once drove a car worth over 400,000 yuan. He understood all too well that without sufficient ability, one should never recklessly invest vast sums of money into a business. Because if you fail, the consequences are truly unbearable. "Uncle's here." "Xiaoyan, Jiajia, hurry and get in the car. Your parents are already inside. I'll drive you all home," Uncle called out. "But my electric scooter is still here," Xiaoyan hesitated. Uncle was a slightly plump middle-aged man, his belly a bit round, but he always wore a gentle smile. Although he was only a relative, not immediate family, he was even more generous and kind than Xiao Yan's aunt. "You're hurt like this. How could you possibly ride your scooter? Just leave it in my garage for now. Don't worry, I'll make sure it's fully charged. Once you've recovered, you can ride it back." Hearing Uncle say this, Xiao Yan no longer insisted. Once the car reached home, Jia Jia was visibly delighted. After all, a four-wheel car was far more comfortable than a two-wheeled scooter, especially with the air conditioning running, a real luxury in the blazing heat of summer. Xiao Yan quietly took it all in. He was, in truth, a sensitive and thoughtful person. In that moment, he silently vowed to himself that one day he would drive their old car again, letting Jia Jia be warm in winter and cool in summer. "This is 2,000 yuan. It's my secret savings from the past year. It's not much, but please don't mind it," Uncle whispered, slipping an envelope to them. Xiao Yan's parents hurried to refuse. "We can't take your money. You just bought a car, you have monthly payments, and your eldest daughter is about to start college. All of that costs money. It's all right. I save this by cutting back on cigarettes each day. I know you're worried my wife might overthink things. Sigh, we've all lived through hard times, so we tend to fuss about money." In the end, Uncle insisted on leaving the money and then drove away. 2,000 yuan. Neither a small nor a large amount. If it was saved up in secret, it surely wasn't easy. Xiao Yan quietly kept this kindness in his heart. Because of his injuries, Xiao Yan naturally couldn't do any heavy work at home. His mother personally turned on the air conditioner and told him to rest in his room. Jia Jia, knowing her father was hurt, didn't come in to bother him. Xiao Yan quietly turned off the air conditioner, leaving only the fan on. Although his body ached, it was today's events that weighed even heavier on his heart, making him restless and anxious. How could he possibly sleep in peace? Money. Everything comes down to money. At that moment, Xiao Yan picked up his phone. That mysterious Marvel chat group was still inaccessible, but the novel battle through the heavens remained. He had always considered himself an upright scholar, never stealing or cheating. But today's ordeal had shattered his pride. He knew that, because of this injury, it would take at least half a month to recover. Half a month without work, without any income. How was he supposed to get through this? So, in that moment, he sat down at his computer, a daring idea taking shape in his mind. Xiao Yan began by searching online, only to discover that not only did this novel not exist on the Waterball platform, but not even anything similar in style could be found. Perhaps before his injury and job loss, Xiao Yan had considered imitation, but now his only thought was to make money as quickly as possible. He refused to be looked down upon. He knew that even if he spent his whole life doing manual labor, he could never repay the towering debt he owed. He longed to provide a better life for his daughter, to spare his parents the shame of his failure, and, perhaps most of all, to someday make his ex-wife, Nailin Yanran, regret her choices. There were too many reasons driving him forward. Xiao Yan realized that what he was about to do was far from honorable, but he had no other options left. And after all, this novel had come to him from the Marvel chat group. In a way, he felt as if fate itself had arranged it. Unable to download the story, he could only read and copy it by hand. The whole experience left him deeply uncomfortable, even disgusted. With himself, had he truly abandoned his dreams and dignity for the sake of money? Was he really willing to stoop to this, just for cash? Yes, because of money, he told himself. There was no way out for him now. This was the only method he could rely on to weather the storm. And even then, there was no guarantee this novel would succeed in this world. If he ever had the chance, he would apologize in person to the original author. But for now, this was the only way forward. With no air conditioning running in a room, sweat soon drenched Xiao Yan. He started to regret his attempt to save on electricity, if he'd known how. Much it would hurt to have sweat trickling into his wounds, he never would have tried. In fact, he shouldn't have left the hospital today at all. No, he couldn't risk his health for this. In the end, Xiao Yan switched on the air conditioner and took some medication, feeling much better afterward. He kept copying, pushing himself until he'd managed about 5 chapters, over 10,000 words, before finally giving in to exhaustion. If he hadn't been injured, he figured he could have easily copied 100,000 words. But now, dizziness and chills racked his body. Summoning his last bit of willpower, he registered a new author account, choosing the name Heavenly Silkworm Potato. Xiao Yan was not a thief at heart. Desperation had driven him to this. Since the original writer had used that name, he felt it only right to do the same on Waterball. He would earn manuscript fees from this battle through the heavens, but he would still continue writing his own floundering stories. If anyone asked, he would use his original pen name. As for Heavenly Silkworm Potato, he would never reveal himself, unless he had absolutely no other choice. Perhaps some might call him a hypocrite, but in truth, he simply didn't want to go too far, nor did he wish to appear as if everything came naturally to him. Xiao Yan uploaded 3 chapters in one go, trusting in the discernment of the editors at the online novel site. This was a classic, fantasy novel brimming with commercial potential. He was confident that uploading 3 chapters would surely earn him a contract. He lay down to rest. When Xiao Yan awoke again, he found a village doctor by his bedside, administering an 4-drip. What you're doing is far too risky. His head injury is severe, and there's already an infection. If his condition gets any worse, it could be life-threatening. The village doctor scolded them. Patients like this aren't ones I should take on. If anything happens, I'll be held responsible too. Old Xiao, I only took the risk to clean his wound and rebandage it, because we were classmates. You have to understand, I'm just a village doctor, not a surgeon. Xiao Yan's parents smiled apologetically, whispering their promises that such a thing would never happen again. Still talking about next time? If there's a next time, it really could be fatal. With a weary sigh, the doctor said, I know your family situation, but as a doctor, I've seen so many families struggling. Some have incurable illnesses, some get injured while working and their bosses run off. Some are born with defects. Is there any family without hardship? Life is tough, yes, but you can't gamble with your life. You have to take care of yourselves. If you collapse, your family truly won't be able to hold on. After the doctor left, Xiao Yan's parents sat silently by the bedside. In the corner, his little sister, Jia, watched with frightened eyes, nervously clutching the hem of her shirt. The air in the room grew heavy. Dad, Mom, please don't be upset. I really won't do this again. This time I was truly scared. Xiao Yan didn't offer many words of comfort. He understood that working hard was right, but there had to be a limit. If something truly happened to him, everything else would be meaningless. This time, he genuinely realized how serious the consequences could be. His mother remained silent. Silvery strands already threaded her hair, and the years had taken away her youth. After a lifetime of hard work, all she could do now was silently watch her son lying in bed, her heart aching so much that she couldn't speak, turning away to quietly wipe her tears. Her hands, rough and calloused from years of labor, made Xiao Yan's chest tighten with emotion, his breath catching as he fought the wave of sorrow. In the end, it was Xiao Yan's father who broke the silence. You mustn't write novels anymore. That single sentence made Xiao Yan, Jia in the corner, and even his mother all turn to look at him. At that moment, Xiao Yan's father wore an unusually stern expression, as still and solemn as a statue. I should never have set up the internet for you. You keep feigning at your construction job because you stay up late writing novels. Now you've come home, and once again you're burning with fever, flat on your back, all because of writing. Faced with these words, Xiao Yan had nothing to say in his defense. Xiao Yan, you're already 28. You've been chasing this dream since elementary school. If you were truly meant for this path, you should have succeeded by now. I didn't object before because it didn't get in the way of your life, and it was your dream. But now, for the second time, writing nearly cost you your life. How could I possibly let you go on like this? Let it go. You can live a good life, even without a dream. Seeing Xiao Yan biting his lip in silence, his father's temper suddenly flared. It's all because of that computer. We bought it for your dream in the first place, but now I'm going to smash it. Hey, are you out of your mind? Xiao Yan's mother hurried to stop him. Me, crazy? It's your son who's crazy. At last, Xiao Yan's father couldn't hold back his emotions. When he failed in business, I didn't blame him. After all, not everyone can succeed so easily. But look at him now. His wife's left him, he's lost his job, he's hurt his head, and still he refuses to rest and recover. All he can think about is writing about becoming famous. He's the one who's truly lost his mind. Things have come to this, and he still hopes writing novels will change his life? Is that even possible? He's just dreaming. Xiao Yan's mother also fell silent. But you can't smash the computer. Jia still needs it for school. To look things up, every household has a computer these days. Hearing his wife say this, the father's rage softened, and he didn't insist on destroying the computer. And you, try not to lose your temper in front of Jia. Look, you've scared her to tears. Xiao Yan's mother quickly went to comfort her granddaughter. Come on, Jia, let Grandma take you for a treat. I know you're worried about your dad, but don't be afraid. He really will change this time. He can't bear to leave our sweet Jia, right? He'll take good care of himself from now on. Jia turned back, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's heart clenched. He forced a smile, one that looked more painful than tears, and nodded heavily. He wanted so badly to explain that he was actually copying classic novels from another world, and if things went well, his royalties should rise from 600 to about 3,000 yuan. Although he believed Battle Through the Heavens had real potential, and he was confident it would be signed and published, whether it would truly become a hit, Xiao Yan couldn't be sure. He didn't dare dwell on it for long. The 3,000 yuan manuscript fee was almost enough. After that, he looked for an easy job. In this way, writing novels would be his main occupation, while a part-time job would supplement his income, making life feel a bit more stable. Thinking about it this way, it seemed there was still hope for the future. Still, plagiarizing someone else's novel, even if it came from another world, was never something he could speak of openly. And just now, with his father so agitated, Xiao Yin hadn't felt like explaining much. 3 days passed quickly. To avoid reopening his wound, and to keep his father from discovering that he was still writing, Xiao Yin had no choice but to lie in bed and write on his phone. He was working on 2 books. One was his own original creation, which had poor results. The other was a direct copy. As expected, after uploading 3 chapters of Battle Through the Heavens in one go, the novel quickly passed review. In less than an hour, he received a message confirming the contract, along with an encouraging note from the editor urging him to keep up the good work. This private message gave Xiao Yin a huge boost of courage, but it also brought considerable pressure. After all, Battle Through the Heavens wasn't his own creation, it was copied. But, for the sake of earning money, Xiao Yin could only pour more care into the writing process, making sure at the very least that there were no typos. Because his injury hadn't healed yet, Xiao Yin couldn't go to town to photocopy the contract, so he had to put it off until his head was fully recovered. Just yesterday, Battle Through the Heavens had performed exceptionally well. In contrast, his own novel was barely scraping by. Just 10 recommendation votes a day won. New comment every 3 days, and at most 2 new favorites per day, which would drop by 1 again the next day. Only 10 readers were willing to pay for the official version. But on the second day after uploading Battle Through the Heavens, he received over 20 recommendation votes. On the first night, there were 5 favorites. By the next day, it shot up to 55, and by the third day, it broke 300. Now, the novel was getting 300 recommendation votes a day. As I thought, classic commercial novels are just as popular on this site, he mused inwardly. The comments section had come alive, with many readers urging him to update faster and praising his writing, asking him to sign the contract so they could send him tips. Some veteran readers even suggested that Xiao Yin set up a reader group to make interaction and rewards easier. This kind of treatment, reserved only for the most popular novels, left Xiao Yin, who had chased his dream for years and endured countless setbacks, feeling both flattered and conflicted, unsure whether he was happy or sad. His own original novel remained unnoticed, while this Battle Through the Heavens, with fewer than 20,000 words, was already showing signs of explosive popularity. Was Xiao Yin really only able to succeed by copying others? He smiled bitterly at the thought. What he was doing wasn't just plagiarism, it was outright copy and paste. Although he felt uneasy inside, the harshness of reality left Xiao Yin with little choice. He decided to accept everything as it was. He set up a readers group, and before long, over 50 fans had joined. Some quietly sent him red envelopes. Some applied to be group administrators. Some wanted early access to the plot, while others discussed the novel's storylines, showering him with praise for his writing. Of course, there was also that one reader who tried to share some benefits in the group. Xiao Yin privately saved the images sent by that person, all while stressing that inappropriate content was not allowed in the group. After all, he didn't want his newly established readers group to be reported and shut down the very next day. Quite a few readers were also curious about the author's true identity, but Xiao Yin only smiled and brushed them off with emojis. He didn't want to lay bare his misfortunes or hardships. He always carried a sense of guilt, feeling like a thief. These fans should have belonged to the original author, Heavenly Silk or Potato, and he was nothing more than an imposter basking in another's glory. If the truth were ever revealed, he was certain he'd be cast out and despised by everyone. So Xiao Yin remained extremely cautious, never daring to draw too much attention to himself. After leaving the readers group, he glanced again at the Marvel chat group. Its icon still grayed out. That group held a special meaning for him. Whether it was the 6,000 yuan red envelope or the random art prizes, it all left him deeply awed. These days, he tried again and again to join the group, only to be ignored or turn away each time. The old Xiao Yin never had such thick skin. Rejected? So what? It's no big deal. If they won't let me in, it's not like I have to force my way. But now, as someone who'd already stolen another's work, Xiao Yin found himself growing a bit bolder. More importantly, he had a crucial reason. Currently, only the first volume of Battle Through the Heavens, A Loser's Determination, was available. Clearly, this commercial novel was meant to be a long-running series with much more to come. But if he couldn't get into the Marvel chat group, would he really have to make up the rest of the story on his own? Though he'd been tempted, Xiao Yin knew that unless there was no other way, it was best not to try. His writing skills were far beneath the original author's, and If he forced himself to continue the story, it would only invite endless criticism, ruin the original work, and dash his hopes of making money through plagiarism. That night, he received a message from the online shopping platform. The learning device he'd bought with his lucky red envelope had arrived. He needed to go to town too. Pick up the package tomorrow. Over the past few days, Xiao Yin had been resting well. His head injury was much better, and he could feel the scab forming over the wound. Of course, he could have asked his father to pick up the package, but Xiao Yin still wanted to go back in person. There was a particular idea he wanted to try himself, so he needed to take his phone and go. That evening, he was helping Jia Jia with her homework when she suddenly burst into tears, her small face streaked with sadness. She said she missed her mother terribly. Although Jia Jia was a sensible child, she was still just over 6 years old. How could she not long for her mother? Listening to his daughter's sobs, Xiao Yin felt as if his heart were being torn apart. For a fleeting moment, he even considered giving up custody of Jia Jia, not because he didn't love her, but because he felt like such a failure, so powerless. He was pursuing his dreams by copying other people's novels, and he thought he didn't deserve to be Jia Jia's father at all. If Jia Jia lived with Nalan Yanran, at least she would have a warm home in the big city. She wouldn't have to ride on the back of an electric scooter every day. She could go to amusement parks, attend a good school, wear beautiful clothes, and eat delicious food. But that thought vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Until his final breath, Xiao Yin would never willingly give up the right to raise his daughter. He knew he had to work hard, and as long as it didn't cost him his health, he would try to earn as much as he could. He picked up his phone and dialed Nalan Yanran's number. The first call went unanswered, so Xiao Yin sent a message. Jia Jia misses you very much. She's crying a lot. Soon, Nalan Yanran called back. Xiao Yin, not wanting to hear his ex-wife's voice, handed the phone to Jia Jia and asked his mother to keep an eye on her. He let Jia Jia talk to her mother. Xiao Yin stepped outside by himself. Inside the house, as soon as Jia Jia heard her mother's voice, her crying grew even more intense. She had once insisted she only needed her father, and not her mother, but now her true feelings came pouring out. She just wanted her mom. She kept wailing, begging for her mother to stay with her. There was no doubt that, on the other end of the line, Nalan Yanran's heart was breaking too. She was probably silently crying as well. Squatting in the yard, Xiao Yin felt utterly desolate. He ached for a cigarette, but had none with him. All he had for company were the summer night's chorus of insects and the buzzing of mosquitoes. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting his solitary shadow on the ground. Xiao Yin never learned exactly how Jia Jia managed to fall asleep that night. He only remembered her swollen, red eyes and the tear stains still fresh on her cheeks. She looked heartbreakingly pitiful. If you can give a child a complete home, please never let her grow up in a single-parent family. Watching his mother cradle Jia Jia as she slept, Xiao Yin wished he could slap himself. If only he hadn't plunged blindly into entrepreneurship. How different things could have been. He could bear the consequences for himself, but asking his child to bear them as well. This was something he would never forgive himself for. His yearning for money and success now burned even stronger in his heart. As the night deepened and the summer heat lingered, the chorus of insects outside the window continued without pause. Xiao Yin, thinking about what awaited him the next day, decided to get some rest early. He hoped that come morning, he could finally remove the bandage from his head. But unexpectedly, just then, someone requested a video call with him. Back then, it was she who had blocked Xiao Yin, yet now she had lifted the block, and, as a result, they were automatically friends again. Should he answer, or ignore it? In the end, he chose to accept. He put on a hat and turned on a lamp to light his face, making sure he wouldn't appear too pale or haggard in the call. The darkness of his phone screen suddenly gave way to light, revealing a beautiful woman on the other end. Her skin was porcelain fair, her expression tinged with a hint of cool detachment, bearing a striking resemblance to Nalan Yanran from the novels. Judging by her appearance alone, no one would guess she was already the mother of a 6-year-old child. She still looked every bit as young and lovely as before. Even in his current predicament, Xiao Yin found himself moved by her presence. Seeing her stirred up a whirlwind of emotion. Joy and excitement mingled with sorrow and a sense of loss. Once the video connected, both of them fell silent for a moment, as if each was uncertain how to begin. Xiao Yin noticed her eyes were faintly red, a clear sign that their daughter's crying earlier had pained her deeply as well. I never betrayed you. You don't need to wear a hat and put on a pitiful act, she suddenly said, her voice laced with a trace of mockery. Xiao Yin hadn't expected her to say that. I'm not wearing the hat for that reason. I know you hurt your head. Take the hat off and let me see, his ex-wife demanded, her concern blunt and direct. If not for the fact that they were already divorced, Xiao Yin might have felt a long-lost warmth in her words. At that moment, he instinctively mimicked the heroes he'd read about in novels, digging his fingernails into his palm to steady himself. I'm fine. It's just a minor injury. You don't need to worry. Xiao Yin looked at Nailin Yinran, and in her gaze he seemed to glimpse once again the spark that had made his heart flutter in the past. But before he could lose himself in that feeling, Nailin Yinran's tone shifted abruptly. Xiao Yin, when we divorced, I promised to give you half a year. But now, it's clear you don't even need that long. In just half a month, you've already left me completely disappointed. It was only because Jia kept insisting on staying with her father that I gave you this chance. But now, I think I need to take Jia back with me tomorrow. She hadn't finished when Xiao Yin, suddenly agitated, cut her off. No, absolutely not. I can't live without Jia. If she's gone, I can't go on. Nailin Yinran's tears fell in silence. Look at you now. Isn't this just giving up? Xiao Yin, if it weren't for Jia crying for her mother tonight, I wouldn't even have known you fainted at the construction site and hurt your head. Is your plan for the next time I see you to be at your grave? Xiao Yin couldn't tell if her tears were for him or for Jia. It won't happen again. I'll never neglect my own health from now on. 1 month. In 1 month, I'll come to take Jia back. She can't stay with you in the countryside forever. She's barely spent any time here since she was little. Now that she knows I've recovered, I don't want her following you, an unreliable father, any longer. 3 months. Xiao Yin gritted his teeth. Give me 3 months. I'll prove that I can take care of Jia, and that I can give her a better life. Nailin Yinran was about to say something more, but Xiao Yin suddenly took off his hat. His head was bandaged. In the short time since the divorce, he'd become noticeably thinner. The once fair-skinned, cheerful young man now looked weathered, his lips pressed tight with stubborn resolve. Fine. I'll give you 3 months, but on one condition. If I hear that you collapse or get hurt from overwork again, I'll come for Jia immediately. With those words, Nailin Yinran cast Xiao Yin a deep look, her eyes full of complicated emotions. Think it over carefully. The call ended. That night, Xiao Yin barely slept at all. If not for the Marvel chat group and Battle Through the Heavens, he probably would have just cried quietly into his pillow. People say that the worst fate for someone in middle age is still having to borrow money to get by. But for Xiao Yin, even that option was gone. He was already drowning in debt, his credit long ruined. No one was willing to lend him a cent. The next morning, as Xiao Yin and Jia had breakfast, an awkward silence hung in the air. Jia, Daddy's in the town today to pick up a package. Is there anything you'd like me to buy for you? To his surprise, Jia picked up the piece of meat she just put in her own bowl and placed it back in his. Daddy, you eat it. I was being silly last night. I shouldn't have. Kept asking for Mommy. Please don't be sad, Daddy. I won't do that anymore. I'm a big girl now. Even if Mommy isn't here, I can sleep by myself, or with Grandma if I have to. Hearing this, Xiao Yin was struck speechless. Looking at his daughter's eyes, still puffy and red from crying the night before, he felt a lump rise in his throat. Tears slipped down his face before he realized it. He quickly pulled his daughter into a hug. Jia, I'm sorry. It's Daddy's fault. I haven't given you a better life. But believe me, Jia, I'll do everything I can. We'll have happy days again, I promise. It was a deeply moving moment, so much so that even Xiao Yan's mother, watching from the side, nearly burst into tears herself. But Xiao Yan's mother still couldn't help giving him a gentle pat. You haven't risen from the ashes yet, so where does this rise again come from? Just live your life well and take care of yourself. As long as you're safe, both Jia and I will be content. Her words were clear. She didn't want Xiao Yin to take any more risks or get caught up in endless struggles. In the end, all that would do was make life even harder. Xiao Yin's father was out today, working odd jobs, so he wasn't home. Xiao Yin took off the gauze and saw that his wound had already scabbed over. He put on his cap, hopped on his electric scooter, and set off. His mother called after him, reminding him to be careful. When he arrived in town, Xiao Yin first went to pick up a package. The learning tablet, which cost 3,999 yuan, was a symbol of hope he'd prepared for his daughter's future. After that, he turned to something he had always wanted to do. Once more, he found himself standing at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau's marriage registration office. It was still early, but people had already started arriving, some, perhaps, to register their marriage, others to file for divorce. Xiao Yan's objective right now was to find the very spot where he'd been hit by bird droppings the last time. Some say it's bad luck when a bird dirties your head. And lately, his luck had indeed been poor. It was precisely that bizarre splat from above that had caused his phone to mysteriously join the Marvel chat group. No matter how he'd tried in the days since, he simply couldn't get in again. So today, he decided to return to the place where it all began, hoping that the mysterious bird, or perhaps bird god, would once again favor him, bestowing upon him another gift from above. In the sweltering summer heat, Xiao Yin paced beneath the trees, cap pulled low as he lingered back and forth. To the passers-by, he just looked like someone searching for a signal on his phone. No one could have guessed that he was actually waiting for a dollop of bird droppings to fall. Truth be told, even Xiao Yin himself felt a little ridiculous. Thank goodness no one knew what he was really thinking. Otherwise, they'd surely take him for a madman. Perhaps his persistence moved the hand of fate. Suddenly, a wet splatter landed squarely on his phone, a sharp crack echoing as even the tempered glass screen protector shattered. Xiao Yin was startled. Was this just ordinary bird droppings? Or had something fallen from an airplane? His face turned a bit pale. He didn't dare look up. If that mess had landed on his face, he shuddered to think of the consequences. Having secured his lucky bird droppings, Xiao Yin quickly left this perilous yet opportunity-filled spot. He found a trash bin and tossed away the broken screen protector. Fortunately, the phone screen itself was unharmed. Right now, Xiao Yan's finances were stretched thin. He couldn't possibly afford a new phone. Just then, the phone's display suddenly lit up and a brand new interface popped on the screen. Congratulations! Group level. LV1 Xiao Yin has successfully entered the Marvel chat group. You have 3 days of stealth time. Would you like to use it now? Stealth mode, huh? Xiao Yin recalled how, the last time, he had accidentally claimed Iron Man's red envelope, said thank you, and was promptly and unceremoniously kicked out of the group. So there was actually an option to go invisible. Even if it only lasted 3 days, it was still better than nothing. Confirm invisibility. Immediately, a new prompt appeared on his screen. While invisible, you won't be able to see group members' chats. You can only receive red envelopes. Do you wish to proceed with invisibility? He hadn't expected the invisibility feature to be so absolute. He wouldn't be able to see the others, and they wouldn't be able to see him. Xiao Yin hesitated for 3 seconds. He was deeply curious about who the big names in the Marvel chat group really were. Even just watching their conversations could be a learning experience. But if he chose to go invisible, he'd be completely cut off from everything. On the other hand, if he didn't go invisible, even if he stayed silent, the group owner or other members might still notice him and kick him out again. After all, it had taken a lot of effort to get his hands on that legendary bird dropping, tough enough to shatter tempered glass, and finally earn another chance to join the Marvel chat group. He felt that he should treasure this opportunity. What would happen after 3 days? He had no idea. But at least during those 3 days, he could try to grab as many red envelopes as possible. Ideally, he could collect a full set of Battle Through the Heavens. For his book copying project, this was crucial, and it was the main reason he'd gone to such lengths to get back into the group. Of course, if he could snag some cash red envelopes as well, that would be an unexpected windfall. One lucky grab had already netted him 6,000 yuan. If he could manage that 10 times a day, he'd be rolling in money. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Xiao Yin pressed the Confirm Invisibility button on his phone screen. In an instant, he entered the mysterious Marvel chat group. But the group was completely empty. No chat history, no trace of any other members. It was as if the group didn't exist at all. He couldn't even see his own member information. This invisibility feature was truly something else. Yet after entering a few times to check, Xiao Yin was certain he wasn't dreaming. He'd really made it back into the Marvel chat group. Excitement surged within him, a sense of reclaiming what was lost. He carefully tucked his phone away, treating it like a treasure. This was his chance to turn his life around, the most incredible stroke of luck he'd ever encountered. Xiao Yin turned back, facing that magical tree and the invisible bird spirit, and bowed deeply. Though the bird spirit had left him in a sorry state the first time, and nearly scared him out of his wits this time, both encounters had truly changed his fate. Xiao Yin believed that one should always be grateful, so he bowed again to express his thanks. Passers-by saw Xiao Yin, wearing a thick autumn hat under the blazing sun, bowing solemnly to a tree by the roadside, and thought he looked completely crazy. But Xiao Yin didn't care. Beneath the scorching sun, he grinned like a child. He found a copy shop right next to a small convenience store that also sold ice cream. The heat was stifling, and he really wanted to buy an ice cream bar, but in the end he resisted the urge. He wanted to save his money to buy something for Jia. Although last night Jia had cried out for her mother, which made Xiao Yan's heart ache as a father, her kind words early this morning rekindled his hope in life. He printed out the contract for Battle Through the Heavens, carefully filled in his name, pen name, and other details, and checked everything thoroughly to make sure there were no mistakes. Afterward, he chose the best courier service in the country. Though it cost a bit more, this matter was too important. He didn't want to cut corners here. Once the contract was sent, the courier told Xiao Yin that he would receive a reply in no more than 3 days, usually in just 2. The efficiency of a good courier really made a difference. Xiao Yin let out a sigh of relief. He had completed everything he planned for today, and he felt genuinely happy. However, just as he got on his electric scooter, bought the ice cream for his daughter, and was about to head home, something unpleasant happened. A man appeared, driving a cheap SUV worth just over 100,000 yuan. He was about the same age as Xiao Yan, wore a thick gold chain around his neck, had a buzz cut, and carried himself with a slightly cocky air. This man was an old classmate of Xiao Yan's. Now, he owned a karaoke bar on the 3rd Street corner beside the city's largest nightclub. Business was average, but at least he was in better shape than Xiao Yan, who was deep in debt. More importantly, among all of Xiao Yan's creditors, Zhu Junlong was the one pressing him hardest for the 100,000 yuan he owed. Right after Xiao Yan's divorce with Nailin Yanran, it was Zhu Junlong who called and unleashed a torrent of abuse over the phone. "Xiao Yan, I was just about to drive over to your place to find you," Zhu Junlong called out as soon as he saw Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan immediately understood why his old classmate was looking for him. Back when Xiao Yan was running his restaurant, Zhu Junlong often invited him to bring his staff to the KTV, hoping to boost his own business. At that time, the two got along well, and Zhu Junlong was willing to lend him the 100,000 yuan. Xiao Yan was truly grateful, especially since the money he'd spent at the KTV over time far exceeded the loan. Back then, life was comfortable, and friends were plentiful. But now, so-called friends had long since stopped reaching out. Aside from the occasional call from the phone company, nearly every call he received was from someone asking for money. "Zhu Junlong, I promise I'll repay your 100,000 first. You have my word. I have a daughter and family. I won't run away from my responsibilities. You don't have to keep hounding me." Zhu Junlong was a high school classmate of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan could no longer recall exactly how they had become familiar with each other back then. During their school days, Zhu Junlong had always been a rebellious sort. He liked to get into fights, started dating early, and had even gotten a female classmate pregnant. In the end, he was expelled and never finished high school. Although he mingled in rough circles afterward, he knew where to draw the line and never got involved in anything truly serious. He was loyal enough to his friends, but there was a streak of opportunism in him. He only kept company with those who could bring him some benefit. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was introverted and found it hard to turn down someone's friendliness. He was well aware of Zhu Junlong's character, but at that moment, borrowing money from him was the only way out. In the end, Xiao Yan's ex-wife, Nailin Yanran, could no longer put up with his circumstances and asked for a divorce, and Zhu Junlong had played a certain role in that outcome as well. It was a little hot outside, and Zhu Junlong was reluctant to get out of the car, so he asked Xiao Yan to come over and talk in his car. After falling on hard times, Xiao Yan had gained a deep understanding of the fickleness of human relationships. He had seen right through people like Zhu Junlong and truly wanted nothing more to do with him. But the 10,000 yuan debt left him with no choice. Inside the car, the air conditioning was indeed cool and refreshing, far more comfortable than riding an electric scooter. "Xiao Yan, the reason I asked you here today isn't because of the 10,000 yuan, Zhu Junlong said, catching Xiao Yan off guard. "I'm getting married on August 12th. As a former friend, you have to be there. And if you can bring your wife along, that would be even better." Wasn't he the one hounding Xiao Yan most urgently about the debt? Yet he wasn't here to collect money? Xiao Yan was surprised, but since Zhu Junlong wasn't demanding payment, he felt a wave of relief. Still, hearing him mention "your wife" made Xiao Yan's heart clench in pain. Back then, Nailin Yanran had never liked him spending time with Zhu Junlong and his crowd. She always thought Xiao Yan was too honest for his own good, and that people like Zhu Junlong would only take advantage of him. The tattoo on Zhu Junlong's arm had only confirmed her suspicions that he was not a good man. "I've already divorced Nailin Yanran, but I'll still attend your wedding," Xiao Yan replied. After all, a wedding is a major event, and neither side had reached the point of burning bridges. Not showing up was an option. "When did you get divorced? How come I didn't know about it?" Zhu Junlong was genuinely surprised. "Are you out of your mind? Why would you let go of such a good wife?" It was precisely because she was good that he didn't want to drag her into years of debt and hardship. Xiao Yan fell silent. He really didn't want to discuss this topic. Just breathing seemed to make the pain seep into his bones. "It was the day you called to demand repayment." "About that, huh?" "Brother, I'd had a few drinks that day. You know how it is. My KTV is just like your old restaurant. Business is rough these days. And now, to get married, my future in-laws want a house, a car, and a 200,000 yuan bride price. Heaven help me. It's like they're selling their daughter. Plus, she's got a younger brother, and they're worried he won't be able to find a wife, so they're squeezing every penny out of me. If I didn't love this woman, I wouldn't want to get married at all. So, I was a bit pushy about that 10,000 yuan. I've been drinking, my temper flared, and my words were harsh. Don't take it personally, brother." After explaining himself, Zhu Junlong went on, confused, "But wait, if you and Nailin Yanran divorced that day, you should have been strangers. So why did she transfer 11,000 yuan to me the very next day? She said it covered the principal and interest, and now all debts were settled." "What?" Xiao Yan was utterly stunned. You're saying Nalan Yinran paid back your 10,000 yuan? 11,000, actually. How could that be possible? Why would she do that? Back then, she owed a huge sum of money, and all her savings had been drained. There was simply no way she could come up with that 110,000 herself, unless her family scraped it together for her. In fact, when she first decided to start her own business, her family had already handed over 200,000 yuan, only for it all to vanish in the end. Seeing Xiao Yan's astonishment, Zhu Junlong reached out, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Brother, you're lucky to have such a wonderful wife. You really shouldn't have gotten divorced. I don't know much about what happened between the two of you, but honestly, if it weren't for her loan, I wouldn't have been able to pull together the bride price for my own wedding. I know your ex never liked the way I carry myself, but if she could come to my wedding, I'd truly be happy. Zhu Junlong kept talking, but Xiaoyan barely heard a word. By the time he stumbled off the bus, his mind was still swimming, as if he were lost in a dream. He pulled out his phone, and in a moment of reckless desperation, dialed Nalan Yinran's number. The phone rang for a long time with no answer, but there was no way Xiao Yin would give up so easily. So it turned out, Nalan Yinran had secretly helped him pay off his debts. That night, when Jia wanted her mother, they'd had a video call, and she hadn't mentioned a word of it. If he hadn't run into Zhu Junlong today, Xiao Yin might never have known. As for why Zhu Junlong had sought him out, it was because he thought Xiao Yin had made a comeback and was rolling in money again, only to find out he was still broke, so he just drove off. Finally, the call connected. Xiao Yin, Nalan Yinran is busy getting ready for her new song. Don't bother her again from now on. The voice was deep and commanding. Xiao Yin recognized it as Nalan Yinran's cousin, who worked at a well-known talent agency. A new song? Is Nalan Yinran planning to become a singer? Xiao Yin remembered that when Yinran was younger, she dreamed of being a singer. She had even tried out for a few televised talent shows, and with her good looks and voice, she always breezed through the preliminary rounds. But every time she made it to the stage, she was unexpectedly eliminated. After a few failures like that, she gave up on her dream. A singer? You think that's easy these days? Now it's all about going viral on short video platforms. My plan is to make Yinran an internet celebrity first, and then help her achieve her music dreams. Her cousin continued, sure, Yinran's a little older now, and she has a child, but with some makeup and filters, she could easily pass for 18. People would believe it. The events of today left Xiao Yin feeling as if he'd wandered into a story stranger than fiction. Nalan Yinran, an internet celebrity? Sure, she'd mentioned wanting to try it before, but back then, Xiao Yan's macho pride couldn't handle the idea of his wife acting cute or sexy online for likes and shares from strangers. To him, it felt like a blow to a man's dignity. Especially some particularly obnoxious male internet users. They would leave comments or send private messages with disgusting content. Back then, Xiao Yan certainly did not approve of this. Even now, he still does not approve. But now, he no longer has the courage to say it aloud. All he can do is ask, is Nalan Yinran doing this of her own will? Xiao Yan, if you truly care about Yinran, then take your daughter and stay far away from her. Let her have a fresh start. As Yinran's manager. Now, I will protect her, you have my word. That's all. I'm busy, I'm hanging up. From now on, it's best if you stop reaching out to her. Yinran's online influencer identity is a secret. If her fans or anyone online find out that she's been married and even has a child, do you really think she'll still have so many supporters? And so, without exchanging another word, Xiao Yin and Nalan Yinran ended the call. Xiao Yin never really knew much about Nalan Yinran's cousin. When he and Yinran were together, her cousin never really liked him. He even showed up late to their wedding and rarely kept in touch after that. But Yinran trusted her cousin. She once said that his decision to become her manager was partly because of how she used to insist on being a singer. Yinran and her cousin lived close by. They grew up together from childhood. If it weren't for their family ties, Xiao Yin sometimes wondered if he would have ever ended up marrying Nalan Yinran at all. All in all, Nalan Yinran's cousin did not like Xiao Yin, nor did he care for Xiao Yan's daughter, but he was exceptionally good to Yinran. Almost excessively so. An internet celebrity? She's releasing new music too? Could it be that Nalan Yinran has already been posting short videos online? Xiao Yin realized not only was he useless, but also slow to catch on, even a bit clueless. He couldn't understand how Nalan Yinran ever saw anything in someone as inept as him. His heart ached. Nalan Yinran wanted him and Jia to keep their distance. After the divorce, had he and Jia really become stains on Yinran's past? But those 110,000 yuan from Zhu Junlong, it was Nalan Yinran who secretly paid off the debt. Maybe her cousin didn't even know about it. Xiao Yin suspected that Yinran's foray into internet stardom wasn't just about chasing dreams or a new career. She probably needed the money. His failed business had wiped out both their savings, every last penny. By evening, the sun was a perfect circle, sliding from one hilltop to the next, casting a golden glow. With his mind weighed down by complicated feelings, Xiao Yin rode his electric scooter home alone. When he got home, he found his daughter, Jia, munching on a half-melted ice cream he brought back for her. She looked up and asked, "Daddy, what are you thinking about?" Xiao Yin took out the 3,999 yuan learning tablet, smiling as he replied, "Daddy's just wondering how to use this thing." He said one thing, but felt another. In truth, Xiao Yin couldn't get his mind off his ex-wife, Nailin Yin, Zhu Junlong, and the words spoken to him by Nailin Yin's cousin on the phone. Those words weighed heavily on his heart, refusing to settle. "Is this for playing games, Daddy?" Jia asked with curiosity. "No, Jia, this is for studying." Xiao Yin couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "No, I don't want to study. I want to play games." Jia began to throw a tantrum, growing unruly and defiant. "Jia, studying is very important. The reason your father didn't get into a good university was because I didn't study hard when I was your age. That's why things are the way they are now. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it." "Jia, Daddy, are you yelling at me?" Jia's voice wavered. Then she burst into tears. "I want mommy, I want mommy. I don't want you, bad daddy." As she spoke, her sobs grew louder. Maybe she had been feeling emotional all along, and this gave her an excuse to let it all out. After all, little children always have a special place in their hearts for their mothers. Who can expect a child to always prefer their father? "Your mother," Xiao Yin almost blurted out that her mother had left, that she wanted to become an internet celebrity, and that both he and Jia had become unwanted pieces of her past. But the words caught in his throat, and he couldn't go on. If a father had what it takes, maybe things would be different for the mother as well. "Xiao Yin, is this how you act as a father?" His mother rushed over and slapped him across the face. "If Jia wants to play games, let her play. She's so little and already separated from her mother. Of course she's hurting inside. For now, just go along with her." She gathered Jia in her arms, soothing her gently, wiping away her tears, and told Xiao Yin to hurry up and download a couple of children's games for Jia to play. Xiao Yin opened his mouth, wanting to say that children shouldn't be spoiled like this, or it would only cause problems later on. But then he sighed and let it go. It took some effort, but Xiao Yin's mother finally managed to calm Jia down and stayed with her to play games. The learning tablet, bought for 3,999 yuan, became a game console on its very first day at home. How true to life. Xiao Yin raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. His head injury was still healing, but he could still help out with some chores around the farm, like digging and weeding in the vegetable garden. Most rural folks had already moved to the city, becoming urban residents. But for those who couldn't afford a home, staying in the countryside was the only option. One such family, related to the Li Tian clan and of his grandfather's generation, still lived nearby. Xiao Yin, being of the younger generation, simply called her Six Grandma. "Xiao Yin, it's been ages since I've seen you home. How have you been lately?" Xiao Yin knew that Six Grandma's son was a chef, had married late, and was saving up to buy a house. Just getting by. Life hadn't been good to Xiao Yin, but he couldn't bring himself to say it all. "Xiao Yin, you really are resilient. The shop closed, you got divorced, you're injured. I even saw Jia crying just now. As a father, no matter how tough life gets, don't take it out on your child." Those words were a bit harsh, but Xiao Yin could understand. Back when Six Granny's family wanted to buy a house, they hoped to borrow some money from Xiao Yan's family. Yet at that time, Xiao Yan's restaurant had just opened, and there were so many expenses everywhere. He himself ended up borrowing money all over the place. How could he have had any left to lend to Six Granny's family? But that's not how they saw it. In their eyes, Xiao Yin had already made it. He lived in the city, owned a house, a car, and a restaurant. They just couldn't stand to see a poor relative getting ahead, so they believed he refused to lend money on purpose. "Six Granny, it's not what you think. Xiao Yin, it's rare to see you these days, but as your elder, I still have to say my piece. Back then, your father wanted to get the internet connected at home, and we all knew the reason. I heard you got that head injury because you were working during the day and still staying up all night writing novels." Six Granny, standing in the neighboring vegetable garden with a hoe in her arms, continued, "Xiao Yin, I don't mean to criticize you, but even though I'm not as educated as you, and you did go to college, it wasn't exactly a top university. You've been writing novels for years now, and honestly, I suspect your restaurant went under because of it. Just think about how much mental energy it takes. If you don't put your heart into your work, how could things possibly go well? If you ask me, you should just give up on writing and find a proper job. Look around. How many people in these 10 villages have gotten rich by writing novels?" Xiao Yin was at a loss for words. If he hadn't accidentally joined the Marvel chat group, if he hadn't by chance obtained Battle Through the Heavens, he would have thought Six Granny was right. He really wasn't cut out for writing. He should have just found a steady job and live an ordinary life. That evening, after dinner, Li Tian's father spoke up. Don't take to heart what your sixth granny said today. Their family's about to buy a house. Just let them show off a bit. While feeding Jujia, Xiaoyan's mother asked, "Are they moving to the city too?" "I don't know. Maybe," Xiaoyan's father replied, lowering his head to take another bite. "That's not ideal. At their age, they're bound to find city life uncomfortable, and the expenses are high. If they stay long enough, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law will get tense. I only stayed in the city for a while myself when Yin Ran was pregnant. In the countryside, mealtime was always filled with talk about family matters. Some people were quite jealous. If someone had a stroke of good luck, others envied them. If someone got cancer or had a car accident, there would be sighs and talk of how hard their life was. But in truth, it was all just talk. On the whole, rural folks were still straightforward and honest. That night, after washing up, Xiaoyan spent some time playing games with Jujia. Grandma couldn't really figure it out, so Xiaoyan had to teach her. He could only laugh bitterly. This was supposed to be a learning tablet that cost 3,999 yuan, but it had ended up being used as a game console. Jujia didn't care about any of that. She missed her mother, missed her terribly these days. Even when her father played games with her, her tears would still stream down in torrents. Xiaoyan's heart ached for her. He didn't mention anything about her studies, not even once. He knew he owed Jujia too much. It was a little past 9:50 in the evening when Jujia finally went to sleep with her grandmother. She said it was because the wound on her father's head hadn't fully healed yet. Xiaoyan returned to his own room. His house was a typical two-story farmhouse common in the countryside. These days, many wealthy families would build large villas out here, but not Xiaoyan's family. This was an old, modest home. He lived upstairs, while his parents stayed on the first floor. Truth be told, he'd spent the whole day glued to his phone, hoping to see if the Marvel chat group he had secretly joined would send out any red envelopes. But it was nothing but silence. No sign of anything at all. Ironically, the Battle Through the Heavens readers group he created just 2 days ago was growing fast. There were already over 100 members now, and people were constantly sending red envelopes. Xiaoyan had managed to grab a few himself, adding up to more than 20 yuan already. He gazed at Nailin Yinran's profile picture, itching to message her and ask how her life as an internet celebrity was going, but in the end, he held back. Instead, he opened a few domestic short video apps and began searching. He tried searching for Nailin Yinran, nothing. He tried several accounts with her name, also nothing. He searched for pretty girls, nothing. Searched for singers, still nothing. Just as Xiaoyan was about to give up, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, a presence that made his very soul tremble, on the daily leaderboard of one popular video sharing app. Her online persona was 3 or 4 times more stunning than in real life. A flawless figure, flowing hair, skin as white as snow, breathtakingly beautiful profile, singing a currently trending online song. Not only had she gone viral, but she'd also made it onto the charts. For a moment, Xiaoyan could hardly believe his eyes. Had it not been for the fact that this woman in the video was his ex-wife, Nailin Yinran, he might not have recognized her at all. With makeup, a new style, different clothes, and the app's beauty filters, she looked like a completely different person. Right then and there, Xiaoyan experienced what it truly meant to be shocked. Utter disbelief left his hand trembling around his phone, his very breath stinging in his chest. It felt as if every pore on his body had burst open. Out in the countryside, the night buzzed with the endless chorus of insects beyond the window. Xiaoyan had no idea how many times he'd watched his ex-wife Nailin Yinran's short video by now. It all felt like a dream. His ex-wife, the one who had divorced him, was now a sensation on this short video app. Her post racking up 900,000 likes and over 30,000 comments. Most praised her beauty and singing, though there were also some disgusting remarks, with people asking how much a night with such a woman would cost. Could it be that I, Xiaoyan, am nothing but a bringer of misfortune? As soon as she divorces him, Nailin Yinran will finally have the chance to pursue her dreams from long ago. Still, it must be said, her singing truly is captivating. With her beautiful face and flawless figure, she brings a sense of profound experience and gravity to her songs, an emotional depth that those fresh-faced internet celebrities simply cannot replicate. After listening to her songs over and over, Xiaoyan found his heart aching without even realizing it. Moved by the times, tears fall among the flowers. Tormented by separation, startled birds flutter away. Xiaoyan felt as though the song Nailin Yinran sang was about their own relationship. In the end, it was all because of money. Blaming everything on his lack of wealth, Xiaoyan believed that when you have no money, even the act of breathing feels like a mistake. He had no idea how many times the short video had looped before his messaging app suddenly chimed. When he opened it, he was surprised to see a call from Nailin Yinran. Xiaoyan hadn't had the courage to reach out to her, especially after learning she had secretly paid off 110,000 yuan of his debt. The sense of inadequacy and humility that plagued a man in his position tormented him deeply. Yet, Xiaoyan still answered the call. "I saw you try calling this afternoon," she said. "I was busy at the time. Was there something you needed? Or did Jia Jia cry again? If so, I'll bring Jia Jia over to my place tomorrow." Xiaoyan cut her off. "I saw your short video. It was really well made, and your singing was beautiful." On the other end, Nailin Yinran fell silent for a moment, as if she hadn't expected Xiao Yin to find out so quickly. "Was it my cousin who told you? About me being an internet singer?" "Yeah, so now I understand. Right now, Jia Jia and I are just your dark past, something that shouldn't exist." "That's not true," she argued. "You can't cover fire with paper. The fact that I was married, that I have a child, won't stay hidden for long." Xiaoyan gave a bitter laugh. "But if it can be hidden for a while, then that's for the best, right? After all, you just reached 200,000 followers. Your dreams are still on a rise." "Xiaoyan, congratulations," Xiaoyan said sincerely. "And thank you for paying off that 110,000 yuan. Once I've saved enough, I'll pay you back." Nailin Yinran knew that the secret of the debt wouldn't stay hidden for long. She replied, "No need. The debt collector contacted me, so my family chipped in, and we managed to pay it off. Xiaoyan, you do owe me a lot. But when it comes to the divorce, I owe you as well. Those debts were shared by us as husband and wife. For Jia Jia, and so my parents wouldn't be harassed by creditors, I had no choice but to agree to the divorce. So, I'll work hard too, and help pay back my share of what I owed as your wife. Once I've done my part, we'll be even. So, after that, we'll have nothing more to do with each other." Nailin Yinran truly was loyal and principled, willing to help pay off the debts even after a divorce. As the saying goes, a married couple are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they each fly their own way. After Nailin Yinran left Xiaoyan, it was as if she had broken free from a cage. Her life kept getting better and better. In contrast, if Xiaoyan hadn't accidentally joined the Marvel chat group, he really would have amounted to nothing. "Once I bring Jia over, there will truly be nothing left between us. How have you been lately? Besides Zhu Junlong, have any other debt collectors come looking for you? I changed my phone number and moved to a new place, so I don't think anyone will be able to find me anymore. You don't need to worry about me. If I weren't so exhausted today, I would have streamed again. I just did a stream yesterday, and I actually made over 9,000 in one night. I can hardly believe it myself." Another bombshell. Nailin Yinran had already started streaming, and as her ex-husband, Xiaoyan hadn't known a thing about it. Over 9,000 in a single night, that was something Xiaoyan could never hope to earn, no matter how hard he worked himself to the bone. No wonder there were disgusting comments on her short videos, people asking, "How much do you make in a night?" Stories of female internet celebrities meeting with wealthy patrons behind the scenes flashed through Xiaoyan's mind. He wasn't a lecherous man, but he couldn't help thinking that way. A beautiful woman, a rich man, thousands or even tens of thousands in virtual gifts overnight. What was it all for? Wasn't it just because they wanted to sleep with the internet star? The call continued. Nailin Yinran noticed Xiaoyan's long silence on the other end, and after so many years of marriage, she must have understood what he was thinking. After all, she knew Xiaoyan could be a bit chauvinistic at times. "Don't worry. Even though there are plenty of disgusting men who message me privately, offering anywhere from 10,000 to 100,000 for a night, I block them all. Xiaoyan, you know I'm not that sort of woman. I can earn money by streaming, but I sell my talent, not my body. I've been busy today, too. Thanks to my cousin's help, I signed with a company. I won't be a singer. I won't just cover other people's songs. I want to sing my own as well. I'm just like you, Xiaoyan. I have dreams, too. Please don't look down on me. And even if, in the future, I want to start a new relationship, I'll wait until Jia, until I've paid off half of our debts as your ex-wife. Only then will I even consider it." I understand." In that moment, Xiaoyan's heart ached so much it felt unbearable. His fingers clenched the phone so tightly his knuckles turned white. But he understood. He was powerless to change any of it. Still, he chose to believe in Nailin Yinran. She was a beautiful and passionate woman who had chosen him for love even when he was just an ordinary man and given him many of the firsts of her youth. Divorce wasn't just Xiaoyan's pain. It was hers too. After the call ended, it was already 11 p.m. The night was deep and silent. Xiaoyan turned on his computer. He had dreams too, dreams he'd clung to for years. But now, when his fingers hovered over the keyboard, not a single word would come. Once, Nailin Yinran had also chased her dreams with reckless determination, suffering countless setbacks but never managing to achieve them. But now, she had been reborn from the ashes. Becoming an internet celebrity brought her closer to her dreams than ever before. But what about Xiaoyan? His dreams were still worthless. Aside from plagiarizing other people's novels, and for the first time ever getting some minor success, His ambitions were nothing but trash, like a foul stone lying in a filthy gutter. Xiaoyan didn't look down on Nailin Yanran for streaming for real money. He only looked down on himself. He was garbage, a good-for-nothing failure. Yet just as he was struggling to write his flop of a novel, barely managing to string together even a few words, the screen of his phone suddenly lit up. He had entered the Marvel group chat in invisible mode, so he couldn't see the ongoing messages, but somehow, when someone sent a red envelope, he was able to receive it automatically. A system notification popped up. Group member Spider-Man has sent a red envelope. Congratulations! You've claimed Spider-Man's red envelope. You received 10 yuan in cash, a strand of powered spider silk, and 1 random art prize pack. Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment. Was Spider-Man's red envelope only worth 10 yuan? Compared to Iron Man's previous red envelope, this member seemed a bit poorer. Iron Man had sent 6,000 yuan in cash. But what exactly was this strand of powered spider silk? He found that this special item was also stored in the group files, categorized as a personal belonging. The group's features were surprisingly powerful. Spider silk is one of Spider-Man's superpowers. A single strand allows for one shot, but you'll also need to acquire Spider-Man's mutated spider ability to use it. Xiaoyan paused, looking a bit perplexed. Did that mean he'd have to wait for this group member to send out more red envelopes before he could get the mutated spider ability? Superpowers? That sounded incredible. The gloom that had just filled Xiaoyan's heart was swept away. He didn't know what Spider-Man's superpowers were, but he understood the word itself. If a useless stay-at-home dad like him could gain superpowers, he could hardly imagine it. Would he be able to climb walls and leap between rooftops? This Marvel group chat was truly astonishing. He thought, I have to find a way to stay in this group, no matter what. I must. His future rise in life would depend on these otherworldly big shots. There was also a random art prize pack in the group files. Compared to the previous prizes, this one had the word pack, which meant it likely contained more than one art prize. Rubbing his hands together, Xiaoyan felt a rush of excitement. Spirits above, grant me the second volume of Battle Through the Heavens. He no longer dares to update Battle Through the Heavens too frequently these days, for fear that once the first volume is finished, he'll run out of chapters to plagiarize. Congratulations! You have opened a random art prize pack and received the classic musical pieces Love Confession Balloon and Invisible Wings. Note, these pieces can only be listened to in the minds of group members and cannot be shared or downloaded. At this moment, Xiaoyan felt a wave of disappointment. Why did he receive songs? It was truly frustrating. His heart twisted with anxiety. But he quickly adjusted his mindset and hit play. The music couldn't be played through his phone. It could only be heard in his mind, and that sensation was strangely wonderful. Love Confession Balloon sounded beautiful, and it was obvious that this song didn't exist on the Waterball platform. He listened next to Invisible Wings, a song sung by a woman, with motivational lyrics quite different from the romantic tone of Love Confession Balloon. Xiaoyan listened again, and, as the melodies played in his head, a new plan began to take shape. His dream was to become a famous writer, and his personality was well suited for it. If he became a singer instead, these two songs, judging by the standards of Battle Through the Heavens, would definitely be a hit. They were just so good. However, Xiaoyan was tone-deaf. Back when he sang at Zhu Juanlong's karaoke party, it had been a disaster. All his hopes and dreams had been invested in writing. Becoming a singer, that had always been the dream of his ex-wife, Nailin Yanran. In the quiet of the night, Xiaoyan fell silent, as if some mysterious force was guiding his fate. Nailin Yanran had recently become popular through short videos and was now something of a minor internet celebrity. She had just signed with a company today and was planning to release a new song. Could it be? Could this artistic prize be meant for Nailin Yanran? Xiaoyan was silent for a long time. This time, the prize packet had changed both his mood and his outlook. One thing was certain. The Marvel chat group was incredibly powerful. Superpowers aside, just these random art prizes alone, if brought to this Waterball world, would be an astonishing act of cultural export. Used wisely and promoted well, they could become a sensation. He continued watching Nailin Yanran's short videos. Even though they were divorced, she was still just as beautiful, her figure just as captivating. Although they now lived far apart, if Xiaoyan worked hard, perhaps their broken mirror could be made whole again. Nailin Yanran still had feelings for him. If Xiaoyan could live brilliantly, then take their daughter Jejia to pursue his ex-wife, now a female internet celebrity, perhaps she might become a singer in the future. Thinking along these lines, his heart began to race, just like when he first decided to pursue Nailin Yanran all those years ago. This was the feeling of love, intense and exhilarating. It made him both excited and restless. Not long ago, Xiaoyan wouldn't have dared to entertain such thoughts, but now he had found the courage. As long as he had the Marvel chat group, His life hadn't hit rock bottom yet. Xiao Yan, come on, you can do it. Since he'd already decided to continue pursuing Nailin Yanran for his future romance, secretly giving her this song, Invisible Wings, sung by a girl, was hardly a loss. After all, it would be a present from both his past and future self to his wife. Just moments ago, Xiao Yan had felt crushed by misery. His ex-wife's success only highlighted his own failure and incompetence. Yet, with the Marvel chat group at his side, Xiao Yan once again felt capable. This song could only be given to her in secret. Although he couldn't forward or download it, he could still see the lyrics and the song's sheet music. Xiao Yan couldn't sing, but back when he was trying to win Nailin Yanran's heart, he taught himself to read sheet music and could even play a bit of guitar. After all, Nailin Yanran's dream back then was to become a singer. Xiao Yan couldn't sing, but he knew he had to understand music. Only with genuine effort and sincerity could he hope to win his wife's heart. Xiao Yan rummaged through his drawers and found some sheet music paper. Using his phone as a reference, he carefully copied down the lyrics and simplified. Sheet music for Invisible Wings. He'd always been fond of literature and had practiced his handwriting, so the finished product looked quite decent. Having experience copying and adapting from Battle Through the Heavens, Xiao Yan had grown a thick skin, what some might call shamelessness. Looking at the neat sheet music he'd just written for Invisible Wings, Xiao Yan felt a small surge of pride. He even began to imagine how excited Nailin Yanran would be when she saw the song. She understood music, after all, and would surely recognize its brilliance. It was already late at night. Xiao Yan prepared on two fronts. First, he registered a new Weibo account and a new chat app profile. He described himself as an independent songwriter and composer, using the original song's title as his alias. Though Xiao Yan had become shameless in some ways, he still respected the original creators of the works he borrowed. When copying Battle Through the Heavens, he made a new account claiming to be Heavenly Silkworm Potato. That was perhaps the last shred of his dignity. He'd do the same with this song, using the original songwriter and composer's name for his new alias. Using this female persona, Xiao Yan reached out separately to Nailin Yanran's Weibo and short video account, sending her a private message along with a brief introduction. Hello, I'm an independent songwriter and composer. I came across your trending short video by chance and was truly impressed. You have such poise, beauty, and your singing is wonderful. I wrote a song myself, and I think it would suit you perfectly. Would you like to be friends so we can connect? Using this alias, Xiao Yan messaged Nailin Yanran privately on both platforms. She probably just recently registered this Weibo account. Her previous personal account wasn't this one, and it's obvious that this new profile was created after she blew up on short video platforms, a matching influencer account for a newfound fame. Currently, she has just over 20,000 followers and only 2 posts. One is a thank you note for everyone's attention and support, accompanied by a selfie. The other is about what she had for dinner tonight, with another selfie. There are just over 100 comments, much fewer than the tens of thousands she gets on short video platforms. Xiao Yan originally thought that Nailin Yanran would reply to her first on Weibo, since there were fewer people here. Besides, Xiao Yan knew that she wanted to release her own songs and would definitely be in need of original material. Xiao Yan's self-recommendation at this moment should be exactly what she needed. But to Xiao Yan's surprise, the first person to reply wasn't Nailin Yanran, but that short video app account with over 200,000 followers. It was already late at night, yet Nailin Yanran was still awake, likely still amazed by her sudden viral fame and cherishing every bit of it. Before bed, she was secretly checking her stats and messages, and that's when she saw Xiao Yan's message from her new account. Add me on this messaging app and let's chat in detail. It was probably a secondary account as well, not the number Nailin Yanran usually used to call Xiao Yan. Both were using alternate profiles, but Xiao Yan was well aware of the situation, which made her a bit nervous. Her palms started to sweat. Since both were online, adding each other as friends happened quickly. I'm a freelance songwriter and composer. You might not have heard of me, but all you need to know is that my songs sound great. That's enough. Let's just hope you're not a scammer. Nailin Yanran's words were blunt and straight to the point. Since I suddenly went viral, lots of people pretending to be all sorts of things have added me. I hope you're not one of them. How could I be? I'm a girl. Who can tell online? All right then, let's get down to business. Xiao Yan didn't want her ex-wife to block her straight away, so she snapped a photo of the handwritten sheet music for Invisible Wings and sent it over. What do you think? I'm not pulling your leg, am I? I wrote Invisible Wings myself. If you don't believe me, you can check online to see if it's an original. It's easy to find out. Nailin Yanran was surprised on her end as well. This songwriter was unbelievably straightforward. You're just giving me the sheet music like this? Aren't you worried I'll rip you off? I can hear from your singing that you're a good person. Besides, I'm not exactly famous, and I don't plan to sell this song for a high price. 5,000 yuan is enough. With your potential as a future online sensation, you wouldn't ruin your reputation over such a small sum, right? You're right. 5,000 for a song isn't much, but I'd still like to take a look at it first. After a while, Nailin Yenran was completely stunned. The original song had far exceeded her expectations. The melody was beautiful, the lyrics were uplifting and catchy. Overwhelmed with excitement, she wanted to call Xiao Yan for a voice chat, but Xiao Yan promptly refused. If they spoke, his cover would be blown in an instant. Sorry, it's not convenient for me to do a voice call right now. If you're interested in this song, we could just sign a contract online. 3 copies will do. On the other end, Nailin Yenran was straightforward and sincere. Too excited to type, she sent a voice message instead. Respected songwriter, I think you might be underestimating your own work. I may not be a professional musician, but I love singing. The moment I saw your invisible wings, I knew it was amazing. 5,000 yuan is really too little. In that case, let's make it 10,000. I was just afraid that if I asked for more, you might lose interest. Honestly, I don't have many industry connections. Even though I think my songs are good, it's hard to get in touch with famous singers. And to tell the truth, I'm not short on money in real life. Writing original songs is just a hobby for me. In fact, you could have this song for free, as long as you credit me as the lyricist and composer. Don't worry, I promise, that's a given. Nailin Yenran was beyond excited. She thought she was dealing with a scammer, but instead, she'd stumbled upon a truly wonderful song for free. She immediately contacted her cousin and sent him the sheet music. Her cousin happened to be at a recording studio and played a section of the melody on the electric piano. Oh my, it was simply perfect. It suited a female voice to a T. They also ran a search in the online database of lyrics and melodies. It was indeed an original work, without a trace of plagiarism. The song was worth far more than 10,000. Even 100,000 would not be out of the question. If Xiaoyan's pen name had any fame, this song could fetch an even higher price. Both Nailin Yenran and her cousin were thrilled. They never expected luck like this to fall straight into their laps. Her cousin wanted to call Xiao Yan, but Xiao Yan said it wasn't convenient, explaining that she wrote songs purely as a personal hobby and didn't want to reveal her real identity. A mysterious songwriter. They could accept that. After all, not everyone with talent likes to be in the spotlight, especially since Xiao Yan also mentioned he wasn't sure of money in real life. 5,000, 10,000, it was just a symbolic gesture. Of course, the contract still needed to be signed. Otherwise, Nailin Yenran and her cousin wouldn't dare use the song openly. The contract was settled online, and all that remained was to print it out and sign it the next day. The agreed price for the song was 10,000. Nailin Yenran first transferred 5,000 as a deposit. By the time the call ended, it was already nearly 2 in the morning. Xiao Yan gazed at the extra 5,000 yuan that had appeared in this alternate account, and a flood of emotions washed over him. His ex-wife had paid off 110,000 yuan of his debts. In return, he had helped her by writing, or rather, copying, a song. In a way, it felt like he had repaid the favor she once showed him. The next day, after notifying his parents in Jiajia, Xiao Yan boarded a high-speed train to the provincial capital. He spent some money on a hotel room, and in this unfamiliar city, he photocopied the contract, signed his name, and mailed it to the company address of Nailin Yenran's cousin. Xiao Yan took these steps to keep his actual hometown address hidden. During last night's conversation, Xiao Yan had deliberately used a mix of different phrases, and, coupled with this original song, he was confident Nailin Yenran would never suspect that the person behind this alternate account was, in fact, her ex-husband, Xiao Yan. The same logic applied to the address. He found a small roadside shop that, for a few yuan, would accept mail on behalf of customers. He arranged for any future contract signed by Nailin Yenran to be sent. There, without hesitation, Xiao Yan handed the shop owner 500 yuan in one go, asking him to forward any parcels to his designated address after collecting them. Then, Xiao Yan wrote down his city address. Once everything was settled, Xiao Yan returned home the very next day. During this period, Jiajia called her father last night and chatted for a while. The poor girl cried herself to sleep once again. Xiao Yan's phone, and the Marvel chat group within it, remained eerily quiet. He didn't know whether it was because there were too few members, or because everyone was simply too stingy to send red envelopes. However, on the train ride home, Xiao Yan felt a wave of nervousness. In less than a day, his invisibility feature would expire. He was genuinely worried that the group owner might kick him out again. This group was his only chance to turn his life around. It was incredibly powerful. It was also the source of his courage and the energy driving him to one day pursue his ex-wife anew. No matter what it took, he had to stay in that group. Back at the supermarket in his small hometown, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. He had successfully sold the song Invisible Wings. Pretending to be the original songwriter and composer, Truthfully, he was just a middleman. So be it. That's life. If I can make money and repay Nalan Yinran's kindness, that's enough. The 5,000 yuan Nalan Yinran had sent over was spent sparingly. Even in the big city, he had stayed in the cheapest hotel he could find. Now, he had 2,200 yuan left. He deposited 2,000 into the bank card reserved for debt repayment. Glancing at the balance, he saw it had grown from 19,000 to over 21,000 yuan. Under the blazing sun, sweat already pouring down his back, Xiao Yin broke into a smile. He felt that his life was still full of hope. He now had a reason to keep striving, a reason to keep on living. With just 200 yuan left, Xiao Yin passed by a clothing store. He realized it had been ages since he'd bought himself any clothes. He'd always been a bit careless about such things. His ex-wife, Nalan Yinran, used to take care of it for him. The more he thought about it, the more Xiao Yin appreciated all the good in his ex-wife. He remembered a saying, when people break up in a fit of irrationality, it's often because one mistake wipes out every good memory. By the time regret sets in, it's already too late. What Nalan Yinran couldn't stand back then was Xiao Yan's reckless and stubborn way of squandering everything. In the end, he lost it all. And perhaps what Xiao Yin couldn't bear was that Nalan Yinran simply couldn't endure a hard life by his side. So, without hesitation, he agreed to the divorce, hardly showing any intention to win her back. So, I have to fight my way back to who I once was, and win Nalan Yinran's heart again. That became Xiao Yan's vision for his future and his marriage. Naturally, he couldn't bring himself to spend the last of his money on clothes for himself. He thought about buying a pretty little dress for Jejia instead, but he didn't even know her size. As a dad, he had to admit he was falling short. Other than talking about how much he cared for Jejia, he realized there was so much about her he didn't know. If the Marvel chat group made him rich one day, Xiao Yin could consider remarrying, maybe even finding someone younger than Nalan Yinran. But for his daughter Jejia, no amount of youth or beauty could ever replace her mother's importance. So, Xiao Yan's first choice was still to win his ex-wife back, and he had to act quickly before she lost all feelings for him. In the end, Xiao Yin spent 200 yuan on an enormous white teddy bear. It was the height of summer, and hugging a plush toy to sleep wasn't exactly comfortable, but Jejia missed her mom at night. Now, with the Marvel chat group, Xiao Yin might scrimp on using air conditioning for himself, but he'd never hesitate for Jejia's sake. With steady red envelopes and art pieces coming in, he might not need to be so stingy much longer. Taking a 2 yuan bus ride, Xiao Yin made his way home, clutching the huge stuffed bear all the way. The aunts and uncles on the bus kept glancing his way, their faces soft with affection. After all, the white bear was so adorable, and any man willing to buy something so big must have a kind heart. Daddy! Daddy! As soon as Xiao Yin walked in the door, Jejia rushed over, unable to contain her excitement. With her little legs, flowing hair, just like her mother's, and snow-white, delicate skin that glowed like porcelain in the sunlight, her smile was the warmest thing in Xiao Yan's world. No other woman could ever compare. Jejia, look what Daddy got you. Wow, it's a giant white bear. This time, I finally managed to buy a gift that made Jejia truly happy. Even though it was scorching outside, she clung to it, unwilling to let go. The big white bear was even taller than she was. Daddy, I really love it. Give me a kiss. Thank you, Daddy. Thanks to Nalan Yinran's guidance, when Jejia was little, she was very well-mannered, and she didn't speak in the local dialect. Instead, she spoke Mandarin in a soft, childlike voice. Haha. As long as you like it, Jejia. Just be careful not to drag it on the ground, her father said with a laugh. Jejia hugged the big white bear and ran toward her grandmother. Grandma, look. Guess what Daddy bought for me? I love it so much. Tonight, I'm going to sleep holding it, and now that I have the big bear, I don't need Mommy anymore. The child's words, so sensible for her age, tugged at everyone's hearts. Xiao Yan's mother reached out to gently wipe away the beads of sweat forming on Jejia's forehead and smiled. Good girl, Jejia. Come inside, it's too hot out here. Okay. Still hugging her big white bear, Jejia trotted into the house, chatting to herself as she went, Come on, little bear, I'll teach you how to play games. Once Jejia had gone inside, Xiao Yan's mother spoke up. Xiao Yan, I'm not blaming you for spending money, but that tablet you bought last time didn't look cheap, and this bear must have cost at least 300, right? It wasn't that expensive, about 198, Xiao Yan replied with a smile. Don't worry, Mom. I'll find a good job and give you and Jejia a better life. His mother fell silent for a moment, watching as Xiao Yan stepped inside, turned on the air conditioner, and started playing with Jejia. She stood there, caught off guard, taking a moment to process everything. Why does it feel like Xiao Yan isn't the same as before? She wondered. Back then, Xiao Yan was so downtrodden, always worried, sighing, drifting through life like a ghost. But after this last trip out, it was as if he were a different person. No, not a different person. Her sunny, cheerful, and handsome son had come back to her. Lately, Xiao Yan had been punishing himself, working construction by day and writing novels late into the night, wearing himself down to the bone. But once upon a time, he had been strikingly good-looking, his smile warm and bright, his skin fairer than most men's. It was Xiao Yan's looks and personality that had allowed him to win over Nalan Yanran in the first place. If he'd looked as worn out as he did now, nobody would have given him a second glance. Laughter echoed from inside. "Haha, Judge, look at that little cartoon mouse. How silly it is. Daddy, stop making me laugh. That's a cat, not a mouse." The house was suddenly filled with cheerful voices and laughter. Scenes like this felt almost dreamlike to Xiao Yan's mother, as if she'd stepped into another world. Evening came. Xiao Yan's father returned home on his little motorbike, his expression stern. Ever since Xiao Yan had racked up so much debt and divorced Nalan Yanran, his father had rarely smiled. A couple of days ago, when Xiao Yan's wound became infected, his father almost smashed Xiao Yan's computer out of frustration. That incident left him feeling particularly awkward whenever he faced Xiao Yan afterward, especially since Xiao Yan, having inherited his father's temperament, was also somewhat inarticulate. Yet, tonight felt entirely different. Not only did the breeze carry a hint of coolness that signaled impending rain, but from inside the house on the first floor, bursts of joyful laughter drifted out. Heaven above, how long had it been since such laughter filled this somber home? The silvery peals of a child's laughter, mingling with the hearty, boisterous guffaws of an adult, wove together a scene as beautiful as a painting in the quiet countryside. What's going on? Xiao Yan's mother hurried over to grab her husband's arm. Xiao Yan's been like this ever since he came home today. It's been ages since I've seen him so happy. I'm guessing he landed a good job. He even brought home that huge polar bear plushie for Jia, and the two of them have been playing downstairs ever since. Just listen, Jia's never laughed this happily since Nalan Yanran left and abandoned the two of them. Xiao Yan's father fell silent for a moment. The lines on his resolute face deepened in the sunset as he made up his mind. "Hey, where are you off to?" Without turning back, he replied, "It's such a rare, happy day. I'm going to buy some good food. For a rural family. Good food, mint roast duck, marinated chicken wings, braised duck necks, and cold dishes. There wasn't time to buy fresh chicken, duck, fish, or meat and cook them from scratch, so spending $100 or $200 on these ready-made treats, plus some ice-cold beer and sodas, that was a feast. The whole family would eat together, happy and content, savoring every bite. As long as you're here, every day is a sunny day. Where there's hope, there will be laughter." Enjoying the delicious dishes, little Jia took a sip of her icy drink, her special treat for the day, and shivered with delight. Xiao Yan, too, took a swig of his cold beer and couldn't help but shiver as well. Father and daughter exchanged a glance and burst out laughing together. Shun Luoying, Xiao Yan's mother, took advantage of the cheerful mood to ask, "Xiao Yan, you seem so happy today. Did you find a good job?" But Xiao Yan shook his head. Seeing Xiao Zhan, his father, also looking at him curiously, Xiao Yan grinned and replied, "I won the lottery." Clunk. The peanuts Xiao Zhan had been holding with his chopsticks dropped straight onto the table. Shen Luoying's aging face froze in a look of utter shock. Only little Jia clapped her chubby hands in delight and cheered, "Daddy's amazing. Daddy's amazing. Oh, just a little bit amazing, not that much. Come on, Jia, let's toast." "Okay, cheers." Shen Luoying and Xiao Zhan exchanged glances, both wearing wry smiles. They had thought their wayward son had finally found his path in life, but never could they have guessed it was just a lottery win. That evening, after coaxing Jia to sleep with her arms wrapped around her big, plush polar bear, Xiao Yan's parents made their way up to the second floor to have a talk with him. "I'm not joking. I really did win the lottery. Over 2,000 yuan. As for work, I'll look for something proper, but not right now." Seeing how certain Xiao Yan was, Shun Luoying and Xiao Zhan had no choice but to leave it at that and quietly walked away. Downstairs in Xiao Zhan's room, since lately Shen Luoying had been sleeping with Jia, Xiao Zhan had taken another room. "Honey, I just can't shake the feeling that Xiao Yan is lying to us," Shen Luoying said, worry in her voice. "What if he's making money through something illegal? When his business failed, he was out every day looking for work, then working himself to the bone, even taking overtime at night. He barely had a minute to rest. But look at him now. He just plays with Jia all day, doesn't seem. Obsessed with money like before. And now he's telling us he won the lottery? I really feel like something's wrong with Xiao Yan." "Illegal things? I don't think so. Xiao Yan isn't that type of person," Xiao Zhan replied, trying to reassure her despite his own concerns. "Even if he didn't care about us or himself, he'd still think of Jia. He'd never let her have. A criminal for a father. Xiao Yan's 28 now. He knows how to weigh things. Let's give him some time. The truth will come out." Besides, when I look at Xiao Yan's smile lately, I get the feeling maybe his luck is finally turning. Naturally, Xiao Yan understood his parents' worries. After all, his current outlook on life was worlds apart from how he'd been before. A life filled with hope is a different universe from one where you're just desperately busy, working yourself to death in despair. He closed the door and turned on his computer, ready to write his novel. Even if it was a flop, even if he was only doing it for the meager 600 yuan full attendance. Bonus, even if the dream seemed impossible, he would keep going. That story, his story, was his obsession. He would never give up, not even on his last day. By the time he finished his own writing, it was already late. Though he was reluctant, Xiao Yan still logged into his other author account, Heavenly Silkworm Potato. Goodness, just today, he'd received 200 yuan in reader tips alone. Half of that went to the author, 100 yuan. It felt incredible. Almost every reader tipping him was urging for more chapters. This novel is amazing. Keep writing, don't abandon it. Here's 50 yuan, updates soon. I want to see Xiao Yan rise up. I want to see him show off. Looking at all the comments on Battle Through the Heavens, and then at his own novel that nobody paid any attention to, Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh. He felt a mix of conflict, worry, surprise, and a trace of reluctance. In the end, he still decided to upload a new chapter at midnight. Chapter 18. High-level Shin Technique. 8 Desolation Collapse. I can't take it anymore. I just can't. Xiao Yan knew he had to snatch that red envelope soon to get the second volume of Battle Through the Heavens. Otherwise, even if he managed to update just one chapter a day, he still felt uneasy. He hurriedly pulled out his phone under the cover of night, hoping that the Marvel chat group would send out another red envelope soon, so his wish could be granted. But unexpectedly, a message arrived on his alternate account, the one he hadn't logged into all day, the account as the songwriter of Invisible Wings. It was a voice message from Nailin Yinran's alternate account. She first asked if he was there, then said that although the contract hadn't arrived yet, she simply couldn't wait to record the song. She added that she and her agent had discussed not only recording it, but also shooting a music video, and that she would send it to him the moment it was ready. From her voice, Xiao Yan could tell just how happy she was. He replayed Nailin Yinran's voice message again and again. A faint smile crept onto his lips. There was a hint of bitterness in it, but even more happiness. He couldn't remember exactly when it started, but it had been a long time since Nailin Yinran had sounded so cheerful. Perhaps ever since she gave birth to Jiejia, she'd seemed to suffer from a touch of postpartum depression. After that, as Xiao Yan threw himself deeper into business, investing like a gambler, always thinking more investment meant more return, Nailin Yinran grew increasingly unhappy. But at the time, Xiao Yan was entirely consumed by his work, often working late into the night. Just like when he used to work himself to exhaustion, he neglected his wife, no longer comforting or cherishing her as he once had. He hadn't even noticed when Nailin Yinran's bright smile faded. As a failed husband, he'd been completely oblivious. Looking back now, Xiao Yan felt he truly was a failure, not worthy of being called a husband. This song was written just for you, he said. Ah, really? Nailin Yinran replied, her voice brimming with joy. It's so late, and you're still awake? Aren't you awake too? What are you up to? Xiao Yan replied from behind his alternate identity. I was just about to go to bed, came her cheerful reply. Today I shot another short video and updated Weibo to tell my fans I'll be releasing my first single as a singer. I've been reading all their comments. Some of them really touched me, so I replied to each one. I guess I got too excited, and that's why it's so late. Haha, I never imagined the glamorous internet celebrity could be so adorable, Xiao Yan teased. Nonsense, I'm no big influencer, she protested. But you said this song was written just for me. Did you really mean it? Well, even though I'm just an amateur songwriter, I still need inspiration. That day, I happened to come across your song and your beauty. This might sound unbelievable, but I could truly feel your passion for singing and your dedication to your dreams through the emotion in your voice. So, inspiration struck me in an instant, and I created this song, Invisible Wings. I really believe this song suits you perfectly, which is why I reached out to you first. Xiao Yan spun his story with barely a hint of truth, but he was genuinely delighted. Since he was chatting as a female persona, Nailin Yinran didn't treat him like an outsider. The two of them, as if perfectly in sync, started chatting away as if they'd known each other for years. Nailin Yinran felt that it was truly fate. The conversation was so interesting. Though they'd only just met because of a song, it felt as if they'd crossed paths in a previous life. Xiao Yan was a master at spinning tales, reinventing himself as a new character. With years of understanding his ex-wife, he could guide the conversation to touch her heart every time. As the two chatted happily, the night crept close to 1 a.m. Suddenly, the long-silent Marvel chat group sent a notification. So bored. Is anyone online this late? I'll send a huge red envelope to wake up the group. Immediately, a system message popped up on his phone. Congratulations! You snatched Iron Man's big red envelope and received 20,000 yuan cash and one supersized night gift pack. Xiao Yan, 28 years old and already the doting father of a 6.5-year-old girl, had weathered a share of life's ups and downs. By now, he should have been able to face anything calmly. No matter how bad things got, someone taller would always hold up the sky. But to suddenly win a 20,000 yuan cash prize? Heaven above. This was simply irresistible. Ding. Asterisk bank account number 233310086. 20,000 yuan has been deposited. Current balance 22,667.89 yuan. Asterisk. Earning money at this speed, it was like living in a dream. Compared to the 10 yuan cash envelope from Spider-Man, Iron Man was on a whole other level. Xiao Yan considered himself a man of character, but in the face of so much money, he couldn't help but want to cling to Iron Man's coattails. Xiao Yan read the message from his mobile banking app several times, feeling a rush of heat. Tonight, he'd indulge a little. He turned the fan up to the second setting. No, this was 20,000. He went ahead and switched on the air conditioner. He gulped down several big mouthfuls of chilled water, feeling absolutely elated. He'd had enough of the days without money. Now, all he wanted was to make more. Once the excitement of the windfall settled a bit, Xiao Yan's attention turned eagerly to the supersized night gift pack. If memory served, last time it had been Iron Man who sent the battle through the heavens, Art Piece 2. He could barely contain his excitement. Last time, Spider-Man's envelope came with an art prize. This time, Iron Man, the ultimate big spender, was sending a supersized gift pack. Whatever was inside, it was bound to be spectacular. Congratulations! You've unlocked a mega gift pack. One autographed photo of Iron Man, one fragment of Iron Man's battlesuit, and a random piece of art. Volume 2 of Battle Through the Heavens, The Path of Cultivation and Advancement, as well as Volume 3, In Search of the Heavenly Flame. Note: art pieces are for online viewing only and currently cannot be downloaded. Oh my goodness! Xiao Yan had always been a reserved person, but in this moment he couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement, wishing he could throw his head back and roar, maybe even break into an impromptu, energetic dance, and finally shout, "Oh yeah, this is incredible, absolutely amazing." If only Iron Man could send a few more of these red packets, Xiao Yan would be over the moon. Of course, he reminded himself, he's a dad now, a responsible father. He had to keep his cool. But he was so happy, he couldn't even close his mouth. He just couldn't contain himself. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan opened his computer, logged into the author's backend on Heavenly Silkworm Potato, and uploaded 2 chapters from his pre-written stockpile in one go. That's right. Now that he had volumes 2 and 3, Xiao Yan decided to be bold. At the end of the chapters, he added, "Starting today, if daily rewards total over 300 yuan, I'll post 3 chapters in a single day." Xiao Yan knew his novel was set to be featured on the site's recommendation list next week. This first trial push was crucial. 3 chapters a day would not only fire up readers' enthusiasm, but would also satisfy the big spenders looking to support their favorite stories. In short, Xiao Yan was just following what other popular authors were doing. With 300 yuan in rewards, Xiao Yan would get half, 150 yuan a day. It wasn't as much as a day of manual labor, but it was so much easier. If shamelessly copying meant he didn't have to rack his brains, so be it. And then there was Iron Man's 20,000 yuan red packet from earlier tonight. Just thinking about it made Xiao Yan's heart burst with delight. Xiao Yan stretched his muscles. It's no exaggeration to say that since his entrepreneurial failure, this was the happiest he'd felt in a long time. He picked up his phone and glanced at the file stored in the group. Love Confession Balloon, a strand of superpowered spider silk, the autographed photo of Iron Man, and a fragment of Iron Man's battlesuit. He hadn't used any of these yet. The autographed photo from Iron Man was especially intriguing. After all this time in the Marvel chat group, after grabbing 2 red packets from Iron Man and learning he was the group admin, this was the first time Xiao Yan had actually seen what Iron Man looked like. He was dressed in a stylish suit, sunglasses on, standing by a crystal blue sea. Though middle-aged, he looked every bit the wealthy, charismatic man, surrounded by beautiful women from abroad. Iron Man's autographed photo, used once to gain +10 favorability from him. Note: only effective when used face-to-face. Favorability? This is interesting. Xiao Yan let his thoughts wander. In other words, as long as he could gain a certain level of favor with Iron Man, not only could they become friends, but in the future he wouldn't have to hide in the group any longer. He could join in their conversations, watch them chat, and gain a deep understanding of their world. But it can only be used in person. What does that mean? Xiao Yan tried it out, but for now, he still couldn't use it. He had just discovered that there was a new feature at the bottom of the chat group. favorability. Because he was in invisible mode, he could currently only see the favorability ratings from those group members whose red envelopes he had grabbed. Just as expected, Iron Man, 0% favorability. Spider-Man, 0% favorability. That was perfectly normal. After all, they barely knew each other, so how could there be any favorability at all? Still, Xiaoyan stroked his chin and thought. He wasn't much for flattery, but he knew he absolutely had to increase his favorability with Iron Man. The group's admin otherwise, Iron Man would probably kick him out of the group again. This group was far too important to Xiaoyan. No matter what, he had to stay. He didn't have a way to do it just yet, but the idea had already taken root. He carefully studied Iron Man's profile picture, trying to figure out what kind of person this billionaire really was. Next time, he'd be sure to hit the mark. If he could just reach 50% favorability, he'd be in the clear. Come on, keep at it. It was already 2 a.m., truly late. Even a chorus of summer insects outside the window had grown quiet. But Xiaoyan didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. On the contrary, he was wide awake with excitement. Iron Man armor fragment. This was similar to a segment of Spider-Man's mutant webbing. Both were items endowed with superpowers. The only difference was that the webbing seemed to be a single-use item, while the armor fragment was not. Iron Man armor fragment. Collect 58 pieces to obtain Iron Man's Mark II armor. Xiaoyan didn't know what the Mark II armor looked like, but it certainly sounded impressive. He worked all the way through to the next day. When he heard the rooster crowing in the countryside, he quickly put everything away. He didn't want his early rising parents to discover that he'd stayed up all night and worry about him. After shutting down the computer, he lay down to rest. He planned to sleep for just an hour or two and then get up as usual, but before he knew it, he slept straight through until his daughter, Jia, came to wake him. Daddy, come play with me. Daddy, why do you have such big panda eyes? Shh. Xiaoyan hurriedly put his finger to his lips and whispered, Quiet. Don't let Grandma and Grandpa find out. Oh, I got it. Jia was absolutely adorable, eagerly raising her little finger and opening her mouth wide as she answered. The morning sunlight danced playfully across her face, making her chubby, baby-soft cheeks glow with a rosy freshness. Xiaoyan crept downstairs, trying to see if his parents had already left. Jia followed, right behind, imitating his every move. Today, she wore a cute pink dress, and her tiny, delicate hand held up a corner of her skirt. Daddy, actually, I wanted to tell you, Grandpa and Grandma have already left the house. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiaoyan immediately straightened up, dropping his sneaky demeanor. Jia pouted, her lips sticking out as if she could balance a bottle on them. But Daddy, you never asked. This morning, Grandma came in and saw you sleeping like a log. Hey, mind your words. Well, Grandma said you were sleeping like a pig. She called and called but couldn't wake you up. Xiaoyan, being a dad, decided not to argue with his daughter. After coming downstairs, the first thing Xiaoyan did was look for something to eat. He was starving. When he saw the breakfast his mom had left in the kitchen, still a little warm, a wave of emotion washed over him. He was a father himself now, but still needed his parents to take care of him. He dug into the meal with big mouthfuls, while Jia, being a thoughtful child, poured some tea. Once he was nearly done eating, Xiaoyan asked Jia, where do you want to go today? With his parents out and writing to do during the day, Xiaoyan knew he wouldn't get much work done with his daughter around. Teaching her was out of the question too. She was still struggling with the aftermath of her mother's departure. In the end, playing games with her would only strain her eyes and risk getting her hooked, so Xiaoyan suggested they go out for some fun instead. Daddy, are you really going to take me out to play? Jia's eyes were as bright as black pearls, wide and sparkling, her lashes so clean and fine you could count each one. Grandma had helped her wash up that morning. Yep, Daddy's in a good mood today. I'll take you anywhere you want to go. Jia almost blurted out that she wanted to see Mommy. But when she wasn't crying, she was a considerate little girl. She twisted her small hands and said, But Daddy, you don't have any money. Even this little one knew her dad was strapped for cash. Ahem, Daddy will be rich someday, Xiaoyan said, feeling a bit awkward in front of his daughter. Right now, we may not have much, but we've still got a little. Jia blinked her big eyes. Half an hour later, Xiaoyan had washed up quickly, dressed simply, and was riding his electric scooter into town with Jia. Jia said she wanted to see their old home. Of course she did. Their former home was in a neighborhood not far from the city center. Back then, they were lucky. The new district had just started developing, so the price wasn't too high when they bought it. Later, the value more than doubled, and by a stroke of luck, he had managed to marry Nalan Yanran. Thinking back now, it all feels like a distant dream. Although Xiaoyan lived in a small city, the neighborhood's proximity to downtown meant that most people came and went by car. There was a shared underground garage, and the buildings were all mid-rise apartments. Xiaoyan and his daughter slipped in quietly. They stopped beneath the apartment where they had lived for so many years. Sitting together on the e-scooter, father and daughter gazed up at their former home, memories flooding in under the blazing sun. At last, Xiaoyan hugged his daughter, Jiajia, and said, "Don't worry, Jiajia. It won't be long before I'll bring you back here in style. Then, we'll bring Grandpa and Grandma over too." Jiajia, so sweet and understanding, looked into his eyes. Her gaze was like a galaxy, vast and twinkling with unspoken thoughts. After this distant visit to their old home, they went on to see the restaurant where Xiao Yin had lost everything. To this day, Xiao Yin still couldn't figure out how he had managed to fail so spectacularly. And then there was the milk tea shop, the final straw that broke him. He still longed to return to his old home, but the restaurant and the milk tea shop, he never wanted to set foot in either place again. The memory of guarding those places day after day, watching the losses pile up, felt like being trapped in a prison. Those were truly his darkest days. "Daddy, I want to play that one." Jiajia and Xiao Yin walked to the city's bustling street, where all sorts of plush toys were arranged in charming displays outside, drawing crowds of children who eagerly gathered to take photos. Inside, there were all kinds of claw machines and arcade games, a vast playground where you could spend money and have fun in countless ways. Today was a rare, joyful day. "All right, Jiajia, let's spend 100 yuan playing today." "100's too much, Daddy. Let's just spend 50. I have to win a toy." Xiao Yin was touched. He stroked Jiajia's head, and together they played all sorts of games. In the end, of course, they didn't win a single thing. It was tougher than it looked. Xiao Yin remembered that Nalan Yinran had always been good at these games, but he just didn't have the knack. Still, they took plenty of lovely photos. Jia clamored to see them. As they were leaving, she hesitated, as though she wanted to say something. After some gentle coaxing from Xiao Yin, she finally whispered, "Can you send my happiest photo to Mommy? I want her to know I had a wonderful time today." It was clear what she really meant. She wanted her mom to know she missed her. "Of course, I'll send it to her tonight." "Actually, let's send it now." Nalan Yinran was a little internet celebrity these days, probably busy at night. She'd mentioned she needed a live stream to make money. Xiao Yin sent the message to Nalan Yinran. Perhaps out of a bit of selfishness, he chose to send the happiest photo of himself and Jia together. He waited for his ex-wife's reply. To be honest, he felt a bit nervous, something he hadn't expected. Back before the divorce, when his wife texted him to come home while he was working late at the restaurant, Xiao Yin would see her message and feel nothing at all, sometimes even a little annoyed. It's true what they say. People never realize the value of what they have until it's gone. When they reached the 7th floor of the big supermarket, they arrived at the area with the cinema and some places to eat. With the 50 yuan he had left, Xiao Yin bought a generous amount of barbecue treats. Jia, excited, grabbed her dad's phone and clamored to take pictures. Xiao Yin sighed helplessly. "Jia, we're not exactly having a fancy meal, and barbecue is really just junk food. Even if you take pictures and send them to your mom, she won't be happy to see them." Jia took a sip of her milk tea, swung her little legs, and tilted her head. "All right, Daddy." A little while later, the phone rang, and Jiajia's face lit up with excitement. "Daddy, it's a message from Mommy." She was still learning to read, so she stumbled through the text. "Seeing my daughter, I'm so happy. Wow, Mommy even sent a red envelope." Xiao Yin immediately warned her, "Don't accept it." But Jia had already tapped on it. 500 yuan, Daddy. Mommy sent us 500 yuan. "Give me the phone," Xiao Yin said. He took one look and saw it was true. He quickly returned the 500 yuan with a message. "What do you mean by this? I just wanted to show you how happy Jia was today. I'm not begging or asking you for money." Nalan Yinran replied at once. "Don't be so petty. This 500 is for our daughter. Use it to buy her something nutritious, not that junk food." Only then did Xiao Yin realize that his little girl had just uploaded a short video of their barbecue dinner. At this point, Jia realized she'd made a mistake. When she saw her father's serious gaze, she shrank her neck and looked up at him, timid and apologetic. Seeing his well-behaved daughter like that, Xiao Yin couldn't stay angry. He replied to Nalan Yinran, "All right, I'll accept it." He noticed Nalan Yinran was typing a reply, but in the end, she never sent it. What did that mean? Xiao Yin didn't know. He wrote a message himself, but ended up deleting it too. There were words of concern he wanted to say, but as ex-husband and ex-wife, they could never quite bring themselves to speak openly. Ironically, when they hid behind their alternate identities, they could communicate with each other much more freely. Xiao Yin couldn't decide if that was something to be happy about or not. On the way home, little Jia sat on the back of her father's electric scooter, watching as they rode from the bustling city to the small town, and then out to the countryside where the sunset painted the sky. The wind teased her hair, and her small mouth was pouting high with displeasure. "Dad, Did you pocket the 500 yuan mom gave me? Nonsense. Dad's just keeping it safe for you for now. How would you call that pocketing it? Oomph. Jia fell silent. She wanted to buy a puppy, but her father refused, saying that sixth granny's old dog had just given birth. They could simply bring one home, saving unnecessary money, and besides, country mutts were hardier and easier to raise. He had also thought about buying a dress for Jia, but Xiaoyan wasn't confident in his taste, so he decided to let Grandma take her shopping instead. After all, Grandma was good at bargaining. Once they got home, eager to cheer up his daughter, Xiaoyan took her by the hand and skipped all the way to Sixth Granny's house. Well, if it isn't Jia, my, how pretty Jia has grown. Xiaoyan got straight to the point. He brought along some fresh vegetables from their garden. In the countryside, and especially among relatives, it was only natural to share. Besides, if he didn't take one of the puppies from Sixth Granny's dog, the rest would probably be abandoned. There wasn't much choice these days. Fewer and fewer people lived in the countryside. In the past, there weren't enough puppies to go around, but now nobody wanted them. Xiao Yan's family had been without a dog for half a year since their old one passed away. The whole family had been heartbroken, and for a long while they couldn't bear to get another. Jia's eyes landed on a particularly pretty little white puppy. The pup was lively and affectionate, wagging its tail eagerly in her arms, and showed no sign of being a biter. From now on, your name will be Jia. Be a good dog and play with me, okay? Jia declared in her soft, childish voice, naming the puppy. Xiao Yan, exasperated, said, Jia, how can you give your own name to the puppy? Sixth Granny, who was very fond of Jia, crouched down and stroked her head. Silly child, you can't give the puppy the same name as yours. Otherwise, in the future, if your mom, well, your dad, calls for Jia, who's he calling? You or the dog? Jia frowned thoughtfully, then nodded. Okay, Sixth Granny, I understand. Then I'll give the puppy my dad's name. Xiao Yan. From now on, you'll be called Xiao Yan. Both Xiao Yan and Sixth Granny were left speechless, caught between laughter and tears. Xiao Yan explained, Jia takes after me. She did that on purpose. It's fine. Sixth Granny chuckled and accepted the vegetables Xiao Yan had brought. Before they left, she ducked back into the house and returned with several large mangoes. Bebe's girlfriend came over today and brought loads of fruit. We can't possibly finish it all. Take some home with you. Oh, there's no need, really. Xiao Yan hurriedly tried to refuse. They're for Jia. Go on, take them. I need to get back to cooking. As she spoke, Sixth Granny pressed the mangoes firmly into Xiao Yan's arms. Everyone has their flaws, envying the happiness of others, sometimes even feeling a twinge of schadenfreude at someone else's misfortune. These are the darker sides of human nature. But every person also has a kind and gentle side. Xiao Yan took his daughter, the big mango, and a little white dog, and headed home. On the way, Jia was still pondering what name to give a little dog. Hua duo a little white rabbit. No, let's just call her Yin Yin. She's really adorable, just like Daddy. Now that she had a puppy for company, Jia was instantly cheered up, playing with the little dog with boundless joy. Looking at the evening glow on the village hills, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile, his heart lightening with happiness. He was already thinking that once they got home, he needed to buckle down and start copying Battle Through the Heavens. At the same time, a hint of worry crept in. The 3 days of invisibility were almost up. What would he do in the Marvel chat group when that happened? Would the group owner, Iron Man, kick him out? How would he find a way to stay? Night fell. In the quiet countryside, the only sounds were the endless chorus of summer insects and the joyful barking of Jia and the little white dog she'd just received. Upstairs, Xiao Yan sat at his computer, feeling a sense of comfort wash over him. The corners of his mouth curled into a subconscious smile. With the second and third volumes of Battle Through the Heavens, copying was so effortless that he barely had to think. The single bonus chapter Xiao Yan had posted last night as an extra update was already yielding results. No, the effect was astonishing. He had underestimated just how many fans a truly good book could attract, and among such a large fan base, there were bound to be wealthy readers. So today, Xiao Yan had assumed that getting a 300 yuan reward for another update was already a stretch. After all, Battle Through the Heavens had just over 50,000 words, about 3,000 favorites, and only a little more than 100 people in the fan group. Of course, these numbers were already far better than what he'd achieved with his own writing. His current novel had 500,000 words, a little over 1,000 favorites, only 10 subscriptions, and no growth at all each day. But today, when he got home, he was shocked to discover that a reader had rewarded him with a leader status, a whopping 1,000 yuan. Xiao Yan would get half of that, 500 yuan. Added to the smaller rewards, he made over 400 yuan more, with more than 30 rewards in a single day. Seeing these numbers, Xiao Yan was completely stunned. In other words, even before Battle Through the Heavens had officially launched, he'd already made 700 yuan in a single day from rewards. more than triple what he'd make from a day of hard labor. It's true. Dreams really are worth holding on to. See? The moment it comes true, the money just starts rolling in. Xiao Yin was torn between shock, gratitude, and a bit of self-deprecation for being a shameless copycat. If it weren't for plagiarism, for someone as hopeless as him, dreams would always be like clouds on the distant horizon, visible, but forever out of reach. What's the author doing? Someone just tipped enough to become an alliance leader, and there's still no update. Can anyone tally up how much has been tipped today? How many extra chapters should the author add? This novel is absolutely gripping. Ever since the scene where Nailin Yinran broke off the engagement and the protagonist divorced his wife, up to the 3-year promise, I've been hooked. Author, keep up the good work. When it goes premium, I'll definitely subscribe to every chapter. Some readers, just passing by, hadn't started reading yet. They were in the habit of checking the comments and stats first, but what they saw left them stunned. Is this book secretly written by some famous author in disguise? The tips are off the charts, yet the click numbers aren't that high. And the recommendation votes, are those self-boosted? Did the author pay for them? Xiao Yin replied to every comment, thanking readers for their tips and encouragement, and patiently explaining to those who questioned the data that there was no trickery, urging them to give the novel a try first. Readers who saw the author's replies couldn't help but laugh. This author's got a great attitude. I'll check it out as well, see if it's really as good as they say. Half an hour later, that reader had already tipped enough to become a helmsman, a title that cost 100 yuan. This is fantastic, no exaggeration. I've never seen this writing style on Shueisha before. It really draws you in and stirs up your emotions. Amazing work, author. Is there a reader group? I want to join. Xiao Yin busied himself at the computer, copying out chapters, replying to reader comments, and managing the ever-growing reader group. 112 members. 115, 121. For the first time, he tasted the rush of almost becoming a famous author, a feeling of excitement and barely contained joy. Xiao Yin kept his promise. 1 extra chapter for every 300 yuan in tips. With a total of 1,500 yuan received, he immediately posted 5 bonus chapters in one go. Though it hurt to dip into his stockpile, a promise was a promise. Once spoken, it couldn't be taken back. The readers went wild. The author's a legend. 5 chapters in one day, 10,000 words. And the best part is it's not padded at all. Absolutely thrilling. I'm just a student, so I could only tip 5 yuan. Anyone else feeling generous enough to go for Alliance Leader? I want more chapters tomorrow. With results like this, if the author doesn't blow up and become a superstar, I'll eat my hat. Xiao Yin's reader group was buzzing. Red envelopes flew back and forth, though Xiao Yin barely had time to claim any. Some kind-hearted readers, even, claimed them for him and handed him about 50 yuan in total. Not a huge sum, but it touched Xiao Yin deeply, and he made that reader a group admin. The Alliance leader who tipped big also got admin status. After all, with that kind of support and constantly sending out red envelopes in the group, it was the least he could do. Just as Xiao Yan's mother, Shun Luoing, called him downstairs for dinner, his phone vibrated. Xiao Yan assumed someone from the reader group was messaging him privately. But when he picked up his phone, he was surprised to see a message from the Marvel chat group. Xiao Yan's heart immediately tightened. Had the 3 days of invisibility run out already? But it turned out to be a red envelope. Group member Spider-Man has sent an ordinary red envelope. Congratulations, you've automatically snatched a red envelope and received 20 yuan in cash, along with a random small art gift pack. Xiao Yan hadn't expected to grab a red envelope at a moment like this. He'd automatically received one from Spider-Man before, so he figured. Spider-Man, like him, probably wasn't flush with cash. Still, being able to join the Marvel chat group must mean he was pretty impressive. A random small art gift pack, just from a name, Xiao Yin could guess what it might be. Congratulations, you've opened the pack and received a random art prize, Dignity. Note, musical works can only be listened to in the minds of group members. They cannot be forwarded or downloaded. Another song. Even though his mom was already calling from downstairs for dinner, Xiao Yin couldn't resist clicking play. The phone couldn't play it out loud. He could only listen to it in his mind. It was a woman's voice singing, completely different from the last song, Invisible Wings. This was a love song, a heartbreakingly sad one. Both the melody and the lyrics were beautiful. Dad, Grandma's calling you for dinner. Why are you taking so long? Jujia, growing impatient, was outside the door hugging a little white dog and calling out. Oh, okay, I'm coming right now. Xiao Yan put down his phone, opened the door, and was immediately hit by a wave of heat from outside. It's so hot, and yet you're still holding the puppy? Look, your forehead's all sweaty. Xiao Yan wiped the sweat from Jujia's brow, his voice full of concern. I'm not hot, Jujia insisted. She'd even learned to fib, just so she could play with the puppy. You might not feel hot, but the puppy is. Don't keep holding it, or it'll get overheated. Plus, puppies can have fleas and ticks. Wait until Grandma puts on the insect repellent and gives it a wash before you cuddle it again. Grandma already sprayed the repellent, but she said the puppy is too little to have a bath, Jia replied. Well, all right then. Suddenly, Xiaoyan said, let me have the puppy. No way, Jia cried, scampering away, her footsteps echoing down the stairs. Outside, the moon hung high and stars pricked the sky. A night breeze drifted in, and though the cement yard still radiated the day's warmth, the wind weaving through the rural woods brought a refreshing coolness. At the dinner table, Shen Luoying noticed her son looked well and smiled. I saw a factory posting job ads recently. They're hiring people from 18 to 55. Just need a middle school diploma and good health. The pay isn't high, just over 3,000 yuan, but the work has to do with electronics, so it should be pretty easy. Xiaoyan looked up. Mom, are you thinking of sending me to work in a factory? I know you graduated from college and don't want to work in a factory, but honestly, what else can you do right now? Xiaoyan considered for a moment and decided to keep holding back about his novel for now. Give me just one more month. I'll find a job myself. Shen Luoying and Xiao Zhan exchanged a glance, then said nothing more. Meanwhile, Jia picked up a piece of fatty meat with her chopsticks and fed it to the puppy. The little dog wagged its tail in delight as it ate, and Jia giggled with pure joy. That evening, it was a rare occasion. Xiaoyan sat with Jia and his parents to watch TV together. Really, he was there mostly to keep Jia company. Nights were when she missed her mother the most. Fortunately, tonight she must have been truly tired. She washed up early, and soon after, drifted off into a deep sleep. At that point, Xiaoyan tiptoed back to his own room. He quickly powered on his computer. Tonight, he had to finish not only his own barely read story, but also copy out the entirety of Battle Through the Heavens. Working for a dream always seemed to fill him with passion. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before he knew it, it was already 11:30 at night. He had finished all his tasks. Suddenly, his thoughts turned to his ex-wife, Nailin Yinran. For reasons he couldn't explain, his heart thudded in his chest, a sensation sharp as needles, a longing so intense it hurt. Perhaps, he thought, this was the same feeling Jia had when she suddenly missed her mother so much she wept uncontrollably. He opened a short video app, where he could sometimes catch glimpses of Nailin Yinran's videos. Unexpectedly, she was live streaming at that very moment. Xiaoyan held his breath and tapped to enter the stream. There were about 2,000 viewers in the chat room. Comments flashed rapidly up the screen, a torrent of voices. Hey beautiful, you look amazing. How can I add you on social media? Where are you from, streamer? How tall are you? What are your measurements? Give us a smile, beauty. Can I fall for you, beauty? Your singing is lovely, streamer. Did you teach yourself? Reading these comments, Xiaoyan felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Some viewers were sending virtual gifts. Small ones were nothing, but when he checked the day's fan leaderboard, there were two big spenders. The top fan had already sent over 15,000 in gifts, the second more than 8,000. Their accounts would drop 2,000 yuan on a single gift, and the screen would fill with dazzling effects, the scent of money everywhere. Nailin Yinran was already stunning, and under the soft filter of the livestream, she looked almost otherworldly. Her face lit up with delight as she thanked the big spenders for their generosity. His ex-wife was making a living like this. Xiaoyan felt a surge of frustration, or perhaps it was jealousy. But it wasn't her ability to earn money through live streaming that stung. It was the fact that others could so easily buy her gratitude with gifts. The more they spent, the more thanks they received. Just then, a prompt popped up on Xiaoyan's screen. First time watching a live stream for 10 minutes, you get a free 9.9 yuan virtual gift. Would you like to send it to your favorite streamer? Without hesitation, Xiaoyan clicked send. A moment later, a pair of virtual glasses appeared on the beautiful streamer Nailin Yinran's face. In the live stream room, Nailin Yinran immediately smiled and said, "Thank you to Yao Lao for the glasses. If you like the host, don't forget to follow and join the fan club." Xiaoyan had chosen the username Yao Lao, borrowed from the novel Battle Through the Heavens that he'd once plagiarized. Hearing his ex-wife Nailin Yinran thank him by name for a 9.9 yuan gift left him with a strange, indescribable feeling. But before he could linger on that odd sensation, a new gift quickly took over the spotlight, a special balloon effect worth 52 yuan. With so many people in the live stream, Xiaoyan was soon forgotten. Xiaoyan had watched live streams before. He'd always enjoyed seeing pretty girls dance. But back then, Nailin Yinran kept a close eye on him, never letting him watch for long. Now, looking back, he realized that at his age, the only way to see her face-to-face was through a live stream on the internet. The more outstanding she became, the more men she attracted, and the more it felt like his heart was being pricked with needles, an unbearable sting of jealousy. He couldn't say where the courage came from, but he topped up 6 yuan and joined Nailin Yinran's fan club. At least now, he had a title. He was officially one of her fans. By the time the live stream ended, it was already around 12:10 a.m. During the stream, Nailin Yinran chatted with viewers, sang songs, and thanked everyone for their gifts. Her earnings had far surpassed the last time. Previously, she'd said she made 7,000, but tonight it was clearly over 12,000. 12,000 yuan in just 2 or 3 hours. Truly impressive. Xiaoyan scratched his head. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't envious. But what stung even more was the jealousy, an overwhelming feeling of possessiveness. In the end, he decided to use his Yao Lao account from the livestream to add his ex-wife Nailin Yinran's contact info. He hesitated, typing slowly. Nailin Yinran was rather distant with this account. She didn't reply to his first 2 messages. Only after Xiaoyan sent a screenshot proving he was her fan did she finally respond. She even asked him, "I have a regular fan group. Do you want to join?" Another group? Was this Nailin Yinran's fan group? After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyan replied, "I'd like to join." Soon after, Nailin Yinran added him to her second fan group, which already had 325 members. Incredible! Even her second group had over 300 fans. As soon as Xiaoyan joined, he was greeted with an enthusiastic welcome. "Welcome, welcome! Welcome, newcomer! Newbie, show us a photo. Newbie, send a red envelope. Where are you from? How old are you?" And so on. Finally, the group admin stepped in and said, "No need to send a red envelope, but please read the group rules. No ads, no insults, no sharing anything illegal or explicit. Minor offenses get a warning. Serious ones mean getting kicked out of the group." Xiaoyan replied that he understood. This fan group was somewhat similar to the Battle Through the Heavens readers group he ran, though at the moment his own group only had a little over 100 members. Out of courtesy, Xiaoyan used Yao Lao's account to send a 10 yuan red envelope, just as a gesture, and introduced himself as a newcomer, asking for a bit of care. He thought he'd continue to receive the warm welcome from Nailin Yinran's longtime fans, but soon after, a few more new fans joined. Among them, one person's profile picture seemed very familiar. It looked like the 3rd highest contributor from the livestream leaderboard, the one who had spent around 5,000 yuan in a single night. Sure enough, it was him. As soon as he entered, he sent 5 red envelopes of 100 yuan each. Instantly, the group exploded with excitement. Messages flooded in. "So generous, boss. Respect. Impressive, impressive." Then, without missing a beat, that guy started asking to be made an admin. A sense of discomfort welled up in Xiaoyan's heart. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 500 yuan, but his 500 and someone else's 500 simply weren't the same thing. Back when he was the group owner, he'd hand out admin roles to fans who tipped the novel generously or actively supported the author. That's just how people are. But now, as a small fan, a nobody, if the group owner weren't his ex-wife, Nailin Yinran, maybe he wouldn't care. But as things were, it stung a little more than he expected. Yet, something even more unpleasant was waiting for Xiaoyan. His Marvel chat group, invisibility timer, had just expired after 3 days, and he could immediately see the new messages in the group. "Iron Man, what's going on? Who brought Xiaoyan in here again?" "Spider-Man, no idea." "Hulk, I just got here. Don't ask me." "Is it another virus? Kick him." "Wait, no don't." Xiaoyan started frantically typing. But just as he hit send, a notification popped up on his phone. "Member LV1 Xiaoyan, you have been removed from the Marvel chat group. Would you like to reapply to join?" His mood sank instantly. He'd half expected this outcome, but having it happen so abruptly, so directly, made his heart plummet as if he'd fallen into an endless frozen abyss, the chill seeping into his very blood. He had always hoped to make his mark with real skill and hard work, but by now, it seemed his best shot was to get back into the Marvel chat group and rely on some cheat codes in real life. Of course, he would reapply. Even knowing how it might end, he still had to try. Both groups, the readers group and Nailin Yinran's fan group, were buzzing with activity, everyone united by shared passions. But the group that mattered most to Xiaoyan, the Marvel chat group, was now the quietest of all, and just as quiet was Xiaoyan's mood. Night had fallen beautifully outside, but Xiaoyan felt utterly dejected. He stepped out to use the restroom, then planned to go to bed. As for how he'd get back into the Marvel chat group, he'd just have to think of a way, somehow. Yet to Xiaoyan's utter surprise, when he returned, he was astonished to see a new message on his phone from Nailin Yinran's alternate account, the one she used to buy music from him. "Hello, are you there? It's so late. Am I disturbing your rest?" When Xiaoyan pretended to be Yao Lao on his fan account, she was always icy and aloof, barely replying to him. As for the account of her ex-husband, well, that was a complicated story. Only with this alternate account, not knowing she was speaking to Xiaoyan himself, did she seem genuinely relaxed and happy, chatting with ease. This wasn't even the first time she'd reached out to him on her own initiative. No, I'm not asleep yet, either. Xiaoyan thought about the tiny Spider-Man red packet he'd managed to snatch earlier. Inside was a new song, meant for a female singer. Maybe he'd give it to her someday. But right now, his mood was too heavy to even consider it. Are you feeling down? To his surprise, Nalan Yinran had guessed his mood so accurately. Could this be some kind of unspoken connection between them? Xiaoyan made no effort to hide it. After all, to Nalan Yinran, he was just the songwriter behind Invisible Wings. A little bit. There's someone who is very important to me. Xiaoyan almost blurted out the secret of the Marvel chat group, but he stopped himself. That would only make him seem childish, and besides, it was impossible to explain. Someone who meant the world to me. When we were together, I didn't cherish her enough. It wasn't until I lost her that I realized how much I regretted it, Xiaoyan finally said. Nalan Yinran's own life had been a whirlwind lately. She carried too many emotions that needed release. Internet fame had come suddenly, and while outsiders only saw her glamorous side, the truth was she suffered from insomnia and walked on eggshells every day, terrified that one misstep would bring disaster. There were already well over a dozen people who'd added her on social media just to send her creepy or offensive messages. Some opened with nothing but insults. The most bizarre was a woman who added her just to accuse her of being a seductive vixen, luring her husband away and causing him to watch Nalan's livestream secretly in the bathroom. In short, she'd seen it all. There was harassment from supposed true fans too, asking for her home address, her phone number, and prying into her privacy. Ordinary fans could be ignored with a simple refusal. But those who spent thousands, even tens of thousands on gifts in her livestream weren't so easy to turn down. Everyone was an adult. The intentions behind such lavish spending hardly needed to be spelled out. But Nalan Yinran wasn't that kind of woman. If she ever met someone she truly clicked with, she might consider giving it a try, but not right now. Even when some wealthy fan threatened her, saying if she didn't agree to date him, he wouldn't come back to her stream the next night, Nalan Yinran never gave in. Of course, there were also direct transfer red envelopes, but Nalan Yinran never even considered accepting them. These private gifts were best left untouched, or they could cause endless trouble later on. It was different in the livestream room. If you liked it, you could send gifts as you pleased. If you didn't, no one would force you. It was all up to you. So for Nalan Yinran, who had never been an internet celebrity before, the pressure in the past couple of days had been enormous. Some things once lost are truly lost. Try to let go, she messaged, offering comfort to Xiaoyan in their chat, but also revealing her own feelings. To be honest, I'm not very happy either. What's wrong? Xiaoyan asked at once, concern in his voice. In the past few days, Nalan Yinran's followers on her short video account have been growing by tens of thousands, and last night her livestream income had topped 10,000 yuan in a single day. More than even the best days when Xiaoyan first opened his restaurant. What could she possibly be unhappy about? Nalan Yinran never regarded Xiaoyan's alternate account, the one he used as a songwriter, as an outsider. Perhaps it was because he had composed Invisible Wings just for her, moving her with both his talent and his understanding. There was a special connection between the two of them, a sense that they truly understood each other. And so Nalan Yinran confided some of her troubles to Xiaoyan, sharing the parts she felt she could talk about. Xiaoyan listened patiently, even though he was feeling down himself after being kicked out of the Marvel chat group yet again. After getting a sense of the harassment Nalan Yinran had been enduring, Xiaoyan felt a deep ache for her. Both his body and his heart told him that he still couldn't forget this woman. Have you ever thought about giving up? He asked. Never, she replied. Being a singer is my dream. Even though I've faced setback after setback all these years, I've never once thought of giving up. In truth, Xiaoyan desperately wished she wouldn't become a singer or an internet celebrity. What man would want his beloved woman to be constantly in the public eye? Even as a streamer, she had to endure endless insults and harassment, not to mention threats from so-called rich fans. If that's how you feel, then hold on to your original dream. Don't lose heart, and don't give up. At the very least, I can write another song for you, Xiaoyan said, emboldened by the fact he still had another song up his sleeve. Really? That's amazing. Miss Wang, your talent for songwriting is truly incredible. My manager took Invisible Wings to the company, and so many professional music teachers said it was fantastic. They think it has a real chance to become a hit. Some even wanted to buy it. Of course, I refused, Nalan Yinran replied, excitement brimming in her words. She went on, saying a great deal more. Xiaoyan admitted to himself that he had borrowed from existing songs and novels, but he still hoped that, in this world, the names of the original creators would remain attached to their works. So he spoke up early. I already have plans for the new song, but as you know, I prefer to keep a low profile. I don't want both of your songs to have my name as the songwriter, so this time I'll use a completely new pseudonym. Nailin Yinran was taken aback, as if she hadn't expected there to be people in this world who didn't want fame. Still, she believed in Xiaoyan's talent, so she agreed right away. All right, I understand. Thank you so much for your hard work, Miss Wang. Our meeting in the vastness of the internet is a kind of fate. No need for all these formalities. Miss Wang, I'm truly blessed to have met you. On Xiaoyan's end, he fell into a long silence, his mood indescribable. Then he said to her, get some rest. Internet celebrities are people too. Stay true to your heart. Your dream is to be a singer, not to marry rich just for the sake of wealth. What he was really saying was, don't let those rich fans get to you, those who threaten not to send gifts unless you agree to meet them in private and the like. After finishing his conversation with his ex-wife Nailin Yinran, Xiaoyan's mood gradually calmed down. He stared at his phone, opening up the Marvel chat group, the thing that had turned his life upside down, and immediately felt a wave of anxiety. What now? The group owner, Iron Man, still won't accept me. Night deepened. Xiaoyan didn't even know when he'd fallen asleep. The past few days had been nothing short of bizarre, and this secret was something he'd never tell a soul. He knew just how powerful the Marvel chat group was, yet he could never truly take part in it. His head throbbed. It was just too frustrating. The next morning, raindrops clung to the leaves outside his window. It must have rained a little during the night, and now the sky hung heavy and gray. It was suffocating. Out of the blue, Nailin Yinran sent him a message. For a moment, Xiaoyan's heart leaped with joy. He nearly blurted out, wife. But on closer look, he saw it was just a message from the little songwriter account. Only now did Xiaoyan truly realize, in a slow and painful way, that he and Nailin Yinran were divorced. It was his own blind arrogance and incompetence that had driven her away. It hurt, as if his heart were being wrong. Miss Wang, wonderful news. The contract has arrived on our end. Once we sign and stamp it, we'll send the other copy back to you right away. The way she addressed him as Miss Wang stung. How he longed to shout, I'm Xiaoyan, your husband, the one who loves you deeply. All right, got it. It's a new day. Wishing you happiness and good luck. Thank you, you too. I'm busy now, let's chat tonight. Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair. Damn it. When he checked again, he still couldn't get into that Marvel chat group. Perhaps it was the rain outside, but his daughter Jejia was still sound asleep, indulging in a lazy morning. Xiaoyan, wrestling with his tangled emotions, decided to finish writing his novel first. Nailin Yinran's dream was to become a singer. As for his own dream, he had never truly given up on it either. During dinner, Xiaoyan gazed out the window. The rain continued to fall in a gentle, persistent drizzle, scattering his thoughts like raindrops on glass. What are you thinking about? You've been sitting there with your bowl, just staring outside. His mother, Shun Luoying, wiped her hands on her apron as she walked over and asked. Xiaoyan shook his head. Mom, let me cook from now on. He hadn't been working lately, and aside from helping out in the vegetable garden in the fields, he'd hardly done any chores around the house. The guilt weighed on him. What do you know about cooking? Sure, you ran a restaurant before, but can you even make something edible now? Besides, I'm not so old that I can't handle it. If you really want to help, wash your daughter's dirty clothes instead. She was hugging the puppy all night, covered in fur, washed them separately, and scrubbed them a few more times. All right, so Xiaoyan went to do the laundry. Jejia's clothes were indeed filthy, no doubt thanks to the little dog. If he'd known it would be like this, he wouldn't have brought the puppy home in the first place. He poured in the detergent and was about to soak the clothes when he discovered something in Jejia's pocket. Was it some secret stash of money? But when he pulled it out, it turned out to be a crayon drawing. The lines and style were unmistakably Jejia's. In the picture there was a little dog, a young girl, and a father. Off in the distance, a mother walked away, her shadow stretching long behind her. The drawing radiated that unique chill, a sense of loneliness that only children from single-parent families seem to have. A wave of worry hit Xiaoyan. Jejia was 6.5 now. If things went on like this, would she eventually turn into a rebellious teenager? His mind conjured up an image. A young girl with hair dyed all colors of the rainbow, ears full of piercings, revealing clothes, tattoos in all the wrong places, and a mouthful of foul language. A classic troublemaker. No, absolutely not. Xiaoyan would never allow his daughter to become someone like that. He dropped everything, didn't even bother with the laundry. After washing his hands clean, and while Jejia still slept soundly to the rhythm of the rain, Xiaoyan found her sketchbook and crayons. He tried to recreate her drawing. As expected, his version turned out even worse than Jejia's. But that wasn't the point. The point was, in his drawing along with the dog, Jejia, and her father, the mother was also by their side. She had never truly left. Ever. Since she'd secretly helped Xiaoyan pay off his debts, he knew that this kind-hearted woman's love for Jejia was no less than his own. What's more, Xiaoyan had already made up his mind. Not just for Jia, but for himself as well. He was determined to win his ex-wife back. So, it was never that Mom drifted farther and farther away. Instead, it was that Dad, in a moment of confusion and lacking ability, lost her. But now, Dad has changed his ways and is determined to find Jia's mom again, little by little, bringing her back into their lives. After finishing a brand new drawing, one filled with love, Xiaoyan secretly tucked it into the pocket of the clothes Jia was going to wear today. When Jia woke up, she missed her mother terribly. She wondered why Mom hadn't come to visit her. Did that mean Mom didn't love her anymore? Her lips pursed into a little pout of sadness, and she quietly got dressed by herself. Since it was the height of summer, the thin fabric of her clothes made something prickly in her pocket impossible to ignore. She reached in and pulled out a drawing, the one she'd casually sketched last night. At first, she wanted to toss it into the wastebasket, but curiosity got the better of her, and she couldn't help but unfold it for a look. Instantly, her big eyes widened with surprise. Wait, this isn't my drawing. How could she have drawn something so ugly? Looking closer, she realized the whole feeling of the picture was different, and on the back was a line of words. Jia, both Mommy and Daddy love you. At that moment, the little one's nose tingled as she fought back tears. Outside, the rain kept falling, relentless and steady. Raindrops drummed on the roof tiles, filling the air with a lively patter as Xiaoyan sat by the door, washing clothes. Good morning, Daddy. The little sweetheart came up behind her father and hugged him from behind. It's not morning anymore. It's almost 11 o'clock. You can't sleep in like this next time, okay? Okay. She nodded, but Jia couldn't hold back and started talking about the drawing. She hadn't planned to mention it, wanted to act like a grown-up, but it was just too hard. Daddy, your drawing is really ugly. What? Ugly? Don't say that. It's ugly everywhere. The Marvel chat group had always been a lingering trouble in Xiaoyan's heart. He knew he had to deal with it. That afternoon, after lunch, his mother noticed him wheeling out the scooter and asked curiously, "It's still raining out there. Where are you going?" Putting on his raincoat, Xiaoyan replied, "I need to buy a few things." "Daddy, I want to go too. It's not safe to walk in the rain." "Can't we go tomorrow?" his mother said, a little worried. In Shen Luoying's recent memory, her son had never had good luck. He lost money opening a restaurant, lost more with a milk tea shop, got divorced and his wife left, wound up deep in debt, and finally, even got hurt working odd jobs. Now the rain was pouring outside. If anything bad happened to him, she and her husband would be left to care for Jia on their own. He was their only son. Even if he hadn't accomplished much, just having him safe and sound meant more than anything else. Jia, it's really hard for Daddy to ride the scooter in the rain. Why don't you stay home this time? When Daddy has enough money to buy a car, one that can keep out the wind and rain, then I'll take you out to have fun. I don't care. A child never finds their mother ugly, and a dog never despises its humble home. I want to go with you. With her hands on her hips, Jia spoke with a tone of mock seriousness. I'm Daddy's little guardian angel. I can shelter him from the wind and rain. Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Mom, Jia and I are going. Don't worry, I'll be extra careful on the bike. Shen Luoying hesitated, wanting to say more, but in the end, she just sighed. All right then, just be very careful. Xiaoyan, please don't do anything that makes your parents worry anymore. Xiaoyan glanced back. His mother had indeed grown older. When he was little, just like Jia, he thought his mom was the most beautiful woman in the world. In his heart, she still was. But now, there were strands of white at her temples and fine lines at the corners of her eyes. One of the hardest things in life is realizing that while you still haven't repaid your parents' kindness, they've already grown old. Mom, your son's luck is turning around. From now on, things are only going to get better for us. Trust me. Xiaoyan, don't talk like that. The more you say things like this, the more anxious I get. Xiaoyan looked outside, then back at his mother, and finally gave in. All right then, we won't go out today. Shen Luoying smiled, relieved. She still didn't know what her son was in such a hurry to buy, but at least her heart could rest easy for now. Jia, however, was still dreaming of going out to play. That evening, Xiaoyan unexpectedly got a call from a classmate in the city, a female classmate, no less. Outside, the rain still hadn't stopped. No one knew how long it would last. The sound of the rain grated on his nerves, especially since Xiaoyan had planned to do something related to the Marvel chat group. But with his mother worried about the weather and Jia insisting on tagging along, he had no choice but to compromise. Even so, there was still a weight on his heart that refused to settle. The call from his former classmate took him by surprise. If he remembered correctly, she was a high school classmate. There had once been a hint of something between them, but fate is a tricky thing. In the end, they'd stayed just friends, though they'd always kept in touch. Back then, Nailin Yinran had never worried that Xiao Yan would stray because of his classmate. Nailin Yinran was more beautiful, had a better figure, and, most importantly, this classmate was already married. Haven't heard from you in ages. What's up? Gone into hiding or something? Her voice was loud, almost boisterous. She might look like a lady, but the moment she opened her mouth, all trace of gentleness vanished. Hiding? Not at all. Haven't you heard what I've been up to? Xiao Yan felt that couldn't be right. How could I not have heard? But I was quite busy during that time, so I didn't manage to come visit you. This classmate's name was Guo Feifei. She was just a year younger than Xiao Yan, but her personality was even more straightforward than most men. In fact, she was truly capable. After graduating from high school, she didn't go to college. Instead, she went south to work, eventually starting her own wholesale clothing business and earning quite a bit of money. When it came to business, she was far better than Xiao Yan. Oh, come on, losing a bit of money isn't the end of the world. That's just how business is. Wins and losses are what make it exciting. But you, a grown man, I heard you. We're so shaken that you want to work construction, carrying bricks? Xiao Yan, I have to say, if you're just going to give up like that, I really can't respect you. Xiao Yan could only smile wryly. He had lost everything, buried himself in debt. Yet in her words, it all seemed like nothing at all. I'm not as carefree as you are. Xiao Yan replied helplessly. How much do you still owe altogether? Xiao Yan hadn't intended to say, but Guo Feifei kept pressing, so he had no choice but to answer. Counting the bank loans, it's a bit over 2 million. Whoa. Guo Feifei was startled on the other end of the line. Weren't you just running a small business? How did you rack up so much debt? Xiao Yan sighed. That was 2 or 3 years ago. Later, I got greedy and bit off more than I could chew. It's a long story, hard to sum up in a few words. Doing business, in some ways, was like gambling, turning $1 into 2, 2 into 4. When he managed to build it up to over 50, he wanted to play big, dreaming of turning into 500. In the end, he lost everything. But how could he accept that? He made one last desperate gamble with a bubble tea shop and finally lost it all, falling into a deep abyss. He couldn't even keep his once happy marriage. I have over $1 million on hand right now. I can give it to you to help, Guo Feifei suddenly offered. Xiao Yan was genuinely moved and a little tempted. But there was a reason he hadn't asked Guo Feifei for money before. Now, just to pay off debts, taking her money didn't feel right. He'd met Guo Feifei's husband a few times and hadn't been left with a good impression. I really appreciate your kindness, but if I use your money to pay my debts, I'm still in the same boat, just owing someone else instead. And he'd owe Guo Feifei a huge favor. Do we really need to be so formal with each other? Guo Feifei suddenly said. It's hard to explain everything over the phone. How about I pick you up tomorrow for the class reunion, and we'll talk it over then? Class reunion? Xiao Yan was taken aback. You didn't know? It's been mentioned in our high school group chat. It's tomorrow, at the Shixiang Grand Hotel here in town. If Guo Feifei hadn't brought it up, Xiao Yan really wouldn't have known. Although Xiao Yan didn't borrow money from Guo Feifei, he did borrow quite a bit from other classmates. At that time, when he had fallen on hard times, even the once warm high school chat group where everyone used a joke and banter had grown cold, prompting Xiao Yan to leave the group on his own. But he still had the phone numbers of some high school friends. Now that Xiao Yan's situation had worsened so much, he wasn't invited to class reunions anymore. It was likely that everyone knew he was in no mood for them, and they didn't want to see him embarrassed either. I'm not going to any class reunions, Xiao Yan thought to himself. He didn't want to go anyway. He still kept in touch with a few old university friends, but most of them were from out of town, with only a handful of close roommates. If he wanted to meet up, he'd have to go to their cities. High school classmates were different, though. Xiao Yan had gone to high school in his hometown, so most of his old classmates were still local. Guo Feifei, on the other hand, had married someone from another city and moved away. You're a grown man, able to bend and stretch when life demands it. Are you really afraid of people making fun of you? Guo Feifei had never been one to mince words. She had a bit of a domineering streak, too. All right, I won't say more over the phone. I heard you sold your apartment in the city and moved back to your hometown to live with your daughter. I think I still remember where your old house is. I'll drive over to pick you up tomorrow. Just giving you a heads up, so don't you dare back out at the last minute. Honestly, a real man shouldn't be afraid of failing once or twice in life. It's a long journey, after all. Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh and shake his head again. He realized that back in high school, he probably found Guo Feifei interesting precisely because of that bold spirit she had, fearless, undaunted by anything. After hanging up, Xiao Yan gazed out the window. The rain seemed to have eased up a bit. Daddy, who just called you? I heard it, a woman's voice, Jia piped up. For once, she wasn't clutching her little white dog, but was hugging the big teddy bear Xiao Yan had bought her when she was little. What a sharp little thing you are. That was your Auntie Guo, the one with the loud voice. Do you remember her? Last New Year, she and her husband came by and even brought you a gift. Jia tilted her cute little head, her hair done up in 2 small braids today. She thought for a moment and said, "Oh, now I remember. That was the Annie. But I heard Mommy say that Annie likes you, Daddy." Xiao Yin let out a helpless laugh and gave her a gentle pat on the head. "Silly girl, your mother's just teasing. Look at me now, down and out as I am. Not even a ghost would be interested in me." Jia covered her head, her voice full of indignation. "That's not true. I like you." With that, she opened her arms, asking for a hug. Planting a loud kiss on Xiao Yan's cheek, she declared, her childlike voice full of devotion, "To me, Daddy is the most handsome man in the world." Xiao Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing, scooping up his daughter and showering her with kisses and hugs, lifting her high into the air. Rain was falling outside the window, making it impossible to go anywhere, but inside the house, joyful laughter filled the air. "Daddy, your beard is prickly." Giggling erupted, light and cheerful. When dinner time came, Xiao Yan glanced at the little white dog and finally understood why Jia didn't want to hold it. It was drenched from the rain, bouncing around with muddy paws. Jia had just changed in her new clothes today, and her pocket still held the drawing. Her father had lovingly sketched for her. That's why she resisted playing with the puppy. Otherwise, her new clothes would have been dirty in an instant. After dinner, Xiao Yan spent a little more time playing with his daughter. With some gentle coaxing, he barely managed to get her to use the learning tablet they'd bought for a short study session. This little girl seemed to get sleepy the moment she started studying, and neither Xiao Yan, Shen Luoying, nor Xiao Zhan could do much about it. So they tucked Jia into bed. Only then did Xiao Yan head upstairs. His father, Xiao Zhan, watched him go and remarked, "I know you're still writing your novel, clinging to that dream that's all but impossible to achieve." Xiao Yan's mother lightly smacked her husband, telling him to say less. "I know it's hard for you to give up, but you need to take care of yourself. Don't make us worry again," she added, her words urging him not to stay up so late. "All right," Xiao Yan replied with a nod, then made his way upstairs. The word dream, it used to stir passion in his heart, but now it felt like a burden. A dream only has meaning if it's pursued once you have a stable life. On the contrary, Xiao Yan was now jobless, with no guarantee of a steady life and saddled with debt. To keep insisting on his dream in such circumstances was just inviting scorn. With a thud, he closed his door, and as soon as he was alone, a wave of melancholy washed over him. It was mostly because of the Marvel chat group. He'd been kicked out last night before he even had a chance to explain. The app still showed the group, but no matter how many times he tried, he just couldn't get back in. Without access to that chat group, filled with limitless possibilities, Xiao Yan felt utterly lost. He opened the author's dashboard. The novel he was writing was still a flop, stagnant, lifeless. Yesterday it gained a follower, only to lose one today. 0 votes for recommendations, 2 more official subscriptions, and that's it. Xiao Yan didn't even know how he managed to keep going with a novel like this. But when he switched to the author account of Heavenly Silkworm Potato, the scene changed entirely. 66 new comments, 99 recommendation votes, 36 rewards, 200 new followers. Nearly all the notifications were highlighted in red. The contrast was like heaven and earth. Xiao Yan's feelings were a tangled mess, but at least on this platform, that author account was also his. He glanced through the comments. Some readers offered criticism. They said the male lead was petty and the female lead didn't like him. So, what if she broke off the engagement? Did she really have to force herself to marry the useless male lead just for the sake of the story? Some people even said that the male lead was too aggressive, or that the story might set a bad example for children. But these comments were quickly drowned out. Fans of the book replied, "Then go read some children's picture books. This is a fantasy novel, not suitable for kids like you. Go do your homework." Of course, most of the comments were either urging for more updates or praising the book, saying they'd already added it to their favorites. They encouraged the author to keep up the good work, expressing high hopes for the novel and hoping it wouldn't start strong only to end weakly. Xiao Yan replied to each comment in turn, then checked his recommendation votes and collection numbers. At that moment, he noticed that on another messaging app, his book editor had sent him a private message. The editor told him that his novel was performing well, and if it didn't rank at the bottom in tomorrow's trial recommendation, they would arrange more prominent recommendations and a strong category push for him. Overjoyed and flattered, Xiao Yan quickly replied with his thanks, promising that he would give his best effort in writing. Tomorrow, Battle Through the Heavens would receive its very first recommendation. It would be Sunday, and the trial push was scheduled for 2 p.m. In the past, Xiao Yan's novels had always failed in the first round of recommendations, ranking at the bottom, which meant there would be no further opportunities for promotion. Without the website's recommendation, there would be no exposure, which meant no traffic. Since his writing had only been average, this vicious cycle always led to worse and worse results. Still, Xiao Yan never complained, because he understood that his writing simply hadn't measured up. But this time, with Battle Through the Heavens, even before getting any recommendation, the numbers were already looking good. When something is truly good, people naturally flock to it. Xiao Yin hurried to upload a new chapter, emphasizing that the novel was about to receive a recommendation tomorrow, which was extremely important. He asked readers to support him financially if they could, or at least show up for moral support if money was tight. He promised he would post 3 chapters a day to repay everyone's encouragement. No sooner had he finished updating than he received 2 rewards from readers. He did a quick tally. Today's reward alone had reached 1,200 yuan. Even after splitting it, he'd still take home 600 yuan, which was much better than doing manual labor. The only thing that made him uncomfortable was a lingering sense of guilt, since he was essentially copying a classic work from another planet. He checked the book's fan group again. It had grown from over 120 people yesterday to more than 150 today. The group had gained another admin, since Xiao Yin couldn't possibly check the group every day. Having someone to help was a relief. What's more, his lovely fans even pooled money for group red envelopes, totaling over 50 yuan. Xiao Yin told them it wasn't necessary, since they were just redistributing their own money, but they insisted on giving it to him, saying that all he had to do was focus on writing a great novel. They were all avid readers, and it had been a long time since they'd found a story this captivating. They urged him not to get distracted, expressing their hope to witness a masterpiece soar to great heights under their watch. Xiao Yin was deeply moved, and his feelings of guilt only grew stronger inside. He still had the 2nd and 3rd volumes in his hands. He had to find a way back into the Marvel chat group and get the rest to Battle Through the Heavens from Iron Man's red packets. Even if not for himself, he owed it to his devoted readers to deliver the whole story. Xiao Yin opened his computer and began writing his own underwhelming novel. Halfway through, he hit a plot snag. Maybe it was because he was unconsciously copying Battle Through the Heavens. He couldn't help but compare his own work to that classic. Whether it was character development, plot build-up, or how captivating the story was, he found himself falling far short on every front. He wanted desperately to improve, but no matter how hard he tried, it just didn't work, and so he was stuck. What a useless loser. Xiao Yin gripped his hair in frustration, pulling at his scalp to dull the irritation gnawing at his heart. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He checked the time. It was already past 10 at night. Grabbing his phone, he saw the reader group and Nailin Yinran's 2nd fan group, buzzing with activity. As expected, just from a flood of chat messages, he could tell Nailin Yinran had gone live at 9:30 tonight. Should he watch? Or not? His own writing was going nowhere, so in the end, Xiao Yin gave in. He knew watching his ex-wife's live stream would only hurt, but he just couldn't help himself. The first half of the broadcast was actually pleasant. There weren't many gifts being sent, but everyone was listening to Nailin Yinran sing. In other streams, the female hosts wore revealing outfits, sometimes even dancing seductively, anything to entice the audience. But Nailin Yinran was different. Her shirt was buttoned up almost to her neck. It was summer, so she wore short sleeves, showing off her fair arms. Xiao Yin knew live streams had beauty filters, but even without them, Nailin Yinran's skin was flawless. Her singing was moving. Maybe it was because she was singing a breakup song, but she poured her heart into it. Watching her on his phone, Xiao Yin felt every note, every emotion, as if reliving their past. 2 people, once so deeply in love, once convinced love alone could keep them together forever. Xiao Yan's nose stung, and tears nearly welled up in his eyes. In the end, he couldn't help himself. He recharged 20 yuan and sent her some virtual gifts. Just as she finished her song, Nailin Yinran said, "Thank you, Yao Lao, for the gift." Other fans quickly followed suit, sending their own gifts. Maybe it was because today's short video didn't go viral, but there were a few hundred fewer viewers in Nailin Yinran's room compared to yesterday. Only about 1,500 tonight. It was also possible that, since she'd refused to meet any wealthy fans in private, 2 of the big spenders who made a splash last night hadn't shown up this time. Still, there were some well-off viewers who genuinely enjoyed her singing, dropping 100, 500 yuan on gifts just for the music. Some big spenders also passed by later, dropping a few thousand before leaving. When the live stream ended, it was obvious that tonight's gifts were much fewer than last night's. After the platform's cut and taxes, Nailin Yinran would take home about 6,000 yuan. For most ordinary workers, making this much in just 2 or 3 hours is unimaginable. But compared to last night, the difference was staggering. Her income tonight was cut in half. After watching all this, Xiao Yin felt uneasy. He wondered if things would have been different if he hadn't stopped Nailin Yinran from meeting the wealthy fan in private last night. Maybe tonight the tycoon would have spent lavishly and Nailin Yinran's earnings would have soared. But this is the reality now. As long as you can make money, that's what matters. With a heavy heart, Xiao Yin went back to writing his novel. Surprisingly, the words came easily this time, perhaps because the plot he was working on allowed him to pour all his anxiety and frustration onto the page. Time slipped by, and before he knew it, it was around 1 a.m. Xiao Yin checked his phone. The Marvel chat group still wouldn't let him in. Meanwhile, the readers group and Nailin Yinran's fan group were buzzing with excitement. In the fan group, people had shared recordings of Nailin Yinran's singing, beautiful, enchanting videos that made many bachelors declare they wanted to marry her. The readers group was lively because new members kept joining. These were fans of Battle Through the Heavens. Xiao Yan's own novel group, in contrast, remained lifeless and silent. Many readers knew that Battle Through the Heavens would be featured on the site's recommendation list tomorrow. They talked about pooling their money to buy the Silver Alliance Leader reward for the novel, a gesture that would require a 10,000 yuan tip. That's no small amount, especially since most readers are students whose only source of money is their allowance. In the end, they managed to gather enough for 3 Alliance leaders, 3,000 yuan in total. Still, that's not a bad sum. They decided that as soon as Battle Through the Heavens went up for recommendation at 2 p.m. tomorrow, those 3 Alliance leaders would show up right away. Xiao Yin was deeply moved by all this. After all, the money would eventually go to him, and this was the first time he truly felt the warmth and support from his readers. It was getting late, and Xiao Yin decided it was time to sleep. Deep into the night, the sound of raindrops outside the window continued, steady, persistent, and unrelenting, making it hard to quiet his mind. His restlessness stemmed from the Marvel chat group and from his ex-wife, Nailin Yinran. How he wished he could talk to her, but he had 3 accounts. Which one should he use? Should he reach out as Xiao Yin, her ex-husband? Or as Yao Lao, the fan? But she probably wouldn't respond to that account. Or perhaps as the songwriter, the one who seemed to be in perfect sync with her? As expected, the songwriter's account proved most useful. Even though it was past 1 a.m., Nailin Yinran actually reached out to him first. "Miss Wang, are you still awake?" Miss Wang again. Xiao Yin could only offer a bitter smile. He truly wondered what kind of astonished expression Nailin Yinran would make one day, if she ever discovered that this Miss Wang was, in fact, her ex-husband. "Not yet. I was just about to go to sleep." Xiao Yin added, "Is something the matter?" "So Miss Wang is a night owl too. Can we chat for a bit? A lot happened today." Xiao Yin pretended to hesitate for a moment before replying, "Sure. Is there something on your mind again?" "Just a little, but it's much better than yesterday, all thanks to what you said to me." From her words, Xiao Yin could sense her renewed energy, as if she was beginning to treat him as a confidant. "You told me yesterday that my dream is to be a singer, not just to become an internet celebrity or marry into money." That really helped lift a weight off my heart. Even when a 40-something male fan offered me 200,000 yuan just to meet, I was able to reject him decisively and ask him to respect me. Xiao Yin was deeply moved, but at the same time, he couldn't help feeling a secret delight. "I watched a bit of your stream tonight. Your singing was so heartfelt. It truly touched me. And I did notice that a few of the people who showed up last night didn't come by tonight. Those viewers who didn't show up, one wanted to meet me privately, and another tried to proposition me. Of course I refused. Anyway, let's not talk about those awful men." Nailin Yinran was probably having a late-night snack, and since typing was inconvenient, she sent a voice message. "Let's talk about something happy." Even though the short video I posted today didn't go viral, I went to the studio to record a song, the one you wrote for me, Invisible Wings. Guess what, Miss Wang? I nailed it in one take. Several music instructors said I have real potential and that I sang it incredibly well. She went on excitedly. "Tomorrow, the company will invest in promoting it. The new song's video will go straight to the trending list, and the 3 major music platforms in the country will start pushing for the charts." Xiao Yin felt a surge of excitement, too. He had to resist the urge to send a voice message. Otherwise, the secret of Miss Wang would be out. "That's wonderful. It looks like your company is truly committed to developing you as a singer. Congratulations. It's mainly because your original song is so good. The company's willing to take a gamble. Whether I really become popular now depends on my own luck." Xiao Yin encouraged her. "You'll definitely make it. Have faith in yourself." He even promised, "Once you're famous, the second song I'm writing for you will be ready soon." "Really? That's amazing. Thank you so much, Miss Wang. You're truly my benefactor, my mentor." "Please don't say that," Xiao Yin said apologetically. "After all, we signed a contract, and I've been paid. But to be honest, I'm still really glad I got to know you." Miju. I don't even know why, but talking with you just feels so familiar and close. I guess this must be fate. Yes, it's fate. If it hadn't been for this wonderful twist of fate, how else would they have ended up together in the first place? After chatting a while longer with Nailin Yinran, they wished each other good night and drifted off to sleep. On a summer night, the rain made everything both quiet and restless. The usual chorus of insects was gone, replaced by the incessant patter of rain, just as bothersome in its own way. When your mood is off, every sound becomes a source of irritation. It all came down to that Marvel chat group. Damn, that group owner, Iron Man, always kicking him out. If only he were still in the group, he wouldn't feel so stifled now. His golden finger was unreliable, and he had no idea what the future might hold. Xiaoyan was truly terrified of failing. The last time he failed, he almost lost everything, including the one he loved. What about this time? With all these tangled thoughts, Xiaoyan finally managed to fall asleep. He woke up early the next morning and checked the time, realizing that when your mind is weighed down, insomnia follows close behind. He'd only slept for 3.5 hours. It was still early, and Jia was surely still sound asleep, but Xiaoyan found it impossible to go back to bed. He needed to take action today. He couldn't just keep waiting. On his phone screen, the Marvel chat group icon was still grayed out. If it ever disappeared completely, everything he had now would vanish like a castle in the clouds. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if Nailin Yanran asked him for another song and he had nothing to offer. And if Battle Through the Heavens ran out of updates, he'd be forced to string together a makeshift ending, only to be bombarded with angry messages from the readers who once cherished and supported him. He couldn't even bear to think about it. Just picturing it made him so tense that he could barely breathe. Today, Xiaoyan had to find a way back into the Marvel chat group, no matter what it took, no matter the cost. This time, he simply couldn't afford to lose. When Shen Luoying woke up, she glanced at Jia beside her. The adorable little girl was still fast asleep, hugging the soft leg of her giant teddy bear. Rain still fell outside the window. Shen Luoying stepped out of her room and was greeted by the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen. She thought to herself, the old man's really up early today. But when she entered the kitchen, she was surprised to see Xiaoyan. You gave me a fright, Xiaoyan. Why are you up so early, cooking breakfast? Xiaoyan skillfully hid his anxiety behind a smile. The rain was too loud. I just couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd get up and make breakfast. No one knows a child better than their mother. Even though Xiaoyan hadn't voiced his feelings, Shen Luoying could sense something was off. She took her son's hand and asked, Xiaoyan, tell me the truth. Are you troubled by something? No. Why would I be worried about anything? I haven't even spent all the money I won from the last lottery ticket. That, of course, was a lie he'd told before. Xiaoyan avoided his mother's gaze. Don't keep things from me. Do you really want to make us worry about you? With a sigh of resignation, Xiaoyan let out a deep breath. All right, I'll tell you. It's about work. Naturally, he would never mention anything about the Marvel chat group to his mother. As they had breakfast, rain could be seen falling in the courtyard, splattering against the mossy, concrete ground. The air was thick with dampness. Shen Luoying watched Xiaoyan, doubt flickering in her eyes. She didn't quite believe that all his anxiety stemmed from work. There was a certain feverish look in Xiaoyan's eyes now, as if teetering on the edge of losing control. Shen Luoying had seen that look before when Xiaoyan's restaurant had closed down, but he refused to admit defeat and hurried to invest in a bubble tea shop. Back then, he wore the same gambler's fervor every day, a wildness bordering on madness. Like a desperate man clutching at the last straw. When they were about 2/3 through the meal, Shen Luoying's worry reached a peak. She truly feared her son might do something reckless, for at that moment, Xiaoyan looked as if he had run out of options. A mother's heart is never at ease. Just as Shen Luoying was about to press him further, a sudden car horn startled them, cutting through the sound of the rain. Through the veil of water outside, 2 beams of headlights pierced the gloom. Excuse me, is this the Xiaoyan residence? A loud female voice resounded from just outside the yard. That unmistakably booming voice belonged to one of Xiaoyan's high school classmates. Both Xiaoyan and his mother were surprised and went out to take a look. The classmate, Guo Wenwen, recognized Xiaoyan instantly. Xiaoyan hadn't expected that after her call yesterday, this classmate would actually show up in person today. Shen Luoying went to open the gate, and Guo Wenwen drove her car inside, turning it around neatly. She stepped out, gifts in hand. Shen Luoying had some vague recollection of his classmate, and after exchanging greetings, Xiaoyan stood by, feeling a bit awkward. Guo Wenwen was certainly the no-nonsense type. When she said she'd come, she really came. Guo Wenwen wore her hair short. Her skin wasn't as fair as Nailin Yanran's, bearing instead a healthy, weak gold glow. But she had a striking figure, back in high school. She'd been the best-built girl in the class. Word had it she worked out, her curves even more pronounced now. In summer, her bold outfits always turned heads. Xiaoyan, hurry up and get ready. Everyone's waiting for you at the West Wing Hotel. Noticing Shen Luoying's confusion, Guo Wenwen explained the reason for her visit. I told you yesterday, didn't I? I really don't want to go. Xiaoyan sighed. Guo Wenwen glanced at Xiaoyan several times. Xiao Yin used to be a handsome, fair-skinned young man, but now his hair was unkempt, his clothes casual and untidy. The calluses from his recent stint carrying bricks still roughened his hands, his skin was tanned and weathered, his face covered in stubble, and his eyes held a depth of experience that made him almost unrecognizable from the person she remembered. "You're a grown man. Honestly," Guowenwen chided, her voice loud and brash. "I've come all the way to your hometown to invite you, and you're still dawdling and fussing like an old woman." Her booming voice was no joke. The noise jolted Jejia awake from her summer rain season nap in the other room. "Oh, is this Jejia? You've grown so much. Come here, let Annie give you a hug." Still groggy, Jejia was swept into Guowenwen's strong embrace, nearly squeezed breathless by her hearty strength. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Hello, Auntie Gua. Jejia, look. Annie brought you a toy." "Thank you, Annie." Jejia was delighted. She knew these toys were quite expensive. As she lowered her head to play, Guowenwen smiled and said, "Jejia, today is your dad's high school reunion. There's going to be lots of delicious food, and his classmates will bring plenty of kids your age, too. How about it? Want to go with your dad?" Jejia's big, dark eyes turned toward her father, who sat silently nearby. Xiao Yin saw the hope in his daughter's face. It had been ages since he'd taken her to a fancy hotel for a good meal. He was about to refuse and promise to take her out on their own another time. After all, showing up at a class reunion when you're down on your luck is nothing but an invitation for embarrassment. But then a thought struck him. He glanced at the fine drizzle outside, then back at his daughter's hopeful gaze. In the end, he gave in and asked, "Jejia, do you want to go?" Jejia was a sensible child, especially when she wasn't upset. She could tell her father didn't want to go, but Auntie Gua seemed determined to get him there. And as for her, Jejia hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I want to play with the other kids. I get so bored on my own." "All right then." Xiao Yin made up his mind. "Mom, pick out a nice outfit for Jejia. I'll go upstairs and change too." Upstairs, in front of the tall mirror in his wardrobe, Xiao Yin changed into formal clothes. He hadn't bothered with a tie, but he looked much more presentable than before. Though his hair was impossible to tame, he had at least shaved cleanly. He put on a decent pair of shoes, grabbed his phone, and headed downstairs. There are many people in the world who have tasted failure, but among his friends, few had fallen as hard as Xiao Yin. No matter what kind of cold stares or ridicule awaited him at the reunion, he was ready to face them all. Of course, this trip wasn't just about showing some courtesy to Guowenwen, who had come such a long way, nor was it simply an opportunity for Jejia to enjoy a big meal. The most important reason was that it was raining outside, and Xiao Yin could catch a ride in Guowenwen's car to take care of something he'd wanted to do since yesterday. The rain was pouring down heavily. Xiao Yin and his daughter Jejia climbed into Guowenwen's car, watching the raindrops slide down the windows. The rain had been coming and going for 2 days now, with no sign of stopping. Although the rain brought a touch of coolness to the sweltering summer, Xiao Yin truly wished it would let up if it could. Inside the car, Jejia, sitting beside Xiao Yin, was bursting with excitement. Kids her age were always lively and eager to play, unlike the middle-aged or elderly, who would rather just lie down and not move at all. "Xiao Yin, let me find a hair salon and get you a haircut." Xiao Yin understood what Guowenwen meant. She wanted him to look more spirited, a bit more handsome. "No need. I'm fine the way I am, more relaxed, and it fits where I'm at these days." By where he's at, Xiao Yin meant his current disheveled state. He'd already put on new clothes and shaved, which was decent enough. Going out his way to style his hair seemed unnecessary. Xiao Yin was no longer the man he was when he first started out. Now that he'd fallen on hard times, making a big show of things would just be pretending to be someone he's not. "Xiao Yin, let me be honest with you. Just look at yourself now. You've lost your drive. You're not even a tenth of the man you used to be. You see everything so pessimistically now. How can you let one setback knock you down for good?" Guowenwen's tone grew earnest and caring. "When you fall, you have to get back up, right where you stumbled. You can't just stay down and accept it. Don't give in so easily. I brought you to this class reunion so you could change things up a bit. Xiao Yin, remember this. The rougher things get, the less you should isolate yourself. Do you understand? They're all old classmates. Are you really worried they'll laugh at you? What's there to laugh about? Who hasn't failed in business before? Back when I got scammed out of town and ended up sleeping on the street, I still managed to pull through. Even divorce. These days, who hasn't been divorced? I just got divorced myself. So what? Should I be ashamed? That was Guowenwen for you. Probably nothing could shake her, not even if the sky fell. Back in high school, it was her boldness that Xiao Yin had found so captivating. But unfortunately, he'd always preferred to be friends with her. They just weren't suited to be a couple. Xiao Yin fell silent for a long while. Beside him, Jejia quieted down as well. They were driving along a narrow cement road from the countryside to town. The rain was still coming down outside, and Guowonwon was driving slowly. The silence in the car made the sound of raindrops against the windows seem even louder. You got divorced too? Xiaoyan still went ahead and asked. After all, Guowonwon's situation was different from his own. She had achieved a measure of success in life and should have been in high spirits. So why was she getting divorced? Guowonwon, who was driving, glanced at the winding road ahead and let out a bitter laugh. We're not like you and your wife. You two just couldn't weather the hardships together. Xiaoyan used to think the same, but after learning that Nalan Yanran had secretly helped him pay off his debts, he came to his senses. Perhaps it wasn't that his ex-wife couldn't endure tough times with him, but rather that the problem lay with him, Xiaoyan. It was my fault. I was too stubborn and ended up hurting her, and she didn't really sever ties with me. She quietly paid off my debts behind the scenes. He offered this explanation because he didn't want others to think his ex-wife was a heartless or unkind woman. Noticing that Jia, sitting nearby, was gazing up at him with wide, curious eyes, Xiaoyan gently stroked her head and said, Your mother is a truly wonderful woman. All the fault lies with your father. It was me who lacked the ability to protect her. Guowonwon fell silent for a while as she drove. Nalan Yanran really is a beautiful woman, and she has a kind heart too. In Guowonwon's memory, aside from perhaps having a louder voice than Nalan Yanran, she herself seemed to fall short in every other way. What's more, Nalan Yanran seemed to possess a face that never aged. Her skin was the soft, smooth kind men adored, and her voice was melodious. Guowonwon remembered that she also loved to sing. As the car neared the town, Guowonwon finally explained the reason behind her own divorce. When your business went bankrupt, I was busy going through my own divorce, which is why I couldn't show up to help you back then. Guowonwon offered this explanation, since given the closeness of their relationship, it would have been unthinkable that she wouldn't have stepped in to help him at the time. My ex-husband was a real piece of work. When we were at our poorest, the two of us squeezed into a tiny 20-square-meter room, eating nothing but plain buns and pickled vegetables. I thought we'd stick together through thick and thin for a lifetime. But in the end, we lost him money. When men come into money, they change. My ex-husband was no exception. He started keeping a teenage girl from a technical school as his mistress. It was utterly shameless and disgusting. The moment I found out, I divorced him right away. He didn't even hesitate, just agreed on the spot. If we hadn't divorced, I probably could have taken $2 million from the company accounts to help you pay off your debts. But now, after splitting our assets 50-50, the most I can scrape together is $1 million. When they arrived in town and parked, Guowonwon handed over a bank card with the full $1 million in savings on it. Seeing that $1 million, Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned. This was not a small sum, and she had managed to prepare it overnight after he'd only mentioned it yesterday. He was truly a loss for words. This old classmate had gone above and beyond. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take it. I can't accept this money. Xiaoyan replied firmly. My temper, I swear. Xiaoyan, listen to me. Look at the state you're in. Why are you still treating me like an outsider? Guowonwon felt like Xiaoyan was just putting on a show. I don't want to lose you as a friend, Xiaoyan said, earnest with a hint of self-mockery in his eyes. I used to have a bunch of so-called friends, but I lost them all over lending money. I'm nothing like them. Guowonwon did have a bit of soft spot for Xiaoyan, and she didn't bother to hide it. If it comes to that, you don't even have to pay me back. Please don't say that. Even at his lowest, Xiaoyan's first thought had always been to work with his own hands to support himself, and Jia, not to rely on charity, even if $1 million yuan was tempting. Honestly, if he hadn't stumbled into the Marvel chat group, he might really have accepted. Because in the face of money, what is pride worth? Dignity can seem worthless. But Xiaoyan wasn't completely out of hope. Guowonwon, I know you mean well, and I appreciate that. But I need you to respect my decision too. Guowonwon's expression changed. This man, he was still the same, and in stark contrast to her ex-husband. When they divorced, her ex had tried to split even the pots and pans with her. Never mind $1 million yuan. Even if it were just 100, he would have snatched it without hesitation. This isn't charity. I run a wholesale clothing business. Money doesn't just fall from the sky. With e-commerce these days, it's been tough. But never mind that. The point is, I'm lending you this money. You can use it to pay off your debts, or invest it and make a comeback. A comeback was a stirring word. Back when he made that final, desperate gamble on the milk tea shop, Xiaoyan had dreamed of turning his first boutique into a chain, of breaking out of this small city and spreading nationwide, building an empire of milk tea shops. But reality was, he'd lost even his wife. For Xiaoyan now, entrepreneurship felt like staring into the abyss, a terrifying prospect that made him shrink back. Even if, one day, he found that drive again and wanted to make his mark, he'd do it with money he'd earned himself, not by borrowing or taking out loans. Really, starting a business on borrowed cash, if it failed, the despair would be unbearable. If not for his love for Jia and the thought of her growing up without a father, Xiaoyan might not still be in this world. I'll think about starting a business later. Guowenwen, you should really keep your money. I don't want to take from one hand just to fill the other. I'd rather owe those so-called friends than owe you. I hope you can understand. Guowenwen gazed intently at Xiaoyan for a long moment before speaking. You really haven't changed at all from before. If back then... Oh, never mind, let's not talk about that. Let's go to the class reunion and enjoy a big feast. Beside them, Jia was being especially well-behaved, playing with the new toy Anigua had brought her, her wide, innocent eyes fixed on Anigua and her father. She could only half understand the conversation between the adults. The car soon made its way from the small town to the city, where the rain was still falling. But just as they were about to head to the West Wing Hotel, Xiaoyan asked Guowenwen to take him somewhere first. The marriage registration office at the Civil Affairs Bureau? What do you need to do there? It's a personal matter. Of course, Xiaoyan had no intention of mentioning the Marvel chat group. Some things were best kept private. The Civil Affairs Bureau was diagonally across the street, and since the car couldn't turn around easily, Xiaoyan simply got out, grabbed an umbrella from the back seat, and walked across the crosswalk to the other side. In the curtain of rain, Xiaoyan looked somewhat forlorn. Inside the car, Guowenwen watched his departing figure through the window. She didn't know why he needed to go there, but it was clear that it was something important. At that moment, Jia suddenly piped up from the back seat with her childish voice, "Anigua, do you like my daddy?" There was an unmistakable innocence in Jia's tone. It sounded like a joke, but for Guowenwen, a woman in her late 20s nearing 30, the question brought a hint of embarrassment. If anyone else had asked, Guowenwen would have shown no reaction at all, but Jia's situation was a little special. Jia, your dad and I are just high school classmates. But Jia was sharp for her age. That's not true. Why do all my dad's other classmates avoid him, but only you come pick us up and even give him money? Jia continued. And you're divorced too. Guowenwen, tall and graceful, took a deep breath and said nonchalantly, "All right, I'll admit it. Back when I was young, I really did like your dad. Not because he was especially talented, though he'd already started writing and was something of a literary star back then, but to be honest, his writing wasn't that great. Mainly, he was a real pretty boy then, what you'd now call a handsome heartthrob." Jia, relentless, pressed on. "What about now? Anigua, do you still like him?" Guowenwen laughed. "What a question. Grown-up feelings are complicated, nothing like the black-and-white world of kids. You can't just say you like someone and it's that simple, or say you don't and that's the end of it." Jia gave Guowenwen a thoughtful look, then added, "If Antigua wants to be my stepmom, I'd be happy to help out." In Jia's eyes, Antigua treated her father very well. Although she wasn't as beautiful as her real mother, she had a great figure. Jia guessed her father liked that too. Most importantly, Antigua was well off and already divorced. Jia didn't want to see her father suffer anymore. In Jia's mind, if her dad could find a wealthy stepmother, life would surely get much better. "Jia, if you say things like that and your mother, Nailin Yanran, finds out, she'll be heartbroken." Jia cut Antigua off, saying, "She wouldn't be heartbroken. She abandoned me and Dad. It was her choice to leave us behind." A child's feelings are always intense and clear. Longing for her mother could make Jia ache to the core, but when she thought of her mother's coldness, her hatred was just as fierce. Guowenwen looked at Jia with a complicated expression. At 6.5, Jia should have been innocent and carefree, but the upheavals at home had left her with a bitterness no child her age should bear. Children from single-parent families truly had it tough. Guowenwen herself didn't have children with her ex-husband. Otherwise, after their divorce, she might have ended up just like Jia. On the other side, Xiaoyan had no idea what his beloved daughter was discussing with Guowenwen. If he knew the topic was stepmothers, he would probably be both amused and exasperated. There was a disconnect between what Xiaoyan and Jia wanted. Jia dreamed of finding her father a new wife who would treat him well, never look down on him, and if possible be wealthy. Guowenwen might not be as pretty as Jia's real mother, but she certainly had a striking figure. But Xiaoyan, as a father, had already made up his mind to win back Jia's real mother. Their different mindsets made for a rather comical contrast. Guowenwen, for her part, knew she and Xiaoyan were unlikely to end up together. Back in high school, she had the best figure in the whole school. Plenty of boys would blush and steal glances at her. But even then, nothing ever happened between her and Xiaoyan. Now, maybe they could scrape by together, but only if Xiaoyan's heart had given up. Otherwise, it was unlikely. Perhaps he'd spent too long as a writer, chasing ideals, caring more about emotional connection than anything else. Raindrops drummed steadily on the umbrella, a steady patter, especially beneath the trees where water gathered on the leaves and then dropped down in fat, pea-sized splashes, each one landing on the umbrella with a sharp, echoing thud. Xiaoyan glanced back through the curtain of rain at Guo Wenwen's car in the distance. His nerves were stretched taut, his heart racing so hard that his hand trembled as he took out his phone. The Marvel chat group. He had to find some way to join it. Honestly, Xiaoyan didn't have much hope for this plan. Otherwise, even if it had been hailing yesterday, he would have rushed over. The first time bird. Droppings had splattered everywhere, as if mocking him. But, against all expectations, that was when he'd actually managed to enter the Marvel chat group. For the second time, it happened right here. Xiaoyan took out his phone with reverent care, only for a splatter of bird droppings to fall from above, shattering his phone's tempered glass screen protector. Yet, this somehow allowed him to successfully join the Marvel chat group. This was already the third attempt. Xiaoyan was out of options. The rain was still pouring, water dripping from the sharp tip of his umbrella. With trembling hands, he pulled out his phone once more. In that moment, he felt like someone who had lost himself to obsession, desperate yet devout, a true believer placing his last hopes on a miracle. His face was marked by anxiety, silent prayers, and an almost pleading hope. Time ticked by, minute after minute. Under the downpour, Xiaoyan stood under the tree, holding his umbrella, looking for all the world like a fool. Even a child hurrying past with his mother tugged at her sleeve and said, "Mom, look at that man. Teacher said we shouldn't stand under trees when it's raining." Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed out. The mother was startled, and the child, terrified, fell straight down onto his backside. "Mister, are you all right?" the mother cried. Her first instinct was to pull out her phone and dial for an ambulance. Xiaoyan quickly reached out to stop her. "Wait, I'm fine. There's no need to call for an ambulance." He didn't want to make a scene. Even though pain was shooting through his left hand, he wasn't about to let his secret get out. What had just happened was truly terrifying. A blob of bird droppings had plummeted from the sky, pierced straight through his umbrella, struck his phone screen, and then, an instant explosion. Luckily, Xiaoyan had prepared himself. The first time, he'd been covered in droppings. The second time, his screen protector had shattered. Now, on the third attempt, he'd been tense, uncertain if he'd succeed, and sure that if he did, the price would be steep. And sure enough, the price was almost too much to bear. If he hadn't been on his guard, it wouldn't have just been a burned hand. The flying fragments could have blinded him. At least he managed to avoid the worst. "I'm all right," Xiaoyan said, still shaken, as he stared at the phone fragments scattered on the ground. "But sir, your hand is bleeding," the woman pointed out. Drop by drop, blood and rainwater mingled on the ground, flowing together and vanishing into the nearby storm drain. Just then, Guo Wenwen and Jia heard the commotion and rushed over through the rain. Whether it was his imagination or not, the heavy downpour seemed to ease, raindrops falling more gently from the gloomy sky. As Xiaoyan watched his friend and daughter hurrying toward him, the pain in his hand seemed to lessen. "Thank you for your concern, ma'am. My friend and my daughter are here now. They can look after me." That's good, the woman said, still a little shaken. "That was really frightening just now. My child was right. Never stand under a tree in the rain." Guo Wenwen walked over, while the lady took her child and left. "What just happened? Why was there such a loud noise? Were you really struck by lightning from exhaustion?" Guo Wenwen asked with deep concern. When she saw blood still streaming from Xiaoyan's hand, her expression changed dramatically. "There's a hospital nearby. Get in the car, I'll take you right away." "Jia, stay away from the tree. You can't stand under trees when it's raining." Once in the car, Xiaoyan still had the presence of mind to notice that the rain outside had indeed eased up. He wondered if it might be some kind of omen. The pain in his palm had also lessened considerably compared to before. Could it be that his hand was just numb now? But when he tried moving his fingers, they still worked. "I wasn't struck by lightning. My phone exploded," Xiaoyan began to explain. How could a phone explode? Guo Wenwen's nerves were on edge. No matter what, the hospital was the first priority. At the hospital, something strange happened again. Although Xiaoyan's palm was covered in blood, the doctor's diagnosis was, it's just a superficial wound, nothing serious. So much blood, and the explosion had been loud enough to rival a thunderclap. At the time, Xiaoyan's hand looked horribly swollen. Yet now, according to the doctor, it was nothing more than a surface wound. Guo Wenwen carefully explained what had happened. The doctor was quite shocked after hearing the story. A phone explosion is genuinely dangerous. Next time you buy a phone, don't just go for cheap, uncertified products. The doctor cleaned Xiaoyan's wound with an alcohol swab and then pointed at the small cut, saying, "Given the amount of bleeding, it really shouldn't have been this bad. But the x-ray shows it's only a minor injury. You're very lucky. Just remember, never make phone calls under trees during a thunderstorm. It's extremely dangerous." After the wound was bandaged, Xiaoyan left the hospital with Guo Wenwen and their daughter, Jia. Jia held her father's hand, blowing gently on his bandage, her face full of concern. "Daddy, does it hurt?" Xiaoyan grinned. With Jiejia's magic breath, it doesn't hurt at all. Jiejia is amazing. Guo Wenwen joined in the praise, but then she noticed something. Oh, the rain has stopped. Huh, the rain finally stopped. That's wonderful. Jiejia cheered. It had been raining for days, keeping her cooped up and unable to play anywhere, not even with her little white puppy. Xiaoyan looked up at the sky and smiled. He was beginning to feel that perhaps destiny had something unusual in store for him. Once, twice, this was already the third time. Xiaoyan, what are you? I'm going to buy a new phone, he replied. Xiaoyan knew the special nature of his Marvel chat group. Right now, the thing he wanted most was a new phone so he could check in with the group again. It was just too important. Today's brush with danger had all led to this. Guo Wenwen wanted to say something more, but her phone rang. She had no choice but to say goodbye to Jiejia and asked her to go with her father to buy a new phone. If Xiaoyan had seen the caller ID, he would have recognized the name. Zhu Junlong, the old classmate who had once borrowed 100,000 yuan, kept pestering him to repay it, and whom Nailin Yinran eventually helped to pay back with interest. What are you doing? The rain's already stopped. Why aren't you here yet? Zhu Junlong's voice was loud and brash. He'd already told Xiaoyan before that he was getting married, and after borrowing 100,000 yuan, he paid it all back with interest. With good news in his life, he was in high spirits. Is Xiaoyan just making excuses not to come? I told you. He's working at a construction site these days, carrying bricks, busy making money to pay off his debts. He doesn't have the time for whining and dining with us. Besides, with everything he's going through, he's just not in the mood. None of our old classmates even planned to invite him. We only wanted to save his pride. Yet you insisted on dragging him along. Isn't that just making things harder for him? What's there to be embarrassed about? Who goes through life without a few bumps in the road? Guo Wenwen never liked Zhu Junlong. Back in high school, he was a troublemaker in their class and had even tried to pursue her. She had turned him down, knowing well that he'd already gotten a girl from another school pregnant. He was no good. Though Guo Wenwen dressed boldly and fashionably, that didn't mean she lived recklessly. Xiaoyan's having a rough time right now. As old classmates, we ought to help him out, not kick him when he's down. How do we not help? Even someone as stingy as me lent him 100,000. Just the other day, his ex-wife paid it all back. While Guo Wenwen and Zhu Junlong continued their conversation, on Xiaoyan's side, he'd already arrived at the phone store with his daughter. Nowadays, most people buy their phones online, and physical stores don't see the crowds they used to, but there are still traditional customers who prefer shopping in person. Xiaoyan was in a hurry and needed a phone right away, so of course, he came to a brick-and-mortar store. This was a large, beautifully decorated phone shop, where you could also get a new SIM card. Since his old SIM had been destroyed, Xiaoyan used his ID to get a replacement. He didn't buy an expensive phone. After all, if he got kicked out of the Marvel chat group again, he might have to come back and blow up another one under that tree. He chose a cost-effective brand for 1,799 yuan. A phone at this price point could easily run several apps at once without any lag. Jiejia watched her father, full of curiosity, because she noticed how especially nervous he seemed. Looks like Dad really is scared of being poor now. In Jiejia's memory, her father used to buy her mother birthday gifts worth 8 or 9,000 yuan, and his own phones had always cost 4 or 5,000. She never seen him so anxious before. But Jiejia misunderstood. What made Xiaoyan nervous wasn't the price, but the Marvel chat group on his messaging app. Thank goodness, the software finally logged in and opened. Xiaoyan hurriedly looked over, filled with anticipation and nervousness. The atmosphere inside the phone store was perfectly normal. Perhaps the only thing out of place was Xiaoyan himself. As he stared at the phone screen, a string of system text appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully infiltrated the Marvel chat group. Member LV1 Xiaoyan will exist in the Marvel chat group as a virus. During this period, you will briefly be able to see the group chat conversations and automatically snatch red packets. Virus self-destruct mode, 30 days. So this was what it meant to successfully join the Marvel chat group, and it was even in the form of an intrusion. Xiaoyan's heart surged with excitement and unease. The group's features now allowed him to see the favorability ratings from members whose red packets he'd snatched. As expected, Spider-Man's impression of him remained at 0%, while Iron Man's favorability had actually dropped to -10%. Xiaoyan could catch glimpses of the group's fragmented conversations. What's going on? Who just joined? It's that Xiaoyan again. Who on earth is he? This is the third time now, damn, and we still can't kick him out. Perhaps because of the virus, Xiaoyan could read some of their chats, but he couldn't see any profile pictures and had to guess who was speaking. Jarvis, quickly scan for this virus and see if you can get rid of it. The rest of the message was cut off for Xiaoyan. Sir, this virus seems to originate from an extraterrestrial domain. It might take some time to crack. The group's lively again. Did someone send out a red packet? Tony's furious. Even in the realm of technology, there's someone out there playing tricks on him. I'd better focus on my gamma ray research. Losing control when I turn into the Hulk is giving me quite the headache. A sharp alert suddenly flashed across the phone screen. A red warning symbol. Xiao Yan, now wrapped in the virus identity, was under attack by Iron Man's AI butler. For the moment, he could no longer receive group chat messages. Xiao Yan was stunned. He felt as if the blood in his veins was boiling. Everything unfolding before his eyes was just too incredible, utterly beyond imagination. A lump of bird droppings, potent enough to make phones explode, had transformed into a virus that could infiltrate the Marvel chat group for a full 30 days. During this time, how many red packets could he snatch? It was practically a windfall. The only thing that disappointed him was that he'd hoped to win Iron Man's favor, but now it had dropped to minus 10%. Oh well, there was nothing he could do about it now. At the end of the day, being able to join was all that mattered. The means, those were secondary. To avoid drawing Judge's attention, Xiao Yan had just been holding his phone up high. Now, after 2 days of anxiety, his mood cleared in an instant, like the sky beyond a glass door, bright and cloudless after a rain. At least for the next month, Xiao Yan no longer had to worry about being kicked out of the group. The heavy burden that had weighed on his heart was finally lifted. Dad, does getting a new phone really make you this happy? Jia couldn't understand. Given how poor her dad was now, spending money he shouldn't have wasted on a new phone ought to have made him feel terrible, shouldn't it? Xiao Yan patted Jiajia's head and smiled. No, sweetheart. I'm happy because the rain has cleared outside and the sun is shining again. Today, Jiajia wore 2 adorable pigtails. She glanced out the window and, indeed, the rain had stopped and the sky was bright. Aha, the sun is out. The sun is out. Xiao Yan tucked his phone away, then followed Jiajia outside. Guo Wenwen finished her call and came over, noticing that Xiao Yan's expression was different from when she'd first seen him that morning. When she'd visited his home this morning, he'd been like the overcast sky, gloomy, heavy, as if it were raining in his heart. But now everything had changed. Xiao Yan seemed like the sky after a storm, bathed in warm sunlight. Even the dampness in the air had vanished, and puddles by the roadside glittered, with colorful reflections. The sunlight danced on Xiao Yan's face, where a faint smile lifted his lips. For a moment, he looked as handsome as he'd been back in high school. Guo Wenwen felt a little dazed. Judge's question from earlier in the car echoed in her ears. Antigua, do you like my dad? Yes, if she didn't care about him, why else would she have driven all this way and prepared 1,000,000 yuan in advance? Maybe it was because she, too, had gone through a divorce, just like Xiao Yan, that she could be so bold and take the initiative, though she hated to admit it. She was in good shape, had built a life for herself, and still had plenty of admirers, just as she used to. After all, in the world of water polo, the gender imbalance was notorious. There were over 30 million bachelors in the country, so every woman with even a hint of charm was considered a rare treasure. Yet, Guo Wenwen found herself unable to forget the Xiao Yan from their high school days. Back when she'd married, she could settle down and work tirelessly for her family. But then her husband cheated, breaking her heart. And now, seeing Xiao Yan again, changed by the tides of life, she couldn't help but wonder, did you get a new phone? Guo Wenwen was no longer a naive girl. She knew better than to wear all her feelings on her sleeve. Yeah, I got it. Xiao Yan smiled, and I'm very happy with it. Guo Wenwen, like Jiajia, was surprised. Could a new phone really make someone this happy? He'd been so troubled earlier, yet now, though his smile was still a little restrained, as if only 20% of his joy was peeking through, he seemed so much lighter. If he let it all out, he'd probably burst out laughing. Though she found it all a bit inexplicable, Guo Wenwen didn't press further. Instead, she asked with concern, how's your hand? Xiao Yan raised his hand and flexed it a few times, smiling. It's fine. Must have been just a surface wound. When the phone exploded, there must have been some mysterious force protecting him. Otherwise, there was no way he could have healed so quickly. The thought that, at 28, he was still the chosen one made Xiao Yan's heart bloom with a happiness even brighter than the flowers by the roadside. My hand is fine. No need to worry, he reassured. Then let's head to the Xishan Grand Hotel now. All our old classmates are waiting for us, Guo Wenwen said as she started the car. All right, Xiao Yan replied, taking Jiajia by the hand. If it weren't for joining the Marvel chat group, he would have dreaded a class reunion. But now, even if he were walking into a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, he felt no fear at all. In this world, only Xiao Yan knew just how powerful his Marvel chat group truly was, a secret that would terrify anyone else. In the car, both Jiajia and Guo Wenwen kept sneaking glances at Xiao Yan. When someone is genuinely happy, it's impossible to hide, and they couldn't figure it out. Was Xiao Yan really so delighted just because the rain had cleared and the sky was blue again? Daddy, look, Jiajia called, pointing excitedly at the neighborhood where Xiao Yin used to live. He was flooded with memories and emotions. The Xishan Hotel was no small place. In this city, it was one of the well-known four-star hotels. After getting out of the car, Xiao Yin instinctively straightened his clothes, feeling a little nervous. Since his business had gone under, he hadn't attended gatherings like this in a long time. Guowen noticed and smiled. Xiao Yin, be confident. You know worse than anyone else. You're just going through a rough patch right now. Yeah, he nodded. Jia, when we go up, remember to be sweet when you talk. Who knows, you might get a red envelope, Guowen said warmly. Outspoken and straightforward by nature, she didn't teach Jia to be reserved. Instead, she wanted her to learn the kind of charm that made people like her. Okay. Jia nodded. The little girl, in her heart, was starting to feel Guoani would make a great stepmom. During the days when her dad and mom were divorcing, there were constant arguments in the house. Jia would hide in her room, hearing nothing but Nailin Yanran's complaints. No matter how beautiful and gentle her real mother was, at this moment, Jia felt she couldn't compare with Guoani, who always encouraged and supported her dad. The reunion drew more than 30 people. At first, besides Xiao Yin, some other classmates who lived out of town couldn't make it. Inside one of the hotel's largest private rooms, the group, most in their 20s and 30s, had mostly married and started families. Xiao Yin was actually one of those who'd settled down the earliest. Well, look who's here. Our very own fashion boss, Guo. Zhu Junlong's voice rang out the moment they stepped inside. The whole room instantly grew even livelier with Guowen's arrival. Although several old classmates had done well for themselves, the fact that Guowen had built her business from scratch and achieved so much was something everyone genuinely respected. However, just as the lively atmosphere was taking off, it suddenly chilled and turned awkward because another familiar man appeared at the back of the room. Xiao Yin is here too. Come in. Let's make some room for him, everyone. And Jia is here as well, still as adorable as ever. When she grows up, she'll definitely be a beauty, just like her mom, ahem. A female classmate, realizing she had said something inappropriate, immediately looked embarrassed. Xiao Yin is already divorced. Why would you bring that up? Someone reminded her in a low voice. But the reminder only made things worse, and the awkwardness in the room deepened. Guowen stepped forward and declared loudly, so what if someone's divorced? These days, is it really such a disgrace? Well, sorry to disappoint you all, but I'm divorced too. Haha. Guowen spoke with boldness and confidence, showing not the slightest trace of shame. Haha. Everyone forced a laugh, trying to lighten the mood. Perhaps encouraged by Guowen's spirit, Jia showed not a hint of timidity or shyness at that moment. In fact, she seemed even braver than she was at home. With a beaming smile, she greeted the uncles and aunties warmly, and soon she was happily playing with the other children. Those old classmates who had done well for themselves each slipped her a red envelope. By the end of the round, Jia had collected nearly 2,000 yuan. She proudly brought the money to Xiao Yin, whispering with a mischievous grin, "Daddy, now you can buy yourself a new phone." Xiao Yin couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, but he was deeply moved. He gently pinched Jia's soft, chubby cheeks. Beside them, Guowen praised her. Jia, you're so brave. Really amazing. Xiao Yin watched as Guowen and Jia exchanged a playful high five, big eyes meeting small ones. It was as if a special understanding passed between them, which made Xiao Yin feel truly comforted. In difficult times, having an old friend like this is a tremendous support for both Xiao Yin and Jia. Xiao Yin was sincerely grateful to her. Without her presence, he honestly wouldn't have had the courage to attend a reunion like this. Soon, the meal was served. The large table was filled with delicious food and fine wine. Cradling Jia in his arms, Xiao Yin ate quietly, saying little. The others chatted among themselves. After all, the last reunion had been 2 years ago, and there was much to catch up on. It was only through their conversation that Xiao Yin realized he was not the most unfortunate among his old classmates. One classmate, who had been especially healthy in high school, a star athlete, had unexpectedly passed away from cancer last year. Everyone, including Xiao Yin, could only sigh with sorrow and regret. When someone is gone, there really is nothing left. No one deliberately touched on Xiao Yin's sore spots. And with Guowen there, Xiao Yin didn't feel unduly wronged at this reunion of old classmates. While in the restroom, an old classmate approached, a little embarrassed, and asked if Xiao Yin could perhaps borrow some money from Guowen to pay back the 50,000 yuan he owed. After all, it had been more than half a year. 50,000 yuan, neither a small amount nor a fortune. Back when Xiao Yin was desperately trying to start his business, he would borrow any sum, no matter how much. Xiao Yin patted his old classmate on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Right now, I have just over 40,000. Give me a little more than a month, and I'll pay you in full. His old classmate immediately apologized. He knew times were tough for Xiao Yin, but he was married now, and his wife had heard that Xiao Yin had already paid Zhu Junlong back the full amount of 110,000 principal and interest. So why was there 50,000 still unpaid? She insisted, even if they got no interest, that was fine. His friend was clearly under his wife's thumb. There was no helping it. 50,000 wasn't money that just fell from the sky. It's all right, I understand. I promise. Yours will be the first I repay, Xiao Yin assured him. Since he'd infiltrated the Marvel chat group like a virus, Xiao Yin had been at it for 30 days. With another month or so, he was confident he could come up with the rest. After dinner, everyone sat around chatting, the atmosphere warm and lively. They were all old classmates, and the topics ranged from work to family to parenting, hobbies, anything and everything was fair game. Xiao Yin didn't leave either. He started talking with Guo Wenwen. She kept encouraging him to keep doing business, insisting that only by making money that way could he ever hope to pay off his huge debts. 2 million yuan might be an astronomical figure for small city folk like them, but to the big players in business, 2 million was hardly anything. And those with minor goals of making 100 million, well, that was another world altogether. Guo Wenwen urged Xiao Yin to be braver, to look further ahead, to have more ambition. To put another way, if he just worked a regular job in their small city, the average monthly salary was 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. How many years would it take to pay off that debt? Even if he made 20,000 a month and didn't spend a single cent, he'd only earn 240,000 a year. It would take 10 whole years. That's no small thing, especially since Xiao Yin had parents to support and children to raise. If he really thought of himself as just an ordinary citizen, then perhaps this was all his life could amount to. Xiao Yin knew that Guo Wenwen was right, but he truly didn't want to borrow more money for business. If he made a profit, that would be one thing, but if he kept losing money, month after month, paying rent, utilities, salaries, the pressure would be too much. Maybe he really was just an ordinary man. As the saying goes, there are 3 truly despairing moments in life. First, when you realize your parents are ordinary. Second, when you realize you yourself are ordinary. Third, when you realize your children are ordinary too. For those who have ambition but lack ability, these 3 moments are nothing short of staring into the abyss. Of course, if one never harbored great ambitions and simply prefers a calm and ordinary life, then these 3 moments could, in fact, be considered a blessing. But for Xiao Yin, saddled with massive debts, he doesn't have the luxury of choosing a mediocre life. If he were truly content to be ordinary, he never would have started his own business. And his ex-wife was also a woman with dreams. Both of them were unwilling to settle for mediocrity, which brought them together in the first place. Plus, with their good looks, their daughter Jiajia turned out to be both adorable and beautiful. Xiao Yan's response to Guo Wenwen was that he wasn't swearing off entrepreneurship forever, just not for now. Right now, he simply wants a quiet, ordinary life. He no longer wishes for the wild ups and downs. Guo Wenwen started to understand, little by little. Just then, a burst of excited voices rose from the other side of the large private room, where a group of women sat together. Come listen, this original song that popped up on my short video app today is amazing. Turn up the volume on your phone. I want to hear it too. Oh, I got that video in my feed as well. I think it was only released today, and it's already got over 1 million likes. So popular. With the women turning up the phone's volume, Xiao Yin, along with a group of men playing cards nearby, could also hear the melodious singing drifting over. Every time I wander in loneliness, I find strength. Even when I'm hurt, I never let the tears fall. I've always had invisible wings, carrying me, giving me hope. At last, I see all my dreams in full bloom. Youth in pursuit. The song rings out clear and strong. Finally, I soar, looking ahead with all my heart, unafraid. Wherever the wind blows, I'll fly as far as I can. Guo Wenwen listened carefully, then sighed with admiration. Musicians on short video platforms these days are so talented. This song really is wonderful. It's mainly the lyrics, they're so uplifting. Everyone began sharing their thoughts. Even the children, curious, gathered around to listen. However, Guo Wenwen noticed that Xiao Yan's expression had changed. She asked, puzzled, Xiao Yan, what's wrong? Is your hand still hurting badly? It's not that. As Xiao Yan listened to the music, familiar only to him, his face shifted through a range of emotions. His heart raced, and he was so embarrassed that his palms grew slick with sweat. Some of the men, still playing cards as the song played, grumbled, it's not good, not good. Turn it down. You're disturbing our game. It's all right, I suppose. Not amazing, but not terrible either. The women who had found the song on their feeds wouldn't have it. What do you guys know? This is an original song. Do you realize how hard it is for a regular online creator to write and perform something like this? The lyrics are fantastic. You guys just don't get it. Why are you even bothering to talk so much with this bunch of gamblers? I just checked. This video has only been online for 5 hours, and it's already got over 1 million likes. Do you realize what that means? The internet celebrity who sang this song is about to blow up. The kids, eager to join the excitement, chimed in with their own comments. The girl singing is so pretty. She sounds amazing. Wait, hold on a second. Finally, someone started to notice something odd. Hey, don't you guys think this internet celebrity looks a little familiar? All those influencers look alike, don't they? With all the beauty filters and slimming effects, they pretty much end up looking the same. No, look again, listen to her voice too. Doesn't it sound familiar? At this point, a girl from the same city caught on as well. Hey, you know what? That voice, that beautiful face. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. She was so shocked, she covered her mouth with her hand, and even her outstretched fingers were trembling. Could it be? Is this Xiao Yan's ex-wife, Nailin Yanran? What? No way. While the girls were still reeling from the shock, Zhu Junlong ran over. Did you guys really find Xiao Yan's ex-wife on short videos? Quick, show me. I remember Xiao Yan was always so jealous. When they were still married, he wouldn't let her play around online, probably to keep other guys from noticing her. No way. Zhu Junlong was stunned too, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. This can't be real, right? That's Nailin Yanran? Was she always this beautiful? There are beauty filters online, you know? And besides, Nailin Yanran was always pretty. Whoa, 1.39 million likes? How is that possible? She only just divorced Xiao Yan, so how did she blow up this fast? Who knows? Maybe some people just hold others back from shining. The moment she got divorced, it was like she was freed, and suddenly she soared, turning into a star overnight. Zhu Junlong still couldn't believe it. He grabbed the phone and went straight over to Xiao Yan, who stood there like a statue, and practically shouted, Xiao Yan, look closely. Isn't this your ex-wife, Nailin Yanran? Xiao Yan could only play dumb, forcing a bitter smile. I'm not really sure. The filters are too much. It's hard to tell. Guo Wenwen, who had been listening nearby, was also stunned. She immediately glanced over. The short video was still playing, showing Nailin Yanran with her long, flowing hair. A slender upper body, skin as fair as snow, and delicate features. She sang with total passion, and her eyes radiated unwavering determination and pursuit of her dreams. It's no exaggeration to say that this song, everything from a melody, the lyrics, to the visuals, was absolutely fantastic. This influencer wasn't just another pretty face. Her voice, her gaze, her aura all told a story, and it was deeply moving. That's Mom. Jijia finally saw it too. Others might not have been able to recognize her under the filter of beauty effects, but as Nailin Yanran's daughter, Jijia recognized her mother instantly, just from the look in that influencer's eyes. Almost in an instant, Jijia's eyes filled with tears. That's Mom. She threw herself into her father's arms, sobbing, her words choked with emotion. Dad, that's Mom. That's Mom. Moved by Jijia's reaction, everyone else in the spacious private room fell silent. Together, they tried to digest this earth-shattering, almost unbelievable news. For some reason, at this peculiar and awkward moment, Xiao Yan suddenly thought of his own novel, Battle Through the Heavens, because it was filled with dramatic twists just like this. Surprise, shock, and a sense of awe bordering on fear. Xiao Yan thought to himself that this very moment, in their eyes, his ex-wife had become an awe-inspiring, almost intimidating figure. And this, in turn, only served to underscore how fallen, washed up, and powerless her ex-husband Xiao Yan seemed by comparison. Life truly is filled with irony. Of course, at a time like this, Xiao Yan would never admit that the song Invisible Wings was something he'd secretly given to Nailin Yanran under a false identity and account. Without a truly outstanding original song, it would have been nearly impossible for Nailin Yanran to gain such admiration and respect from her fans. After all, there are countless beautiful influencers out there. If you don't have a talent that sets you apart, how could fans ever truly remember you? You could see it clearly from last night when Nailin Yanran's livestream viewership dropped by 500. But there was no doubt, if Nailin Yanran went live tonight, her viewership would surge to heights she'd never dared to imagine before. Even Xiao Yan couldn't quite picture just how high it would go. Comforting his weeping daughter in his arms, Xiao Yan looked at the myriad expressions on his old classmates' faces around the room. Then he glanced out the window. The morning's dark clouds had almost completely cleared, leaving only boundless blue sky. He took a deep breath of the air drifting in from the open window, and it felt as if even the air carried the scent of sunshine. Jijia, look carefully again. Are you sure that's really your mother? Zhu Junlong was perhaps the most incredulous of them all. This woman was once Xiao Yan's wife, the mother of his daughter. How could it be? How could she suddenly become so famous? Though she hadn't written that song, whatever it was called, something about wings, she was the first to sing it and was its original performer. Xiao Yan's dream was to be a writer, Nalan Yanren's was to be a singer. Zhu Junlong understood this well. After so many years, Xiao Yan's novels remained difficult to describe in a single sentence. But now, it seemed Nalan Yanren was truly about to succeed. Jia and everyone else reacted the same way. Clearly, it really is Nalan Yanren. Guo Wenwen was filled with a torrent of emotions. When she first met everyone, she had thought she could at least compare herself to Jia's real mother. After all, one woman had left Xiao Yan when he was at his lowest, while the other had stepped in to help him. Surely the difference was clear. But now, watching the beautiful figure singing so earnestly in the short video, Guo Wenwen suddenly felt she was still no match for this woman. She was simply too outstanding, not just in her beauty or her ageless appearance. The old male classmates had even abandoned their card game, each one pulling out their phones to watch. They were just from a small city, a regular high school reunion among ordinary people. Someone like Guo Wenwen was already considered quite successful. And now, here are online. Celebrities, original singers, and a video garnering over 1 million likes. Nearly 90,000 comments from netizens, over 20,000 shares. Such results left everyone amazed. No one could focus on anything else. It really is Nalan Yanren. She didn't even change her name. Her verified account still says singer. One of her earlier song covers already went viral, and the likes are about to break 1 million. Wow, Nalan Yanren is incredible. Another old classmate chimed in with surprise. She is such a great image, and her presence is way beyond that of your average internet celebrity. Now, with this original song, unless something unexpected happens, Nalan Yanren is really on her way to stardom. It's truly shocking. After all, she's our old classmate Xiao Yan's ex-wife. At that moment, all eyes turned toward Xiao Yan once again. Xiao Yan, don't just stand there. Say something. We're all stunned, can hardly believe our eyes. Come on, you can see from Xiao Yan's face that he's even more shocked than we are. He's completely dumbfounded. Let's not pile on. Nalan Yanren is a real treasure. Xiao Yan's business went under, they got divorced, and now she's blowing up on the internet. And him, hey, telling others to hold their tongue, but your words aren't exactly kind either. Xiao Yan, don't take it the wrong way. I wasn't trying to make fun of you. The room buzzed with voices, everyone talking at once. Xiao Yan's mood was complicated at first, but soon he took it in stride. After all, things were what they were. It was pointless to dwell on it. You're all going too far. Guo Wenwen couldn't watch any longer. Though her own feelings were a tangled mess, seeing them act like this genuinely angered her. What more do you want Xiao Yan to say? Nalan Yanren has always been exceptional. No matter what she's singing now, or how popular she is, it has nothing to do with Xiao Yan anymore. Even though Guo Wenwen had already said that, the eyes of the old classmates around them were still burning with curiosity. They were simply too interested in the relationship between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanren. It was only natural. Nalan Yanren had become so famous, and she was also Xiao Yan's ex-wife. There were so many stories here waiting to be uncovered. At first, Guo Wenwen had wanted to bring Xiao Yan along to let him feel some old classmate camaraderie, and with everyone's support, maybe even give Xiao Yan a chance to make a comeback. But now, seeing how things were unfolding, she was beginning to regret it. Xiao Yan, Jia, let's go. Guo Wenwen grabbed Xiao Yan, ready to leave. Wait. But everyone's curiosity about Nalan Yanren was just too strong. Led by Zhu Junlong, they blocked Xiao Yan and Guo Wenwen from leaving. Xiao Yan, I just want to ask. Nalan Yanren is so popular for her short videos now. Do you really not know anything about it? Everyone stared at Xiao Yan. Although they knew it was a bit cruel to press him right now, their curiosity simply got the better of them. If Nalan Yanren had only garnered a few 100,000 likes, it might have been nothing. But now, her likes had surpassed 1.8 million, and she was the original singer. The classmate who first noticed Nalan Yanren's sudden fame had also discovered that on all the major music streaming platforms, the song Invisible Wings, sung by Nalan Yanren, had climbed to the top of the new releases chart, even making the covers of several apps. It was clear they were positioning Nalan Yanren as a rising star, giving her the full support of a budding singer. Daddy, Jia knew her father was the one most shocked by all this. Now that he had fallen on hard times, his feelings were the most complicated of all. But Xiao Yan still stepped forward bravely and said, after Nalan Yanren and I divorced, I haven't known anything about what she's done. And, even though we're divorced, she is still Jia's real mother. Whether she's famous or not, I hope you'll all show her respect. With that, Xiao Yan picked up Jia and left together with Guo Wenwen. Outside, the rain had passed, and the sky was clear. The sunshine was warm, and although the air was starting to turn sultry, it still felt comforting. Those old classmates started to feel sorry for Xiao Yan. After he left, they couldn't help but gossip about him. Hey, did you all see that? The moment Xiao Yin found out his ex-wife was famous, his face just changed. It turned completely ashen. It's miserable. Xiao Yin is already down on his luck, and now his ex-wife is skyrocketing to fame. Right? Of all times, she had to get famous right after their divorce. Hey, do you think Xiao Yin is just unlucky? Someone felt uneasy hearing that. You guys are really crossing the line, talking about Xiao Yin like this behind his back. He's not even here, so what's wrong with a bit of talk? But seriously, Nailin Yinran really is beautiful. Ah. Honey, take it easy. I was just making an offhand comment. Okay, I was wrong. All our old classmates are here. Give me some face, not the face. Please don't hit my face. Meanwhile, in Guowenwen's car, the vehicle was parked in a spot by the roadside. Xiao Yin, none of us expected this situation with Nailin Yinran. Don't take it to heart. It's all right. You don't need to worry about me. Xiao Yin managed a calm, easy smile. He had originally wanted to tell Guowenwen not to bother driving him and Jejia home, since it was quite far and rather inconvenient. But Guowenwen felt apologetic about the reunion. If she hadn't insisted on Xiao Yin coming, none of this would have happened. It's fine, it's not your fault. In fact, I should thank you. What are you thanking me for? Guowenwen gave a wry smile, then simply drove Xiao Yin and Jejia back home. Guowenwen didn't linger or sit down. She got back in her car and left right away. Once home, Jejia sat clutching her phone, watching the short videos her mother had recorded. As she watched, tears rolled down her cheeks. Yet stubborn as ever, she pursed her lips, refusing to let herself cry out loud. Xiao Yin felt a deep ache in his heart at the sight. Shen Luoying noticed Jejia's unusual mood and hurried over to ask what was wrong. Xiao Yin told her everything exactly as it had happened. How could things turn out like this? Shen Luoying was shocked. She picked up her phone and watched Nailin Yinran's emotional performance of Invisible Wings, finding it hard to accept. So you mean Nailin Yinran is about to get famous? Xiao Yin smiled. You could say that. All right, Mom. I'm a bit tired. I'll leave Jejia in your care. I'm going upstairs to rest for a bit. With that, Xiao Yin went up to his room. At the reunion earlier, Xiao Yin hadn't really paid attention. Now, on this bright afternoon, with sunlight pouring in and puddles still glistening in the gutter below, the summer cicadas had already begun their noisy chorus. He took out his phone and watched Nailin Yinran's videos with care. The more he watched, the more beautiful she seemed. The more he saw, the more he found himself drawn to her. Back when they divorced, he thought they would go their separate ways forever, never crossing paths again. But now, seeing her short video of Invisible Wings surpass 2 million likes, Xiao Yin felt a surge of longing, a nearly uncontrollable urge to rush to her side, to hold her in his arms and spin her around in laughter, just like when they first fell in love. His new phone looked sleek and elegant. He opened his music app, found her song at number 10 on the new releases chart, and set it on repeat. Xiao Yin lay flat on his computer chair, eyes closed, resting. In truth, as he listened to Nailin Yinran singing, his mind drifted back. For the first time they'd met. Two people from different cities, a wonderfully serendipitous fate had ultimately brought them together. He still remembered the moment they shared their dreams with each other. My dream is to become a singer. I want people all over the world who love music to truly listen to my songs with their hearts. My dream is to be a novelist. Honestly, I just want an easygoing life. Haha, just kidding. I never really hoped to become famous for generations. I just have so much inside me that I want to share. Of course, I'd love readers from all over the world too. Xiao Yin opened his eyes, gazing at the sun that was about to set, a sigh of emotion escaping his lips. Without realizing it, Nailin Yinran's dream is about to come true, he murmured. He collected his thoughts. Today might be the day Nailin Yinran became a star, but it was equally important for Xiao Yin. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and his novel, Battle Through the Heavens, had been featured on the website for 2 hours. But just as Xiao Yin picked up his new phone to check on things, he was surprised to find that Nailin Yinran had sent him a message an hour ago at 3 o'clock. She'd sent it to Xiao Yan's songwriter account. Miss Wang, the song you wrote for me, Invisible Wings, has become a hit. Honestly, it's really popular. Thank you, truly, for letting me feel my dream drawing closer for the first time. Thank you again. A few minutes later, she followed up, Miss Wang, are you there? Nearly an hour had passed before Xiao Yin saw the messages. With a smile tugging at his lips, he replied, I'm here. Congratulations. How does it feel to have your dream within reach? Xiao Yin had assumed that, after such a long gap, even if Nailin Yinran saw his message, she'd probably take a while to respond. Besides, it was easy to imagine that, with her debut song, Invisible Wings, now a hit, she must be incredibly busy. Maybe she wouldn't even have time to check her messages. But, to his surprise, Nailin Yinran replied instantly. He hadn't even closed the chat window before a new message popped up from her side. Haha, Miss Wang, you're finally online. Sorry, I was caught up with something and just saw your message. Xiao Yin replied right away. Miss Wang, I really can't thank you enough. Don't mention it. I was paid for my work after all. I only paid 10,000 for the copyright to your song, and I feel so guilty about it. This song is worth at least 100,000, if not more. As she spoke, Nailin Yinran tried to transfer more money to him. Xiao Yin quickly interjected. No need. No need. It's not like I won't write more songs for you in the future. You can offer me a better price for the next one. The next song is for the next time. This one belongs to this moment. Nevertheless, Nailin Yinran insisted on transferring 10,000 to him. She explained, to be honest, the company has invested quite a bit in promoting this song. The early profits aren't much. We couldn't just charge up front if we wanted to build up its reputation. Fortunately, listeners who love this track on the major music platforms have been sending gifts, and tonight's live performance will definitely bring in a considerable return. 10,000, compared to how popular this song is right now, was really not much. This was mainly because Nailin Yinran didn't have much fame yet. If she were a well-known singer, the price would easily be 100,000 per song, if not more. In that case, I'll accept it, Xiao Yin replied. He thought of the class reunion earlier that day, and the 50,000 he owed. He had planned to cover the debt by collecting red envelopes in the Marvel chat group, but it seemed that, perhaps because he had infiltrated the group in the form of a virus, no one was sending out any gifts. That meant he would have to rely on royalties from his novels, but those were only paid once a month. So this 10,000 from Nailin Yinran was truly important for him. Besides, Invisible Wings was a huge hit now. In the future, it would surely bring both her and her company handsome profits, so this 10,000 wasn't a lot. Of course, it wasn't a small amount either, especially considering Xiao Yan was writing under a pseudonym and wasn't a famous creator. This was also the first time Xiao Yan, using his female account, had chatted with his ex-wife during the day. Nailin Yinran continued, My cousin says you're incredibly talented. He asked me to check if you'd be willing to write a few more songs for me. For the next one, we're prepared to offer 100,000. 100,000. Xiao Yan still had another song, Decency, ready to give her. For that price, it would be a fair deal for Nailin Yinran as well. And it would be enough to clear his debts. It's almost done. I feel there's still a few things off with the melody. I need to revise it a bit more. That's wonderful. Nailin Yinran was delighted. She sent a voice message, her tone a little bashful. You probably know this, but for a singer to build a name, one-hit song isn't enough. Listeners might remember the song, but not the artist. So the song becomes famous while the person stays unknown. That's why I must release another hit within the next month or two. If I'm lucky enough to have 3 consecutive hits in a short time, maybe then more people will remember my name. Xiao Yan didn't make any promises. After all, he still hadn't figured out the latter part of the 3rd volume of Battle Through the Heavens. At the moment, I've only written 2 songs. One's already sold to you for 20,000, and this one still needs some polishing. Well, I'm not forcing you, Miss Wang. Even if you never write another song, we'll still be friends. Nailin Yinran didn't want Xiao Yin to misunderstand, to think she only approached Miss Wang to buy songs from her. Honestly, I feel like we really get along. I'm happy to share all my worries with you. After tonight's live stream, can I come over and chat with you? Xiao Yin certainly had no objection. He replied, any time at all. With that, Xiao Yin and Nailin Yinran ended their conversation for the moment. Meanwhile, things were heating up in another chat group, Nailin Yinran's fan group, the second one. Xiao Yan's alternate account, Yao Lao, was a complete nobody there, rarely saying a word. He still remembered when Nailin Yinran's alt first invited him into the group. There were just over 300 members. But tonight, after Nailin Yinran's short video performance of Invisible Wings went viral, the group had swelled to over 1,000 people. If it weren't for the daily friend limit, it could easily have shot past 3,000. I knew it. Nailin Yinran isn't just anybody. I've been saying all along, this internet celebrity is destined for bigger things. See for yourselves. Oh, come on, that's easy to say now. Nailin Yinran's always aimed to be a singer, not just another influencer. This Invisible Wings, she's the original artist too. I heard she owns the copyright herself. Even her company only has the distribution rights. Impressive, truly impressive. By the way, has everyone gone to vote for her song on the music app? Of course. I even sent $100 worth of gifts. If you like Nailin Yinran, show her some support. 1 or 2 yuan, it all counts. Stream, add to your favorites. Right now, the song's sitting at number 10 on the new releases chart. Let's give a push. The atmosphere in the group was great. Even with so many people, there were plenty of moderators, and anyone who didn't fit in was kicked right out. Now, the whole chat was focused on ways to support Nailin Yinran. Xiao Yin thought he recognized one of the moderators as Nailin Yinran's cousin, no doubt using an alt account to rally fans and boost the rankings. After all, he was Nailin Yinran's agent now. After watching for a bit, Xiao Yin, as Yao Lao, decided to make an appearance. He went to the rankings, sent 10 yuan worth of gifts, snapped a screenshot, and posted it in the group, just to get his face out there. He'd really developed a fear of being kicked from groups. In the Marvel chat group, he'd been booted several times, each time on the verge of a meltdown. If it weren't for some divine intervention, the bird God sent from above, helping him rejoin with loving, if questionable, assistance, he'd never have made it back in. That's why, in Nailin Yinran's fan group, he knew that lurking too long could get him kicked out as well. After all, this was Nailin Yinran's moment. Everyone wanted a front row seat. If Nailin Yinran ever joined the chat, the whole group would go absolutely wild. At the moment, it seemed that no one knew Nailin Yinran had already been married and divorced, and even had a 6.5-year-old child. Xiaoyan felt a bit uneasy. He genuinely wished he could take Jia and disappear, live quietly under a new name, and not disturb Nailin Yinran as she continued to enjoy her meteoric rise to fame. But too many people knew her. Even this upcoming class reunion, there was no way to keep the truth hidden. Sooner or later, and certainly within 3 days at most, negative news about Nailin Yinran would begin to surface. Xiao Yin could only hope that when the time came, he would be able to comfort her and help her get through it with strength. Now, Xiao Yin turned his attention to his own readers group. The Battle Through the Heavens fan group was thriving. It had grown to 150 members, with more than a dozen new faces joining recently. Xiao Yin had spent time in Nailin Yinran's fan group before, so he knew he ought to show up and chat a bit with everyone. He couldn't keep acting aloof forever. First, he checked the stats for his novel. Clicks, 200,000. Recommendation votes, 15,000. Comments, 3,233. Tips received, 352 times, totaling 7,000 yuan. And just today, the tips alone had reached over 3,500 yuan. At the end of the latest chapter, Xiao Yin, writing as Heavenly Silkworm Potato, had mentioned they'd made it onto the recommendations list, and that every bit of support, be it a single vote, made a huge difference for the book. So today, every statistic was looking fantastic. Xiao Yin took screenshots of each figure and posted them in the group of over 150 readers, saying, "Thank you all for your love and support for this book." His words weren't grandiose, but they were sincere, and every fan could feel his genuine gratitude. The group instantly burst into activity. Xiao Yin joined in the lively conversation. "Author, may I ask, what first inspired you to come up with the idea for Battle Through the Heavens?" Xiao Yin chuckled to himself. He'd basically copied it. How was he supposed to answer that? Yet, thinking of his ex-wife, he felt certain that the popularity of Battle Through the Heavens would soar, just like Nailin Yinran's. Their names even sounded alike, and surely stories and rumors would spring up about both. The source of inspiration isn't really a big secret. When the time is right, you'll all understand naturally. Ooh, the author's being mysterious. That's not being mysterious. That's called foreshadowing. If you reveal everything now, the story loses its charm. I have to admit, this is a great setup. Now I really want to know where the inspiration came from. I suspect the author is actually Xiao Yin himself. He got dumped by the young mistress of the Yunlan sect, and in a fit of anger, wrote this novel. Oh, come on, this is real life, not a story. Everyone was chatting away, full of excitement. After all, the author was right there in the group, just like fans meeting their idol. When Nailin Yinran appeared in her own fan group, her followers were just as thrilled. At that moment, someone tagged Heavenly Silkworm Potato again. "Author, can I ask once more, is Nailin Yinran the heroine of this book?" This question made Xiao Yin hesitate for a moment. In real life, without a doubt, she was the heroine. She had been Xiao Yan's ex-wife, and she was Jia Jia's biological mother. Those bonds ran too deep to sever. If she hadn't secretly helped Xiao Yin pay off his debts, perhaps their connection would have truly ended. Her divorce had been so merciless that, even if Xiao Yin was at fault, both he and Jia Jia had been hurt deeply. Yet, her help spoke volumes about her sorrow and everything she'd done for Xiao Yin. It made Xiao Yin reflect seriously on his own mistakes. With the support of the Marvel chat group, he finally decided to hold fast to this love in this lifetime. Mistakes made in ignorance, what was lost, he would do his utmost to regain. But in the novel, since Xiao Yin hadn't written beyond the 3rd volume, even he didn't know if Nailin Yinran would end up as the heroine. Definitely not the heroine. Even if Nailin Yinran had reasons to break off the engagement, she could have done it quietly. Instead, she made a big scene, publicly, humiliating the protagonist. She even left Xiao Yan's father, clan leader Xiao Zhan, with no dignity at all. Her aggressive attitude cost her almost all her likability. And that Xiao Mei, her cold and calculating ways, make it clear she's just a minor character. On the other hand, I really like Xiao Suner. She's the most mysterious in the current storyline, the most beautiful, and she's wholeheartedly devoted to the main character. She's exactly the kind of woman men dream about. That's just your own wishful thinking. A good novel should reflect reality. I think Nailin Yinran is a well-crafted character, and I'm really looking forward to the conflict between her and Xiao Yin later on. Team Nailin Yinran +1. Team Xiao Suner +1. Everyone was passionately debating the plot, and Xiao Yin smiled before replying, I can't give away any spoilers for now, but I can say that both Xiao Suner and Nailin Yinran are important characters in the story. Haha, I knew it. Everyone, let's stop arguing and just support the author as best we can. Let's be patient and look forward to what comes next. Waiting for a great book to update is torture. I wish I could read it all in one night, but that anticipation is wonderful too. Keep going, author. We'll subscribe and support you. Thank you, everyone. I'll get back to work now. Enjoy your chat. As Xiao Yin spoke, he exited his fan group. He had something important to take care of next. He decided to deposit the 10,000 yuan transfer by Nailin Yinran into his bank account, so he could finally gather enough to pay back his debt. But before handling this business, he couldn't resist taking a peek at the Marvel chat group. This time, he slipped in like a virus intruding on their system. Even the group owner, Iron Man, couldn't kick him out. At first, he could still catch snippets of their conversations, though the avatars were missing. But now, things had gotten worse. His screen was filled with nothing but garbled code, as if his phone had truly been infected. It had been ages since anyone sent out a red envelope in the group. Hoping to strike it rich by snatching red envelopes, and maybe scrape together enough for the next few volumes of Battle Through the Heavens, was starting to seem hopeless. He sighed, feeling dispirited. Isn't it true that life rarely goes as planned? All in all, there was still hope. He just needed to keep his heart open. Xiao Yin couldn't help but think back on how he first entered the Marvel chat group. Was it that odd incident at the marriage registration office? Or perhaps the tree at the entrance? Or was it all because of that mythical bird he'd never actually seen? The feeling was just too strange, just like in those classic water sphere novels, where tumbling off a cliff always led to discovering some hidden treasure or secret martial arts manual. When it came to mysterious places that promised hidden rewards, Xiao Yin always felt a mix of awe and respect. If he couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it. For now, he closed the Marvel chat group and checked his phone messages. Ding. Bank card number 233310086. 10,000 yuan has been deposited. Current balance 32,667.89 yuan. This was Xiao Yan's everyday card. Back when he worked odd jobs, it barely held over 600 yuan. Then, after some lucky red envelopes and selling a song to Nailin Yinran, his funds had slowly accumulated. He had another card, solely for debt repayment. There was already over 21,000 saved there. Pooling both accounts together, he had about 54,000 yuan. Still, it was a little short. Xiao Yin then transferred every last bit of money his readers had sent him through the chat app. With that, he just barely scraped together 55,000 yuan. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Now he was truly down to his last penny, just waiting for next month's royalties. Otherwise, he'd probably starve. But a man's word is his bond. At the class reunion, Xiao Yin had promised to repay his debt within a month, and he was determined to do so. Zhu Junlong and Nailin Yinran had lent him 110,000 yuan, and he was even paying an extra 10,000 in interest. Not even a bank would charge so much. Though it hurt, at least it would silence Zhu Junlong once and for all. That old classmate, Xiao Yin, had borrowed 50,000 from him, and with interest, he was paying back 55,000. Even Zhu Junlong would have nothing more to say. Xiao Yin prided himself on being an upright person. But because of that loan, all those so-called friends and buddies from the past had vanished, leaving Xiao Yin almost as lonely as a hermit. This is also why, when Guo Wenwen offered to lend him money, Xiao Yin refused without hesitation. Of course, the most important reason was that the Marvel chat group had given him hope. Secondly, he didn't want money to ruin his friendship with Guo Wenwen. In this society, there are far too many friendships that have been damaged by money. It's not because friendships are too fragile, but because money is just too important, far too important. That old classmate's last name was Xiong. He was actually a pretty decent guy, much easier to get along with than Zhu Junlong. Zhu Junlong, when pushed, would start yelling and cursing over the phone. But Xiong Changsheng was different. His wife had heard that Zhu Junlong's money had been repaid, and she wondered why their own loan, which was even less, hadn't been paid back yet. The answer was simple. They hadn't kicked up a fuss about it, hadn't made a scene the way Zhu Junlong had. Sometimes, if you don't push, you really might end up waiting forever. After all, even a dying camel is bigger than a horse. Xiao Yin had once been a small business owner, driving a nice car wherever he went. His Wife had been the best looking, with the finest figure and skin among all their old classmates. A picture of success that made others envious. Back then, 50,000 yuan wasn't even a significant sum for him. So, at the time, he didn't hesitate to borrow it. Who could have known that later, Xiao Yin would fall so hard, losing everything? Xiong Changsheng was caught off guard when he got Xiao Yan's call. Xiao Yan, what's up? He asked. Although they were about the same age, back in high school, Xiong Changsheng had always liked calling Xiao Yan big brother. There was no helping it. Xiao Yan had been a handsome guy back then, wildly popular among the girls at school. There was still a touch of simple honesty in Xiong Changsheng's voice. Xiao Yan didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Send me your bank account number. I'm going to transfer the money to you." For a moment, Xiong Changsheng didn't react. When it finally sank in, his voice was tinged with shock. "Xiao Yan, you're not joking, are you? This fast?" They had only talked about it at the class reunion at noon, and now, by afternoon, Xiao Yan was already paying the money back. "It's not like your money came out of thin air. Thank you for being willing to lend it to me in the first place. No need for more words. I'm hanging up. Just send me your account number later." Wait, Xiao Yan. Xiong Changsheng hurried to stop him. "Xiao Yan, we swore brotherhood back in high school. Even though we grew apart over the years, I still think of you as my brother." "Thank you," Xiao Yan said, a little moved. "It's really my wife pushing me. Look at you now, and I'm still asking for the money back. I'd be a real jerk. Why don't you wait until things are better for you before paying me back?" "No need, but thank you for your kindness, old Xiong. That's that. When I make my comeback, I'll treat you to a drink." After the call ended, Xiao Yan sat in silence for a long while. Only when a person hits rock bottom do they truly see who around them genuinely cares. Everyone has their own temperament, and each person deals with others and situations in their own way. A few minutes later, Xiong Changsheng finally sent over his bank account number. Xiao Yan, without a moment's hesitation, transferred the full 55,000 yuan. Ding dong. Bank account 233310086. Deducted 55,000 yuan balance, 2.89 yuan. The notification of the deduction chimed almost instantly. Staring at that remaining balance, Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh ruefully. This was, after all, every last cent he had in savings. Before long, Xiong Changsheng called. Xiao Yan already knew why. "Sure enough. Brother Xiao, what's the meaning of this? Why did you send an extra 5,000? I've already transferred the excess back to you through the messaging app." Xiao Yan chuckled. "I'm not taking it back. Just do me a favor and cancel the transfer. If you wait the full 24 hours, it'll look like I'm being insincere in front of your wife." "Brother Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan cut him off. "I get it, really. But you also need to see things from my side. Since my business went under, I've already lost the trust of many people. I can't even get approved for a credit card now, and what I owe you all just keeps getting delayed. Zhu Junlong owed me 100,000, plus interest paid back 110,000. That debt is settled. As for you, Xiong Changsheng, you aren't alone anymore. You have a wife and a child. People talk. Your 50,000 plus the interest makes 55, not a cent less, not a cent more." "But," Xiao Yan's tone grew firm, almost commanding. "No buts. Listen to me. Send the money back right away. Give the 55,000 to your wife in one go, so your brother Xiao can hold his head high." Xiong Changsheng was silent for a while, guilt heavy in his heart. "Brother Xiao, let me buy you a drink. Some other time. I'm a single dad now. I could drink myself into a stupor. But what about my daughter?" Xiao Yan went on. "There's a long road ahead. Someday, you'll have your chance to treat me." "All right." On the other end, Xiong Changsheng nodded hard. Brother Xiao was still Brother Xiao. After ending the call, Xiao Yan felt a sense of closure from settling the debt, but seeing the 2.89 yuan left in his account, he could only force a bitter smile. He put away his phone. The sky outside was growing dark. Time to go downstairs and check on his daughter. To his surprise, Jia had cried herself to sleep. His mother, Shun Luoying, was cooking in the kitchen. Xiao Yan went to help, and the atmosphere in the kitchen turned heavy. The chirping of insects outside the window sounded especially loud. "Xiao Yan, about that matter with Nailin Yanran." Xiao Yan wiped the fresh sweat from his brow. The kitchen was naturally stifling. Someday, if they could afford it, he thought, they'd get an air conditioner for this kitchen. "About Nailin Yanran, Mom, you don't need to worry. I'm alright." Xiao Yan wanted to let his mother know that he was strong, that he could handle whatever came his way. But Shun Luoying said, "It's not you I'm worried about. Nailin Yanran is such a beautiful girl, a city girl at that, and she's been with you for so many years even though she's so young. She even gave you a lovely daughter. Even though you're divorced now. But isn't that really because of you? After all these years, I know what kind of woman she is far better than you do." Faced with his mother's words, Xiao Yan fell completely silent. The sweat gathering on his forehead now seemed utterly insignificant. What I mean is, even though her dream was always to be a singer, she never made it all these years. Now she's suddenly found success. She must be dealing with all kinds of new problems, and her mindset is bound to be affected. I've watched her short videos too. Most are full of praise and compliments, but there are also some really nasty, harassing comments. She's under a lot of pressure right now. You're her husband. Well, ex-husband now. Can't you at least offer her a word of comfort? Or is it that you're so lacking in confidence that you don't even dare to call your ex-wife? Xiaoyan understood what his mother was getting at. Though they'd always lived in the countryside and never seen much of the world, when it came to understanding people and relationships, his mother was far more astute than he was. He just chatted with Nailin Yinran upstairs, but he'd done so as Miss Wang, not as her husband or her ex-husband. If he truly knew nothing, that would be one thing. But at the class reunion, plenty of people found out about her, and some classmates who had her number had probably already reached out. Sooner or later, it would come out that Xiaoyan knew what was going on. Yet Xiaoyan hadn't made a single call or sent a single message. What did that mean? Was he really so ashamed that he couldn't bring himself to speak? The air was thick with a jumble of emotions. Finally, Xiaoyan said, "I understand, Mom." He walked out of the kitchen. Outside, the heat was still oppressive. When it rained that morning, it had been cool if a bit humid. But now, after hours of blazing sun, it was sweltering. Xiaoyan took his phone and stepped beneath the shade of a tree. Looking up, he felt a shadow of worry. Ever since that odd bird dropping incident, he had grown wary of standing beneath trees. But the tree in front of his house was just an ordinary one. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. He finally relaxed, though he still instinctively took a few steps back, away from the trunk. Beep, beep, beep. Nailin Yinran, for work, might have several phone numbers. The one she'd given Xiao Yin didn't even have a ringtone. But after 7 or 8 seconds, the call connected. This time, it was Nailin Yinran herself. There was a special kind of understanding between the two of them. Neither spoke, as if both were simply listening to the sound of each other's breathing through the phone. Xiaoyan could hear the bustle on Nailin Yinran's side, the sound of people walking and talking, the crisp echoes that only an office could produce. She was probably at work, surrounded by all the commotion of a busy company. Meanwhile, Nailin Yinran could hear the stark contrast from Xiaoyan's end. A symphony of insects, their relentless chorus loud and insistent, like a living soundscape painting the entire countryside in vivid audio. It was as if a living printer was sketching out the rural scene beside him with nothing but sound. There was also the gentle whisper of the wind, and the steady rhythm of Xiao Yan's breathing. You, I. The two of them were so in sync, it felt like an awkward and poignant scene straight out of an art house film. You go first. On her end, Nailin Yinran felt her heart involuntarily pick up speed. She absently brushed her long bangs from her forehead, trying to keep her voice composed and unaffected. Xiaoyan took a deep breath before saying, "I saw your short video. Your singing was beautiful. Congratulations. After leaving me, you've managed to achieve success in your career." He wanted to say, "Congratulations on fulfilling your dream," but he'd already said that once before through the persona of Miss Wang. He tried to avoid repeating himself, not wanting to raise suspicion. Given his current identity, these words caused no problems. Nailin Yinran's disappointment in love and triumph in her career. Such things were only natural. There's a kind of feeling where you miss someone when you're apart, but grow restless when you're together. Xiaoyan's words left her with a sense of discomfort. Even so, her heart still skipped a few beats because of him. "Xiaoyan, are you jealous of me?" Xiaoyan could sense the shift in Nailin Yinran's mood. He forced himself to sound calm. "No, why would I be jealous? After all, the song you sang, Invisible Wings, was a gift from me. How long did I agonize, just to stay in a Marvel chat group? I was so anxious I could barely sleep at night." Of course, Nailin Yinran knew none of this. "Of course you're jealous. You have dreams too. You want to be a famous writer, you want recognition, but you're even further from it than I am. You've been writing for years, and you're still going nowhere. But I'm different. Even if I'm not yet a real singer, I'm already so close to my dream." Xiaoyan let out a laugh. "You think you're the only one who succeeded?" There was a beat of silence on Nailin Yinran's end. "What do you mean?" For some reason, Xiaoyan felt a pang of grievance. "Have you ever cared about me? Do you have any idea what my life is like now?" Nailin Yinran was suddenly at a loss for words. "Don't forget, we're already divorced. And, besides, you were the one who chased after me back then." Her words, though a bit cold, were nothing but the truth. Back then, it was Xiaoyan who loved her first. It was never the other way around. Those who are loved naturally get to enjoy more affection, while those who love must inevitably give more. Xiaoyan fell silent as well. The reason he agreed to the divorce was not just because of various complicated factors, but also because he felt that Nailin Yinran didn't care for him as much as he once imagined. From the days of their courtship to their marriage, Xiao Yin had always spoiled her like a little princess. And just like her ever-youthful appearance, Nailin Yanran had always refused to truly grow up. That's why, when she secretly paid off 110,000 in debt for him, Xiao Yin was deeply moved. But everything would have been fine if she'd just kept quiet. The moment she spoke, Xiao Yin felt that she hadn't changed at all. She was still that aloof goddess, bestowing her love as though it were a gift, making him feel he ought to be endlessly grateful. How could he have ever hoped for her to care for him in every detail, to understand his feelings from every angle? If so, what did she need a husband for? She might as well have just found herself a son. It's nothing. I'm still the same as always. I called you today because of our mom. My mom heard about your sudden popularity, and she's worried about you, so she asked me to check in with you. A bit of temper flared in Xiao Yan's voice. You're a big internet celebrity now, soon to be a superstar. I'm just an ordinary guy. I'll stop bothering you. Xiao Yan, you. Nailin Yanran was furious. She wanted to say more, but Xiao Yan had already hung up. Staring at the ended call on her phone, Nailin Yanran felt a heavy tightness in her chest, waves of grievance surging up inside her. Back then, so many men pursued her, men far better than Xiao Yan in every way. Yet she'd chosen him because he was single-minded and sincere, not like those playboys who juggled several women at once. She hadn't enjoyed much of the good life, just an ordinary, modest existence. For the sake of his family, Nailin Yanran had devoted the best years of her youth, even giving up her own dreams to accommodate his masculinity. But in the end, what did she get in return? Disappointment, again and again. Xiao Yan's talent never matched his ambition. Nailin Yanran had even let go of her own aspirations, deciding it was enough to live as a regular person. But Xiao Yan refused to listen. Their savings leaked away like water from a broken bucket, and life grew increasingly difficult. Eventually, they were knee-deep in debt, having borrowed from relatives, friends, and every bank they could. Every day, the phone rang with creditors demanding payment. The house, the car, gold, jewelry, anything of value was sold off. Yet Nailin Yanran had never considered divorce. As long as Xiao Yan still loved her, as long as he was as devoted as before, she was willing to endure hardship by his side. But what awaited Nailin Yanran was Xiao Yan's spiraling emotions. What he gave her was no longer love, but the role of his emotional punching bag. All that was left between them was endless fighting, their relationship frozen at rock bottom. For the sake of Jujia, Nailin Yanran brought up divorce for the first time. Yet, Nailin Yanran never expected Xiao Yan to beg her to stay. She knew, deep down, that wasn't who he was. But what surprised her was how utterly unfazed he seemed. He agreed in less than 3 seconds. Xiao Yan's indifferent response on the phone deeply unsettled Nailin Yanran. But fortunately, she was no longer a naive girl. There was still plenty of work waiting for her, so she quickly pulled herself together and threw herself into her tasks. On Xiao Yan's end, his mood wasn't much better. He realized that his new identity as an ex-husband had created a deep rift between himself and Nailin Yanran. Maybe it was all the arguing during their divorce that left things so volatile. Now even the tiniest spark could set off a wildfire. He put down his phone and took a moment to collect himself. Back in the kitchen, his mother asked what was wrong. Xiao Yan smiled and reassured her that it was nothing. Nailin Yanran was no longer a child. She was strong now, and with her cousin by her side, she'd be fine. At the mention of Nailin Yanran's cousin, Shen Luoying fell silent for a moment. Nailin Yanran's cousin was named Nailin Zhao. He was already in his 30s and had married late. His children were younger than Xiao Yan's Jujia. But his feelings for Nailin Yanran seemed to go beyond what was typical for siblings. Back then, the in-laws had even spoken privately to Xiao Yan's parents, assuring them there was nothing to worry about. Nailin Zhao knew his boundaries, and his affection for Nailin Yanran never crossed the line of brotherly love. Xiao Yan was well aware of this. Dinner's almost ready, and your dad will be home soon. Go and wake Jujia for dinner, would you? His mother said. Thinking of his father, Xiao Yan replied, Dad's not in great health these days. Maybe you should ask him to take it easy and avoid heavy work for a while. Shen Luoying sighed. We're farmers, born to do hard labor. It's fine, work won't kill us. Xiao Yan refused to accept such fatalism. Why should someone's entire life be determined by the circumstances they were born into? Did being a farmer mean you were destined for a lifetime of toil? Nailin Yanran once said that Xiao Yan's talent couldn't keep up with his ambition, and this was why. Since childhood, Xiao Yan had never wanted a life of physical labor. He wanted to make something of himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up losing everything so badly. Later, his desperate, back-breaking work on construction sites became a silent protest against the unfairness of fate. If he hadn't stumbled by chance into the Marvel chat group, his life might still be mired in misery. At dinner, the whole family was in good spirits. When Xiao Zhan learned about Nalan Yinran, he had his own take on the situation. Jia, why are you crying? Your mother's dream has always been to become a singer. Even after she and your father got divorced, she never once said she didn't want you. On the contrary, she's always worked hard to win custody of you. If your father can't take good care of you, you can go with your mother to the big city, where you'll get a good education and enjoy a better life. Back then, Nalan Yinran and Xiao Yin divorced for Jiajia's sake. This way, Jiajia could live a relatively comfortable life at Nalan Yinran's family home. Otherwise, she'd only be dragged down, and, at that time, Xiao Yin was in a bad state himself. When they got their divorce certificate, Nalan Yinran had made it clear, if Xiao Yin couldn't take good care of Jiajia, she would take her back. Reality and time would eventually show Xiao Yin that children should grow up in a prosperous environment. He would come to understand. I don't want mom, I want dad. Jiajia had already cried enough during the day, so by nightfall, her tears had dried up. This is my real home. Dad says he'll work hard to get our old home back, too. Shun Luoying and Xiao Zhan both looked at Xiao Yin. Silence fell for a moment. No one continued that topic. Instead, Xiao Zhan was quite pleased. If Nalan Yinran becomes famous, won't she be able to make a lot of money? That's great. She's struggled with you for so long, and now she can finally have a good life. And Jiajia's future will be secure, too. Xiao Zhan, after all, was a practical man. What he cared about most was money. With money, life and everything else would improve. Even if Jiajia continued living with Xiao Yin, once Nalan Yinran's situation improved, she'd naturally provide for Jiajia, giving her the best she could. All in all, this was a wonderful thing for both Jiajia and Nalan Yinran. As for Xiao Yan's feelings, he was old enough, had failed enough times in life, so this hardly counted as a major blow. That night, naturally, Jiajia clamored to watch her mother's livestream. Shun Luoying and Xiao Zhan were also curious. They didn't really understand how internet celebrities made money through live streaming. So, Xiao Yin pulled out his phone, cast the screen to the TV, and showed them. The whole family, young and old, sat together watching the former daughter-in-law's live stream on television. It was an awkward situation, no doubt. But it couldn't be helped. Once you know, you can't just pretend you don't and ignore it. Especially with Jiajia, their daughter. In the room, the ticking of the second hand could almost be heard, though so faint that most people wouldn't notice. Feeling a bit uneasy, Shun Luoying asked, how much longer until Nalan Yinran's livestream starts? Jiajia and Xiao Zhan both turned to look at Xiao Yin. He gave an embarrassed smile. I'm not really sure. She usually streams pretty late, and she isn't a professional streamer, so her sessions are never all that long. So that's how it is. They waited for a long time, so long that Jiajia began yawning. People in the countryside usually go to bed early, and, as expected, by this hour Xiao Zhan and Shun Luoying would already be preparing to sleep on an ordinary night. As everyone chatted, it was finally through Xiao Yan's notification in Nalan Yinran's fan group that they heard the news, almost instantly, about Nalan Yinran's livestream. The moment the livestream began, several hundred viewers poured in all at once. Xiao Yin patiently explained to his parents what a livestream was, pointing out the numbers and statistics on the screen. But their attention had already been captured by Nalan Yinran's appearance on the screen, leaving them utterly amazed. Is that Nalan Yinran? Jiajia, sitting nearby, was just as shocked, her mouth hanging wide open in surprise. Her eyes, dark and shining like black pearls, quickly filled with mist. If she hadn't already cried earlier that day, she surely would have burst into tears again at this very moment. Shun Luoying had always known that her former daughter-in-law was exceptionally beautiful. Yet, seeing her now, framed perfectly by the camera, her beauty seemed almost unreal. Xiao Yin, half amused and half exasperated, explained, live streams have a beauty filter. It enhances your looks, making you appear even more beautiful than usual. Xiao Zhan couldn't help but express his admiration. It really is impressive. The viewer count in the live stream kept climbing, soon surpassing 2,000. Shun Luoying was astonished. You mean to say there are over 2,000 people watching Nalan Yinran right now? Xiao Yin nodded. When Xiao Zhan first learned that Nalan Yinran had become popular, he had been genuinely happy. But now that happiness was tinged with unease. As a man, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable at the thought of so many people watching his former daughter-in-law. In contrast, Shun Luoying was thrilled. Nalan Yinran is truly amazing. So many people are watching her. If it were me, I'd be so overwhelmed I wouldn't know what to say. This is wonderful. She's realizing her dream. Xiao Yin smiled. Given how viral her short videos were today, there'll definitely be even more viewers joining in. Just then, Shun Luoying pointed at the carriage animation on the screen and asked, what's that? And what about the little hearts on the left, the ones that keep going up? Is that also the viewer count? No, those are gifts that viewers send to the streamer. As he spoke, Xiaoyan topped up 20 yuan and sent a gift himself. Look, see? The gift I just sent for 20 yuan shows up on the screen like this. Oh my, Nalan Yinran just thanked you. But Xiaoyan, why did you choose the username Yao Lao? Shen Luoying asked with childlike curiosity. After all, the beautiful woman on the screen had once been her daughter-in-law and was Judge's mother. Because I don't want Nalan Yinran to recognize me. Xiaoyan went on to explain, right now, I'm ranked 32nd. There are others who have sent more gifts than I have. Shen Luoying was once again left speechless in amazement. In just a few minutes, that many people have already sent gifts? Does the 40 to 50,000 for first and second place mean actual cash? Xiaoyan continued to explain, no, the exchange rate between virtual coins and real money is 10 to 1. I just spent 20 yuan, and it shows up as 200. The top spot has 55,000, which means they've spent 5,500 yuan. Oh my goodness. Shen Luoying and Xiao Zhan were both stunned. They knew live streaming could be lucrative, but this was truly beyond their expectations. Who are these people sending gifts? An ordinary person's monthly salary, gone in just a few minutes. Shen Luoying felt as if her worldview had been upended. Xiaoyan smiled as he explained, Mom, Dad, there are too many wealthy people in this world. This is just the beginning. Invisible Wings is a huge hit. Tonight, Nalan Yinran's live stream earnings will definitely exceed anything you can imagine. Beside them, Zhezhou was actually the one feeling most conflicted, but she kept her eyes on her mother, holding back her words. Nalan Yinran began to sing. Her voice was captivating, singing the very song that had made her famous. Time slipped by quickly. About 20 minutes later, the number of viewers in the live room had already surpassed 10,000. Shen Luoying and Xiao Zhan were so shocked they could hardly speak. Just the gifts from the top supporter alone amounted to over 100,000 yuan in cash. Xiaoyan did a quick calculation. The top 10 together had sent over 300,000 yuan worth of gifts. With results like this, there was no doubt that Nalan Yinran had become a top-tier online celebrity overnight. During the prime time between 9 and 10 o'clock, she naturally held the #1 spot on the site's hourly rankings. From 10 to 11, although the gifts weren't coming in as fast as before, she still managed to rank in the top 10 for the hour. And as for today's total gift leaderboard, there was no contest. Nalan Yinran took the top spot, receiving over 500,000 yuan in gifts in a single night. After the platform's 50% cut, that left her with 250,000. The company she was signed with would then take another 30%. After all, Nalan Yinran's explosive popularity wasn't achieved alone. There was a company and a team supporting her. The company only taking 30% was already quite generous. Most agencies would take 50 to 70%. The only reason Nalan Yinran kept more was because her agent was Nalan Zhao, and the contract she signed was not the typical exploitative kind. That's why the copyright to Invisible Wings still belonged to her. This arrangement prevented future disputes. Though terminating the contract with the company now would mean facing a hefty penalty once the contract expired. All the original songs Nalan Yinran performed would belong entirely to her. She had bought the copyrights herself, and the contract was signed in her name. There would be no situation where, after the contract ended, the songs would belong to the company and have nothing to do with the singer. All these advantages are thanks to Nalan Zhao. Otherwise, someone like Nalan Yinran, who's a complete newcomer signing her first contract, could have easily fallen into a contractual trap and ended up as just another poorly paid worker. As for the platform taking half of the profits, that's perfectly normal. After all, the paying users all belong to the platform. Nalan Yinran became popular and gained a massive following and benefits precisely because of their platform. Besides, the platform also handles promotion. Without it, relying solely on Nalan Zhao's agency would never have been enough. In fact, the users who helped Invisible Wings climb the charts on both short video platforms and major music apps all originally came from their platform. So, it's entirely reasonable for them to take 50%. Even when Xiaoyan publishes his novels online, he only gets half the earnings. Once earnings from Waterball gifts exceed 8,000 yuan, there's a 20% tax. So, of the 175,000 yuan Nalan Yinran made tonight, after taxes, only 140,000 yuan remains. Even though the initial 500,000 yuan shrinks to this much, it's already the income of a top-tier streamer. Among online writers, this would be an outstanding monthly salary. Except this is what Nalan Yinran earned in just one night. After Xiaoyan finished his rough calculation, Shen Luoying and Xiao Zhan were both stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Jia, sitting nearby, didn't fully grasp the numbers, but she understood one thing. Her mom was amazing, truly amazing. 14,000 in a single night. Shen Luoying exclaimed, counting on her fingers. That means 1.4 million in 10 days. So in a month, that's 4.2 million. My goodness. Beside her, Xiao Zhan's jaw dropped in shock. There had always been rumors that, with such a massive population and a long period of peace, big celebrities could make hundreds of millions a year with ease. But who could have imagined that an internet celebrity, just singing into her phone, could earn so much money? It was astonishing. Xiaoyan gave a wry smile. You can't calculate it like that. The reason Nailin Yanran made so much tonight was because of special circumstances. The people who spent big on gifts aren't fools. Some of them are hoping to meet her in private. At this, Jejia and Xiaoyan's parents grew a little anxious. Nailin Yanran's dream is to be a singer, not to marry into a wealthy family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen me back then, Xiaoyan said with a smile. So, since she won't meet anyone privately, her next broadcast might not even reach 100,000 in total sales. From now on, her income will keep dropping, unless she goes viral again and attracts more new fans. Xiaoyan actually knew a bit about the live streaming industry. He'd once read in the news that some gaming streamers had signing fees over 100 million. He was so surprised he even looked it up. Unless you're one of those irreplaceable, top-tier, phenomenon-level celebrity streamers, even big-name broadcasters can be easily replaced. Many streamers who were all the rage 2 years ago have since faded into obscurity. Now, even if they occasionally go live, the gifts they receive barely amount to a few thousand yuan. Fans are fickle, always flocking to wherever the buzz is. Very few manage to stay popular for several years in a row. Even major celebrities face the same fate. So that's how it is. Shen Luoying and Xiao Zhan began to understand, but they couldn't help saying, if only you and Nailin Yanran hadn't divorced. They spoke in hushed tones. Nailin Yanran could take advantage of her current popularity to earn more. The 2 million yuan may seem like an insurmountable mountain for ordinary people, but for Nailin Yanran, maybe half a year or a year of streaming like this could make it all back. After those words, the family and Xiao Yan all fell silent. After all, having your wife pay off your debts is already a bit much. Not to mention, Xiao Yan and Nailin Yanran are already divorced. Saying things like this now is truly shameful. Besides, perhaps it was only after leaving Xiao Yan that Nailin Yanran's career soared. All right, Mom, Dad, it's late. Let's all get some rest. Ironically, Xiao Yan was the calmest among them. Maybe because he was part of the Marvel chat group. Jejia, do you want to sleep with Daddy tonight? Jejia, having just watched her mother's live stream, was clearly not her usual self. She wasn't crying or fussing, just quietly withdrawn. She looked at her father, then over at her grandparents. In the end, she nodded. At times like this, it was her father she felt closest to. After Grandma helped Jejia wash up and change her into a pretty nightgown, she still didn't say a word as they went upstairs, remaining unusually quiet. Shen Luoying reminded Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, I know you must be feeling terrible inside, but you're pretending to be fine just so we won't worry. Still, you should take good care of Jejia. Kids these days understand so much more than we think. Upstairs, Xiao Yan finally turned on the air conditioning. Outside, the night buzzed with the sounds of insects in the summer heat, but inside the house, it was cool and comfortable. Xiao Yan lay down beside Jejia. In the lamplight, he could see that her beautiful little face was already starting to resemble Nailin Yanran's. Jejia, are you still shocked by your mom's live stream? Jejia felt wronged, her feelings a tangled mess. She nodded, then shook her head. Daddy, children can never hide their feelings. Holding tightly on to Xiao Yan's large hand, she said, Daddy, do you think Mommy might find someone rich to marry when the time comes? And then she won't want Jia anymore? She'll have new children, she'll sing them to sleep, and tell them stories about little ducks. So that was what Jia was worried about. Xiao Yan felt a pang of sorrow deep inside. A mother remarrying, surely that must be a huge blow to a child. He hugged his daughter close and took a deep breath. No, Jia, your mommy isn't that kind of person, and you have to trust Daddy. I've grown up now. I won't act rashly and impulsively anymore. I'm going to do my best to bring your mommy back. Xiao Yan thought his daughter would be moved to tears. But he hadn't expected how seriously kids these days took the idea of money. Strictly speaking, it was more that Jia was different. Ever since she could remember, her parents had been fighting about money. The debt collectors calls the move from their small city apartment to the rural hometown, all those changes, money was always at the root. Her father had once worked himself to exhaustion at construction sites, all for the sake of money. So maybe Jia wasn't like other little girls. She understood the power of money far too well for her age. Daddy, you're so poor now, and Mommy is rich. Can you really catch up to her? Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Who says your daddy's poor? I'm rich, in spirit at least. Yeah, right. Jia shot him a look, clearly understanding his meaning. Daddy, I'm going to sleep now. Don't stay up too late writing your novel tonight. Jia was such a thoughtful child. She even remembered things like that. Xiao Yin felt a jumble of emotions. He pulled a light blanket over Jia Jia. Even with the air conditioning on, it could get a bit chilly. Then, moving quietly, he tiptoed to his desk, set his computer and phone to silent mode, and sat down. No sooner had he switched on his phone than a flood of chat notifications poured in. In the Marvel chat group, people were clearly talking, but all that showed up on his phone were blank screens and a string of question marks. The Nalanyaran fan group was still growing in numbers, almost at its limit. Soon, Nalanyaran would probably have to open a third group for her fans. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's own readers group was buzzing with excitement. Everyone was talking about the success of Battle Through. The heavens. So much had happened today that Xiao Yan hadn't even kept track. Turns out, his novel had made it onto the rankings. And not just one ranking, either. Xiao Yan was amazed. He was just about to look more closely at his novel stats when, ding dong, a special notification popped up. Someone important had sent him a message. It was Nalanyaran, though, of course, not to Xiao Yan directly, but to Miss Wang. I'm here, still awake. Your live stream tonight was on fire, Nalanyaran. I watched the whole thing. Nalanyaran hadn't expected Miss Wang to reply instantly. It really did feel as if fate had brought them together. I really should thank you especially, Miss Wang. If it weren't for the songs you wrote for me, I would never have become so popular. Today is honestly the first time in my life I've felt this excited. The company wants me to go to the celebration party, but I don't really want to. I just want to be alone. Now, having you to talk to as a confidant feels wonderful. Xiao Yan smiled at this, shifting to a more comfortable position. He said, if there's anything you want to talk about, just say it. Who knows, maybe I'll get some inspiration and write an even better song for you. Hearing Xiao Yan say this, Nalan Yinran couldn't help but laugh on the other end of the phone, even though they'd only known each other. For a short time, the sense of familiarity and understanding between them made her feel as if Miss Wang was a true kindred spirit. Haha, so much happened today that I don't even know where to start. Since that was the case, Xiao Yan didn't hold back. Naturally, he wanted to start with the topic that interested him most. He glanced at his daughter, Jia Jia, who was nearly asleep under the lamplight. This was a topic Jia Jia cared about, too. Didn't you say last time that there were a few wealthy fans sending you gifts? And that if you didn't agree to meet them in private, they'd stop sending gifts? Nalan Yinran didn't question why Miss Wang was asking. After all, money is a subject that concerns everyone. Those wealthy fans had spent quite a bit tonight as well. That's actually something I wanted to tell you. After I became popular for singing Invisible Wings, those guys realized I was important to them. And now, they're still hoping to meet me. But first, they want to win my favor in the live stream. Honestly, it makes me laugh when I think about it. You have no idea, Miss Wang, how arrogant they were at first. They acted like it was some kind of honor for me, just to be noticed by them. If I refused to meet, they saw it as me being ungrateful and disrespectful. But now that they know I'm not just an ordinary online celebrity, but a singer, their attitudes have completely changed. They're much more polite and respectful when they talk to me. Xiao Yan let out a silent sigh of relief. What he feared most was that Nalan Yinran might lose herself, because if that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. There were many women who were once innocent, but after taking shortcuts and enjoying generous rewards and a comfortable life, there was no going back. They just couldn't return to the days when they worked hard for a meager salary month after month. Tonight, Nalan Yinran had earned 140,000 yuan in pure income, a sum that most people could never dream of making. So, Miss Nalan, is there anyone you're particularly interested in? You seem very young, but you're also at the age where people start thinking about marriage. Naturally, Xiao Yan had to pretend he knew nothing about Nalan Yinran's private life. After all, even though they share an unspoken understanding, the time they had spent together was still rather short. The real reason Xiao Yan was asking was to find out what she thought. Marrying into a wealthy family and becoming a rich wife could be seen as gold digging. But if she happened to meet someone who was rich, handsome, and to her liking, well, that would be a different story altogether. Given Nalan Yinran's current popularity, she absolutely had such opportunities. She might even receive private messages and send her own photos in return, perhaps snapshots from trips abroad, beaches, castles, yachts, and so on. For an ordinary girl, all of this would be highly attractive. It was just like how boys felt when they saw pretty girls posting selfies. If the guy was good-looking, wealthy, witty, and well-educated, he was practically the perfect man. On Nalan Yinran's side, there was a moment of silence. This made Xiao Yan start to feel uneasy. Could it really be true? Miss Wang, although I've always talked to you about work, my private life is just a mess as well. She hesitated for a moment, perhaps finding typing too slow, and ended up sending a voice message. You might not know this, but I'm actually a divorced woman. Not only that, I have a 6-year-old daughter. Xiao Yan deliberately acted surprised. Oh my, really? I would never have guessed. Maybe it's just that the beauty filters on those short video apps are too powerful. She let out a bitter laugh, then continued. This isn't something I can hide for long, and I never intended to. So, to answer your earlier question, someone like me, once you take away the filters and all the hype, I'm really not that special. The kind of good man you're talking about would never be interested in someone like me. In fact, I've already braced myself once. These rich admirers of mine learn about my past. They'll all leave. The only ones who will stick around will be those who genuinely appreciate my singing. Xiaoyan also fell silent for a while, as if digesting all this new information. Miss Nayland, you really shouldn't be so hard on yourself. These days, there are more divorces than marriages. You're still young, beautiful, talented, and popular. Finding a good man won't be a problem for you. A good man? She gave a wry smile. There was a time I thought I'd already found one, but reality taught me a harsh lesson. But, never mind, let's not talk about him. Just thinking about that man puts me in a bad mood. Xiaoyan's face flushed a little. The topic had somehow shifted to him. He knew Nayland Yinran didn't want to dwell on it, but he couldn't help but ask, Do you still have feelings for your ex-husband? Ahem, don't get me wrong, I'm just curious. For a woman as beautiful as you, what kind of man would ever be worthy? Miss Wang's words drew a burst of laughter from Nayland Yinran. She shifted to a more comfortable sitting position and then said with self-mockery, What kind of man? Even men who are clueless and as ordinary as can be still deserve me. The worst part is, I can't seem to forget about him. But never mind, let's not talk about this anymore. Can't forget him. Xiao Yin was utterly stunned. He never imagined that Nayland Yanran would still harbor so many feelings toward him. If it weren't for this new identity, she probably wouldn't have uttered these words, even if her life depended on it. Oh, I just realized how late it's gotten. It's almost 1 a.m. I've kept you up so late again, Miss Wang. By the way, I've been talking this whole time and haven't really asked you about your life, Miss Wang. Xiao Yin had considered creating a persona for himself, but he worried that the more lies he told, the harder it would be to keep his story straight later. Instead, he decided to be straightforward. Honestly, I'm just an ordinary person. I don't like being in the spotlight, and my interests are very simple. You really don't need to know too much about me. I see. Nayland Yinran felt her guard go up a little. He wouldn't even mention his job or identity, while she had been so candid herself. The imbalance made her pause. Xiao Yin continued. I can provide you with songs. But now that you're popular, I'm sure plenty of people want to write for you, and your company is probably buying songs as well. I doubt you still need mine. Nayland Yinran hesitated for a moment, then replied, My cousin did mention that the company plans to buy songs for me, but I don't really want to sing those. Even if I become famous singing them, they won't truly be mine. If I ever end my contract with a company and, by some luck, get to hold a concert in the future, it would be awkward not to be able to sing my own songs. Of course, if some of those songs are truly excellent, I'd still sing a few. But honestly, I'm much more excited to see what you'll write for me next. If you still see me as a friend, I think I can keep writing songs for you. At this point, Nayland Yinran was no longer naive. She replied with a sharp tone. Miss Wang, aren't you a bit too sly? You won't reveal anything about yourself. Honestly, I'm starting to suspect you're not even a woman at all, but a man in disguise. Xiao Yin was taken aback. The very thing he'd worried about had happened. Nayland Yinran was a college graduate, far more educated than Xiao Yin, who only attended a technical school. I just realized, even though we haven't known each other long, you've never sent me a voice message. Other than knowing you as Miss Wang, I know almost nothing about you. Xiao Yin quickly tried to explain. Miss Nayland, maybe you're just tired tonight and overthinking things a bit. Not many. Why don't you send me a voice message now? Let me hear it. And don't use a voice changer. Miss Nayland, as I've said before, I prefer to keep to myself. If you keep pressing me like this, I might really get upset. Nayland Yinran fell silent for a moment. Although she was now quite famous and had every reason to feel self-important, she knew that Miss Wang's talent was beyond question. She also understood that many well-known singers were also top-notch songwriters. If she allowed her dissatisfaction with Xiao Yan's guardedness to sour their relationship, she might end up losing this rare talent for good. Nayland Yinran was no child. After weighing her options, she quickly replied with a laugh. Miss Wang, please don't be angry. I only got upset because you've kept so much from me. I feel like we're kindred spirits, and I've shared almost everything, my thoughts and the things happening around me, with you. Yet you've told me nothing. That's why I started to suspect you might be a man. But you're so gifted. Maybe you took on a female identity just to get closer to me. Xiao Yin replied with a smile. Miss Nayland, your imagination really knows no bounds. I'm tired. Since you no longer trust me, perhaps we should stop contacting each other. Good night. Xiao Yin was retreating to advance. He had a great song in hand and knew Nayland Yinran's personality well enough to predict her reaction. Sure enough, she hurriedly sent a voice message. Miss Wang, please don't be upset. It's my fault. I won't question your identity anymore, and I won't suspect you're a man, either. Please don't ignore me. Finding a true friend is not easy. You just hoping I'll write you another song, aren't you? Xiao Yin exposed her motives without mercy. Nailin Yinran felt a pang of regret. If Miss Wang didn't want to share her personal matters, she shouldn't have forced the issue. Now, every word between them seemed tense. Miss Wang, I really do feel we're kindred spirits, and it's not just about the music. Of course, I'm willing to compromise now, mostly for the songs you write. When it comes to songwriting, I'm truly grateful to you. All right then, it's late. You should get some sleep too. Staying up late isn't good for a woman's skin. Okay, you get some rest as well. After ending the call with Miss Wang, Nailin Yinran began to reflect. Had she really let success go to her head? She knew that many friendships in the entertainment industry, once so close, ended up falling apart over a single incident. She and Miss Wang hadn't even reached that breaking point, yet somehow things had already gotten so awkward. But on the other hand, can she really be blamed for all of this? Clearly, Miss Wang is holding back far too much, while Nailin Yinran trusts her wholeheartedly, sharing almost everything. Miss Wang, though she appears gentle and considerate, is in truth enigmatic and distant. As for Xiao Yin, he too feels rather helpless. Perhaps he has a bit of a temper himself. Who knows why? Is it that 7-year itch? All in all, when he and Nailin Yinran are apart, he finds himself missing her. Yet, whenever they meet, their conversations can't last long before quarrels and arguments erupt. Looks like I need to make some changes. With my current temper, how can I hope to win my ex-wife back? Xiao Yin decides not to concern himself with Nailin Yinran's affairs any longer. Even when she quickly posts a selfie to her social feed, Xiao Yin can't even muster the energy to give it a like. Turning his attention back to his novel, Xiao Yin notices that despite how late it is, people are still chatting in the group. Feeling a bit emotional, he refrains from joining the conversation and simply scrolls through the chat history. And then, the realization strikes him. His novel, Battle Through the Heavens, has actually climbed to the 11th spot on the new releases chart. Ahead of him are all heavyweight authors, one of whom has even boosted their book's ranking with over 10,000 votes. Still, Xiao Yan's own performance isn't bad at all. Not only is he on the new releases chart, but he's also made it into the top 100 of the recommendation votes chart, currently sitting at 98th. Even more impressive, he's cracked into the site's overall sales chart, with the book's tips and donations landing him within the top 500, specifically at number 423. On the genre sales chart, he's at 105. The only thing dragging him down is his click rate, which lags behind at well over 1,000th place on the overall clicks chart. The title Battle Through the Heavens hasn't yet sparked much curiosity among readers, or perhaps it's simply that, as a new release, it hasn't had much exposure. Fortunately, the editor sees potential and has been quietly giving the book a lot of behind-the-scenes recommendations. For instance, when readers browse similar novels, new releases are recommended at random, but Battle Through the Heavens appears more frequently than most. Otherwise, this new book would barely make it past 10,000th place in clicks. Even so, these results are already quite impressive. Though it's late, Xiao Yin sees many readers staying up all night, eagerly reading each new chapter as it's released and leaving comments such as, "Keep it up, author. Looking forward to more. This is my first time reading a novel like this. Though it feels a bit formulaic, it's really enjoyable. Author, please don't leave the book unfinished. I'll buy the official version to support you. A 100 yuan tip for encouragement." Seeing these numbers, Xiao Yan's spirits soar. Even though he's merely copying a novel from another world, the bank account listed on the contract is his own. Just today, he's received nearly 4,000 yuan in tips, including 3 major contributors. Of course, this money can't compare to what his ex-wife, Nailin Yinran, earns, but Xiao Yin is still delighted, because this is hope. Suddenly, someone in the readers group announces that there's been an update. Xiao Yin is momentarily stunned. He hasn't posted a new chapter, has he? Looking closer, he realizes it's the novel's data that's been updated. The rankings he saw earlier were from yesterday. Xiao Yin hurried to check and was instantly thrilled. Ranked 7th on the homepage's new book chart, 5th place on the category's sales chart, 25th on the category's recommendation votes chart. These results were once unimaginable for Xiao Yin, especially since it was a novel he had written himself. As for the sales chart, he never used to check it. His ranking was so poor it was nowhere to be found, even after scrolling through 20 or 30 pages. The clicks chart was just as hopeless. He couldn't see his book listed there either. Now that Xiao Yan's own novel was officially released, it even appeared on the monthly ticket chart, though it was currently ranked somewhere beyond 8,000th place. The recommendation votes chart looked even bleaker, with his book sitting at over 12,000th place. So, comparing all this, it became clear just how outstanding the first day's results for Battle Through the Heavens were. Although it was still far from matching Nalan Yinran's performance. Compared to the data from Xiao Yan's previous novels, it was like night and day. Naturally, Xiao Yan was overjoyed. That night, he was finally able to sleep soundly, perhaps because he knew Nalan Yinran wasn't about to marry into a wealthy family for money. As for the argument between his alternate account and Nalan Yinran, Xiao Yan didn't take it to heart. Friction between him and Nalan Yinran had always been normal. The next day arrived with bright sunshine. Before his phone alarm could go off, the sounds of insects chirping and birds singing merrily outside filled his ears. Xiao Yan felt a little dazed, as if those sounds by his ear had transformed into the clamor of traffic and the bustle of neighbors from the small city where he used to live. All those sounds reminded him of his life back in the small town. Finally, fully awake, Xiao Yan realized the only sound left was the gentle hum of the air conditioner inside the room. He sat up and ruffled his hair, sighing at the electricity bill from running the AC all night. This summer, he figured the electric bill would easily add up to several hundred yuan a month. But then he remembered that his novel had earned 2,000 yuan just yesterday, and the weight on his heart eased considerably. At that moment, he noticed his daughter, Jia, with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Xiao Yan's heart ached at once. Ever since his divorce from Nalan Yinran, their daughter, Jia, hadn't had a peaceful night's sleep. Xiao Yan thought about waking his daughter, but seeing that it was still early, he crept out of bed, trying not to disturb her. He stepped outside for some fresh air, patting his pockets as if searching for a cigarette to ease his nerves, but it had been ages since he'd smoked. For Jia's sake, he had changed a lot as a single dad. He forced himself not to dwell on sad thoughts. Even with time on his hands at home, he couldn't afford to be lazy. Xiao Yan went to feed the chickens. Almost every household in the countryside raised a few. Then he started the fire and cooked breakfast, so that when Shen Luoying and Xiao Zhan got up, they'd be greeted by a meal ready and waiting. In the meantime, he swept the yard, and after breakfast, he planned to do the laundry. Xiao Yan, Shen Luoying, and Xiao Zhan were both amazed. It's all right. I don't have a job right now anyway, so I'll take care of the housework for now. After all, I'm not a child anymore. Shen Luoying and Xiao Zhan both looked as though they wanted to say something, but in the end, they kept their thoughts to themselves. Still, some questions lingered in their hearts, because Xiao Yan had changed so much recently. Back when the business first went bankrupt, it was as if he was punishing himself, throwing himself into hard labor with reckless abandon. The once fair and handsome young man had turned tanned, his palms calloused and rough. But ever since he hit his head, and now that he seemed almost fully recovered, Xiao Yan showed no intention of looking for work again. On the contrary, he seemed genuinely happy. He'd gone from dragging himself through each day, gloomy and anxious about work, to being all smiles without a job. Such a stark change. It was almost unsettling. After Xiao Zhan left for work, Shen Luoying came over, holding Xiao Yan back and asking, Xiao Yan, did what happened with Nalan Yinran last night upset you again? Honestly, seeing you smile like this now makes me even more worried. Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh, both amused and exasperated. My happiness doesn't have much to do with Nalan Yinran. I just feel hopeful about life again. Being able to help out and ease your burdens makes me happy too. With that, Xiao Yan began washing clothes. But Shen Luoying hesitated, words catching in her throat. She'd recently seen a news story about a factory owner who, after bankruptcy, bought several insurance policies for himself and then sought out a fatal accident so his family could get a massive payout. She truly worried that Xiao Yan might be thinking along the same lines. But he didn't seem like he was, so she didn't dare ask, afraid that bringing it up might plant harmful ideas. After finishing the laundry, Xiao Yan stretched and thought to himself that it was getting late. Maybe it was time to wake Jia. Letting her sleep in all morning wasn't good. He recalled at a recent class reunion, his female classmates had all been discussing how to best educate their children. Parents these days put great emphasis on their children's education and are willing to invest heavily. Xiao Yan had splurged on a top-of-the-line learning device for Jia, but had nearly turned into her personal game console. Because of what happened with Nalan Yinran, Xiao Yan hadn't had the heart to discipline Jia, instead spoiling her and giving in to her every whim. But deep down, he knew this was doing her more harm than good. Education had to keep up. He didn't expect her to outshine everyone, but at the very least, she couldn't fall behind. Otherwise, Xiao Yan would feel unworthy of raising his daughter. As he dried his hands, ready to wake Jia and start the day's lessons, since he couldn't afford a tutor, he'd just have to be her tutor himself. His phone suddenly rang. Xiao Yan glanced at the screen and froze. It was a call from Nalan Yinran. What did she want? Is she just here to show off? Or does she think that now she's famous and making money, she wants custody of Jia? If this really ended up in court, Given the financial situation and educational environment, chances are the court would side with the mother. After all, Xiao Yin still has a mountain of debt to pay off. The fact that Nalan Yinran would call Xiao Yin early in the morning, well, not that early, was something he hadn't expected. Is there something you need? On the other end, Nalan Yinran's voice carried a trace of emotion as she said, I've got some money on hand. Do you want me to lend you some to help pay off your debts? Xiao Yin was momentarily stunned. His mind went blank, and suddenly the hum of summer insects around him seemed to grow louder. No need. I can handle it myself. Nalan Yinran was silent for a moment before saying, Put Jia on the phone. I want to talk to my daughter. Jia is still asleep. Daddy. Xiao Yin turned around to see Jia in her pajamas, hair tousled, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Jia's awake. You can talk to her now, he said, handing her the phone. Xiao Yin pretended to walk away, but in reality, he lingered on the other side of the wall, hanging up clothes while eavesdropping. Oh, okay, I got it. Jia's responses drifted over as the call stretched on for more than 20 minutes. When Jia finally came over with the phone, Xiao Yin was still pretending to hang laundry, though by then he'd been standing outside, so long that the sun was burning his skin. What did Mom say to you? Xiao Yin asked as casually as he could, swatting away an annoying little bug that flew by. Mom said that if I'm not happy living with Dad, I can go live with her anytime. She said she's got money now and can give me a better environment. Jia said it so matter-of-factly that Xiao Yin couldn't even tell if she was being deliberate or just innocent. Either way, the words stung. Xiao Yin was silent for a while. He realized Nalan Yinran really had gotten overconfident. She was now openly trying to win the child over. Daddy, after we eat, I want to play games. You have to play with me. Jia's tone was almost commanding. Right then, Xiao Yin felt the sun beating down on his head, making it ache. He had actually planned to help Jia study after lunch. After all, he did graduate from a third-rate university. Helping with elementary school homework should have been easy enough. But Nalan Yinran's phone call had completely thrown things off. Damn it. If he'd known it would turn out like this, he should have just borrowed the money from her, taken all the cash from her livestream earnings, and paid off his old classmates first. Once the clothes were hung, Xiao Yin sat down to play games with his daughter. To his surprise, he ended up having a great time. These kids' video games were actually a lot of fun. At noon, Shen Luoying came back from finishing her farm work and saw Xiao Yin teaching Jia something. She assumed Xiao Yin was tutoring Jia, and the scene felt harmonious, as if their lives had taken on a poetic, picturesque quality. But as she drew closer, she realized they were actually playing a game. Xiao Yin, come here for a moment. Although Shen Luoying was a seasoned farmer, she knew how important a child's education was these days. Jia was bright and clever. How could they let her fall behind at the starting line? Jia was already growing up in a single-parent household. Instead of giving her extra care and guidance, Xiao Yin, as her stand-in father, was teaching her to play games. It was simply irresponsible. Stepping into the sweltering kitchen, Xiao Yin immediately broke into a sweat. The room where he and Jia had played was air-conditioned. Mom, I know what you're getting at, but my hands are tied. Nalan Yinran's gotten full of herself lately. This morning, she called me. Directly, and then even called Jia. She said that if Jia wasn't happy living here, she'd come and take her back right away. Shen Luoying fell silent. So, to keep Jia happy, you just play games with her? Xiao Yin gave a wry smile, wiped the sweat from his brow, then went to the living room to fetch the fan and switched it on. Soon, Shen Luoying would be cooking, and though there was no air conditioning, at least the fan would bring some relief. But this isn't the way. You're not helping Jia this way. I think we should scrape together some money and sign her up for a tutoring class or something she's interested in. She hasn't even touched her summer homework, and here you are playing tablet games with her. Xiao Yin shook his head helplessly. Let's talk about classes later. For now, I just need to keep Jia steady. Daddy, come here, I can't beat this level. Jia's childish voice rang out, calling loudly for him. Mom, I'm going. Just make something simple for lunch. Shen Luoying watched Xiao Yan's retreating figure, words stuck in her throat. After all, Nalan Yinran and Xiao Yin were divorced. Seeing her son like this, Shen Luoying suddenly wondered if maybe Jia would be better off living with her mother. Out here in the dusty countryside, Xiao Yin was clinging to this way of maintaining the father-daughter bond, and Shen Luoying really didn't think it was right. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to say anything. Right now, Jia might be Xiao Yin's only reason for carrying on. If Jia really left, Shen Luoying feared her son wouldn't be able to go on. The day passed quickly. Jia was delighted. Her dad had spent nearly the whole day playing games with her. After dinner, she started clamoring to watch her mother's live stream. This little girl kept insisting she didn't miss her mom, but her actions told a different story. Upstairs, Xiao Yin turned on the computer, and father and daughter sat together to watch Nalan Yinran's live stream. Tonight was indeed different from last night. The number of viewers in the live stream plummeted, and the number of gifts was nowhere near as explosive as yesterday. However, when she performed Invisible Wings, the gifts still poured in, enough to keep her in the platform's top 10 for the hourly rankings. In total, the gifts added up to over 100,000 yuan. After the platform took its half, and the sign company took another 30%, what Nailin Yanran had left was about 35,000 yuan. Subtract another 20% for taxes, and she was left with 28,000 yuan. Compared to last night's 140,000 yuan, it was hardly a match. Even so, it was still far more than what most ordinary people could earn. In a second-tier city, it's already considered quite well off if an average person earns 20 to 30,000 yuan a month. Even at her young age, Jia could sense something was different. Mommy didn't seem to make as much tonight as she did yesterday, she remarked. Xiaoyan patted Jia's head and smiled. That's to be expected. She didn't film any short videos today, and there were no sensational moments in her show. Still, her earnings tonight weren't exactly small. So how much did Daddy make today? Jia asked, striking right at the heart of the matter. Xiaoyan let out a deep sigh. If it were just his own novel, his earnings for today would barely reach 20 yuan. Daddy was with you all day and hasn't had a chance to look yet, he replied. I bet it's not very much, Jia continued, stinging him with her words. Daddy, you'd better get to work, or you won't be able to support Jia at all. Oh, you little rascal. Do you really think Daddy is that hopeless? Xiaoyan said, half laughing, half exasperated. Jia stuck out her tongue and made a silly face. Jia's going to bed now. Playing games is exhausting. Xiaoyan could only smile helplessly. All right then, get some rest. Jia really did fall asleep quickly. Perhaps she was slowly getting used to this new way of life. Even though her mother wasn't by her side, Nailin Yanran had called during the day, and at night, Jia could still see her through the live stream. The little girl felt especially content now. Last night, she had cried herself to sleep, but tonight, there were no more tears. Xiaoyan believed that in the days to come, Jia would learn to grow braver, step by step. It was already very late. After Nailin Yanran's live stream ended, instead of checking how his novel performed today, or looking at the fan groups or reader chats, Xiaoyan first opened up his document on the computer and resumed writing his own story. Dreams, after all, are dreams. Even if he copied Battle Through the Heavens, and the statistics looked great, it wasn't really his dream. He saw that as simply a way to earn money. Only what he wrote with his own hands counted as true dedication and pursuit of his dreams. So, even though Battle Through the Heavens was wildly successful, he still hadn't given up on his own underdog novel. Time slipped away quickly as he typed. Today, his own novel gained 2 new followers and 3 more recommendation votes. Not bad at all. A small but genuine step forward. Stretching lazily, he noticed it was already past 1 a.m. Even though he no longer worked during the day, staying up late at night seemed to have become a habit. He unlocked his phone and found, to his surprise, that Nailin Yanran hadn't messaged him. Not from her main account, nor from her alternate one. As expected, this woman really is getting too full of herself. Miss Wang rarely shared anything about herself, and now that Nailin Yanran didn't reach out to chat, she seemed quite willful. Xiaoyan could only give a wry smile, tinged with a trace of disappointment. He resisted the urge to contact her, not wanting to make himself seem too needy. But then, to his surprise, something new popped up in the Marvel chat group. Congratulations, you've grabbed a red envelope from the Hulk. The Hulk, of course, was Bruce Banner. Xiaoyan remembered he'd spoken in the Marvel chat group before. He hadn't expected the Hulk to send out a red envelope. You've received the Hulk's red envelope. 1,000 yuan in cash, a fragment of mutated blood, and a random small art package. Xiaoyan was delighted. His patience over the past 2 days had finally paid off. Since he was eager to get the later volumes of Battle Through the Heavens, Xiaoyan decided to open the random art package first. Congratulations, you've received a technical prize. 1 copy of the Mona Lisa's Smile. What on earth was this? Xiaoyan was dumbfounded. Looking at the group files on his phone, he saw it was an oil painting. He tapped download. He'd expected a simple image file to appear on his phone, but to his astonishment, a real, full-sized painting, frame and all, materialized directly in his hands. Startled, he nearly dropped it. The oil painting was 77 by 53 centimeters, rather large, and with the frame, Xiaoyan almost couldn't hold on to it. It brushed against the table with a faint clunk, making his heart race. He shot a nervous glance at his daughter, Jia, but thankfully, she didn't wake. Otherwise, how could he possibly explain this? Bathed in the glow of the night lamp, Xiaoyan examined the Mona Lisa's Smile closely. The two of them, separated only by the glass of the frame, seemed almost close enough to kiss. The sensation was uncanny, almost eerie, especially since the painting looked so old. In the dead of night, in this setting, It was enough to send chills down his spine. After a while, Xiao Yan's arms began to ache. He picked up his phone and tapped the collect feature in the group files. Sure enough, the large painting was instantly stored away, like magic. The group file feature could only contain items related to the Marvel chat group. There were songs, Love Confession Balloon, Decent, and Invisible Wings. Novels, the first 3 volumes of Battle Through the Heavens, were all there. And all sorts of bizarre treasures. A strand of mutant spider silk, a signed photo of Iron Man, a fragment of Iron Man's armor, a bit of mutated blood, and more. All neatly stored inside. Adding this latest Mona Lisa smile to the list, one had to admit, the Marvel chat group was nothing short of miraculous. Considering the current value of Invisible Wings and Battle Through the Heavens, Xiao Yan figured that this painting, Mona Lisa's smile, must also be worth a fortune, at the very least, several $100,000 yuan. Unfortunately, he couldn't prove the painting's origins for the time being. Otherwise, he could have taken it straight to an auction house, sold it for a good price, and used the money to pay off his debts. Although the painting listed its artist as the renowned Leonardo da Vinci, in this world, Waterball, such a person didn't even exist. There was nothing he could do. For now, Xiao Yan couldn't sell the painting, nor did it seem appropriate to hang it up at home. So, all he could do was store it away for safekeeping. The 1,000 yuan from the red envelope, this time, was just what Xiao Yan needed for an emergency. Ding dong. Bank account number, 233310086. 1,000 yuan deposited, balance, 1,002.89 yuan. Mobile payments were lightning fast, and the money arrived instantly. Xiao Yan was delighted. Just yesterday, he had paid his old classmate Xiong Chongxing 55,000 yuan, leaving him nearly penniless. Now, with this 1,000 yuan, he could at least scrape by until next month. The mutant blood fragment he'd received was clearly another special item from the Marvel chat group, just like the Iron Man and Spider-Man fragments. Tapping to view details. Mutant blood fragment. Extracted from the Hulk's mutated energy. Collect 10 drops to synthesize 1 drinkable drop. Note, this is a single-use mutation product. After using it, you must collect again for the next dose. Xiao Yan was stunned. Did this mean he actually had a chance to mutate? He had no idea what the effects would be, only that this was a consumable item. Compared to the Iron Man fragments, which required a whopping 58 pieces, this one-time use item only needed 10 drops. Definitely a more appealing prospect. The red envelopes from the Marvel chat group kept Xiao Yan occupied for a long while. Outside, the summer night deepened. He didn't rush to bed, nor did he bother with trying to appreciate that mysterious Mona Lisa's smile he couldn't even begin to understand. Instead, he turned his attention to checking the day's novel statistics. Compared to yesterday, the numbers were indeed down, but really it was just the tips that had dropped off. Recommendation votes and collections were still steadily rising. The next day, Xiao Yan indulged in a rare morning lie-in. Maybe snatching those red envelopes in the Marvel chat group had put him in a better mood. When he woke, a text arrived on his phone. It wasn't from Nailin Yinran. Ever since yesterday, she seemed to have no intention of reaching out to him. It was a message from Xiao Yan's editor. Author Heavenly Silkworm Potato, your novel Battle Through the Heavens is performing exceptionally well. We're planning to schedule 2 major recommendations for you, one on the mobile app and another as a top pick in the web categories. We hope you continue to craft even better storylines and maintain a steady update pace. The message had just arrived, and Xiao Yan was thrilled. Never in all his years of writing had an editor given him such affirmation. He responded instantly. I'll do my best to make every chapter shine and never let you down. Thank you for giving my work more exposure. That's my job. No need to be so formal, the editor replied. Your novel's recommendation performance is the best among your peers. If you have a moment, I'd love to discuss the direction of your upcoming plot. A wave of nervousness swept over Xiao Yan. Despite his years of writing, this was the first time an editor had shown him such attention, and he was both honored and a bit overwhelmed. He only knew the outline of the first 3 volumes of Battle Through the Heavens, so he shared his general ideas with the editor. The editor remained courteous and contributed some thoughts, engaging Xiao Yan in a discussion about the story's future direction. Xiao Yan understood that only when a novel was truly outstanding, with a real shot at becoming a hit, would an editor treat it with such care. When his daughter, Jia woke up, she saw her father excitedly chatting away on his phone. She assumed he was talking with her mother, but that wasn't the case. After he finished his conversation, Jia, clutching her little white dog, eyed Xiao Yan suspiciously. Daddy, are you chatting with Anigua? Xiao Yan could only give a wry smile. Of course not. Don't go making wild guesses. He went on to explain. As a father, he felt there was no need to hide the fact that, after so many years of writing, it finally seemed his work was about to take off. Compared to Xiao Yan, who was just beginning to attract attention and showing signs of becoming popular. Nailin Yanran had already become an overnight sensation. Countless radio stations, TV shows, and interview requests poured in. Her company and agent felt she wasn't quite ready for the spotlight, and since she had only one hit song so far, there wasn't much to say in interviews. So, the company quickly purchased several new songs and invited Nailin Zhao and Nailin Yanran to the office to select from them. At first, Nailin Yanran wanted to decline, but remembering how Miss Wang had been less than forthright with her last time, hinting that without her, Nailin Yanran's career would never take off, she changed her mind. Last night, Nailin Yanran didn't reach out to Miss Wang, and surprisingly, Miss Wang didn't contact her either. Out of sheer determination, Nailin Yanran chose 2 songs from the 5 offered. While Invisible Wings was still topping the charts on major music platforms, Nailin Yanran and her company set out to make these next 2 songs just as popular. The company moved quickly. They picked the songs in the morning, began rehearsing in the afternoon, and scheduled the recording for that very night. By tomorrow, the release would already be underway. So, Nailin Yanran was incredibly busy. Still, she insisted on streaming that evening, telling her viewers she was already recording a new song and asking everyone to look forward to it. Xiao Yin understood that a man should have some dignity, that parting ways peacefully was important. But when it comes to matters of the heart, things are never that simple. After so many years together, they had both given so much. That night, Xiao Yin watched Yanran stream, so of course he found out she'd chosen to sing songs written by others. He thought it was perfectly normal, nothing to fuss about. After all, what singer only ever performed songs written by one person? Still, no matter how reasonable it seemed, a quiet frustration lingered in his heart. He buried himself in finishing his novel, then simply went to sleep. 2 seemingly uneventful days passed. Jejia had already adjusted to having a mother who was an internet celebrity, and the learning tablet Xiao Yin had carefully picked out for her had now evolved into a full-fledged entertainment device, games by day, and watching her mom's live streams by night. When she found out her mother was singing a new song, she was bursting with excitement, jumping and dancing around, vowing that when she grew up, she too would become a singer. Xiao Yin, exasperated, gave his daughter a playful smack. "Can't you be a scientist instead?" During this time, Zhu Junlong had called him. Now that there were no more debts between them, their conversations were gentle and cordial. From Zhu's words, Xiao Yin learned that some tabloid reporters had tried to interview him. Quite a few people who knew Nailin Yanran had been approached, and some loose-tongued folks had even let slip Xiao Yin's address. But Xiao Yin lived out in the countryside, where GPS navigation was useless, and the reporters wanted someone who knew Yanran to lead them right to her ex-husband's home. As if that would ever happen, letting something slip was one thing, but personally escorting the press would be downright shameless. No one agreed, and the reporters couldn't find their way through rural roads, so they eventually gave up. Thus, the news that Nailin Yanran had married, divorced, and had a child was about to come to light, but it just so happened that Xiao Yan's life in the countryside kept the entertainment reporters at bay. Everything seemed calm on the surface, but Xiao Yin knew that a storm, one both he and Nailin Yanran had long anticipated, was about to break. A part of him found a grim satisfaction in this, but mostly he was worried. Meanwhile, Miss Wang hadn't heard from Nailin Yanran in quite some time, so Xiao Yin decided to call her himself. Zhu Junlong hadn't bothered to notify her, but since Xiao Yin knew what was going on, he felt it was his duty to let Nailin Yanran know. When she heard that tabloid reporters were investigating her, Nailin Yanran wasn't surprised. After all, her short video account had already hit 3 million followers, her Weibo fans had surpassed 200,000, and rumor had it there were already 5 fan groups dedicated to her. She was truly popular, and with the company backing her and promoting her, it was no surprise that she made it into the top 10 of the short video charts twice. Naturally, entertainment tabloids began to take notice. "All right, I'm aware of this now. My company will handle it. I'm very busy, so I'm hanging up now." With that, Nailin Yanran abruptly ended the call with Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin shook his head, hoping her company could sort things out. After all, even though she was branded as a singer, it couldn't be denied that most of her fans were drawn by her looks and figure. Not to mention those wealthy fans eager to meet her in private. Xiao Yin had already informed Nailin Yanran. He'd done all he could. He himself was extremely busy. During the day, tending to farm chores and housework, keeping his daughter, Jejia, entertained, and, at night, writing his own novel while also managing his ever-growing reader group. The group now had 312 members, all chatting lively every day, with red envelope gifts flying back and forth. The group admins would collect these red envelopes and deliver them to the author in a lump sum. Adding in private red envelopes sent directly to him, Xiao Yin could make over 100 yuan a day just from these small gifts. But what made Xiao Yin happiest was the statistics for his novel, Battle Through the Heavens. The novel was performing exceptionally well in recommendations. There was a specialized data website where he could check the performance of each recommended new book. The first round of recommendations was a trial run, a minor feature with limited traffic. Most novels only saw an increase of 50 to 200 favorites per day. Anything above 200 usually meant the author brought their own following, or the novel had significant potential to go viral. But Battle Through the Heavens was gaining over 500 new favorites each day, and that was just after a few days of being recommended. The total favorites jumped from over 3,000 to more than 5,000, far outpacing others in the same period. And it was worth noting that Xiao Yan was using a brand new author account under the name Heavenly Silkworm Potato. Even his original account didn't have much of a following. Not only were the favorites soaring, but the tips were more than 10 times higher than the average for that period. Except for star authors, most new books only earned a few dozen yuan in tips per day. Xiao Yan, however, was bringing in several hundred yuan daily. Of course, this was partly because he encouraged spending, promising an extra chapter for every 300 yuan in tips. For his wealthy readers, pooling together a few hundred yuan a day for tips was hardly a challenge. Even the recommendation ticket numbers were more than triple the average. Where most authors would see around 100 tickets a day, Xiao Yan was getting over 300, mostly because his reader base was still relatively small. For those novels receiving hundreds or even thousands of recommendation tickets a day, their favorite counts had already reached tens of thousands. Star authors' new releases could have favorite counts of over 100 or even 200,000. Currently, Battle Through the Heavens has just over 5,000 favorites. Many readers don't read every day, and most already have authors and novels they've been following for a long time. Given these circumstances, the fact that Xiao Yan's novel has achieved 3 times the average readership of its peers is already quite remarkable. The only metric where it's on par with other novels from the same period is click-through rate. That's because the title Battle Through the Heavens isn't particularly eye-catching. In Shueisha, if an author can't deliver with such a title, their work is almost guaranteed to flop. So, the click rate isn't high. Compared to other novels from the same time, it's pretty much average. But this actually shows just how well Battle Through the Heavens is received by readers. Even with only average clicks and favorites, every other stat is several times higher than its contemporaries. Naturally, the site's editors have taken notice. Beneath the night sky, Xiao Yan finished checking the day's novel stats and prepared the chapters for tomorrow's update in advance. With everything set, he lay down and drifted off to sleep. He slept soundly, and even though Jia Jia wasn't by his side, the night was peaceful. Xiao Yan dozed off with the fan whirring. When the heat woke him in the middle of the night, he switched on the air conditioner. All in all, it was a pretty good night's rest. But the next morning, as soon as Xiao Yan turned on his phone, he was bombarded by a wave of entertainment news. On Shueisha, entertainment apps are driven by big data too. Because Xiao Yan had been following internet celebrities for some time, mainly because of Nalan Yanran. The news he got first thing in the morning was almost exclusively about influencers. Usually, it was headlines like popular influencer caught barefaced during a live stream mishap, or internet celebrity seen on a late-night date with a wealthy businessman, or male streamer earns millions a year, drives a luxury car, that sort of thing. In short, it was all gossip. With such a booming entertainment industry, these stories attracted hundreds or even thousands of comments. Where there's demand, there are always eager entertainment reporters digging for stories. Today, Xiao Yan's phone buzzed with 3 news stories, all about Nalan Yanran. Not only that, but things had exploded in Nalan Yanran's fan group as well. The group's cap was 3,000 members. Because Xiao Yan had joined early under the name Yao Lao, he was in Group 2, and that group had long since maxed out at 3,000 people. By now, there were even Groups 5 and 6, which meant Groups 3 and 4 had filled up too. Due to a minor disagreement with Nalan Yanran, Xiao Yan hadn't been active in her fan group for the past few days. Plus, he only ever sent small gifts worth 20 yuan at a time, and rarely spoke up in the group or on a live stream. With so many viewers, it was nearly impossible to get noticed without a high-level fan badge. But with today's negative news breaking out, the group was in total chaos. Oh my god, this can't be true, right? My goddess Nalan Yanran. She's already married? Below this was a dramatic, anime-style reaction image, as if someone had just been struck by lightning. Wait, didn't you read the news carefully? Nalan Yanran didn't just get married. She's divorced now. And she has a 6-year-old daughter. Oh my god, what am I even saying? My fingers are trembling as I type this. I actually dreamed about Nalan Yanran last night, and I could never have imagined she's been married for years, divorced, and even has a child. I feel like my mind is about to explode. Hey, group admin, get out here. You're the one who pushed us to send gifts and support her in the rankings, so why are you hiding now? Aren't you going to explain what's really going on? Exactly. I spent 500 yuan last night. If I'd known that Nalan Yinran was divorced and had a kid, there's no way I would have sent gifts. This is just too much. It's shameless fraud and deception. Give us our money back. For a moment, the group was filled with a chorus of complaints. Even the quiet lurkers couldn't stay silent. Xiao Yin could clearly see the number of members in Nalan Yinran's second fan group plummet from a neat 3,000 to just 2,532, with more people leaving by the minute. Amid the flood of criticism, a few loyal fans still tried to defend her. Come on, guys, Nalan Yinran never looked that young to begin with. She just has a bit of a baby face. She's always been beautiful. So what if she got married young and didn't know any better? Marriage, divorce, having a child. That's her personal life. Besides, Nalan Yinran never once said in her live streams, fan groups, Weibo, or moments that she'd never dated anyone or never had a boyfriend. We're here because we love her singing. That's what made us fans. Oof. There are plenty of good singers out there. Does she think one original song is enough to keep me hooked? Dream on. And those two new songs she just released this morning. What were their names? I can't even remember, but they flopped. The short videos were more professionally shot than Invisible Wings, but the songs sounded awful, and the lyrics were bland as can be. Anyone who still likes her singing should. Go check the comments. Out of 10 people, except for the paid bots, 9 say the new songs don't hold a candle to Invisible Wings. Honestly, I only followed her because she's pretty, has fair skin, and a great figure. Invisible Wings was really impressive, which is why I spent money to support her. Now, not only has it come out that she's been married, divorced, and has a child, but her 2 new songs are third-rate at best. I'm truly disappointed. I'm out, and don't expect to see me again. Goodbye. Don't expect to see me around again. Don't expect to see me again. The group chat was soon flooded with these words of farewell, and by midday, another wave hit. The number of members in the second fan group dropped sharply again, plummeting to just 1,892. Such a dire situation had likely far exceeded the expectations of both Nalan Yinran, Nalan Zhao, and the teams behind them. Marriage, divorce, and having a child were just one aspect of the issue. Xiao Yin also listened to Nalan Yinran's 2 new songs, probably bought into the charts by her company. Honestly, they weren't unpleasant. One of them was even of decent quality. But with everyone jumping on the bandwagon, the timing couldn't have been worse. Just as her negative news exploded, disappointment among fans ran rampant. Nearly all the reviews were scathing and decisive, calling the songs awful. These 2 songs, as a result, had no chance of gaining popularity. They weren't even given a spot on music platform recommendations. Even fans from her Invisible Wings days gave unified negative reviews, saying the songs were unbearable. If Xiao Yin were petty, this would be the perfect moment to gloat. Wasn't Nalan Yinran arrogant? Wasn't she always looking down on others? Now look at her. Couldn't be more unfortunate. But instead, Xiao Yin chose to defend Nalan Yinran under the screen name Yao Lao, who hasn't made mistakes when young. And besides, does this even count as a mistake? Ask yourselves honestly. If you were a woman, a singer, an influencer, would you talk openly about your marriage, divorce, and having a child during a live stream? And another thing, Nalan Yinran is a singer. Even actresses get married and have kids. Why can't Nalan Yinran? And if I'm not mistaken, Nalan Yinran has only been famous for less than half a month. Her identity was exposed this quickly. If she really wanted to hide it, would it have turned into such a public spectacle so soon? To speak up for his ex-wife was instinctive. As the ex-husband, Xiao Yin could have enjoyed her misfortune, but only privately. He couldn't stand seeing others do the same to Nalan Yinran. Yes, her identity being exposed did let down some of the fans who supported her, but facts are facts. Even if they liked other beautiful female singers, bought their albums, bought concert tickets, don't those singers get married and have children too? And those young, attractive online personalities, they claim to be single, but do ordinary fans really know if they have boyfriends or if they meet wealthy fans in private? They don't know. That's reality. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she can't possibly be as pure as a fictional character. Some even had many boyfriends during their school days. That's just how the real world works. Xiao Yan's stance immediately drew a barrage of criticism. You're really playing the simp here. Keep talking. I spent nearly $1,000 on her. Give me my money back. I won't say another word. If I'd known Nalan Yinran was married, divorced, and had a kid, I wouldn't have been her fan. Am I crazy? I even sent her gifts in her live stream just to make her happy. Was I out of my mind? Was 1,000 yuan? I'll give it to you. Xiao Yin was losing his temper. Right now, dealing with those wealthy fans of Nalan Yinran was the most difficult part. These fans were also causing a stir, making everything feel even more unbearable. All right, let's stop talking about this. At that moment, Nalan Yinran's account unexpectedly appeared in the second group chat. Everyone immediately gathered around her. First of all, thank you to the fans who still support me. I truly appreciate it. Yao Lao, Please don't spend your money on this. I, Nailin Yinran, am not someone who can be pushed around. If you like me, I'm grateful. If you don't, that's your choice. I said the very same thing to the 5 fans who spent over 100,000 yuan just now. This time, Nailin Yinran spoke directly through voice chat, her tone strong and assertive, just like when she used to argue with Xiaoyan. Nailin Yinran had always been the kind of woman who looked gentle on the outside, but was tough at heart. If you treated her well, she would repay you with even greater kindness. But if you tried to dominate her, she would stand her ground without backing down. Everyone here is an adult. You should take responsibility for your actions online. I, Nailin Yinran, have never claimed to be single. There was never any deception. As for marriage and divorce, I understand these things have hurt your feelings, but I am a woman. Am I supposed to talk about these things everywhere I go, every single day? My dream is to be a singer, not a naive girl. If you like me, I will continue to sing my heart out for you. If you don't, I won't force you to stay. Let's part ways on good terms. Refunds are supported for online payments, at least on Waterball. If you're underage and made a purchase, as long as you provide proof to the platform, and they approve it, even if you only spend a single yuan, I will refund it to you. But if you're an adult, let's not talk about this anymore. Because of Nailin Yinran's appearance in the fan group, everyone fell silent. Those who still supported her began to speak up, and on the surface, things seemed to have calmed down. But in reality, the number of people in the group kept dropping. 1,882, 1,811, 1,765. It wasn't until there were just over 1,600 members left that the rate of people leaving finally slowed. Someone in the group shared links to Nailin Yinran's 2 new songs on the music platform, but very few fans stepped up to support or promote them. Compared to the buzz and support she received back when Invisible Wings came out, this was a completely different story. The news about Nailin Yinran's marriage, divorce, and child hit most of her fans especially hard, especially since she had only recently become popular and didn't have many die-hard fans yet. She only had 3 songs of her own. Before leaving the group, Nailin Yinran messaged Xiaoyan's Yao Lao privately. Thank you for defending me and for your continued support. You don't need to spend your money on those who want to leave because of me. Xiaoyan replied, it's nothing, really. Your new song is actually quite nice, too. Keep it up. The style is a bit too mainstream, and with the whole internet practically criticizing me today. Still, thank you again for your encouragement. Nailin Yinran didn't say much more and went off to take care of her own things. Xiaoyan hadn't expected that. As an ordinary fan using a regular account, stepping forward at such a moment would actually catch her attention. Beyond the group chat, many news apps were also pushing related stories. In the entertainment industry as a whole, this wasn't as sensational as celebrity scandals or new movie releases, but in the world of live streaming influencers, it was a big deal. After all, Nailin Yinran had attracted more than 3 million followers in a remarkably short time. Her influence was undeniable. Especially beneath some of these news articles, the comments were downright appalling. What kind of nonsense news is this? Why do I keep getting these push notifications? The editors must be out of their minds. I don't even know who Nailin Yinran is. From the pictures, I thought she was some random actress. Female celebrities these days just don't have the appeal they used to. They all look the same now, and I hardly recognize any of them. Honestly, this Nailin Yinran is so shameless. She's already been married, divorced, even has a kid, but she's still out here pretending to be young, tricking those gullible fans into sending her gifts. What can you do? There are so many people online these days, and plenty of fools among them. I used to see stories all the time about rich kids dating internet celebrities, changing girlfriends like changing clothes. In the end, they're all just gold diggers. I think I've seen one of Nailin Yinran's short videos before. She sang Invisible Wings. That song's still on the trending chart, you know. I've listened to that song too, and it really is good. Never would have guessed she was the one singing it. She's quite a pretty girl. What a shame. Did you see on Weibo? Her situation even made it onto the trending topics. It didn't crack the top 10, but nearly every comment is people calling her shameless. On Weibo, the comments under Nailin Yinran's account were almost entirely filled with echoing negativity. Even though Nailin Yinran had already posted the pre-prepared PR statement and accompanying images in an attempt to explain, no one seemed interested in understanding. Now that she's been exposed, she finally comes out to explain? Where was this earlier? She's just a scammer, got famous by accident because she happened to sing a hit song, and now she treats her fans like fools. Did you guys hear her new song today? It's awful. Same old recycled tunes, lyrics that sound like every other song. This is why internet celebs can't make it as singers. They might have the looks, but no real talent. They just buy songs and hope for a lucky hit or two. If they're unlucky, their songs flop, and I bet these 2 new tracks won't even recoup her investment. She's not young anymore, so why pretend? Go home and take care of your kid. Oh, right, almost forgot, you're already divorced. She looks just like a fox spirit. Probably no good woman herself. I bet she only got divorced because she cheated and made her husband a cuckold, right? Haha, these days, I even doubt her child isn't her ex-husband's at all. Some of the comments were so crude that even Xiao Yin couldn't help but frown as he read them. Most of these netizens knew nothing about the truth. They were simply making wild, baseless guesses, showing no sense of morality whatsoever. They had no idea how much harm online abuse could do to a person. If Nailin Yinran had truly lied or done something despicable, Xiao Yin wouldn't have felt the least bit sorry for her. But the fact was, she hadn't done anything wrong. Yet she had to endure so much unwarranted criticism. Xiao Yin found himself wishing she would just quit the internet altogether. Still, he knew Nailin Yinran, having tasted the sweetness of her dreams, would never give up so easily. For her dream, she had worked just as hard as Xiao Yin, maybe even harder. She'd experienced disappointment time and again, and Xiao Yin believed she would weather this blow as well. Meanwhile, Nailin Yinran's agent, Nailin Zhao, and the company were working tirelessly behind the scenes. They arranged meetings with the newspapers that had reported the story. Those that had presented the facts were encouraged to follow up with further clarifications, confirming that Nailin Yinran was a signed singer under their label and had never, in any context, misled fans about her marital status. All fan purchases were fully compliant with the law. As for the unscrupulous tabloids that had fabricated stories, the company's legal team sent out cease and desist letters. Even in the live-streaming world, the law was well established. If those tabloids refused to issue public apologies, they could expect to be shut down. Fortunately, Nailin Yinran had never intended to hide her identity from the start. Though the uproar that morning had been fierce, and many bloggers had already begun to embellish the story. By afternoon, thanks to the company's PR team, the storm began to subside. Several small tabloids posted formal apologies on social media, making it clear that Nailin Yinran was an internet singer who had never, at any point, claimed she wasn't married or didn't have a child. Her live streams focused solely on singing, with fans voluntarily sending gifts. There was no evidence whatsoever that she had ever tried to trick fans out of their money. Even in private chats, Nailin Yinran had never pandered to wealthy fans. Her attitude was always, if you like me, support me. If not, that's your choice. Having money didn't buy you a private meeting or any shady deals. Nailin Yinran's streams never involved product placements, nor did she encourage her fans to buy dubious goods. She didn't even participate in joint PK competitions with other streamers to stimulate fan spending. Her streams were pure, just singing and chatting, so normal they bordered on boring. There was simply nothing to attack her for. The storm quickly died down, but the followers she had lost were not coming back. Some of the trolls were never coming back, at least for now, but there were still plenty of netizens leaving comments and messages. Even though Nailin Yinran didn't actually lie to us, I still think she's disgusting. She already has a kid, yet she still dresses up so prettily, making people think she's some young girl. Nailin Yinran's followers dropped from 3 million to 2.3 million, but she still had a lot of loyal fans, especially among women. The person above is nuts, right? Just looking for trouble? Which woman these days doesn't like to dress up and look good? Are you saying Nailin Yinran should act like a clown, make herself ugly on purpose just to amuse you? Well, not just pretty faces, we're singers too. Even if today's 2 new songs didn't go viral, Invisible Wings actually got even more popular because of all the drama, and now it's climbed all the way to number 5 on the trending chart. Typical brainless fans. You've been fooled. She has a kid, she's divorced, and you're still defending some internet celebrity. Bet you don't even treat your own mom this well. So what if she has a hit song? Every singer has at least 1 or 2 good songs. If she's so great, why aren't all her new songs hits too? She's just an influencer who doesn't respect herself. She thinks singing 1 popular song makes her amazing. Unfollow goodbye. With those 2 new songs today, I doubt I'll ever see her videos pop up again. Even someone like Xiao Yin would probably shut down if he got bombarded with this kind of abuse all at once. But Nailin Yinran was even stronger than Xiao Yin imagined. That night, she actually went live again, and her stream had even more viewers than before the scandal broke. Before long, her live room broke past 10,000 viewers, though most were just there for the spectacle. Nailin Yinran looked a little worn out, but she didn't seem surprised by the flood of rubberneckers. Her company, in fact, took advantage of the situation, pushing her new songs even harder. But it was no use. Besides attracting more criticism, the new songs simply couldn't catch fire. To everyone watching tonight, Nailin Yinran said to the camera, I know most of you are here for the drama, but I, Nailin Yinran, have a clear conscience. I'm here tonight to tell you plainly, it's true that I got married, divorced, and have a child. If you still want to support me, thank you. If you can't accept it, at least please show some decency in your words. I have never deceived or hidden any of this from anyone. If you still feel I haven't been honest enough, fine. I've put it all in my short video bio and on my Weibo profile. I've said everything I needed to say. Tonight's stream is mainly to promote my new songs. That night, Xiaoyan's parents, Shun Luoying and Xiao Zhan, didn't watch the live stream. They still hadn't found out that Nailin Yinran's identity had been exposed. But when Jia saw it, her face was full of disbelief. She had no idea how things could have turned out this way. Seeing the angry look on her beautiful mother's face in the live stream, she was too scared to tell her grandma and grandpa, so she could only take her learning tablet and go find her dad. Xiaoyan gently patted Jia's head and comforted her. Your mom has run into some trouble. Xiaoyan carefully explained to her that many fans might have started following and liking her mother because of her singing, but people always tend to imagine their idols as being especially perfect, first because they are beautiful, and second because they're very talented. But the truth is, once you take away the online persona or the glamorous stage, they're just ordinary people. They go through breakups, and as they get older, they get married and have children. Idol singers and internet celebrities are human too. There's no way they can avoid these things, except for a rare few who dedicate their whole lives to their art or stay single due to special circumstances. If your mom had only revealed she had a boyfriend, maybe people wouldn't have reacted so strongly. But getting married, divorced, and having a child as old as her perfect goddess image in their minds collapsed in an instant. Some fans who were really emotionally invested might act out of line, and that's understandable. Xiaoyan continued, but most of the people talking are just regular internet users following the crowd. They're more interested in gossip about celebrities, and this situation has given them an excuse to vent their negativity, so they end up saying a lot of nasty things. That's why things are so hard for your mom right now. For her to get through this and still keep live streaming, it really isn't easy. Jia sat in silence for a long while. Thinking about her mom being bullied by so many people online, her eyes started to fill with tears. Her voice trembled as she said, "Then, Dad, can we go see Mom? Can we go comfort her?" Now it was Xiaoyan's turn to be stunned. He actually felt an urge. He pictured himself bringing his daughter to comfort his ex-wife. But, no, Jia, right now there are probably lots of reporters around your mom. If we go see her now, we'll definitely get photographed, and that would just make things even harder for your mom. Jia began to cry. Then what should we do? Mom is so pitiful. I want to help her. Xiaoyan smiled and comforted her. When your mom finishes her live stream, you can video chat with her and cheer her up. Say some kind and encouraging words. The reason your mom is so strong is because being a singer is her dream. If she has your encouragement too, she'll definitely be even stronger and get through this tough time. After the live stream ended, Jia really did start a video call with her mother. Xiaoyan didn't appear on screen. Instead, he sat down to tally up Nailin Yinyan's earnings from tonight's live stream. The numbers were disheartening. All the gifts together barely added up to just over 10,000 yuan. After the platform took its share, only a little more than 5,000 remained. The company took another 30%, leaving just over 3,000. After taxes, there was barely more than 2,000 left. For most people, making over 2,000 yuan in a single night would be more than decent. But compared to the first days when Nailin Yinyan went viral, this felt like a dramatic plunge off a cliff. What made it worse was that her viewer count wasn't even low. Over 10,000 people tuned in. Most were simply curious onlookers, there for the spectacle, along with countless trolls just waiting to watch her for a night so they could bash her afterward. Jia, Mom's really okay. It makes me so happy to see you care so much about me. When she was alone, Nailin Yinyan could be strong. But in this moment, faced with her daughter, she couldn't hold it together anymore. All the emotions she had bottled up suddenly burst forth. She turned her head away, quietly wiping away her tears so Jia wouldn't notice. But standing nearby, Xiaoyan caught a glimpse of everything in the mirror's reflection. No matter how strong she tried to be, Nailin Yinyan was, after all, only human. In that moment, Xiaoyan made a silent decision. After Jia finished her video call with her mother, Xiaoyan tucked her into bed and told her that one day, an angel would come to watch over her mother. Jia replied with a serious nod. Even though she knew her father was just trying to comfort her, she chose to believe him. As for Xiaoyan, he turned back to his computer and started writing his own web novel, the one that never really took off. Despite everything, he still persisted, perhaps because this was his true, original dream. By the time he finished, it was already late. He picked up his phone and massaged his stiff neck. The number of members in Nailin Yinyan's fan group was still dropping, though not as rapidly as it had during the day. The fans who remained had begun, of their own accord, to stop discussing her divorce and child, focusing instead on reviewing the 2 new songs she'd performed that night. Most agreed they weren't as good as the first one. In contrast to the declining numbers in Nailin Yinyan's fan group, Xiaoyan's Battle Through the Heavens reader group kept growing steadily. There were already more than 500 members, and the chat was so lively that Xiaoyan could no longer keep up. The messages piled up faster than he could scroll. Unless he stayed glued to the group, he was bound to miss something. Luckily, a volunteer fan stepped up, saying he was online 24/7 because his job was being a landlord. He even had workers to collect rent for him, so he had plenty of free time and plenty of money. He asked to be made a group admin and promised Xiao Yin a surprise tomorrow. Xiaoyan joked, "You're not going to kick everyone out of the group tomorrow and give me a scare, are you?" Such things weren't unheard of. Although Xiaoyan had always struggled as a writer, he was well aware of the drama that sometimes unfolded in novel chat groups. Some authors, granting high-level permissions to readers who tipped generously, might end up in a falling out. Then, in a fit of anger, the reader could kick out a bunch of people from a group. There were even more malicious types who would deliberately post prohibited content in the group, then report it themselves, getting the entire group permanently banned. In short, there were countless ways to cause trouble. The reader replied, "Author, you really don't trust me, do you? To be honest, I'm also an admin in several big authors reader groups. Want me to send you a screenshot?" And with that, he actually sent a screenshot as proof. Naturally, Xiaoyan found himself a way out of the awkwardness. I was just kidding. Honestly, it hasn't been easy to gather so many readers who support me, so I really cherish them. Don't worry, I have plenty of free time. From now on, just leave your reader group to me. If anyone tries to stir up trouble, I'll let you know right away. You just focus on writing your story. This is the first novel I've ever read that I simply can't put down, so don't you dare abandon it halfway. After chatting with this generous reader, Xiaoyan switched accounts to Miss Wang and looked for Nailin Yanran. Perhaps Nailin Yanran would never know that on Xiaoyan's account, she was his only friend. Xiaoyan had once promised his daughter Jejia that there would always be an angel watching over her mother. That promise was more than just comforting words. Xiaoyan was ready to take action. "Are you asleep?" It was truly late by now, past 1 a.m. outside. Even the summer insect had quieted down, and inside, the hum of the air conditioner filled the softly lit room. If it weren't for the rising popularity of Battle Through the Heavens, Xiaoyan could hardly have afforded the luxury of air conditioning. He waited a while, but still there was no response. Xiaoyan guessed that Nailin Yanran really had gone to sleep. He quietly opened the door, feeling the difference in temperature. The heat from the day still lingered in the small building, making the air outside the room noticeably warmer. Even though rural summer nights were cool, the concrete and steel upstairs retained the day's heat, seeping through the floors. He went downstairs to use the bathroom, then carefully made his way back up. Still no activity from his phone. Looks like she really did fall asleep. Xiaoyan considered sending her another message, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Usually, it was Nailin Yanran who reached out to him for a heart-to-heart. This time, he'd already made the effort by contacting her first as Miss Wang. Sending another message might come across as pushy. Yet just as Xiaoyan lay down, his phone buzzed. Whenever Jejia slept upstairs, Xiaoyan would always put his phone on silent. Xiaoyan immediately sat up, instinctively running his fingers through his hair, then walked over to his charging phone. Picking it up and seeing who had messaged him, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He found a comfortable position to sit in, opened the chat window, and began talking with Nailin Yanran. "Yeah, I'm still up." Xiaoyan didn't ask about her recent experiences as Miss Wang. There was no need. As long as he had internet, he already knew everything. "I finished writing a new song. Do you want it?" On the other end, Nailin Yanran had just finished showering. Drops of water from her long hair still clung to her, falling onto the phone screen. This proud and mysterious Miss Wang didn't ask about her troubles, but instead, right off the bat, offered her a new song. Such a direct and forceful gesture of help brought a surge of warmth to Nailin Yanran's heart. "I want it. 100,000. I wrote this new song for you, and it cost me a lot of effort." Xiaoyan didn't ask for an outrageous price. The last song had nearly launched Nailin Yanran into stardom as a singer, so this one deserved a higher price. "Deal. Send me your bank details, and I'll transfer it right away." Nailin Yanran replied without hesitation. Even though there had been some friction between them last time, and she hadn't reached out for a while, their unspoken understanding made her trust this Miss Wang completely. "All right, I'll send you the song." Xiaoyan had already prepared everything, and tonight seemed like the perfect moment. He sent the lyrics and the melody over directly. "Why isn't your name, Miss Wang, listed as the songwriter this time?" Nailin Yanran was quick to notice something different. "I've told you, I don't want the spotlight. If people find out I wrote this song too, I'll be hunted down by internet sleuths everywhere. How can you be so sure this song will be a hit? My 2 new songs today totally flopped. If yours doesn't catch on, no one's going to bother searching for you, even if you want them to. If it's a song I wrote, it will definitely be a hit," Xiaoyan replied, full confidence. Such confidence. Well then, Should I keep calling you Miss Wong, or start calling you Miss You? Honestly, I'm starting to think even the name Miss Wong is fake. Nailin Yinran had guessed right, after all. Xiao Yin laughed as he typed his reply. Just keep calling me Miss Wong. It's what you're used to. As for this new song, farewell with dignity. Go record tomorrow and release it as soon as possible. I'm looking forward to seeing you rise from the ashes as a singer. Though Nailin Yinran hadn't started singing yet, just looking at the lyrics and the score, she could already feel this was a great song. Miss Wong, you truly are a person of remarkable talent, and yet you never seek the limelight. Everyone has their own ambitions. I wouldn't dare call myself exceptionally talented, but I'm glad if I can help you. Why are you so nice to me? Who are you really? Xiao Yin glanced at his daughter Jia, who had already fallen asleep, and simply replied, You can think of me as your angel. Miss Wong, are you always this witty? Isn't it true? Both of your latest songs flopped, so I wrote you a new one right away. Otherwise, your popularity would just keep dropping until you faded out completely. This happens to a lot of singers if they don't keep releasing catchy new songs or at least appear on variety shows to gain more fans, or even stir up some headlines to stay in the spotlight. Most stars who were once wildly popular eventually get forgotten. Not to mention someone like Nailin Yinran, who's still seen by many as just an internet celebrity. Alright then, you my angel. After 2 difficult days, Nailin Yinran finally felt a little better. Miss Wong, when do you plan to write my 3rd song? If you don't even see me as a friend, why should I keep writing songs for you? Xiao Yin shifted his posture, feeling entitled to a bit of swagger after coming to her rescue. How am I not treating you as a friend? I used to share everything with you. You're the one who keeps things from me, never telling me what's going on in your life. A little mystery makes me more intriguing to you, doesn't it? I'm not a little girl anymore, you know that. I'm already a mom. This kind of mystery might work on young girls, but it doesn't work on me. So writing you a new song does work? Yes, as long as it's as good as Invisible Wings. Xiao Yin could tell that even though Nailin Yinran had received the new song, Dignity, she still wasn't quite ready to open up. He said, It's late. You should get some rest. And don't mind what's being said online. After all, you haven't done anything wrong. That's right. What's wrong is this world. Teenage angst. Xiao Yin couldn't help but laugh. No, it's middle-aged angst. For the first time, I actually feel old. I never used to. Don't pay attention to what people say online. You're still young and beautiful. Just focus on singing the new song well tomorrow. If you're running short on time, skip the live stream at night. Are you worried I'll get bullied online? I'm worried you'll mess up the new song. Alright then. Good night. Good night. After ending the chat, Nailin Yinran began to blow-dry her hair. Her bedroom was brightly lit. Whenever she felt down, she would turn on every light in the room to chase away the gloom. Miss Wong wants to be her angel, and even the songwriter for this new release has changed their name. Could it be that this person is actually a man? Still playing mysterious. Coming to my aid right when I was at my lowest. This is truly help in a time of need. After drying her hair, Nailin Yinran slipped in her soft pajamas and lay down to rest. Her mind was still echoing with the harsh words hurled at her over the past 2 days. Yet, when she thought of her daughter Jia's comforting words tonight and the support from this songwriter, her angel, her heart softened. She also felt grateful for her cousin Nailin Zhao, who was working tirelessly with the company's PR team. In spite of everything, Nailin Yinran realized she was still blessed in many ways. But at this hour, with no one at her side to hold her or keep her company, she couldn't help but feel a woman's quiet longing for someone to lean on in the night. Before the divorce, Xiao Yin had been utterly infatuated with her. After all, she was beautiful, her skin flawless, her figure graceful. Xiao Yin used to love falling asleep while holding her close. But now, it was strangers like Miss Wong who cared about her, while her ex-husband Xiao Yin couldn't even be bothered to send a message late at night. How blind I must have been back then, falling for such a heartless man. And even now, I can't seem to let him go, still thinking about earning money to help pay off his debts. On Xiao Yan's end, Nailin Yinran could finally sleep, exhaustion overtaking her. There were simply too many troubles weighing on her. The company, the live streams, the new song, Weibo, short videos, 5 different fan groups, and tonight the surprise for Miss Wong. It was already late, and to ensure she'd be in her best form for tomorrow's recording, she needed to get some rest. Ding dong. Bank card number 1314520 has received a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Current balance 100,100 yuan. This was a new card. Selling Invisible Wings to Nailin Yinran had only earned him 20,000 yuan, far less than its true value, considering she'd made over 10 times that from streaming with the song. Now 100,000 yuan, the agreed-upon price for the second song. After listening to Decency, Xiao Yin felt it was worth every penny. He hadn't expected Nailin Yinran to transfer the full amount so quickly. If this were just business, she might have paid half up front, with the remainder due after signing the contract or after the new song's release proved successful. It was clear Nailin Yinran trusted him deeply. Xiao Yin, in turn, sent her the complete song right away. This was trust, pure and simple. The paperwork could wait. Staring at the 100,000 yuan, Xiao Yin was filled with complicated emotions. After all, this was money his ex-wife had earned through her live streams. In the words of the haters, money scam from her fans. Yet Xiao Yin felt no guilt. He composed a beautiful song, after all, and he was certain this song would put Nailin Yinran back in the spotlight. This confidence was born from the success of Invisible Wings and Battle Through the Heavens. Xiao Yin put down his phone and tiptoed over to open a black box tucked away in the corner cabinet of his room. Inside lay a black leather notebook. When he opened it, he was greeted by rows upon rows of neatly written names. After all, Xiao Yin had always dreamed of becoming a writer, so he had practiced his penmanship. His handwriting was beautiful and elegant. On the very first page were Zhu Junlong and Xiong Changsheng, who owed 10,000 and 50,000, respectively. Both debts had long been paid off and crossed out. Turning to the second page, the first name was Boss Jiang. Jiang, he about 40 years old, a decent person with a gentle demeanor. He had once been Xiao Yan's business partner. Xiao Yan owed him more than 300,000. Back then, Jiang had pressed hard for repayment, but recently he'd stopped calling. Xiao Yan couldn't even reach him by phone anymore. Word had it that Jiang was now drowning in debt himself and had escaped overseas. Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh. Jiang's was one of the sadder stories. He had invested far more than Xiao Yan ever did, and when disaster struck, a lifetime of effort vanished overnight. The next entry listed a local small bank, with Manager Yang's name beside it. Manager Yang had treated Xiao Yan fairly, helping him secure several loans. After Xiao Yan's bankruptcy, his house and car were both used as collateral to repay some of the debt, yet there was still over 800,000 left, not counting interest. Still, it was less daunting than those loans where you'd owe 11,000 for every 10 borrowed. Xiao Yan rubbed his brow. This sum was just too large to tackle for now. All he could do was let the interest accumulate for the time being. Thankfully, the bank wasn't likely to sue him in the short term. Otherwise, prison would be unavoidable. 800,000 was no small matter. It wasn't until he came across the name of a woman that he paused. She had been his business partner at the milk tea shop. Back then, she had trusted Xiao Yan enough to invest her entire savings. Of 200,000, Xiao Yan had signed a contract with her, promising that if he couldn't return her capital within 2 years, the 200,000 would simply be treated as a loan. But forget about 2 years. Within half a year, the business had crashed disastrously, and the shop closed with nothing to show for it. If Xiao Yan had played it safe, only covering rent, employee salaries, and basic costs, he wouldn't have lost so much. But he was stubborn. He poured money into advertising and endless promotions, yet business never picked up. Instead, he just lost more. Running water balloon ads and all kinds of marketing stunts required a lot of cash. Even the cheapest method, like handing out flyers, cost a few hundred each day. Add in deep discounts for promotions, and every deal meant losing money. This 200,000, Ms. Tang as she was called, was pressing hard for repayment. She had once been the floor manager at Xiao Yan's restaurant, but after it closed, she lost her job too. She knew Xiao Yan was a decent man, just unlucky, and had been persuaded to invest her life savings. Now this debt had almost led to her divorce. Her child was about the same age as Xiao Yan's daughter, Jia, just an ordinary family, struggling to get by. So Xiao Yan made up his mind. He would scrape together the 200,000 and pay her back first. He couldn't let her end up like him and Nailin Yinran. These days, there were too many families torn apart by money troubles and divorce. The fault lay with Xiao Yan. This family was his to save before it shattered beyond repair. He closed the little black notebook, and under the dim glow of the late-night lamp, let out a long, weary sigh. The road to repaying his debts stretched far ahead, but as long as he had the Marvel chat group, there was hope in life. It was already very late, time to finally get some sleep. As he prepared to put down his phone, he glanced one last time at the Marvel chat group. Because he had accessed it via a virus, most of the chat appeared as garbled code to him. A few days had already slipped by in a month-long window, and when the time came, he still had no way of ensuring he'd remain in the Marvel chat group. The sequels to Battle Through the Heavens he longed for remained out of reach. Xiao Yan still faced many difficulties, and his head throbbed just thinking about them. He shook his head, forcing himself not to dwell on it. At least things were so much better now than when it all began. One should learn to be content. Just as Xiao Yan was about to lock his screen and set his phone aside for the night, something unexpected happened. Marvel chat group. Spider-Man has sent a late-night red packet. Congratulations. You snatched Spider-Man's red packet and received 20 yuan in cash, a strand of superpowered spider silk, and a small random art pack. As expected from the group's most cash-strapped member, whenever Xiao Yin managed to grab Spider-Man's red packet, it was always just a few dozen yuan at most. Yet, those random art packs had brought him unexpected profits. So far, he'd received 3 songs from the random art packs: Love Confession Balloon, Decent, and Invisible Wings. He'd sold Decent and Invisible Wings to his ex-wife, earning a total of 120,000 yuan. Compared to the 20 yuan red packets, this was an entirely different league. A strand of superpowered spider silk. He'd received one before. Spider silk is part of Spider-Man's superpower. Each strand allows a single shot, but you need to have Spider-Man's mutated spider ability to use it. Currently, Xiao Yin had 2 strands stored in his group files, but he still lacked the necessary mutated spider ability, so he couldn't use them yet. All these superpower-related items would have to wait. For now, he'd just keep them safe. Rubbing his hands together, he decided to open the small random art pack. If he could get another catchy song, he could sell it and finally pay off Ms. Tang's 200,000 yuan debt. By now, Xiao Yin had picked up on the pattern. In a Marvel chat group, Iron Man's random art packs were always novels and literature. The Hulk's art packs were paintings. Spider-Man's, on the other hand, were always songs. Congratulations! You have opened the small random art pack and received the song, Hello, Tomorrow. Note: musical works can only be listened to in the group members' minds. They cannot be forwarded or downloaded. It truly was a song. Back then, Xiao Yin thought songs were useless to him, since his dream was to become a great writer. But now, with the way Nailin Yin ran, it was clear that songs had become important as well. Xiao Yin planned to sell it to her and gain some profit for himself, too. Since he couldn't download it or forward it to anyone, Xiao Yin could only grab a pen and paper and write it down immediately. Worried that Nailin Yinran might recognize his handwriting, he deliberately scribbled messily and even added crossed-out mistakes to make it look like an original draft. Once he'd done enough, Xiao Yin rubbed his sore neck. He glanced at the clock. Good grief, it was already past 3 in the morning. Exhaustion weighed on him. His eyes were stinging. His newly bought 1,000 yuan phone had a headphone jack, so he plugged in his earphones and started listening, ready to appreciate it. Trusting in the quality of past artistic works, Xiao Yin was certain this song would be beautiful, too. Late at night, the summer insects outside his window had grown quiet. Xiao Yin shifted into a more comfortable position, lounging on his computer chair. Soft, slightly melancholic music began, the prelude to Hello, Tomorrow, flowing from his headphones. As expected, it's wonderful, he thought. And then the lyrics came. As I grow up, all I can do is run. How terrified I am of stumbling in the dark. Hello, tomorrow, I smile through my tears. The more beautiful it is, the more afraid I am to have it. Each time I cry, I run forward, smiling. Hello, tomorrow, my voice is so small. Xiao Yin was a writer, sensitive and gentle at heart. These lyrics struck him deeply, especially given the roller coaster of his own life. This song nearly brought tears to his eyes. He listened to it on repeat, again and again, the music echoing in his ears. A song that truly speaks to the soul always brings back countless memories. Growing up, from school to graduation, from that first encounter with Nailin Yinran. How many hardships had he endured, as though braving untold trials, before finally marrying the beautiful, enchanting woman he loved? He'd been so happy then. When Zhejia was born, it was a whirlwind of sleepless nights and diapers. Even on those nights when his daughter wailed loudly and he was bone-tired, he still made himself comfort her to sleep. Scene after scene, until the business failed, debts piled up, and his life plunged to the bottom. Xiao Yin relived it all within this one song. As if refusing to accept fate's punishment, Xiao Yin entered the construction site, taking on the hardest labor. His once fair skin was tanned dark, his hands covered in blisters that burst and calluses that thickened. In the end, he even collapsed, hitting his head and leaving a nasty wound. Growing up means that even when you're in so much pain you want to give up, just wanting to lie down, close your eyes, never wake, never rise again. Still, he had to keep running with a smile. Because he was no longer a child. He was a father now. For Zhejia, he would live on strong. Xiao Yin wiped away the traces of tears at the corners of his eyes. If not for the extraordinary chance that led him into the Marvel chat group, perhaps, after recovering from his injuries, he would still be doing hard labor at the construction site. First and foremost, he needed to earn money to support his family. The thought of borrowing money to do business again truly frightened him. Even when Guo Wenwen offered to lend him money, he didn't dare to accept it anymore. He simply couldn't afford to lose again. No matter how hard or exhausting it was, earning 200 yuan a day by carrying bricks at least left his heart at ease. He took off his headphones. Without realizing it, he had been listening for half an hour. It was already 3:30 in the dead of night. Without a doubt, This song was also a perfect fit for Nailin Yanran. Xiao Yin had a plan. Once she made Decency a hit, he would sell her this new song, Hello, Tomorrow, for another 100,000. That way he'd have 200,000 yuan, and with next month's manuscript fees and the red envelopes sent by readers and fans, he'd finally be able to repay Mrs. Tang. The next morning, it was Jia who woke up first. She wiped away the remnants of tears from her eyes. Last night, she had dreamed of her mother. In her dream, her mother was mocked and insulted by countless people and could only hide pitifully in a dark corner. Jia called out to her mother, sobbing in her dream, but her mother couldn't hear her. Helplessness, darkness, loneliness, and confusion surrounded her. The sunlight was gentle and warm, spilling into Jia's eyes, dark and glistening like black pearls. The curtains hadn't been drawn last night, so the harsh summer sunlight also fell across her still sleeping father. Jia tiptoed out of bed. She was a sensible child. She knew her mother's troubles must also weigh heavily on her father's heart. But her father was poor and not very capable. All he could do was suffer in silence, unable to help in any meaningful way. He must have stayed up late again last night because every time he did, his beard seemed to grow especially fast. Jia padded barefoot across the floor, closed the curtains, then picked up her father's phone and slipped quietly outside. As soon as she unlocked the phone, it started vibrating nonstop, even on silent mode, because messages from two groups kept popping up. The first was the fan group number 2, and then a battle through the Heavens book club. What kind of group is this? Jia wondered aloud. Pinned to the top of the app was another mysterious chat, the Marvel chat group. But only Xiao Yin could see that group, so even with her father's phone, Jia couldn't access it. She didn't dwell on it. Instead, she walked to a corner of the yard by the door. The morning sun bathed the earth in brilliant light. The leaves swayed gently in the breeze, and ants of all sizes hurried across the ground on their busy errands. She dialed the phone. Mom, Jia misses you. On the other end, Nailin Yanran had arrived early at the office. Hearing her daughter's slightly choked voice, waves of emotion crashed over her, making her nose sting and her eyes well up with tears. Jia, Mommy misses you too. Mom, I had a nightmare last night. I'm so worried about you. Nailin Yanran looked down at the printed sheet music for Decent in her hands. Thinking of what Miss Wang had said, she smiled at Jia and replied, Jia, you don't have to worry. Mommy has an angel watching over her. I'll do my best to get through this tough time. Jia was momentarily stunned. An angel? Last night, her father had said something similar. He told her that an angel would be by Mommy's side, watching over her. Jia had thought it was just a comforting story, but now, even Mommy was saying the same thing, that there was an angel with her. After finishing the call with her daughter, Nailin Yanran felt as if someone had injected her with a shot of courage. Right after the divorce, her daughter had resented her deeply, which left Nailin devastated. But now, as she faced hardship, her daughter's care and thoughtfulness warmed her heart, filling her with newfound strength and resolve. At the company, Nailin Yanran was far from the only signed artist. Besides internet personalities like herself, there were also actors, singers, and those who worked across all three entertainment fields. In short, the company was quite large. When Nailin Yanran first shot to fame, thanks to Nailin Zhao's support and the soaring popularity of Invisible Wings, her status and popularity at the company rose rapidly, and the company was eager to promote her. The company was aware of Nailin Yanran's background, but they had underestimated how the fans would react. In the eyes of fans and online gossipers, Nailin Yanran was mostly seen as a pretty face, a live-streaming internet celebrity who was easy to poke fun at, so their expectations for her to stay single were unusually high. Unlike gifted female singers, whose relationships or marriages hardly mattered as long as the music was good, the fans' tolerance for Nailin Yanran was much lower. So even though the company's PR team worked hard, they couldn't stop her popularity from plummeting. The new single, in particular, was a disaster. The company had spent tens of thousands purchasing the song, and with promotion and labor costs, the total investment was at least 200,000 yuan. Yet, not only did the song flop on short video platforms, it tanked on all the major music sites as well. If it weren't for Invisible Wings unexpectedly climbing the hot song charts, the company likely would have abandoned her altogether. Even so, when Nailin Yanran came to the company this time, the staff member assigned to meet her was of a lower rank than before, a clear sign of the company's changing attitude. Resources within the company were limited. When Nailin Yanran was being heavily promoted, the other female internet celebrities and minor stars got nothing. Everyone understood this. Now that Nailin Yanran had fallen from grace, they were secretly delighted. Some even used alternate accounts to smear her name online, and were just short of hiring professional trolls to do the job. But since everyone works for the same company, Being so blatantly hostile would be too obvious. If the truth ever came out, it would be awkward for everyone involved. So, using alternate accounts to vent a little in the fan forums was enough. At least it let them blow off some steam. At this moment, in the company's makeup room that morning, those who had made it to the second tier, or who had their own connections naturally had their own professional makeup artists. In fact, when Nailin Yanran was filming those 2 new songs, she also had a makeup artist arranged by the company. After all, the company had spent money to purchase these new songs, and if Nailin Yanran's performances became a hit, they could profit from it, or even have other company artists cover the songs later. Since the music rights belonged to the company, they took this very seriously. But no one expected that Nailin Yanran's family background would be exposed on the very same day. The promotional slots on music platforms and short video apps that had been previously negotiated were almost entirely withdrawn. Those 2 new songs, which had decent quality, didn't get the chance they deserved and ended up failing miserably. Because the company had known about Nailin Yanran's background from the start, there was nothing they could do but swallow their resentment and move on. Well, if it isn't our internet celebrity, Nailin Yanran, what brings you to the company alone today, doing your own makeup? Want me to lend a hand? I'm actually pretty good with makeup. Oh, forgive me, Miss Nailin. With your baby face, I can hardly tell your age. I heard your child's already 6.5. Maybe you should be the one calling me big sister. The snide, mocking voice came from a nearby, third-rate actress. Nailin Yanran did recognize this third-rate actress. She played minor roles in a few dramas, but never managed to gain any real popularity. Instead, rumors about her sleeping with directors nearly got her blacklisted by the company. It wasn't that such deals were forbidden, but they had to be orchestrated by the company. She tried to outsmart the system, only to lose out on all fronts. The higher-ups weren't fond of her, but women willing to trade favors for resources always had their ways. Apparently, she had some kind of affair going with a mid-level manager at the company. Originally, the company had purchased several songs with the intention of letting her pick first. But then, out of nowhere, Nailin Yanran went viral online. The company, of course, gave her first pick of the new songs. The third-rate actress was furious, feeling like she was only left with Nailin Yanran's cast-offs. On top of that, all the company's new song promotion resources went to Nailin Yanran. If her background hadn't suddenly been exposed, her 2 new songs would absolutely have topped the front pages of every major music platform. But after the scandal broke, they never even made it to the recommended lists. They were pulled before they had the chance. This was certainly a situation that invited schadenfreude, but the third-rate actress found no joy in it. Not only did she have to pick up the songs that Nailin Yanran had left behind, she also lacked any resources of her own. There wasn't even a tiny link for her on the music platforms. Yesterday, her new song was released at the same time as Nailin Yanran's. Although Nailin Yanran's new song flopped, it still managed to get hundreds of thousands of plays, while hers barely reached a few thousand. Things were even more dismal on the short video platforms. Nailin Yanran's 2 new songs failed to become major hits, but with 1 million fans and plenty of haters to boost engagement, they still racked up millions of views and over 100,000 likes. By contrast, her own fan base was less than 1/10 the size of Nailin Yanran's. She had no backing, her singing was mediocre, and the song she performed was one of Nailin Yanran's rejects. In the end, her video barely scraped past 100 likes. Oh my goodness, these results were simply too humiliating to speak of. What made it worse was that the company had already written her off, convinced that this third-rate actress was a lost cause and would never make it big. It was enough to make anyone spit blood in frustration. The song was someone else's leftovers. There was no publicity. Her looks were ordinary. Her singing unremarkable. How was she supposed to become a star? Was she supposed to risk her life for fame? At least Nailin Yanran had looks beyond reproach. Flawless skin, a graceful figure, the very image of a fox spirit in the eyes of other women. All right, you be the older sister if you want. I have things to do, and I'm sure you do too, Nailin Yanran said calmly. She was no longer a naive girl. She had no interest in office intrigue. Let them say what they wanted. She applied a light touch of makeup in front of the mirror. Honestly, she felt she looked better with her own subtle makeup than with the heavy-handed look the company's makeup artist had given her yesterday. She decided, from now on, she wouldn't bother with makeup artists. She understood the new song Miss Wong had written for her and could tailor her look to match its mood. At least this way, she felt comfortable in her own skin. She headed into the dressing room to change. Soon, her cousin Nailin Zhao would arrive. Nailin Zhao had some connections in the company. Though there was always gossip, no one dared to pick on her openly, let alone try to coerce her into anything shady. Besides, after what had happened this time, and with her daughter already 6.5 years old, the few higher-ups who'd once had ideas about her had long lost interest. After all, the company was teeming with young, attractive female artists. Many students from performing arts schools and fresh-faced models were clamoring for a chance to sign, desperate for an opportunity. The executives, wielding their power and resources, didn't need to resort to underhanded tactics. It was easy enough for them to pursue those young women if they desired. So now, there are almost no higher-ups left who wanted to pressure Nalan Yinran into anything. As Nalan Yinran changed her clothes, she could hear the sounds of whispered gossip coming from outside. She still has the nerve to come to the company, after all that? If I were her, I'd be too ashamed to show my face here. Do you know how much she's cost the company? Some people are just shameless. What can you do? Honestly, being thick-skinned is actually more useful than working hard like us. Keep your voices down, or someone might overhear and think we're just kicking her when she's down. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Do you know why she showed up so early at the company today? Why? Don't tell me she's trying to curry favor with some big boss. I heard she's here to record a new song. What a joke. Her last single just flopped yesterday, and here she is again today. I even heard she paid for this one herself. There's no way the company will spend more money to promote her now. With all the haters out there, anyone else would have laid low for a while, but not her. I heard she even did a live stream last night, and now she's back to record another song. She really doesn't care, huh? Let's all keep an eye on her account. When her new song sinks without a trace, I can't wait to see how embarrassed she'll be. In the dressing room, Yinran Nalan listened in silence, her expression calm and composed. She had endured an onslaught of insults and ridicule over the past few days. Without a strong heart and the support of her daughter and Miss Wong, it would have been unbearable. But now, she treated it as a kind of training. At the very least, she was worth enough to be the target of so much online hate. What celebrity has grown up without being the target of public scorn? In fact, the more controversial and talked about a star is, the more popular they become. Zhao Nalan arrived. Towering at nearly 1.9 meters, he was strikingly handsome, and his presence alone carried an undeniable force. The women who had been gossiping immediately fell silent. You're here. Let's get started, Yinran said, acting as if nothing had happened. Although Zhao had caught snippets of the conversation at the doorway, his brow furrowed, and his eyes were sharp. None of those third-rate starlets dared meet his gaze. Zhao might not be a high-ranking executive, but his connections ran deep. He had sway with the higher-ups, and no one wanted to risk offending someone like that. Watch yourselves. All right, we're leaving, the women muttered as Yinran quickly pulled Zhao away before he could say more. Once inside the recording studio, Zhao grumbled, if those women try to kick you while you're down again, just tell me. And what could you do? I'm a singer, a public figure. Let people talk if they want to. If you're not envied, you're not talented. You get used to it. Hearing this, Zhao could only sigh in resignation. Sometimes I just don't know how to describe you. Enough about that. Look, here's the new song I got. I spent 100,000 on it. With no one else around, Yinran cheerfully pulled out the sheet music. 100,000? How could you be so reckless? Nalan, Zhao's eyes widened. You only spent 20,000 on the last song, Invisible Wings, and even the songs the company bought weren't this expensive. If it's expensive, it must be worth it. Just help me produce the track. Nalan Yinran was already getting busy, instructing Nalan Zhao to keep filming with the camera. Now that she had almost no resources left, it was just the two of them handling everything. Nalan Zhao called up a few close friends for help. How did you get in touch with Miss Yu, the lyricist and composer? Nalan Zhao asked curiously. Putting on her professional headphones, Nalan Yinran began practicing the song, determined to at least memorize the lyrics first. It was actually that mysterious Miss Wong from last time. She doesn't want to be in the spotlight, so she created a new identity as a songwriter. Nalan Zhao was stunned. Is that even possible? She's so sure this song will become a hit, yet she doesn't want the fame. Talented people are always a little different from the rest, Nalan Yinran said. If this song does become popular, attentive listeners will naturally notice the songwriter. By then, it'll be hard for her to stay out of the limelight. Also, do you really think I'm foolish? I wouldn't pay 100,000 if it wasn't for her song. Even Nalan Zhao nodded in agreement. If it's that songwriter, then it's definitely worth the price. Let's hope she works another miracle for us. Nalan Zhao invited some professional musicians to help, and the moment they saw the lyrics and melody of Decent, they couldn't hide their astonishment. This is a great song. With such praise from the professionals, both Nalan Zhao and Nalan Yinran felt more confident. And when the song was finally produced, everyone in the recording studio fell silent, completely absorbed by the music. This melody is beautiful, gentle, sorrowful, yet with a touch of liberation. There's so much emotion woven into it. A surge of excitement welled up in Nalan Yinran's heart. The feeling was just like the first time she had recorded Invisible Wings. The music left her utterly shaken. The professional music teacher glanced over the lyrics again, hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Nalan Yinran. This new song feels like it was written just for you, Miss Nalan. You must be quite close with this talented songwriter, aren't you? Thinking of that angel, warmth flickered in Nalan Yinran's heart, and she smiled. Yes, we're friends. After a busy morning, they even had lunch at the company. By a little after 3 in the afternoon, the official recording session was ready to begin. A senior executive from the company, who once had high hopes for Nalan Yinran, quietly walked over. In the music industry, it's filled with countless naive and innocent types, where the current favorites are always young, trendy male and female singers. But a female vocalist like Nalan Yinran, who carries a wealth of emotional experience, whose voice is full of stories, and who also happens to be strikingly beautiful, is still a rare find. If she hadn't exploded in popularity on short video platforms, the company would have thought that a singer who switched careers midway had little future ahead. They believed her background would eventually come to light, and when that happened, all those young female and male fans would surely abandon her. But this incident went far beyond anything the company had predicted. Her fame was both built and undone by the internet. It was precisely because she had millions of followers online that the company valued her, but it was also because of her internet celebrity status that her fans held her to an even harsher standard for innocence and naivety. Just last night, she was still live streaming, and the company was far from pleased, suspecting she might be deliberately stirring up controversy. And the fallout was indeed terrible. Despite her explanations, she still lost more than half her fans. Yet today, she came to the company again to record a new song, much like when she first recorded Invisible Wings. Back then, she hadn't yet caught the company's eye. Now it was as if she was starting all over again. This executive couldn't help but wonder, just how strong must her heart be to come back the very next day to record a new song, fully aware that this time, the company would not be promoting it for her. Inside the recording studio, Nalan Yinran was shut off from the outside world. President Ma. Nalan Zhao caught sight of the visitor and was startled. Sure. President Ma, the senior executive, signaled for Nalan Zhao to keep quiet. He was simply curious to hear Nalan Yinran's new song for himself, eager to know what the final, desperate work of this beautiful woman, who had been married, divorced, and had a child, would sound like. After all, President Ma had once genuinely admired her. Melancholy, heartfelt music began to play in the studio. Nalan Yinran, wearing headphones, had on only the lightest makeup, yet she exuded the charm of a truly beautiful woman. She knew the camera was already focused on her. With a gaze full of stories, she reached for the microphone, her uniquely magnetic voice beginning to sing. Because President Ma held considerable power at the company, with many resources at his disposal, Nalan Zhao immediately handed him the lyrics to Decency. As he read them, surrounded by the sorrowful music, Nalan Yinran's passionate voice filled the studio. This song, Decency, felt as if Miss Wang had written it just for her. In this moment, Nalan Yinran was able to deliver a performance with emotions that no other singer could match. Let's not pile up memories and turn the story into melodrama. After loving so deeply for so many years, why ruin what was once classic? We're all adults now, no more dragging things out, no more debts between us. If time is wasted, it's my own choice. As these lyrics, paired with this melody, poured out from Nalan Yinran, a woman marked by a wealth of emotional experience, President Ma stood utterly transfixed. Successful men of his age often preferred to keep company with young women who were pure and untainted. But those girls, by their very nature, could only ever be lovers. Yet now, watching this woman, Nalan Yinran, holding the microphone, her deep emotions almost spilling out with every line, President Ma felt a kind of visual and emotional impact he'd never known before. For the first time, he realized, a woman like this might make a wonderful wife. I'll love you without regret, and I'll respect the story's ending. A breakup should be dignified. Neither of us needs to apologize. There's no real debt. If I dare to give, I dare to risk heartbreak. On camera, we were who we used to be. Amid applause, through tears, I sing until my voice breaks. Even leaving, we do so with dignity, so as not to betray these years. By the time she reached this part, even music teachers like Nalan Zhao and the others were moved by her singing. The song brimmed with emotion and feeling, too much to contain. It was, without doubt, a brilliant song. But what they didn't realize was that, seeing Nalan Yinran perform live, the song struck President Ma even more deeply. He was divorced now. He was in his 40s, had divorced at 35. The split had been calm, without argument. Their child was grown, off to college, so the separation hadn't affected the child much. The love between him and his wife had faded. She had her own company, and both were financially comfortable, so there were no messy disputes, just a clean break. 5 years had passed since then. For President Ma, it had felt like liberation. In those early years after the divorce, he dated several young, attractive women. and it seemed as though his life was experiencing a glorious second spring. Had it not been for hearing Nalan sing Decency tonight, he might have forgotten his ex-wife entirely, the woman who'd been out of his life for 5 years. Scenes from the past began to play in reverse in President Ma's mind, like a film running backward. Under the spell of the song, those memories grew heavy. There was a time when President Ma was poor, and when he married his ex-wife, her family had looked down on him. Back then, he'd sworn to love his wife forever, believing himself the happiest man in the world, with both love and career in hand. But in the end, he lost the time. Time, he realized, was cruel, frightening in its relentlessness. When they divorced 5 years ago, it was as if they were already strangers. Were it not for this song, Decency, awakening memories he thought were long buried, he would have forgotten just how deeply he'd once loved his ex-wife. On their wedding day, he could never have imagined that one day they'd part, so dignified, so composed. The song came to an end, and so did Mr. Ma's reverie. His gaze, layered with complicated emotions, rested on that woman. She was beautiful, her features were delicate, and though her makeup was subtle, it made her stand out even more than heavy cosmetics ever could. Her skin was fair, almost reminiscent of a young girl's, and her figure was graceful, the kind that could make a grown man lose himself. It was hard to imagine that she was already the mother of a 6.5-year-old child. Once again, Mr. Ma found himself thinking just how beautiful this woman was. But this time, her beauty wasn't just on the surface. It radiated from within. Nalan Yinran quietly wiped away her tears. The song had touched her so deeply that she ended up singing herself into tears. Her divorce from Xiao Yin was different from Mr. Ma's with his ex-wife. For them, love had simply faded away with time, but for Nalan Yinran and Xiao Yin, their feelings had remained intense, even passionate. More than once, Nalan Yinran regretted that she was the one who had first suggested the divorce. If she hadn't uttered those two heavy words, perhaps Xiao Yin, being who he was, never would have brought it up himself, because he truly couldn't bear to let go. But the pressures of life had simply become overwhelming. During that period, Xiao Yin acted as if possessed, becoming a stranger to her, making her hurt, making her disappointed, pushing her heart to the brink of collapse. After the divorce, at night when she missed him, she would think of how Xiao Yin used to hold her with such longing, how cherished and cared for she once felt, how warm their love used to be, and she would be filled with regret. But in the harsh light of day, confronted by the realities of money, daily necessities, and material needs, she would sigh deeply, convinced that she had made the right choice. Thankfully, the business was solely Xiao Yan's asset. When she filed for divorce, the court ruled that since she was the one initiating it, she had no obligation to bear her husband's debts. If, however, Nalan Yinran had owned shares in Xiao Yan's business, or if she had been involved in it in any way, there would have been no escape. Even divorce wouldn't have shielded her from the mountain of debt. To this day, Nalan Yinran holds firm to the belief that the divorce was not just for her own sake, but, most importantly, for her daughter, Jejia. She could not bear to watch her daughter grow up in a rural village, saddled with a father who had no means, destined to spend her whole life repaying debts. On the day of their divorce, Nalan Yinran gave Xiao Yin 3 months, a window of time for him to come to terms with reality. Only by having Jejia live with her could she ensure her daughter would have a better life. Back then, when the company insisted that Nalan Yinran change her name and pretend she had never been married or had a child, she refused without a second thought. She believed deeply that, in the end, her daughter Jejia would be with her. Now, she pursued a singing career not only to fulfill her lifelong dream. More importantly, she needed to earn money, to give Jejia a material life that would be on par with that of other children from regular families, and to provide her with the education and skill classes she deserved. These days, city children start learning various talents from a young age, whether it's painting, piano, martial arts, or something else. Nalan Yin didn't want her daughter to lose at the starting line, either. Now that she and Xiao Yin were divorced, the song, Dignity, seemed to capture her feelings perfectly. Nalan Yin found it hard not to cry. That Miss Wang was truly gifted. They had only met online and chatted a few times, but she had managed to create something that touched the depths of Nalan Yin's soul. It was simply remarkable. After today, Nalan Yin made up her mind. No matter whether her new song, Dignity, became popular tonight or not, she would open her heart to Miss Wang again. Even if the woman remained mysterious, even if she never revealed anything about herself. Nalan Yin decided not to mind these things anymore. She felt that chatting more with Miss Wang not only helped her vent the pressures of life, but also provided Miss Wang with inspiration for her creations. Why not do something that benefited them both? Meeting Miss Wang in the vastness of the internet was already a wonderful stroke of fate. The other woman cared about her so much and called herself her angel. For that, Nailin Yin was willing to compromise. "Ma, manager Ma?" When Nailin Yin stepped out and saw the company's senior executives, she was startled. Manager Ma looked at Nailin Yin's beautiful face, her eyes rimmed with red and cheeks streaked with tears. He felt a pang of sympathy, almost wanting to reach out and wipe away her tears. But he held himself back, given that the music teacher and Yin's agent and cousin, Nailin Zhao, were also present. He had to maintain his professional image. "I heard you were recording a new song today," Manager Ma said with a warm smile, "and that you bought the song yourself. I was curious, so I came by to take a look." Then, with heartfelt sincerity, he added, "I have to say, you're truly fortunate and have a sharp eye. I listened to Dignity, it's excellent, really beautiful." Manager Ma's praise caught Nailin Yin off guard. She quickly replied with polite gratitude, "Thank you, Manager Ma, for your kind words." Manager Ma continued to ask a few more questions, and Nailin Zhao answered alongside her. The atmosphere became more harmonious than ever. Finally, Manager Ma said, "Since the recording's done, go ahead and upload it if you want. I'll see if I can help out." He didn't spell everything out, but his meaning was clear enough. Nailin Zhao was thrilled. This opportunity was unexpected and extraordinary. "Thank you so much, Manager Ma." "Thank you, truly." As Manager Ma left, he glanced back at Nailin Yin. This beautiful woman was indeed something special. With a meaningful tone, he said, "This song really has the potential to become a hit. The company won't let such a gem go unnoticed." Nailin Yin's day had been nothing short of eventful. She had gone from being mocked and ridiculed when she first walked into the company to finishing the recording of Dignity and earning Manager Ma's appreciation. If he was willing to help, she'd have access to real resources. This is truly an incredible stroke of luck. In this age of information, even the finest wine can go unnoticed if it remains hidden in a deep alley. Without a certain level of exposure, no one will ever know about the existence of something good. On Xiaoyan's side, his daughter Jia had gotten up early to call her mother, sending her words of encouragement for a productive day ahead. Afterward, she obediently sat down and began working on her homework. If nothing unexpected happens, this might well be the first time she's ever taken the initiative to do her assignments. Perhaps the changes happening to her mother have left Jia with no more excuses to idle away her days, and besides, summer homework always needs to be done sooner or later. When Xiaoyan finally woke up, it was already past 9 in the morning. He really had stayed up far too late the night before. He realized that ever since he joined a few new chat groups, his bedtime had been pushed later and later, since just catching up on messages consumed so much of his time. The sunlight streaming in through the window was gentle, casting a faint glow across the cool bamboo mat. The air conditioner was still running, so even the fiercest summer rays looked soft and harmless inside the room. Battle Through the Heavens was performing better and better. Last night, Dignity had sold 100,000 yuan's worth, and he'd even managed to snag a new song in the Marvel chat group. Life, which once felt hopeless, was gradually becoming rich and flavorful. His daughter Jia, sensible as ever, hadn't come in to disturb him. After staying up so late, he didn't feel like getting up just yet, so he lay on his side, phone in hand, scrolling through messages. Compared to the ever-growing number of members in the Battle Through the Heavens readers group, the second fan group for Nailin Yin was steadily shrinking. It looked like another dozen or so had left today. I wonder if the group will pick up again now that Dignity has gone viral. There was no point dwelling on Nailin Yin's affairs. Xiaoyan had done all he could. The rest was up to her. Xiaoyan opened the webpage for Battle Through the Heavens and was immediately stunned. What on earth? Did he open the wrong page? He rubbed his eyes, his drowsiness vanishing in an instant. Clicks, 500,000. He distinctly remembered that his novel had just over 200,000 clicks before. The title Battle Through the Heavens had never been particularly eye-catching. How could it have jumped so much overnight? But that wasn't even the most astonishing part. The number of bookmarks had skyrocketed too. Last night, it had barely passed 3,000. During the promotion period, it would gain about 500 a day. But now, his novel had broken the 30,000 mark. Was this some kind of joke? Did the website's system glitch? But no, that wasn't it. The total recommendation votes had also climbed from 15,000 to over 20,000 overnight. Xiaoyan looked into the reason. By checking the fan rankings and the reader's comment section, the answer quickly became clear. It turned out that an incredibly wealthy reader had rewarded Battle Through the Heavens with a Silver Alliance Leader title early this morning. A Silver Alliance Leader is certainly a valuable honor. Before this, a few well-off fans in the group had joined forces and managed to give 3 Alliance Leader titles. Each one cost 1,000 yuan. The very next day, even before Battle Through the Heavens was officially launched, it had already made it onto the bestseller list. Today, this wealthy reader directly bestowed a reward of 10,000 yuan, the Silver Alliance Leader. This Silver Alliance title is truly extraordinary. Its value is not just in the steep price. More importantly, it earns the book a prominent banner recommendation on the homepage across the entire site. Just like bullet comments flying across a live stream, anyone with a novel app would see it the moment they open the platform. And if they bookmarked the rewarded novel, they would also receive a red envelope with a certain amount of money. Many top authors, when launching a new book, will have rich readers gifting them a Silver Alliance leader. Just one Silver Alliance title can bring more than 30,000 new bookmarks. Although most readers bookmark the book just to grab the red envelope, about a third of them will later remove the book from their shelves. Of those who continue to keep the book, half will never pay it any more attention. Among the remaining half, some feel awkward about deleting it since they already claimed the reward. Only a very small number of readers will actually click in to read the novel. If they enjoy it, they'll stick around. If not, they'll just move on. After all, every day, several new novels on the platform receive Silver Alliance honors. There's simply too many books to keep up with. Alliance Leader is already a prestigious title in most novels, to say nothing of the Silver Alliance, an honor reserved for blockbuster works and the masterpieces of top authors. And sometimes for those few wealthy writers who reward themselves out of their own pockets. Xiao Yin was always short on money, so he would never spend 10,000 yuan to boost his own book with a Silver Alliance Leader. There's just no way to earn that back. It's purely an honor. But Battle Through the Heavens is different. Its genre and storytelling style were entirely new on Shui Ball, which was obvious just by glancing at the comment section. The 30,000 plus bookmarks didn't drop off quickly. In fact, new readers kept pouring in. Damn, this rich guy is awesome. Another Silver Alliance? This must be a famous author writing under a new name. Not necessarily. Maybe the author's family struck it rich. I've even seen another wealthy author who just wrote for fun and rewarded his own novel with 5 Silver Alliance titles. The bookmarks are almost at 100,000 now. Loaded, really loaded. This is a world of battle energy. No dazzling magic here. Only the relentless pursuit and peak of martial power. The synopsis is pretty good. Has anyone tried reading it yet? The book's original fans were just as surprised. They were buzzing about it in their group chat, and now they flock to the comments section to chime in. Rest assured and read. It's so good that if I'm wrong, I'll eat well, you'll see me live on stream. That's way too hardcore, man. You might as well live stream yourself, cutting it off. With a sly chuckle. Judging by the stats on this novel, it's doing great. Looks promising, I'll give it a look. That's not quite right. How could a novel with a Silver Alliance supporter have bad results? Go check out the Red Packet Plaza. This book has even had a bunch of recommendation votes and red packets showered on it by some wealthy reader. Basically, if you cast a few recommendation votes, you could get a red packet in return. Battle Through the Heavens gained 5,000 to 6,000 recommendation votes overnight. This is why. The book review section was buzzing with activity. When he opened his chat app, the editor of Battle Through the Heavens quickly found Xiao Yin and went straight to the point. Did you buy those Silver Alliance votes yourself? Xiao Yin replied with a wry smile. No. Hang on. Let me check. I think I found the rich reader who's responsible for those Silver Alliance votes. One of his newly added friends from the night before, the new group admin in the readers group, had messaged him early that morning. So, Potato Bro, how about making me a group admin? The surprise I gave you was pretty good, right? So it was you who rewarded me. Xiaoyan was both surprised and delighted, but also found it a bit funny. You really are loaded. No wonder you're the landlord boss. Thank you, I mean it. No need to thank me. I own a few buildings, and the monthly rent alone is more than I could spend. Just focus on your writing. I'll keep the rewards coming. With wealthy readers like this, their generosity was truly astonishing. Xiaoyan could only hope for more readers like that to come his way. As he chatted with this wealthy reader, Xiaoyan was also explaining things to his editor. When the editor found out Xiaoyan's book had such a reader, someone who owned several buildings, he was shocked. Once he realized who it was, he encouraged Xiaoyan to keep up the good work. Through their conversation, Xiaoyan also learned that this particular wealthy reader was quite famous. Not only was he the Silver Alliance supporter for Battle Through the Heavens, but he also supported several top authors in the same way. Rumor had it there was even a dedicated group chat for these wealthy readers, a group where everyone could afford to back novels at the Silver Alliance level. Xiaoyan was floored. If they all decided to support him, and each gave a reward, wouldn't he be rolling in money? At this moment, he couldn't help but wish Iron Man from the Marvel chat group would hurry up and send a red packet. He was desperate for the plot after the 3rd volume of Battle Through the Heavens. He really was. I'll pull you into the premium authors group. If nothing goes wrong, hitting 3,000 first subscriptions for your book won't be a problem, the editor assured him. In fact, as soon as Xiaoyan's new book was signed, he'd been added to the signed authors group. There were lots of people in there, all chatting about a wide range of topics, and Xiaoyan usually kept a low profile. Now, to be able to join the premium authors group so quickly, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, This group represented the elite tier of authors. The editor had added him in advance, clearly holding high hopes for his work and offering encouragement, while also giving him the chance to learn from these seasoned, top-tier writers. As soon as Xiao Yin joined, the group buzzed with questions. A new author has joined our premium group. State your stats, post a photo. Everyone calm down. He's a male author. Let's not scare him off. By the way, are you into guys? Waggling eyebrows. Even the chief editor couldn't take it anymore. If you want to get muted, just say so. You're all premium authors here. Remember to keep up your image. The very first thing to do upon entering the group, of course, was to send out a red envelope. Xiaoyan knew how important this group was. These were all top authors, and even some legendary ones. In the past, when he was just a struggling writer, he could only look up to them from afar, never even dreaming of getting close. He gritted his teeth and sent out a red envelope with 500 yuan. Brother Tudo, you're too generous. Though the following sticker cheekily asked, any more? Thank you for the red envelope. Big boss, you're impressive. Once they realized who Xiao Yin was, some of the established authors were genuinely surprised. Wait, your novel isn't even online yet? You're the one writing Battle Through the Heavens? You're Heavenly Silkworm Potato. Wow, that's incredible. I'm following your story too. It's fantastic. Your narrative style is groundbreaking in our circles, truly a trailblazing work. Today we even gained a wealthy fan. This reader is a Silver League member for several big-name authors. I've heard they're loaded. Keep writing. If the rest of your novel stays this good, you're bound to become a new literary giant. This could be a classic in the making. Is another superstar about to rise? I'm in awe. I'm just a small fry. Only got 1,800 first-day subscriptions, and after half a year my average barely cracked 3,000 to earn that premium badge. Honestly, I tremble when I meet real legends. The atmosphere here was fantastic. Xiao Yan's initial excitement soon grew into genuine fondness for the group, especially with everyone giving such high praise to his novel. It was like being the moon, surrounded by a sky full of stars. Several authors even wanted to strike deals with Xiao Yan, suggesting they help promote each other's books. In the past, Xiao Yan's own struggling novels weren't even worth recommending to his handful of readers. It just felt too embarrassing. But this time, with Battle Through the Heavens, Xiao Yan managed, in a very short span, to strike deals with more than 50 elite authors, all helping him promote his new book. By midday, Xiao Yan was eating lunch with his daughter Jejia when his phone kept buzzing with notifications. Daddy, who are you chatting with? Jejia asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Feeling a bit warm, Xiao Yan turned on the air conditioner and replied with a smile. I'm chatting in a group. You've been such a good girl today. Jejia, you even started your homework all by yourself. Jejia glanced at her grandmother beside her, her rosy lips parting to reveal a row of small, pearly, perfectly aligned teeth. She wanted to say that she was influenced by her mother, Nailin Yinran, but remembering that her grandmother still didn't know about her mother's situation, she sensibly replied, I've always been well-behaved. There are just a few problems I couldn't figure out today. Maybe Dad can help me this afternoon. Of course. Xiao Yan agreed immediately. He'd always wanted to help Jejia with her homework, but in order to keep her happy, he'd never forced her. Lately, he'd just spent time playing games with her instead. Nearby, Shen Luoying tossed a bone to the little white dog. The dog wagged its tail, but perhaps Jejia had cuddled it so much that it was now slightly afraid of her, and had become more attached to Xiao Yan's mother instead. Xiao Yan, why have you been so extravagant lately? The door's wide open. Just use the fan, running the air conditioner all day. Do you know how expensive electricity is? Shen Luoying hadn't planned to bring it up, but Xiao Yan's air conditioner seemed to be on around the clock. She thought she'd let it slide, but sitting here at mealtime, she just couldn't hold back. Xiao Yan realized there was no need to keep things from his family any longer. It wasn't like being a songwriter or composer, which was hard to explain. Writing novels had always been his dream, something so many people already knew. Mom, you might not believe this, but my novel's taken off. What? Shen Luoying was stunned, and Jejia immediately looked up as well. Only the little white dog seemed oblivious, still engrossed in gnawing happily on its bone. In the city, people with fancy dog breeds would never let their pets chew on bones for fear of choking or indigestion. But in the countryside, the local mutts were tough and full of life. The best treat for them was a bone. Meat or dog food were luxuries. Rural families would never buy special food for their dogs. The air conditioner, meanwhile, sent out a cool, refreshing breeze, making everyone feel clear-headed. I'm telling you, my dream is about to come true. Haven't you all been wondering why I've been so cheerful lately? I'm not losing my mind, nor am I troubled. It's just that, after nearly 10 years of persistence, my dream is finally within reach. As Xiao Yan spoke these words, a pang of guilt tugged at his heart, for he knew that the real author of Battle Through the Heavens wasn't him. But on Shu Ipyu, he'd shamelessly claimed the work as his own. His voice carried both bitterness and emotion. I can finally, openly call myself a writer. Shen Luoying fell silent for a long time. Jiejia's expression remained calm. In her eyes, writing novels was synonymous with being a loser, fallen, penniless, and aimless. So this success you're talking about, is it just that your novel got signed or recommended? Her mother's voice was tinged with doubt, her uncertain gaze fixed on Xiaoyan. After all, Xiaoyan's dreams were far too unrealistic. Was his idea of success really just raising his monthly manuscript fee from 600 yuan to 1,000 yuan? At its core, there wasn't much of a difference. Of course, for a son with dreams like Xiaoyan, even this could be considered a kind of success. Mom, how can you look down on me like that? Xiaoyan decided to be frank about the numbers. It's already the end of the month. Barring any surprises, I estimate that my manuscript fees this month should add up to over 10,000 yuan. As his mother, Shen Luoying, and his daughter, Jieji, stared at him wide-eyed and open-mouthed in astonishment, Xiaoyan went on, and that's just from direct reader rewards. If things keep going well, next month should be even better. Now, while 10,000 yuan a month might not seem like much in a big city, in Xiaoyan's small town, where the average salary is 3 or 4,000 yuan, and even grueling. Construction work pays around 6,000. A monthly manuscript fee of over 10,000 was quite impressive, at least as far as Xiaoyan's mother was concerned. Are you serious? Shen Luoying found it hard to believe. Last time, you told us you'd won the lottery. Are you just trying to make me feel better again? Jieji doesn't believe it either. His daughter, Jieji, chimed in with her childish voice. Xiaoyan gave a wry smile. It's true, I promise. When the payment comes in next month, you'll see for yourselves. As he spoke, Xiaoyan pulled out his phone and showed Shen Luoying the group chat he'd just joined for top-tier authors. Shen Luoying couldn't really understand what she was looking at, but she could tell the group chat was lively. His daughter, Jieji, wanted to see too. She even asked to use her dad's account to chat in the group, but Xiaoyan refused, which made the little girl pout in annoyance. After lunch, although Shen Luoying remained a bit skeptical, she didn't stop Xiaoyan from turning on the air conditioner to enjoy some cool comfort. When Jieji did her homework, the air conditioning helped her focus better too. By the time he finished helping Jieji with her homework, it was already a little past 3 in the afternoon. With some free time on his hands, Xiaoyan naturally found himself wondering what his ex-wife, Nailin Yanran, was up to. Was she running into any trouble recording her new song, Decency? He was tempted to call and check in, but then thought better of it. By tonight or tomorrow, he'd surely hear how things had gone. Xiaoyan headed upstairs. He needed to update the works of the more than 50 top authors he'd traded with that morning. Since everyone was optimistic about Battle Through the Heavens, many authors wanted to collaborate with him, but recommending each book one by one simply wasn't practical, so Xiaoyan followed the group's suggestion. He compiled all 50-plus high-quality books into a single chapter, listing the book titles, authors, summaries, and his own reviews after reading the first 3 chapters of each. This was an enormous undertaking, but Xiaoyan took it seriously. He didn't have time to read everything, but he made sure to read the first 3 chapters carefully and then shared his favorite parts. Any novel that earns the premium badge must have exceptional qualities and be recognized by the market, so naturally, there are parts worth enjoying. In summary, this special chapter ended up being over 16,000 words long. Its title was Major Book Recommendations. The moment this chapter was published, the comments section exploded. Wow, I thought the author was moved by the Silver Alliance and wrote a monster chapter of over 10,000 words. I was so excited to finally binge read, but when I opened it, what on earth is this? Same here, I was stunned. I've seen authors recommend each other's books before, but never like this. The author is something else. I just checked, and he recommended over 50 books, urban, fantasy, mystery, anime, even both male and female genres. Awesome. This is the most original and refreshing book recommendation I've ever seen. The author truly stands out. Absolutely admirable. I got all hyped for nothing. Turns out the author only recommends top-quality books. Come on, be honest, author. How did you make special deals with so many premium authors overnight? Please describe the whole process in detail, no less than 600 words. That comment above just killed me. Naturally, many excited readers who clicked in were disappointed. They thought Xiaoyan was giving extra chapters to thank the Silver Alliance, but instead, it was a massive book recommendation list of more than 50 titles. Even across the entire site, this kind of large-scale recommendation was one of a kind. The fan group for Battle Through the Heavens was buzzing too. Some mischievous readers even tagged the new group admin, a wealthy supporter, saying, "Look, the author wrote over 16,000 words today just to thank you for your Silver Alliance." Ha ha ha. Big laughing meme. The readers who knew what was going on couldn't help but laugh. By now, it was a summer evening. The chorus of insects outside was still loud, and the sunset painted the sky a fiery red. The wealthy supporter was also left baffled and reached out to Xiao Yin, saying he'd just been out driving his sports car with a beautiful girl. Just when things were getting romantic, someone tagged him in the group chat. He immediately put aside the sweet girl to check the story on his phone. He was so obsessed with Xiao Yan's battle through the heavens. Was that easy for him? But what he got was a 16,000-word book recommendation listing over 50 titles. It was truly dazzling. Xiao Yan could only give a wry smile and explain. He even clarified things again in the group chat, since his work was excellent and updates had been steady, 3 chapters a day. Everyone in the group was happy and understanding. After his explanation, the readers all took it in stride. It seems our instincts weren't wrong after all. When this masterpiece had just over 10,000 words, I picked it out from a sea of books, instantly struck by its freshness and originality. And now everyone can see how well it is done. Not only did it attract a Silver Alliance early on, but the editor pulled it straight into the group of top-tier authors, and in a single night, it won the recognition and recommendation of over 50 distinguished writers. That's truly an honor unlike any other. Indeed, I just checked the 50-plus books that the author recommended. Among the 30-odd that are still being updated, all of them have given a heavy push to our battle through the heavens at the end of their chapters. They've unanimously praised it as the hottest book of the year, an absolute must-read. Some of these top-tier authors have truly remarkable writing skills. Their endorsements go on for hundreds of words, and reading them makes my blood race with excitement. After chatting in the Xiao Yin group, he wanted to check for himself. Sure enough, many of the recommendations from those renowned authors were brimming with enthusiasm. Xiao Yin felt a surge of emotion. Such recognition and honor were things he had never experienced before, not in 10 years of writing novels for the sake of his dreams. Even though, in truth, he wasn't the original creator. In fact, he was more of a porter than a writer. He still felt deeply moved. Meanwhile, new voices began to emerge in the novel's review section. I came here on Lioshin's recommendation. Heard it's a legendary book, so I had to see for myself. Xiao fans sent me here. The author really values this novel, so I couldn't resist checking it out. Wow, this Battle Through the Heavens author is something else, recommending over 50 books. No wonder so many top authors on the site are giving it grand endorsements. I've never seen anyone promote books like this before. This author must have some serious connections. I don't know about connections, but the book itself is genuinely amazing. I was drawn in yesterday by the Silver Alliance, and I ended up reading through the entire thing overnight. It had my heart pounding. The author's control over emotion is incredible. Now I can't wait to see what happens between the protagonist and Nailin Yanran after 3 years. Absolutely, this novel is truly excellent. On Shueisha, I've never seen this kind of storytelling before. It's dazzling. My salary isn't high, but I just had a tip for such a great work. Sent 500 yuan. Hope the author doesn't mind it's not much. Night gradually descended, signaling the day's end. Yet for many, the night was only just beginning, especially in the world of entertainment, which now included the booming industry of live-streaming celebrities. In a thriving society, people were more obsessed than ever with spiritual amusement. Naturally, beautiful women and handsome men had a wide market. After a long, busy day, Nailin Yanran was feeling a bit worn out as her cousin, Nailin Zhao, drove her home. Noticing the fatigue on Nailin Yanran's lovely face, he leaned his head out the car window and called to her just as she was getting out to head inside. If you're too tired, don't bother live streaming tonight. Wait until your new song drops this evening. Then you can check the results tomorrow. I'm fine. There's no need to worry about me. Nailin Yanran offered her cousin a gentle smile. Thank you. You've really been here for me all this time. We're family. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Get some rest. Okay. With her shoulder bag slung over her back, Nailin Yanran opened the door to her house, only to find that there were guests inside. The place was lively and bustling. Nailin Yanran's cousin was Nailin Zhao, and she also had a younger female cousin named Ouyang Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was just 16, a high school student. Her hobbies included drawing, binge-watching dramas, and reading novels. Tonight, Xiao Xiao and her mother, who was Nailin Yanran's mom's younger sister, had come over together. Nailin Yanran, you're back. Come here, quick. Although Nailin Yanran's mother was well into her years, you could still see from her features that she must have been a great beauty in her youth, a trait Nailin Yanran clearly inherited. Your aunt and Xiao Xiao came to see you. It all stemmed from Nailin Yanran's recent internet fame. Her identity had been revealed online, and she'd become a sensation on short video platforms. She was on the verge of becoming a genuine singer, and her family and friends were truly happy for her. After all, everyone knew about her divorce, and her daughter was still with her ex-husband. Things hadn't been easy. Now that Nailin Yanran's career was suddenly taking off, it brought some comfort to everyone. Yet no one expected that, just as they were starting to celebrate her success, her identity would be exposed so publicly. To her relatives, this didn't seem like a big deal at first, but once they clicked on the comments, they were confronted with all kinds of offensive remarks. In the eyes of most people, being an online celebrity wasn't considered a respectable profession. Some smaller media outlets, looking for clicks, labeled her as a beautiful internet star instead of acknowledging her official status as a singer. There was little she could do. To make a living, Nailin Yenran had been streaming almost every night, encouraging fans to send gifts, behavior that looked pretty much like that of any internet celebrity. Back when Nailin Yenran's mother was young, she was a renowned beauty, and her younger sister was no exception. The two families were especially close, unlike Nailin Yenran, who had married far from home and ended up with a man like Xiao Yan. Both Nailin Yenran's mother and her aunt had married locally, and they lived nearby. Though her aunt worked during the day, she brought her daughter over in the evening to visit Nailin Yenran and offer her some comfort. Naturally, Nailin Yenran smiled and reassured everyone that she'd be fine and that she'd push through this tough time. Tonight, her new song, Dignity, had just been released. She planned to livestream, if only to earn back the 100,000 yuan she'd spent on the song. So after chatting with her aunt for a while, Nailin Yenran returned to her room to change and put on her makeup. Her cousin, Ouyang Xiao, of course, hurried right after her. She noticed that her cousin was in much better spirits than she'd expected, so she complimented her figure. "Sis, you've already had a child, yet you still look amazing. How do you keep such a great shape?" "It's just how I am," her cousin replied, brushing off the compliment. "Let's not talk about that. I have a live stream coming up soon, so I can't chat for long." "All right then," Ouyang Xiao agreed out loud, though she had no intention of leaving. "By the way, it's been ages since I saw my brother-in-law. I kind of miss him." "Enough." Nailin Yenran's tone grew irritated. "Of all the things to bring up, you just had to mention him. Don't talk about him in front of me. But my brother-in-law is such a handsome guy, and he's always been so gentle with you. He was my childhood Prince Charming. Someday I want to find a man just like him." "What's wrong with saying that?" Ouyang Xiao was young, lively, and every bit as beautiful. "We're divorced," Nailin Yenran sighed. "You know that. You're not a child anymore. Why are you still so naive?" "So what if you're divorced? I think you still care about him, and there's no way he's gotten over you, either. You two still have a real shot at getting back together." Nailin Yenran gave a bitter, self-mocking laugh. "Getting back together? That's basically impossible now. Love is like a mirror. Once it shatters, how could it ever be whole again? People talk about mending a broken mirror, but in reality, how often does that really happen?" "You never know," Ouyang Xiao said stubbornly. She was one of the few relatives on Nailin Yenran's side who didn't dislike Xiao Yan. In fact, she quite liked him. Maybe it was because when Xiao Yan and Nailin Yenran first got together, Ouyang Xiao had only been 8 or 9, a very little girl. Back then, Xiao Yan was just entering his early 20s. Handsome, the very picture of a pretty boy. It's human nature to be drawn to beauty. Men admire beautiful women, and girls like attractive young men too. Nailin Zhao, in contrast, had disliked Xiao Yan for many years, right up to the present day. She was the complete opposite of Ouyang Xiao. Nailin Yenran's parents, too, had seen through Xiao Yan's character. They knew he was all looks and no substance, so they never truly approved of him. If Nailin Yenran hadn't been so determined to marry Xiao Yan, and even insisted on a shotgun wedding when she got pregnant, her parents would never have agreed to the match. So when Nailin Yenran got divorced this time, her parents didn't try to stop her at all. They figured their daughter was still beautiful, still in great shape. She could easily find someone better. There was no reason for her to stay trapped in Xiao Yan's mess. That man was all show and no substance, and now he owed over 2 million yuan. Who knows how much more he might owe in the future. Older generations put their faith in destiny. Some people are simply not destined for wealth or greatness. They lack both talent and ability, their ambitions soaring higher than the sky, yet their fate as fragile as paper. This is exactly the kind of person Xiao Yan is. If you associate with the fortunate, you might just rise together with them. As the saying goes, when one person succeeds, even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. But if you follow someone doomed to mediocrity and failure, you'll only end up suffering your whole life. Worse still, your children might be born into the same cycle of hardship and toil. Ouyang Xiao, after all, is still very young, just 16, at the tender age where a girl's heart easily overflows with dreams. All she sees is how devoted Xiao Yan was to Nailin Yenran, how he poured his whole heart into her sister. Back when Xiao Yan hadn't fallen on hard times, he was quite the heartthrob, too. Even now, he's not all that bad-looking. He just hasn't bothered to dress up. Men and women are the same in this way. If you don't care about your appearance, you're only average. But tidy your hair, dab on a little concealer, slip into some clean, stylish clothes, add a touch of class, and even someone plain can look striking. Your score can shoot right up to 80 or 90 out of 100. But later, when Xiao Yan became a stay-at-home dad, he focused more on the business and stopped caring about how he looked. After the bankruptcy, when he ended up hauling bricks on construction sites, he let himself go completely. Truth be told, Ouyang Xiao hasn't seen Xiao Yan for a long time. In her memory, he's still the youthful, good-looking guy she knew as a child. Even the tough girls like Guo Wenwen were drawn in by Xiao Yan's looks back in high school. Ouyang Xiao said, "Don't think I'm naive just because I'm young. Sis, you and brother-in-law loved each other so much. You were made for each other. It was only money that drove you apart in the end. Sure, over 2 million is a lot, and none of our families are filthy rich. But things are different for you now. Don't think I've never watched your live streams. In just one night, you made hundreds of thousands. If you work hard for a while, help brother-in-law pay off his debt, and there's no more pressure or obstacles between you two, wouldn't you be able to be happy together again? Why should I use the money I worked so hard to earn to pay off his debts? Wouldn't it be better to invest that in my daughter, Jejia? What use is it to hand it over to that deadbeat?" Nailin Yinran, still furious, continued, "Besides, those hundreds of thousands you saw, I don't actually get to keep that much. The platform takes half, then I have to give my company 30%. What's left, I still have to pay 20% in taxes." Ouyang Xiao was stunned. She hadn't realized things were so complicated. And another thing, Nailin Yinran went on, "Do you really think the songs I sing are free? My first song cost me 20,000, the second one 100,000. That was all my own money. Sure, the company gives me songs for free, but they're low quality, they never catch on, and the copyright isn't even mine." Nailin Yinran sighed and said, "Ever since my real identity was exposed, all my wealthy fans have pretty much disappeared. Silly girl. Earning money is never as easy as it looks." After talking with Nailin Yinran, Ouyang Xiao truly sensed just how tough things were for her. Ouyang Xiao wanted to say something more, but Nailin Yinran, growing impatient, shooed her out. All right, I need to start my live stream. Whatever you want to say, wait until I'm done." Ouyang Xiao rolled her eyes helplessly. "By the time you finish streaming, it'll be the middle of the night. This isn't my home. How could I possibly wait here for you to finish?" Wait a second, she thought. Maybe she actually could stay the night. What a great idea. She could just go talk to her aunt, and everything would be fine. In fact, before Nailin Yinran even started her live stream, her popularity was quietly picking up again on short video platforms and fan groups, and even on music platforms. President Ma from the company was still quite influential. Although Decent Farewell wasn't featured on the main pages of the major platforms, the big data algorithms still pushed the song and its video to many users who enjoyed this kind of content. On a music platform, the system just recommended me a great song, Decent Farewell. A breakup should be decent, no need for apologies. The lyrics are amazing. Me too. I just stumbled upon this song, and after listening once, I completely fell in love with it. Big data is crazy accurate these days. Yesterday, I listened to a few breakup songs, and now the algorithm sent me this one. It's really good. I'm not like you guys. I really did just break up. This song is addictive. I can't stop listening. I'm sitting here with tears streaming down my face. Haven't even had dinner, and it's been on repeat all night. Who's the singer? Nailin Yinran? That name sounds kind of familiar. Isn't she that female internet celebrity who was all over the entertainment news recently? The one who got divorced and has a kid? Oh wow, I never expected it to be her. And her voice is actually this beautiful. Of course, if she didn't have real talent, she wouldn't even qualify to be the internet's favorite target. Her other song, Invisible Wings, is still on the charts. That's the one that made her famous. But Decent Farewell is great too. I think it could really blow up. Across all the major music platforms, thanks to President Ma's support and the song's own quality, coupled with lyrics that resonated with real-life relationships, the number of comments for Decent Farewell kept growing. Back then, I didn't know anything about Nailin Yinran, so I just followed the crowd in criticizing her. I never imagined that rather than fading away, she'd come out with Decent Farewell. It's truly beautiful. She sings the heartbreak of a woman during a breakup so well. Parting with dignity. Who's afraid of whom? It's said that Nailin Yinran seems to be an internet celebrity on a certain short video platform. She even did a live stream last night. Her 2 new songs in. The middle didn't really stand out, but unexpectedly, her song, Decent, made a quiet comeback. Tonight, I couldn't resist tuning into her live stream again. We all think of her as just an internet celebrity, but in truth, she's a singer. Where there are resources and attention, there will always be discussion. During the day, those third-rate actresses at the company were just waiting for the evening to see Nailin Yinran make a fool of herself. Yesterday, her 2 new songs on short videos barely scraped together a little over 100,000 likes. Today, without the company's support and recording everything herself, she'd be lucky to get even tens of thousands of likes. They were certain the comments section would be flooded with criticism. Yet, what left them utterly dumbfounded was that the new song Decent, shot in much the same way as Nailin Yinran's first track, Invisible Wings, with light makeup and filmed simply in a recording studio, had already surpassed 100,000 likes by the time they scrolled to it. The comments were pouring in as well, most of them recent. What did this mean? It meant a massive wave of traffic was flooding in. Breakups should be dignified, and neither of us should apologize. There's no debt to repay. If I dare to give, I dare to be heartbroken. On camera, that was us in the past. How could this be this song? The third-rate actresses in the company, along with the women waiting for another joke at Nailin Yinran's expense, were all stunned. This song is just too good. And, as it turned out, these third-rate actresses also had their own secret boyfriends, most of whom were talented men in the entertainment circle or the privileged sons of wealthy families. Many of these men were notorious playboys, just looking for some fun. Inevitably, breakups were just part of the deal. At this moment, Nailin Yinran's Decent struck a chord with them. They couldn't help but listen to it over and over again. The awkwardness of the moment left them all silent. On the short video platform, the company's executives saw that the popularity of Decent was almost unstoppable. They immediately called President Ma to share the good news. President Ma had already instructed them, and, out of courtesy, they gave the song's short video a small boost in the traffic pool. Actually, the principle behind the traffic pool is much like how online novels get recommended. Short videos have plenty of featured spots, with each category having its own back-end pool of traffic. For instance, in the Funny Pets category, there might be over 1 million views available. When 10 similar short videos are recommended to this million-strong audience by big data, the likes, shares, and comments determine the top 3, which then advance to the next featured spot, the next, even larger traffic pool. This could be not just Funny Pets, but funny across the entire platform, with over 10 million views up for grabs. Here, the videos are judged by countless more viewers. The best-performing videos keep moving up, eventually hitting the big leagues and becoming viral short videos with over 1 million likes. The progression model for online novels is much the same. For Xiao Yan's own flop novels, they would often get eliminated right at the first small traffic pool's testing recommendation, so he never had a shot at the bigger, more prominent recommendations that followed. Homepage features, top picks, banner spots, limited time free promotions. These major recommendations were things Xiao Yan hadn't seen in all his 10 years of writing, simply because his mediocre novels never qualified for such exposure. But Battle Through the Heavens was a different story. Its very first trial recommendation performed several times better than the runner-up, and the rate at which new readers became loyal fans rivaled that of established masters. Otherwise, how could he have been invited into the elite authors group even before the book officially launched? This loyalty rate refers to readers who come back to read Battle Through the Heavens every day. Their user IDs are all tracked and tallied. In contrast, if a reader bookmarks a novel but then goes 10 days, half a month, even half a year without opening it, or never comes back at all, it means the story just isn't engaging enough to keep them hooked. Without daily returning readers, the loyalty rate drops, and that inevitably leads to poor sales once the book goes live. Meanwhile, tonight, Nailin Yinran's Decency had clearly climbed through several traffic pools already. If it reached hundreds of thousands of likes, that alone would prove its success as a short video. If it broke 1 million, it would be a viral hit. Many netizens flooded the comment section, expressing both praise and criticism. After all, Nailin Yinran was now a highly controversial internet celebrity. What's going on? Wasn't this influencer banned across the entire internet? How did I still end up seeing her short video? Over 200,000 likes and more than 9,000 comments. What's happening? Does this woman have some powerful backers? Is she about to blow up again? Same here. I don't know what the short video platform staff are doing. They keep recommending trash videos like this. Makes me want to uninstall the app. If you don't want to watch, just swipe past. Why complain? Did you even bother to pay attention? She sings Decency beautifully. Are your ears broken? The platform isn't stupid. If the video really had no value, why would they recommend it? Nailin Yinran already clarified everything in her live stream last night. She's assigned female singer, a woman in her 20s or 30s. Marriage and divorce are perfectly normal. She just wants to sing, yet you all keep making nasty comments. It's disgusting. She deceived fans for money by live streaming without revealing her real identity. How is that not disgusting? Why can't we say something about it? Honestly, it's you brainless fans who are the most revolting. There are countless singers and actors who have divorced and have children, award-winning actors, top singers, all the same. Why haven't you attacked them? Just because Nailin Yinran is a newcomer, a vulnerable young woman, you rush in to bully her. Who's really being disgusting here? Let me say it again. Nailin Yinran has never tried to hide who she is. She only became popular on short videos less than half a month ago, and her live streams haven't even been running for a full week. If she truly wanted to hide her past and deceive fans, would she have exposed herself so quickly? And open your eyes. Right there, clear as day on her profile, it's written out because of all your abuse. She's the only female singer I know who's been forced into this corner by the whole internet. Yes, Nailin Yinran is tough. She laid it all out in her profile. I am a singer. I'm divorced and have a child. Nailin Yinran's song Dignity started appearing across multiple platforms, and naturally, Xiaoyan took notice. Today, he watched it together with his daughter, Jia. Daddy, do you think people will stop attacking Mom tonight? The way this child spoke made her mother sound truly pitiable. Xiaoyan patted Jia's head and said, yes, tonight, your mom will win over more and more people, moving from internet personality to real singer. Of course, Jia believed her dad completely. She grinned and said, that's wonderful. Mom's dream has always been to become a singer. Father and daughter waited in the room for Nailin Yinran's live stream to start. In Xiaoyan's group chat, everyone was buzzing about her new song. Dignity sounds amazing. I feel like Nailin Yinran is about to make a comeback. Comeback is the perfect word. She really is tough, beautiful, and strong. I heard she'll be live streaming tonight. I can't wait to hear her sing Dignity live. I've already topped up 100 yuan to show my support. Haha, my wallet's a bit light. I only managed 20 yuan. Hey, have you noticed? The group seems to be growing in numbers. Yeah, ever since Dignity went viral in short videos, more people have joined. I bet the group will grow even more tomorrow. Nailin Yinran really has it tough. Let's all keep supporting her. Beyond Nailin Yinran's fan group, the reader group for Xiaoyan's novel Battle Through the Heavens was just as lively. This is awesome. Today, practically every top author on the website is promoting Battle Through the Heavens. As a longtime reader, I feel so proud. The number of favorites is skyrocketing, and the recommendations and rewards are fantastic. Yesterday, thanks to our Silver Alliance, Battle Through the Heavens climbed to number 1 in its category sales ranking. With all today's rewards combined, tomorrow it'll probably break into the top 10 overall. Incredible. The author isn't even a superstar, but this new book is making waves like a legend. Xiaoyan was naturally overjoyed. As Nailin Yinran's popularity began to recover, the success of his novel also soared explosively. Daddy, look. Mommy's streaming. Xiaoyan immediately turned his attention to the screen. Tonight, just like in the short video she shot earlier, Nailin Yinran wore only light makeup. Yet her delicate features and that flawless figure still drew every eye. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Medicine Elder, for the gift. Thank you all. Unable to resist, Xiaoyan was the very first to send a virtual gift. It wasn't much, just 20 yuan, but since he had once spoken up for Nailin Yinran her fan group, she clearly recognized his username. Daddy, where did you get the money? Jia's question made Xiaoyan chuckle helplessly. Silly girl. Even if your dad is broke, he can still spare 20 yuan. Tonight is a special occasion for your mom. Giving her a little encouragement is the least I can do. I want to send a gift too. I want to support Mommy. There's no money left. Daddy, you're so stingy. I'm not talking to you anymore. Xiaoyan had no choice but to top up another 20 yuan and handed the phone to Jia. You can send little hearts for 10 cents each. That's over 200 times. I don't want that. I want to send 200 yuan and make it onto the leaderboard. The girl had watched a few streams and already knew what it meant to be on the leaderboard. No way. That's way too much money. But Jia insisted. Didn't you say tonight is really special for Mommy? She's being criticized because she divorced you and because I'm her child. Daddy, can you really just stand by and do nothing? Jia pressed on. If you don't give me 200 yuan, I won't talk to you for 10 days. Xiaoyan was at his wit's end. Jia glanced at her father's expression, then pleaded, just this once, please, Daddy. I really want to help Mommy. They say that poverty can make parents spoil their children even more, always trying to make up for what's lacking. At this moment, Jia's earnest plea tugged at Xiaoyan's heart. He sighed. Jia, 200 yuan isn't a small amount for a family right now, but it's not impossible either. It just has to be used for the right reason. Just this once. Not again. Jia nodded sensibly. Okay, Daddy. I understand. With a pang of heartache, Xiaoyan recharged the money. Jia then took his phone, swapping out her tablet since she didn't have her own account. Now she was feeling bold. She started off by sending a 100 yuan gift. Thank you, Medicine Elder, for your gift. You've been my loyal fan for a long time. Thank you for standing up for me in the group. Thank you for always being there. Nailin Yinran spoke with emotion. Although her performance of Decent had gone viral tonight, her live stream was still new, and there were only about 2,000 viewers at the moment. Many fans and curious onlookers were still watching from the sidelines, and so far, no one had sent any major gifts. As for the small consolation gifts, those had come in last night. After all, considering what happened yesterday, the gifts totaling over 10,000 yuan mostly came from her most loyal fans. Her daughter, Jia, was quite curious when she heard that her mother actually knew her father's online name. She turned her head, her big, dark eyes sparkling as she looked at her father. "Daddy, did you really help Mommy and her fan group?" Xiaoyan rubbed his daughter's head and replied, "Of course I did. Did you really think your dad was so heartless and indifferent? But why did you call yourself Old Medicine Man?" "Daddy, you're not old at all." Xiaoyan laughed. "It was just a name I picked at random. Actually, it's a character from my novel." "Oh." Jia didn't ask any more questions. She turned her attention back to watching her mother's live stream. In no time at all, this little girl spent all 200 yuan she had, and she was still holding second place on the donation leaderboard. Because her ranking was so high, the Old Medicine Man account even gained a few new followers. A moment later, Jia looked over again, her face pleading. "Just one more time, Daddy. Just once, I promise." Xiaoyan felt a shiver run down his spine. "That's exactly what you said last time." "Well, this really is the last time, Daddy. Please, just grant your daughter this one final wish." Xiaoyan was tempted to give his daughter a scolding, though he knew all too well that children's promises are often just empty words. What they say now, they'll forget soon after. But in this situation, he couldn't bring himself to really scold her. Daddy really doesn't have any more money. Online spending, especially when it comes to live streams, is a bottomless pit. Many big spenders have thrown in hundreds of thousands without a second thought. And there have been news stories about children, lacking self-control, secretly using their parents' money to support their favorite streamers. It's hardly a rare occurrence. Even though, right now, the streamer Jia is supporting is her own mother, he couldn't let her form this habit. Who knows what trouble it might cause in the future? Jia, Daddy really doesn't have any more money. And when it comes to supporting someone with gifts, it's best to do what you can within your means. Constantly spending isn't a good thing. But Daddy, didn't you say earlier today that your royalties were over 10,000? Were you just bluffing? Jia, clever as a monkey, was truly Daddy's little rascal, always poking holes in his explanations. Xiaoyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not easy for Daddy to earn money from writing, you know that. I've been writing for 10 years and only. Now have I finally had a hit. Besides, the royalties won't be paid until next month. It's the end of the month now, and the money hasn't come in yet. But, Jia's adorable little face crumpled as she protested. Now I've dropped to third place on the leaderboard. If I slip any further, Mommy won't notice me anymore. Jia, Xiaoyan was feeling quite helpless. Just one more 100, please, just one more. I want Mom to look at me a little longer, Jia pleaded again and again. Once you top up this time, I promise I won't ask Dad to do it ever again. There was nothing Xiaoyan could do. How could a father refuse when his daughter begged so earnestly, over and over? 100 it is, then. After Jia made the purchase, they had spent a total of 320 yuan on gifts that night. She managed to hold third place on the leaderboard for over half an hour, but eventually slipped down to 7th. Even with the buzz from her performance of Decency, tonight's ranking for Nailin Yanran wasn't particularly high. For a long time, Xiaoyan's account, Medicine Master, stayed near the top of the contributor list, but the number of people in the live stream kept climbing, from a few thousand to more than 10,000. People in the chat were saying all sorts of things. "I'm back to see this scammer again. Come on, ban me. What are the moderators even doing? Divorced and with a kid, but still pretty. I'd keep her company for the night. I don't mind at all. How much for a night? It's not like you're brand new. Just name your price." Most of these disgusting comments were quickly silenced, but with so many viewers and the chat moving so fast, many offensive messages slipped by unnoticed and simply vanished into the flood. Only those persistent spammers, who kept repeating their vile remarks, were immediately banned. The host works hard. Let's send some gifts to support her. As a fellow woman, I get it. Honestly, I envy you. After having my baby, I ended up with a waist as wide as a bucket and lost my glow. The host has such a great figure and fair skin. Can you share your secret with us? These kinds of messages usually came from women. After all, with Nailin Yanran's Decency going viral again in short videos, it was only natural for many female viewers to join the stream. If, at that moment, Nailin Yanran started promoting beauty or weight loss products using her looks and figure as selling points, she would almost certainly make a fortune. After all, nearly the whole platform knew about Nailin Yanran's marriage, divorce, and her 6-year-old child. Most women would look worn out after such experiences, like flowers that had lost their moisture. But Nailin Yanran was different. Her curves, flawless fair skin, and delicate features had, at first, even led many wealthy male fans to assume she was single. If Nailin Yinran chose this moment to recommend skincare products she often used or slimming teas she drank as a beauty influencer, claiming they helped her keep her belly flat, many female fans would be quick to believe and buy. Host, please stop explaining and chatting. Just start singing. I want to hear decency. The song is just too beautiful. I've had it on repeat on music platforms for ages, but I want to hear you sing it live, Nailin Yinran. Nailin Yinran, you have such a good taste in music. Invisible Wings and Dignity are both amazing and absolute classics. Seeing this comment scroll by, Nailin Yinran simply picked up her microphone and began to sing. She loved singing. To be able to pour her heart and soul into a song, and to have her fans' recognition, it was something that brought her immense joy. What made it even better was that her passion also brought in a generous income. That's why she never saw herself as a streamer who relied solely on looks. She was a singer, an artist who made her living through her craft. Her beautiful voice, tinged with the bittersweet dignity of a breakup, moved nearly half the fans in the live stream room. Gradually, the virtual gifts began to pour in. Among those drawn in by her heartfelt rendition of Dignity were some men who drove luxury cars and enjoyed privileged lives. They weren't interested in Nailin Yinran romantically, nor did they intend to spend money just to get close to her. After all, with their own status, they could attract plenty of beautiful young women with ease. It's just that everyone has that one person who truly captures their heart. Beautiful women are everywhere, but the ones who leave a lasting impression, who become unforgettable, are truly rare. As the old saying goes, what is love? That it makes people willing to live and die for each other. So, some of these viewers, their hearts touched by Dignity, didn't hesitate to spend, whether it was 1,000, 2,000, or even 5,000 yuan, just for the sake of appreciating genuine artistry. Thanks to this, the total value of gifts in the second half of Nailin Yinran's stream soared past 20,000 yuan. By the time the stream ended around midnight, the total had exceeded 30,000. Although this was a far cry from her peak, when she could make over 500,000 in a single night, 30,000 was still a significant improvement over the previous night. There were fewer hostile comments, too. Most viewers praised her performance of Dignity, saying she had given voice to the heartbreak of so many men and women. After all, who among us hasn't experienced a love that cut to the bone? The pain of heartbreak, the grace and dignity of a breakup. She had captured it all perfectly in her song. Some listeners, especially the more sensitive ones, were moved to tears. They couldn't help but think about why Nailin Yinran had chosen divorce. Unless a woman has been truly wounded, she wouldn't make such a decision. For Nailin Yinran, a divorced woman singing such a poignant song, it resonated with everyone on a deeply emotional level. Subtracting the platform's 50% cut from 30,000, she was left with 15,000. The company took another 30%, which brought it down to 10,500. After paying 20% in taxes, Nailin Yinran's net income for the night was 8,400 yuan. That was several times more than the 2,000 she'd made the night before. By now, Nailin Yinran's mother was already asleep, and her aunt had gone home. Only her 16-year-old cousin, Ouyang Xiao, was still up, waiting for her to finish the stream. Nailin Yinran had been singing all night, and her voice was already hoarse. As she sipped water, she glanced at her phone. Several wealthy fans had sent her private messages tonight. Now that her background was widely known, her affluent admirers had become much more polite. Gone were the days when they would immediately try to ask her out on dates. The boldest requests now were simply high-priced invitations to sing at their bars. One of them, a bar owner, seemed to have a beloved woman of his own and was drawn to her performance of decency. Coupled with Nailin Yinran's striking looks and figure, he offered her 300,000 yuan to sing a few songs at his bar. He would cover all her travel expenses and put her up in a 5-star hotel. After the platform took nothing and her company claimed 30%, and with taxes deducted, Nailin Yinran could take home 168,000 yuan for a single night's work, an impressive sum. Many second-tier singers never see such high earnings. And even if they did, they would have to split it with their teams, while Nailin Yinran had only herself. Yet the bar scene was what it was, and Nailin Yinran remained a woman with principles. Before she started dating Xiao Yan, she had never spent the night with another man. She believed in dating to see if two people were truly compatible. That was only natural. But sharing a bed, in her view, was something reserved for her future husband. That was why, back when Xiao Yan pursued her, he had to wait a long time. It was only after they decided to marry and promised a lifetime together that Nailin Yinran agreed to be intimate with him. Even now, divorced and no longer the innocent girl she once was, Nailin Yinran refused to lose herself in the lure of wealth. Since her rise to fame, she had attracted many rich men from all walks of life, the only common thread being that they were wealthier than most. All it would take was for Nailin Yinran to agree to join them in their revelry. and she could enjoy a life of luxury and splendor, even though her marriage had failed, and even if money had played a part in that failure. Still, Nailin Yinran firmly believed that she was driven by her dreams, not by a willingness to sell her soul or body for money. In her stubborn pursuit of dreams, Nailin Yinran was much like Xiao Yan. This shared trait was one of the key reasons they had made it to the altar. Xiao Yan's battle through the heavens had become wildly popular and lucrative. Yet every night, he still stayed up late, writing his own, less successful novels. He was well aware of the gap between his work and battle through the heavens, and he knew his own stories would never catch fire, but he persisted all the same. Because that was his dream. He also maintained a sense of respect for great works from another world. Whether songs or novels, he always used their original titles. Perhaps this was his meager gesture of conscience, after all the borrowing he'd done. As Xiao Yin chatted with Jujia, the glow of the evening lights mingled with the summer chorus of insects drifting through the open window, infusing the night with the simple, rustic charm of the village. Jujia, your mom did pretty well tonight. Although her income isn't quite what it used to be, her reputation has improved. The song Decency really helped her a lot. It's made many female fans feel sympathy for her. Jujia said with delight. Whoever wrote that song for Mom is truly a wonderful person. Xiaoyan let out a silly laugh. Jujia's going to sleep now. Dad, when you finish writing your novel, you should go to bed early too. Don't stay up so late all the time. With that, Jujia lay down, pulled her blanket up by herself, and gazed up with her big, beautiful eyes and smooth forehead. Even at her young age, she imitated her mom by keeping her hair long, her jet-black locks spilling over the pillow. Without anyone noticing, she was already turning into a little beauty. All right, go to sleep. When I finish writing, I'll go to bed too. Xiao Yin was still hanging on to his dream. Although the Marvel chat group had brought him miracles, and Battle Through the Heavens had brought him honor and money, as an adult and a father, he knew very well what his own dream was. Even if, in the future, he could pay off all his debts thanks to Battle Through the Heavens and the songs he'd snatched from those lucky draws, he still wouldn't give up on his dream. If there ever came a day when a novel he wrote all on his own could achieve even a tenth of the success of Battle Through the Heavens, he'd be proud. Because that's what he truly dreamed of. As for Nailin Yanran, she had no idea that the mysterious Miss Wong, who always helped her, was still at her keyboard, fingers tapping away, struggling to write her own flop of a novel. Right now, Yanran really wanted to message Miss Wong, to tell her about tonight's progress, to share that thanks to the song Decency, she'd finally gained forgiveness from most of her fans, and many viewers were starting to see her in a new light. She was no longer just a money-grabbing internet celebrity. At least now, she was a money-grabbing singer. There's a big difference between the two. The former rarely receives respect, but the latter can earn it. But just as she came out, her cousin Ouyang Xiao Xiao came running over to meet her. Sis, you're done streaming? You've worked so hard. Nailin Yinran gave a wry smile. Why didn't you go home? I told you. It's been ages since we've seen each other. I wanted to spend some time and chat with you. Ouyang Xiao Xiao helped Yinran to the sofa, then waited on her like a little maid, massaging her shoulders and back, speaking softly. Sis, I want to buy a new phone. Yinran's face darkened at once. Just as she thought, like a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year, there's always a hidden motive. No money. Who says so? I just did the math for you. After all your expenses, you still made over 8,000 tonight. After all, Nailin Yinran had made quite a bit of money herself, and among her friends online, there were quite a few wealthy people. She could have easily made tens of thousands of yuan just by spending an evening with them, but it was simply that she didn't want to. 8,000? That's nothing. I once spent 100,000 on a single song, and I still haven't gotten my money's worth. Besides, I'll be bringing Jia Jia to live with me soon, and I want to give her the best education, the best life. All of that takes money. Ouyang Xiao Xiao immediately pouted, her voice full of grievance. But I'm your little sister, the best sister you have, the one who loves you the most. Nailin Yinran met Ouyang Xiao Xiao's gaze. After a few seconds, she let out a helpless sigh. All right, how much do you want to borrow? 5,000. I want to buy the latest fruit phone. Even the basic model costs over 5,000. You're still a student. Why do you need such an expensive phone? It could easily get stolen at school. All my classmates have that brand of phone. I can't be the odd one out, can I? Besides, I'm so pretty, I deserve nice things. Looking at Ouyang Xiao Xiao's smug, self-adoring expression, Nailin Yinran couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. You're still so young, and yet you've already learned to compare yourself to others. How am I comparing? If I really wanted to show off, I'd go for the 9,000 or even the 10,000 yuan models. Nailin Yinran sighed. I've never even used such an expensive phone myself. I haven't either. Ouyang Xiao Xiao giggled. But now I'm writing novels. When I become a famous author like my brother-in-law, I'll be able to earn money and buy it myself. Hearing Ouyang Xiaoxiao's innocent words, Nailin Yinran couldn't help but burst out laughing. What? You want to follow in your brother-in-law's footsteps and become a writer? You think you'll be able to buy a 10,000 yuan phone with your own wages? Wake up. Of all the people you could imitate, you pick your brother-in-law. He's not even your brother-in-law anymore. If you follow Xiao Yan's path, you'll starve. Do you understand? He works so hard every day, writing, and yet he only makes 600 yuan a month. That's just 20 a day. What can you even do with that? Ouyang Xiaoxiao protested. How can you say that about him? His dreams are grand. If his writing becomes a bestseller, I checked, he could make over 10 million a year. Think how many top-of-the-line phones that would buy. 10 million a year, writing novels? You mean Xiao Yan? Give me a break. That'll never happen, not in his lifetime. Nailin Yinran was completely disappointed in Xiao Yan. Her parents had once said that. He was all show and no substance. Back then, she didn't believe them. She thought Xiao Yan truly loved her, and they shared a passion and persistence for their dreams. She believed love would be enough. But reality had slapped her hard. Without money, even the most beautiful love is like a flower. No matter how it blooms, eventually it withers. Ouyang Xiaoxiao's affection for her brother-in-law had been there since childhood. She spoke earnestly. I truly believe that one day, he'll achieve his dreams. Then he'll stand on the stage as a best-selling and renowned author, loved and admired by millions of readers. All right, just go wash up and get some sleep. When you dream, anything is possible. I want to sleep with you tonight. I still have so much to talk to you about. Nailin Yinran wanted to spend some time chatting with Miss Wang, but she sighed helplessly. I'm exhausted. Big sister, don't you love me anymore? Right now, I don't love anyone. I only love money, my dreams, and my daughter. No, you love me too. As night deepened, Nailin Yinran and Ouyang Xiaoxiao lay together. Don't touch me like that. Sis, you have such a great figure. Shut up and just go to sleep. But we haven't even talked yet. How can I sleep? Ouyang Xiaoxiao exclaimed with excitement. Sis, you know what? Yesterday, I wrote the first chapter of a romance novel. Because of my brother-in-law, I've loved reading novels since I was a kid. I used to think writing was easy, that all you needed was a vivid imagination. But once I started, I realized it's really, really hard. Nailin Yinran swatted away her mischievous hands and replied, Every profession is tough. Did you think singing was easy for me? Over the years, to become a singer, I've studied vocal techniques, music theory, instruments. You have no idea how much effort I've put in. Ouyang Xiaoxiao grinned and shamelessly snuggled closer. Of course I know. You even dragged me along to learn. But unfortunately, music isn't my thing. I'm fascinated by how my brother-in-law writes novels. I just love that exhilarating feeling I get from reading them. So let's talk about him. I don't want to talk about him. Just hearing his name irritates me. Sis, once you've earned enough money, you should get back together with him. Even if it's not for yourself, you have to think of Jiejia. When Jiejia comes to live with you, she can't be without her dad. Ouyang Xiaoxiao fretted endlessly over Nailin Yinran and Xiao Yan. Besides, are you sure you'll ever find someone who loves you more than he does? Nailin Yinran scoffed. Why wouldn't I? I have tens of thousands of fans in my groups combined. But do you actually like any of them? Don't think I'm too young to understand. Sis, if you were really the kind of woman who treated feelings lightly, you wouldn't be staying home now. You'd be out traveling with those rich fans, enjoying life, and spending the nights with them. Nailin Yinran fell silent. The truth was, things weren't that simple. She'd just gotten divorced, and she still had feelings for Xiao Yan. She couldn't let go. And one more thing, sis. In 2 years, when I'm an adult, if you still won't reconcile with him, then I'll just go marry him myself. Ouyang Xiaoxiao really dares to say anything. Nailin Yinran knew that this girl had liked her brother-in-law since she was little, but hearing her say it out loud still felt like a bolt from the blue. How dare you? Nailin Yinran's emotions flared instantly. If your parents found out you dared to do something like that, they'd break your legs. Ouyang Xiaoxiao's outrageous words had clearly infuriated Nailin Yinran. Even though she knew Xiaoxiao was joking, just the thought that her ex-husband might actually have something going on with her cousin was simply outrageous, utterly unforgivable. Realizing she'd gone too far, Ouyang Xiaoxiao quickly tried to smooth things over, offering sweet words and an explanation. She admired her brother-in-law more than anything, but never had any improper romantic feelings. When she grew up, she wanted to be like her cousin, find someone who truly matched her, someone close to her in age. As for falling for an older man, Ouyang Xiaoxiao honestly hadn't thought much about that. With such an earnest explanation, Nailin Yinran finally forgave her for her reckless words. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan had actually been waiting this entire time. Somehow, he just knew that Nailin Yinran would reach out to Miss Wang to chat tonight. Yet, nothing happened. What's going on? With Nailin Yinran's personality, this doesn't make sense. Decent has been such a big success, and Miss Wang, as the songwriter and composer, contributed the most. How could she be forgotten just like that? Little did Xiao Yin know, Nailin Yinran was currently tangled up with her cousin, Ouyang Xiao Xiao, unable to break away and chat with her. After waiting for a while, Xiao Yin decided that maybe it was for the best. At least he could get a good night's sleep. The next morning, before Jia even woke up, Xiao Yan's phone started to vibrate. It wasn't ringing, just a faint buzz. Normally, someone in deep sleep wouldn't even notice it. But Xiao Yan had probably drunk too much water the night before, so he woke up with a full bladder. Half awake, that barely there vibration was enough to rouse him. He picked up his phone, expecting to see a group chat message, but it was actually from Nailin Yinran. Sorry, my sister came over last night and kept me busy, so I didn't get a chance to chat with you. Miss Wang, I really have to thank you for writing decent for me. Ouyang Xiao Xiao. At once, Xiao Yin pictured the cute little girl with her signature twin ponytails. In Nailin Yinran's family, she was the only one who admired Xiao Yin, the only one who didn't dislike him. In fact, she actually liked him. Over the past 6 or 7 years, Xiao Yin had watched her grow up. She was about 15 or 16 now, already a young woman. It's nothing. We both got what we wanted. I was paid for my work, after all. Miss Wang, you're far too modest. Your songwriting talent rivals that of a true master. I woke up excited this morning to find that Dignity has soared to the top of the new song charts on every music platform and is receiving rave reviews. On the short video platforms, it's already racked up over 1 million likes. Congratulations, congratulations. Xiao Yin was genuinely delighted. After all, any artistic work he obtained from the Marvel chat group was never ordinary. Whenever he released something, it was bound to be a hit. He had checked it out himself. Because of the recent revelation of her identity, Nailin Yinran had seen her followers drop from over 3 million to 2.3 million on the short video platform. But overnight, thanks to Dignity, her followers shot back up to 2.5 million. Not only did she stop losing fans, but she even gained 200,000 new ones. There was no doubt that the phenomenal success and deep emotional resonance of Dignity played a pivotal role in this turnaround. Across all the major music platforms, Dignity truly lived up to its name. It claimed the #1 spot on all the new song charts, and the number of comments quickly surpassed 10,000. Nearly everyone drawn to the song seemed to be someone nursing a broken heart. Many of the comments were deeply moving, with likes easily crossing the thousands. Countless women found themselves in tears, reminded of heartbreak and memories of ex-boyfriends because of this song. The song also earned plenty of virtual gifts. After platform fees and various deductions, Nailin Yinran still made over 10,000 yuan. Of course, what Nailin Yinran gained most was fame. Thanks to Dignity, her previous hit, Invisible Wings, didn't just hold its place on the charts. It actually climbed to 2nd place on the hot song list. No one in the entertainment industry or among talent agencies, let alone veteran singers, had anticipated that someone who started as an internet celebrity like Nailin Yinran could achieve such heights. Even President Ma, the mastermind behind her, was caught off guard. Dignity was clearly spreading even faster and burning even brighter than Invisible Wings. This song resonated with young men and women everywhere. Add to that Nailin Yinran's recent controversies, and just when everyone was waiting for her to be blacklisted, she defied expectations with a wildly popular, unforgettable track. It left everyone utterly astonished. Countless entertainment companies spare no expense to cultivate their own stars, all in hopes of one day making it big. Yet, their painstakingly produced albums often fail to catch fire. Meanwhile, Nailin Yinran, a woman who's been married, divorced, has a child, and started as an influencer, not only made one song go viral, but followed it up with another smash hit. It's enough to make them curse their luck. If it weren't for non-disclosure agreements and the fact that the 2 songs had different credited writers and composers, other companies would have already spent fortunes tracking down the musical genius behind these hits. After all, that kind of talent is a true treasure. Miss Wang, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life, across 3 lifetimes. Early that morning, Nailin Yinran was chatting with Xiao Yin in the bathroom. Ouyang Xiao Xiao was still at her place, clearly in no hurry to return home, judging from her lazy way of lounging about. Jia was on summer vacation, and as a high schooler, Yinran herself was also on break. Spending a few days at her aunt's house wasn't an issue at all. However, chatting with Miss Wang was a bit inconvenient for Nailin Yinran. Just as Xiao Yin didn't want to reveal the existence of the Marvel chat group, Nailin Yinran also had no intention of exposing Miss Wang. She didn't even want to talk much about her to her own cousin, Nailin Zhao, let alone to her company or outsiders. If the company found out, with so many artists on their roster, many of whom were far more qualified than Yinran, they might invest heavily to lure Miss Wang away from her. That would be a tremendous loss for Yinran. Fortunately, Miss Wang herself preferred to keep a low profile, never wanting her affairs to be public knowledge. The greatest fortune of 3 lifetimes? Xiao Yin smiled at the phrase. If Nalan Yinran ever found out that he was actually her ex-husband, he wondered if she would still say such things. After all, back when they were fighting through their divorce, the words most often on her lips were, "I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to have met you with such poor luck." Reflecting and comparing these memories, Xiao Yin couldn't help but feel a surge of complicated emotions. "Miss Wang, I'm truly grateful to you. I want to share with you the pressures and struggles I've been facing lately. I don't mind anymore that you keep your identity secret from me. After all, someone as talented as you deserves a bit of mystery. I just hope you won't give up on me, and I promise I'll never get arrogant in front of you." Xiao Yin more or less understood what she meant. "Are you afraid I'll leave, start writing songs for someone else, and stop writing for you? Ha ha. Miss Wang, you're far too clever. I've realized that in both my life and my career, I simply can't do without you anymore." Xiao Yin fully understood this anxiety of hers, the fear of gain and loss. He'd been kicked out of the Marvel chat group a few times himself, and he knew all too well that feeling of unease, of being on edge. Those who have never tasted failure can never appreciate just how crucial opportunity is. When you're young, you can afford to be reckless. At worst, you'll just have to start over. But both Xiao Yin and Nalan Yinran knew exactly what mattered most, what could truly change the course of their lives. "Don't worry, I won't just vanish, nor will I chase fame by writing for other singers. Fate has brought us together. Even I was surprised that the 2 songs I wrote for you became such big hits, but I prefer to stay out of the spotlight. I feel you're the right fit, and our collaboration is simply meant to be. I have no other ambitions. And besides, you don't need to worry. You inspire me again lately. I already have ideas for a 3rd new song. I promise it won't be long before I finish it and send it your way." Nalan Yinran was clearly thrilled by what Miss Wang had just said. "Really? Miss Wang, have you already started working on your 3rd new song? I'm so happy. If you finish it and send it to me, I'll immediately transfer you 150,000 as your payment." Xiao Yin knew she wasn't making as much money as before. Raising the fee from 20,000 to 100,000 and now to 150,000 was clearly a bit much. "Let's keep it at 100,000. It's not easy for you, and 100,000 should be enough for my hard work." "Oh, but that's too generous of you." Xiao Yin and Nalan Yinran chatted for a while. On Xiao Yan's side, Jia was waking up. Meanwhile, over at Nalan Yinran's, Ouyang Xiao started knocking on the bathroom door. "Sis, did you fall into the toilet or something? I really need to go. Can you hurry up?" Nalan Yinran felt a headache coming on. She turned off her phone and stepped out, her face far from cheerful. "When are you going home?" "I'm staying with you for a few days." "Aren't you touched?" "Touched? Please, you're even fighting me for the bathroom." Ouyang Xiao groaned. "Sis, you can't blame me for this. You've been in the bathroom for over half an hour. I held it as long as I could before knocking. You know I'm a lady. I'd never do anything annoying." All right. Nalan Yinran didn't say any more. She needed to start getting ready for the day. Miss Wang was going to write a 3rd new song for her, and that was just too exciting. Back on Xiao Yan's side, he looked at his daughter Jia and smiled. "Are you awake?" Jia rubbed her eyes, her voice still a bit fuzzy. "Daddy, why are you up so early today?" "Maybe because someone was missing their daddy, so I woke up early." Jia was coming to her senses now. "Daddy, do you mean Anigua?" "I think right now. Anigua is the only one who likes you." Xiao Yin couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Who says so? There's still Jia. Don't you like your daddy?" "EW, Daddy, your beard is scratchy. I don't like you. You look silly." Ha ha. Laughter filled the morning air. Downstairs, Xiao Zhan was enjoying a rare day off. He sipped his tea, not store-bought, but picked fresh from the family's own tea garden. What's got Xiao Yin in such a good mood lately? Did he win the lottery again? Xiao Zhan still remembered Xiao Yan's last tall tale. Shen Luoying was busy in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. She wiped the water from her hands onto her apron and said, "Who knows? All I heard was Xiao Yan saying his new book is a hit, and now he's making more than 10,000 a month." "What?" Xiao Zhan nearly scalded himself with the boiling water, utterly unable to believe his ears. His slightly aged eyes instantly widened in shock. "You're telling me Xiao Yan became famous from writing novels? If you said he won the lottery, I might believe you. But him making it big as a writer? Not for a second. I knew you'd react like this. Just wait a moment. Let me serve the dishes first, then we'll talk." Shen Luoying turned to the kitchen, but Xiao Zhan's once calm mood had already been stirred up by her words, leaving him restless. Upstairs, Xiao Yan's cheerful voice could still be heard as he played with his daughter. Such hearty laughter, Xiao Zhan hadn't heard it in a long time. Ever since his own business started going downhill, Xiao Yan's face had barely shown a trace of happiness. And now this laughter, could it be that he's truly fulfilled his dream? Impossible. Xiao Zhan couldn't believe it. Absolutely impossible. Someone who's been a failure for 10 years suddenly becomes a hit overnight? Besides, it wasn't that long ago that he was about to smash Xiao Yan's computer in frustration. And now he's famous? That just doesn't add up. Shen Luoying soon finished in the kitchen and came out, saying, Xiao Yan told me about it yesterday. I was dying to share it with you last night. But with your temper, I was afraid you wouldn't believe it. Seeing the stormy look on Xiao Zhan's face, Shen Luoying could only offer a wry smile. Honestly, I still find it hard to believe myself. I've never written a book, but our son's been at this for years. In high school, he wrote for the bulletin board, submitted pieces to magazines, tried to publish a physical book in college, then moved on to web novels. From start to finish, he never had any real success. Over all these years, he spent more on postage and printing than he's ever made back. Xiao Zhan sighed. Back then, Xiao Yan's efforts had led their relatives and friends to say, not only did the Xiao family produce a college graduate, but now, a great writer too. Look at them now, a college graduate who sold a house, lost a car, ruined his marriage, and ended up hauling bricks at a construction site just to make some quick cash. As for the great writer, that was a dream as distant as the clouds. Never an honor, only a source of mockery and jokes. We may not have eaten pork, but we've seen pigs run. Shen Luoying sat down and said, every time Xiao Yan writes a new book, it takes him 2 or 3 months. This time, for him to suddenly become popular, it really came out of nowhere. Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow as well. He remembered how furious he'd been, wanting to smash Xiao Yan's computer when his son was working himself to exhaustion, caring nothing for his health just to make a living. Thinking back on it now, he couldn't help but feel a swirl of complicated emotions. So, unless Xiao Yan lied to me, he must have started his new book back when he first went to the construction site. Only that way would it make sense for him to be suddenly famous now. Listening to Shen Luoying's innocent reasoning, Xiao Zhan pretended to stay calm as he took a sip of tea and argued. But do you really think that's possible? In our city, how many people can make 10,000 a month? And he can earn that just by writing a novel? I just don't buy it. Shen Luoying replied. I thought about it all night last night. At first, I felt just like you do. I thought Xiao Yan was just trying to comfort me, saying those things on purpose. But then I reconsidered, and really, there's no reason for him to lie. We as his parents know how devoted Xiao Yan is to his dream. He's never tried to hide anything about it from us. Remember when he was still a student, submitting his martial arts novel to a famous magazine, only to be rejected? He didn't keep that from us either. Besides, as far as I know, that child Nailin Yanran is just as passionate about her dreams as Xiao Yan is. Even after getting married, she kept signing up for all sorts of music and vocal classes. Now, suddenly, she becomes a popular online singer overnight. Wasn't that a surprise too? So I started to think, maybe dreams really do require persistence. Who knows, you might just succeed if you stick with it. Xiao Zhan fell silent, unable to respond. That night, when Xiao Yan cast Nailin Yanran's live stream onto their television, the whole family watched in astonishment. Nailin Yanran's earnings that evening far surpassed anything Xiao Zhan could have imagined. So you see, Nailin Yanran has realized her dream. There's no reason why our Xiao Yan should keep failing, is there? Just listen to how happy he makes Jia. If that laughter isn't coming from the heart, could he really fake it so well? But it was just so hard to believe. Xiao Zhan still couldn't imagine his son turning his hobby into a real success, becoming a renowned author. Maybe it's really fate smiling on us, with both Nailin Yanran and our son Xiao Yan realizing their dreams at the same time. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Jia came downstairs together. The food smells amazing. Xiao Yan smiled at Jia. Grandma's breakfast is so delicious, you have to eat a big bowl. Jia waved her little finger playfully. No. Jia wants 2 big bowls. Ha ha ha. The joy in her laughter was infectious. Back when Xiao Yan went through his divorce and hit rock bottom, their whole home was shrouded in gloom. Now, it finally felt like a ray of sunshine was breaking through the clouds. Shen Luoying was beaming as she bustled about setting the table, while Xiao Yan went to the kitchen to help. Jia went to wash her hands. Trying to adjust to this cheerful atmosphere, and to calm his own lingering shock, Xiao Zhan lowered his head and took another sip of tea. Xiao Zhan managed to hold his tongue until halfway through breakfast, before finally asking, Xiao Yan, your mother told me your novel was a success. Is that true? Xiao Yan hadn't expected his dad to hit him with such a direct question first thing in the morning. More or less, he replied. I don't know how long my novel's popularity will last, but this time, it really did take off. Xiao Zhan fell silent as soon as he heard this, his aged eyes fixed on Xiao Yan for a long time. All right, let's eat first. Xiao Yan's mother, Shen Luoying, broke the silence. At the dinner table, Jia could clearly sense the shift in atmosphere. She kept her head down, quietly eating her meal without saying a word. Outwardly, she appeared gentle and well-behaved, but under the table, her restless little feet kept teasing the little white dog. Of course, the little dog, Yin Yin, was absolutely delighted, happily playing along with its young mistress. With a slight cough, Xiao Zhan continued, "It's not that your father doesn't trust you, it's just that all of this happened so suddenly." He went on, "Nailin Yinran's live stream went viral, and now your novel is a hit too. Does this mean both your dreams have come true?" Xiao Yin, already prepared for the question, smiled and replied, "Dad, you might not believe me, but this could be just the beginning." As long as Xiao Yin wasn't kicked out of the Marvel chat group, his future was full of endless possibilities. Now, even Shun Luoying was silent. Her son's words seemed more and more mysterious these days. "Xiao Yin, you're not getting involved in anything illegal, are you?" she asked. "After all, there are plenty of ways to make money online, and not all of them are above board." Xiao Yin was caught between laughter and exasperation at his parents' suspicion. How could that be? I still have Jujia. Even in my darkest days, breaking the law never crossed my mind. At the dinner table, even though Xiao Yin explained a lot, it was still hard for Xiao Zhan and Shun Luoying to believe their son had gone from earning only 600 yuan a month as a struggling writer to making over 10,000 yuan a month as a successful author. After all, Xiao Yin's way of making money was different from Nailin Yinran's. With her live streams, everyone could see how much she was earning. Except, of course, for those secret earnings some female streamers made by accompanying wealthy men on trips. But as for Xiao Yin, unless you were into novels or were a fellow web author, it was difficult for the average person to grasp just how much he was making. Even if Xiao Yin showed his parents the reward statements from his author's back end, they probably wouldn't understand them. After dinner, Jejia clamored to go into town. In the rural village, she had no playmates, and now, with her father in high spirits and her mother's troubles mostly resolved, it was the perfect time to have some fun and enjoy themselves. Xiao Yin, however, wasn't in the mood to go out. Just then his phone rang. To his surprise, it was a call from Zhu Junlong. "Hey, old friend, want to come out and have some fun?" "No, thanks." Xiao Yin declined flatly. He had no intention of hanging out with people like that anymore. Their debts were settled. They owed each other nothing now. "Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not calling to drag you out drinking or messing around. You know I'm getting married on the 12th next month. My fiancé and I are at the bridal shop right now, sorting out our wedding outfits. So much to take care of, from the banquet to the wedding car and everything else." Zhu Junlong said, "We have such a close relationship, and your ex-wife still owes me 110,000 yuan. That money is coming in handy now, both emotionally and logically. You really ought to be my best man." Best man? If it were before Xiao Yin's business went bankrupt, he might have agreed. That's just how social obligations work. But only when you've fallen do you truly see who the people around you really are, whether they're friends or just ghosts from your past. No, you better find someone else to be your best man. I'll definitely be there for your wedding, though. "That won't do. There's no one around me as handsome as you." Xiao Yin replied, "I'm not the right person. If I were your best man, I'd only bring bad luck to your marriage." "What bad luck? You're still holding on to that?" "I was just anxious about the money and said something I shouldn't have." "Come on, you're a grown man. Don't be so petty." Xiao Yin wasn't a child, sulking and refusing to play with those who upset him. After all, Zhu Junlong had once lent him 100,000 yuan. In reality, some people aren't simply bad. They just have more faults than virtues. This guy had been the last straw that broke Xiao Yin during his toughest times. Part of the reason why Nailin Yinran divorced Xiao Yin, about 30%, he figured, was because Zhu Junlong kept hounding them for payment over and over with harsh words. It was like the divorce scene in Battle Through the Heavens. Not that it was wrong to call off the marriage, or wrong for Zhu Junlong to chase his debt. But did he really have to insult people so loudly and publicly? Xiao Yin had once enjoyed a bit of success. Not just anyone could lose everything and still owe over 2 million yuan. He wasn't someone who deserved to be humiliated. "All right, that's enough. Let's drop it." Xiao Yin genuinely wished him well in his marriage, but that didn't mean he could treat him as he had in the past. Even after the divorce, Nailin Yinran had used her family's money to repay Zhu Junlong, 110,000 yuan, when everyone else hadn't paid a cent. She even paid an extra 10,000, which was more than several times the interest a bank would charge. What did that show? It showed just how fed up Nailin Yinran was with someone like Zhu Junlong. But that's reality. This isn't some fantasy novel where you can just kill off anyone who crosses you. In real life, no matter how much you dislike someone, you usually can't avoid them, especially at work. For the sake of making a living, you put on a mask and play along with the charade day after day. Come on, don't be like that. I just want to get together and catch up. If you really don't want to be the best man, then forget it. We're still old friends, aren't we? Let's just have a meal. By the way, We're all curious about your ex-wife Nailin Yinran's career as an internet celebrity. Maybe you could tell us about it. Xiao Yin felt a surge of anger. Zhu Junlong was always like this, always able to push people to the edge, making them grit their teeth in frustration. Even if Nailin Yinran divorced me, she's still Judge's mother. I hope you'll show her some respect. We haven't disrespected her, have we? Why are you still upset? You're already divorced, and yet you're still so protective of her? All right, I'll drop it, okay? When she was live streaming, all of us sent her gifts. We're not the kind of people who kick someone when they're down. Sending gifts, that's your business. Xiao Yin had no interest in discussing this any further. In fact, every time he saw those vile men in the live stream or comment sections harassing Nailin Yinran with their words, it made his blood boil. Back when they were still married, as her husband, Xiao Yin would have fired back at them without hesitation. There had even been times when he got into fights over it. We just listened to Nailin Yinran's new song, Dignity, last night. It's such a beautiful song. Honestly, I feel like she wrote it just for you, Xiao Yin. All right, I'll stop. It's not like you don't know I can't help saying the wrong things sometimes. Now, every day at the KTV I work at, there are heartbroken girls coming in to sing that song. And every time it's played, I have to pay your ex-wife her copyright share. Xiao Yin now understood Zhu Junlong's true intention. It was nothing more than curiosity. Nailin Yinran was the talk of the town, and her song Dignity seemed to point directly at him. So his old friends just wanted to see what the male lead of that song, Xiao Yin himself, was up to these days. They wanted to hear his thoughts, share a drink and some food, and catch up on the life of a divorced man. Plus, the way Nailin Yinran was making money now was something people in a small city like theirs were especially interested in. In short, there was no shortage of things to sit down and talk about. In the past, Xiao Yin would have rushed to share even the smallest thing with his friends over drinks. But now, he'd rather not. With that time, wouldn't it be much better to play with his daughter, Jia, instead? I'm hanging up. I got things to do. If you want to talk, let's catch up on your wedding day. Hey, Xiao Yin, come on. I still wanted to ask how you managed to pay Xiong Changsheng that 55,000. Was it your ex-wife who helped you? But Xiao Yin had already hung up. He had no interest in being put on display like some monkey, just so others could gawk, sympathize, and entertain themselves at his expense. That wasn't the kind of person Xiao Yin was anymore. There was no need for another word when the conversation had run its course. There was simply no reason to keep talking to Zhu Junlong. Daddy, you look so unhappy. Even Jia could see that something was weighing on her father's mind. Xiao Yin reached out and gently pinched his daughter's soft, chubby cheeks. Squatting down to her level, he smiled and said, Daddy was a little upset just now, but the moment I saw you, Jia, all that unhappiness disappeared. Jia giggled with delight. Jia is Daddy's little ball of sunshine. Daddy, it's such a nice day. Let's go out and play. All right. Xiao Yin was eager for a little outing with his daughter, too. Xiao Zhan and Shen Luoying didn't object. They simply reminded Xiao Yin to stay safe while he was out. Around noon in the summer, the heat was still intense, but when you have a restless heart eager to explore, the sun doesn't seem quite so unbearable. Xiao Yin hopped onto his little e-scooter, taking Jia along as they made their way into the small town. Today, the place was bustling with activity. It seemed the local businesses were holding a promotional event. A stage had been set up with a host and some unknown performers singing and thanking the guests. Watching the scene, Xiao Yin felt a wave of déjà vu. Back when he was trying to turn his business around, he'd organized plenty of events like this, but the results had always been disappointing, barely even recouping his costs. He and Jia lingered for a while, and even in the crowd, Jia's adorable looks and charm made her stand out. Jia, ever the little lady, tugged gently at her father's sleeve. Xiao Yin bent down a bit to listen. Softly, Jia whispered in his ear, Daddy, the lady on stage doesn't sing as well as Mommy. Xiao Yin smiled, patting Jia's head. I think so too. With over 2 million fans, Nailin Yinran's reputation was no joke. Her beauty was undeniable, but her voice was just as much a draw. For all the effort Xiao Yin had poured into chasing his dreams, she had done the same, maybe even more. The landscape shifted as they traveled from the small town into the city. The changes were dramatic, although there were restrictions on overdeveloping. Real estate, since the slowing economy meant too much new construction would go unsold, prime lots were still being built up along the roadside. Jia pointed excitedly at one of the construction sites. Daddy, look, that's where you used to work carrying bricks. A wave of emotion swept over Xiao Yin. As he rode, he instinctively touched the phone in his pocket. If it hadn't been for the Marvel chat group, he'd probably still be toiling away on a construction site. He'd long suspected the gift pack of art pieces didn't really come from Marvel's alternate universe, but he could sense that the whole Marvel chat group was more like a portal to other worlds, a gateway, rather than the destination itself. Maybe he thought this was just the beginning. The city looked much the same as always. As they passed a 3-star hotel, Xiao Yin noticed a wedding party at the entrance. For a moment, he wondered if it could be Zhu Junlong's wedding, but then remembered it couldn't be. Zhu's ceremony was set for August 12th, and that date hadn't arrived yet. He was probably just done taking wedding photos, busy with preparations. Xiao Yin took Jia to the children's amusement park. A little treat that, of course, cost some money. Jia, knowing her father's novels had become popular, wasn't as shy as she used to be. She played to her heart's content, and in total, they spent about 200 yuan. Not too much, not too little. After all, they'd only paid for the games, not any souvenirs. By midday, Jia admitted she was hungry. Xiao Yin took her out for some junk food, heading to a fast food place to order fried chicken, burgers, cola, and fries, the kind of meal every child loves. Xiao Yin watched his daughter's delight, and, as a stay-at-home dad, he felt genuinely happy, too. He could give up the whole world, but he could never give up his daughter. Cousin. Suddenly, a young woman's voice called out from behind him, and, at the same time, she called out Jia's name. Jia. Xiao Yin turned around. The fast food restaurant was bustling with people, most of them young couples or groups. The older ones, like himself, were usually there with their children. Perhaps some adults were simply craving the food and used their kids as an excuse to eat here, but for most, it was about spending time with their children. She was a tall girl, nearly 1.8 meters, well-dressed in casual, tasteful clothes. Her complexion wasn't as fair and delicate as Nailin Yanran's, but all in all, she was an attractive woman. Xiao Yin was momentarily stunned. This was his eldest aunt's daughter. The family was complicated. Only his uncle by marriage seemed halfway decent. Her youngest son was domineering, and recently, when Xiao Yin had left Jia in their care for a while, he couldn't help but worry. His eldest aunt was, among all his relatives, one of those who looked down on him the most after he fell on hard times. It made Xiao Yin uncomfortable. After all, his aunt was his father Xiao Zhan's older sister. The two families used to be close, but after Xiao Yan's bankruptcy and debts, their relationship had deteriorated drastically. It was painfully obvious, and Xiao Yin had never felt more alone. People like Zhu Junlong, those fair-weather friends, he could see through easily. But to realize that even family could turn so cold, it was a bitter truth about human nature. You and Jia are having a meal here too? Xiao Shui was strikingly tall, clearly taking after her father's side, since her mother was not very tall. She glanced at the food Xiao Yin and Jia had ordered, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. After her cousin's business collapsed, she assumed life must be very tight for him. Yet this meal cost over 100 yuan. Spending a bit over 100 on a father-daughter meal might not be much for an average family, but for Xiao Yin, who earned about 200 yuan a day from exhausting manual labor, it was a different story. No workman, no pay. Yeah, you're here with your friends. Xiao Yin looked at her group. She was with a mix of male and female friends, 5 people in total. I went to visit some classmates a few days ago, and this time I brought them back here to hang out, she replied, but her words felt awkward. If Xiao Yin were still the cousin she once admired, she would have gladly introduced him to her university friends. But now what could she say? Should she tell them her cousin was bankrupt, divorced, saddled with over 2 million in debt, and so shunned by relatives that everyone avoided him? There was simply no way to say that out loud. Hello, cousin Xiao Shui's cousin. One of the boys, cheerful and sunny, he seemed to be Xiao Shui's boyfriend, walked over with a bright smile. Cousin, why don't we sit together? Xiao Shui's eyes had already said it all. She and her mother truly were alike. Mother and daughter through and through, their personalities so similar. They weren't the type to kick someone when they were down. It's just that when you hit rock bottom, they would quietly keep their distance, not wanting misfortune to rub off on them. Thank you, but there's no need. Jia and I have just finished eating as well. I hope you all enjoy your time in this little town. A weight lifted from Xiao Shui's heart, but she still felt a bit awkward as she said, Cousin, why don't you stay and eat a little more with us? No, it's fine, really. Jia, let's go. Jia was an obedient and considerate child. Ever since her father's fall from grace, the reactions and attitudes of relatives and friends had made her grow up much faster. Goodbye, Annie. Goodbye, everyone. With her soft, childish voice, Jia waved, then grabbed her father's hand with her other little hand and walked away. Xiao Shui's sunny boyfriend seemed as though he wanted to salvage the situation, but she pinched him hard under the table. He looked a bit embarrassed. During their years together at university, Xiao Shui had never mentioned his cousin, Xiao Yin. Just now, they seemed to greet each other amicably, so why couldn't they even sit down for a bite or have a chat together? When the two of them returned to their seats, their classmates couldn't hold back their curiosity. Xiao Shui, I didn't know you had such a handsome older cousin. Xiao Shui forced a smile, lowered her head, and took a sip of her drink. What does he do? His skin looks pretty tanned. Don't tell me he works as a laborer on a construction site. Huh. Hey, why did you hit me? I was just joking, Xiao Shui. Don't be mad. How could Xiao Shui not be upset? Because, infuriatingly, this guy had hit the nail on the head. After her cousin's bankruptcy, of all the things he could have chosen, why did he have to become a construction worker? Didn't he know that moving bricks had become an internet meme these days? But no, he really had gone and done it for real. It was mortifying. Naturally, Xiao Shui didn't have the courage to introduce her cousin to her friends. As for Xiao Yan, he didn't pay it much mind. He was used to it. After everything he'd been through, to hold a grudge over a child's behavior would just be laughable. Dad, and he didn't look very happy just now, Jia observed, picking up on something. Xiao Yan seized the chance to teach his daughter. Jia, you have to study hard and become a useful person when you grow up. Otherwise, you'll end up being looked down on, just like Dad. Jia tilted her little head, pondering for a moment. Then, to Xiao Yan's surprise, she said, But Dad, didn't your novels start selling well? You make over 10,000 a month now. It's not as much as Mom, but it's more than most people, isn't it? This child, far too clever for her age. Xiao Yan could only say, but Dad's business failed. Think about it. Dad owes over 2 million. Even if we save 10,000 a month, that's only 120,000 a year. It would take more than 20 years to pay it all back. So your dad is still a loser. Dad, you really are hopeless. At 1,200,000 a year, it only takes 17 years to pay off 2 million. Did your gym teacher teach you math when you were little? Xiao Yan's face instantly darkened. Back in a small town, he went to the supermarket and bought some treats. Even though the royalties hadn't come in yet, since his parents and Jia all knew Xiao Yan's novel was a hit and could earn money, it really didn't make sense to keep penny pinching. Paying off the debt could happen slowly, but their standard of living could at least improve a little. As for big purchases, Xiao Yan couldn't make them anyway, since with his status as a debtor blacklisted by the banks, he simply didn't have the means. He'd have to wait until all his debts and interest were paid off and the review process cleared before he could fly, go on a cruise, or travel overseas. Running away like Boss Jiang did was out of the question. Unless Xiao Yan smuggled himself abroad as an illegal immigrant, there was no way for him to leave the country. Back home, Shen Luoying scolded her son for spending money recklessly, but still took the fish and meat Xiao Yan bought and set about cooking up a nice dinner for the night. Xiao Zhan truly noticed the change in his son. He was happy and began to think maybe Xiao Yan hadn't been lying to him after all. Maybe, after 10 years of persistence, his novel was finally about to succeed. Tonight, let's have a couple of drinks, just the two of us, Xiao Zhan said with a smile. Sure. Xiao Yan nodded readily. A family once shrouded in gloom was finally starting to taste a bit of happiness. The dinner was especially inviting that night. Under the warm light, Jia sipped her drink, and Xiao Zhan personally poured baijiu for Xiao Yan, the two of them drinking the strong stuff, father and son. Xiao Yan, since your old man's had a drink tonight, let me say a few more words, Xiao Zhan began. Go ahead, Dad, Xiao Yan replied. He knew his father was an ordinary farmer, not one for words, and during the hard times of the failed business, his parents had suffered too much, unable to hold their heads up in front of relatives and friends. Last time I wanted to smash your computer, that was my fault. Your persistence toward your dream, just like nailing Yinran's, never faltered all these years. Now you've finally made it through and can become a real, acclaimed author. I've spent my whole life doing manual labor, looked down on by others. I'm nothing but an old farmer. But you've made something of yourself. You're doing what you love, earning money, and doing something respectable. I'm very happy and truly proud of you. Ha ha. At that, Shen Luoying couldn't help but laugh. Your dad must have been holding those words in all day, finally got them out tonight, thanks to a bit of wine. Shen Luoying also raised her glass and clinked it gently with her son's. Xiao Yan, I'm proud of you too. Congratulations on making your dream come true against all odds. What is a dream? Over the course of many long years, after countless setbacks, the beauty of one's original dream is gradually worn away. Yet, at the very moment of success, when family and friends, those closest to you, offer their recognition and heartfelt blessings, it's impossible not to be moved to tears. If only Battle Through the Heavens truly was written by Xiao Yan, how wonderful that would be. Then everything would be perfect. But Xiao Yan chose to set aside that tiny regret for now. First, he needed to earn some money. As for his own dream, he would continue to pursue it. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Xiao Yan spoke with deep emotion. I know that after all these years of writing novels, you've endured a lot on my behalf. The mockery of relatives and friends. You both bore it all in silence. What I want to say is thank you. Moved by the warmth of the moment, Jia stood on tiptoe, lifted her drink, and clinked glasses too. Congratulations to Daddy. Daddy has to work hard at writing. Make lots of money, pay off the debts quickly, and buy a house and a car for us soon. Then Jia can have all sorts of delicious food, fun toys, and nice things. Ah, this child. So practical. All right, Daddy promises you. Come on, let's drink to that. Huh. Jia burst into cheerful laughter. Children find joy so easily, as long as the world around them is bright and uplifting and not filled with constant arguments between their parents, not weighed down by a father always wearing a worried frown, and not shrouded in an environment of gloom. That night, Jia, who hadn't touched a drop of alcohol, was the first to fall into a deep sleep. Xiaoyan knew she'd spend the whole day playing outside, and she must be exhausted. Shen Luoying brought a basin of warm water and wiped Jiajia's face with a towel. Looking back at Xiaoyan, she said, "Don't worry about Jiajia. I'll take care of her. You go write your novel. Just remember, even if your writing goes well, don't stay up all night. It's terrible for your health." "All right, I understand." Xiaoyan took a shower, feeling much more refreshed. It had been a long time since he'd had anything to drink, and now that his father had already gone to bed, a slight dizziness lingered in his head. He hadn't even looked at his phone all day, wanted to spend quality time with his daughter. By now, his chat groups were probably flooded with new messages, and he was sure the stats for Battle Through the Heavens must be outstanding. After all, over 50 renowned authors had jointly recommended his novel just the day before. That sort of honor and exposure was astonishing. Most of their readers were loyal, paying fans. With so many of them being introduced to his book, if they enjoyed it, they'd be likely to pay for it too. And, of course, there'd be plenty of generous supporters among them. Even just the daily rewards and tips would skyrocket, both in number and in amount. Xiaoyan took a sip of strong tea, hoping it would help clear his mind and shake off the effects of the alcohol. He settled down in front of his old desktop computer, a machine that had seen better days, but he wasn't planning on replacing. It wasn't just about saving money, though that played a part. More importantly, this computer had been with him through all his youthful years. He had bought it for the sole purpose of writing novels, and even now, he was still at it. Thanks to a twist of fate, he had come into possession of Battle Through the Heavens, and though he had assumed another's name, he'd received much recognition for it. Looking at the computer, Xiaoyan felt it was the embodiment of his youth. The keys clacked away. Tonight, his writing was full of passion. After uploading the new chapter, he discovered that his underappreciated novel had gained a new subscriber. That made him genuinely happy. He stretched, took another sip of tea, and enjoyed the cool breeze from the air conditioner, which made this summer night feel especially pleasant. Picking up his phone, he started checking the day's updates. Nalan Yinran's fan group, the Battle Through the Heavens readers chat, Nalan Yinran's short video stats, his own novel's data. There was simply too much to look at. But what surprised Xiaoyan most was that, just as he picked up his phone, the screen suddenly lit up. "Congratulations! You've grabbed Iron Man's big red envelope from the Marvel chat group. You've received 20,000 yuan in cash, one piece of Iron Man's armor, and a random art gift pack from the system." The shock came so suddenly that Xiaoyan almost burst out laughing. At last, he'd gotten Iron Man's red envelope, and the armor fragment. He'd looked it up before, required collecting 58 pieces to exchange for a full suit. He immediately saved the fragment to the group files, making it 2 in total now. The 20,000 yuan was instantly transferred to his bank account. Iron Man really lived up to his reputation. First envelope, 6,000 yuan. Second, 20,000. Third, another 20,000. This wasn't even a private gift, but a group chat envelope. Even though Xiaoyan was lucky enough to snag the biggest prize, the rest of the group wouldn't fare too badly either. Clearly, this Iron Man was the big spender of his universe, a true tycoon. With him as the Marvel chat group's admin, the perks were endless. Ding dong. Bank account number 233310086 has received 20,000 yuan. Current balance 20,502.89 yuan. His balance had been a little over 1,000 before, but he'd spent quite a bit today. This was his everyday card. He had another card for paying off debts. On that one, Nalan Yinran had deposited 100,000 yuan as payment for song rights. This Marvel chat group truly was Xiaoyan's tool for changing his fate. A different circle meant a different destiny. He wouldn't forget the days when he'd worked himself to the bone, only to earn 200 yuan in a day, or when he'd stayed up late writing, only to make 600 yuan in a month. But now, with a special circle, a single red envelope brought in 20,000 yuan. This is just like a metaphor. Some people are born without enough money even for food, while others are destined for a life of luxury from the moment they're born. Some might argue that the riches others enjoy are the result of generations of hard work by their parents and grandparents. But what about those lucky heirs who were born to enjoy such blessings? Did they have some secret connection with the King of Hell or Lady Ming at the River of Forgetfulness? Xiaoyan didn't dwell on it for long. After all, he was currently enjoying a stroke of good fortune himself. Next came the thrilling moment when he would open the random art gift pack provided by the system. "Congratulations! You have randomly received Volume 4 of Battle Through the Heavens, Devouring the Heavenly Flame. Congratulations! You have also randomly received Volume 1 of Soul Land, The World of Doloa. Note: novels are only available for online reading. Downloads are not supported at this time. As expected, the random art gifts from Iron Man's Red Packet were all novels. What Xiao Yin hadn't anticipated, though, was that before Battle Through the Heavens was complete, a volume of Soul Land had already appeared. At this moment, Xiao Yin truly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't decide if he should be happy or disappointed. He quickly started reading. Introduction to Soul Land. Tang San, an outer disciple of the Tang sect, is rejected by his clan for secretly learning forbidden inner skills. Leaping off a cliff in despair, he finds himself not dead, but reborn into a world of martial souls called Soul Land. Here, there's no magic, no battle chi, no martial arts, only wondrous martial souls. Martial souls, Xiao Yin pondered. Battle Through the Heavens was all about the peak of battle chi evolution. So this is another fantasy novel. He could hardly wait to start reading. The first volume story was clearly not as explosive as Battle Through the Heavens. After all, the dramatic annulment by Nailin Yanran in Battle Through the Heavens was quite fascinating. For Xiao Yin, it was especially immersive, since his own name was also Xiao Yin, and his ex-wife coincidentally was also named Nailin Yanran. But on closer reading, Soul Land was excellent in its own right. The world building and characters were described in meticulous detail. The digitized ranking system and the concept of soul rings were particularly outstanding, and the introduction of Shrek Academy at the start was reminiscent of today's water polo schools. This book would definitely be a big hit with kids. Meanwhile, Battle Through the Heavens was geared a bit more toward teenagers. In any case, both were fantastic stories. By the time Xiao Yin finished reading, it was already very late. After some thought, he decided to focus on writing Battle Through the Heavens first. Once that was nearing completion, or once he started earning money from it, he would use a new author account, under the name Tang Jiasen Xiao, to start updating Soul Land. He believed it could become just as popular as Battle Through the Heavens. For now, though, he only had the first volume of Soul Land in hand, which was too little. He decided to stockpile a few more volumes before releasing them. Tonight, Xiao Yin stayed up especially late. After finishing Doolu, he lay down again and started reading the fourth volume of Battle Through the Heavens. As a novelist himself, he naturally relished the process of reading novels, especially since these outstanding works had never appeared in Waterball before. By the time he finished, dawn was almost breaking. Xiao Yin rubbed his tired, aching eyes. At his age, juggling fatherhood, he somehow rediscovered the joy he once had devouring martial arts novels as a child. His mind wandered freely through worlds of fantasy, and the experience was truly delightful. He took a deep breath. Exhaustion set in, and sleepiness washed over him. The group chats, novel stats, and everything else would just have to wait until tomorrow. Yet, he couldn't help but sneak a peek at the chat group with his ex-wife, Nailin Yanran. In the novel, judging from how the plot was unfolding, the protagonists Xiao Yin and Yunlan's sex Nailin Yanran likely had no chance of ending up together. But in real life, Xiao Yin wasn't ready to lose her for good. Mending a broken relationship is never easy. But now that he'd even managed to join this miraculous Marvel chat group and snatch red envelopes, why should anything be impossible? Miss Wong, are you there? 12:10 a.m. 5 minutes passed. Miss Wong, tonight's live stream went even better than last night. A lot of fans from the music platform came over to support me in the stream, and I'm really happy about it. There were some haters, too. And then someone completely out of their mind messaged me privately, offered 100,000, wanted me to have a child for him because his wife can't. I honestly don't even know what to say. What really moves me is that Farewell is getting more and more popular. Tons of beautiful online singers are covering it, and their short videos are getting hundreds of thousands of likes, turning quite a few of them into internet stars. Miss Wong, did you go to bed early tonight? A minute later. Looks like you really did turn early. Makes sense. Staying up late all the time isn't good for your health. Good night. I'll head to bed early too. At least there weren't any wealthy fans pestering me for private meetups like before, so the night felt much more peaceful. But half an hour later, she sent another message. I just can't sleep. My singing career only got a second chance because of your help. I truly have no way to repay you. Oh, and one more thing. The company told me that lots of big TV variety shows and online music programs have already reached out, inviting me to perform. You have no idea, Miss Wong. One of those shows is something I used to watch religiously back in high school. I never imagined I'd be invited by their production team someday. That's what has me so excited I can't fall asleep. To be honest, I really want to go, but I'm scared. I still have so many haters. I'm afraid that if I appear on TV, I'll be exposed to even more of them and face even harsher attacks. I'm really torn right now. The company has agreed to let me go, since it's a reputable, long-established variety show. Even though the appearance fee isn't high, the exposure is huge. If I get on stage and sing Invisible Wings or Decency, I could attract a lot more fans. Miss Wong, do you think I should go or not? The time is 1:29 in the morning. Now, it's already 6:37 in the morning. Nailin Yinran assumed Xiao Yin had gone to bed early, but in truth, he'd been up all night reading novels. His mind was still wired, but his body felt exhausted, caught in that strange discomfort of mismatched energy and fatigue. Still, when he saw that Nailin Yinran had sent him so many messages all at once, he couldn't help but feel delighted. If he were answering as her husband, of course he wouldn't want Nailin Yinran to go, no matter how great the show might be. After all, what man wants his wife to be in the public eye? But if Nailin Yinran was pursuing her dream, and if it truly helped her career, and there were no shady backroom deals, Xiao Yin decided to reply. If you can stay true to your original dream, not just chasing quick fame or looking for some rich older man, then I support you going. Naturally, Xiao Yin didn't want Nailin Yinran to even consider looking for another man, so he conveyed his feelings through Miss Wong. He assumed she'd still be asleep at this hour, but she replied instantly. Miss Wong, are you already awake? On Xiao Yan's side, he clutched his phone, ran a hand through his greasy, sleep-deprived hair, shifted his position, and smiled as he replied, Yeah, I just woke up. I support you joining a reputable variety show. But as a songwriter and composer, I sometimes need inspiration. So, personally, I prefer that while we're still working together, you don't have a boyfriend, or get caught up in any scandals. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to interfere in your private life. I just hope that my songs are performed by a truly dedicated singer, not someone who's splitting their attention with romantic distractions. Haha. Nailin Yinran couldn't help but laugh out loud at Xiao Yan's explanation. She immediately sent a voice message. Wild guess here, Miss Wong. Could it be that you're actually into girls and have a thing for me? Just kidding, don't be mad. For now, I'm not planning on dating anyone, not just because my dreams and career are only just beginning, but most importantly, there's still that man in my heart. Once again, Nailin Yinran confided her true feelings to Miss Wong. The words jolted the sleep-deprived Xiao Yin awake. He had already begun to suspect something, but now, his heart pounding, he nervously typed out, Who is it? On the other end of the chat, Nailin Yinran pretended to sound carefree as she said, Who else could it be? It's my ex-husband, of course. We were together for so many years, and I even had a child for him. It's not even half a month since our divorce. I'm not the kind of woman who jumps from one relationship to another. I won't even think about meeting someone new for at least a year or more. Not until I've forgotten him completely. That completely carried a heavy weight. It was clear she was speaking with deep emotion. Xiao Yin felt a tangle of emotions. Joy and anger, frustration and helplessness, all at once. What if you can't forget him? He asked. Impossible. He's no legendary hero, no king among men. Just an ordinary, pretty-faced fool. I only cared for him too deeply, that's all. In time, I'll break free. All right, Xiao Yin chuckled. Even though our bond was severed once by your husband's incompetence, Nailin Yinran, you won't escape the shadow I cast over your heart in the years to come. Let's talk about something happier, your variety show. If you know anything about it, share it with me. Maybe I can help. An idea was already forming in Xiao Yan's mind. Ever since Diluo Continent aired last night, Xiao Yin knew one thing for certain. As long as he stayed in the Marvel chat group, his future as a great writer was limitless. Even if Nailin Yinran became even more famous, climbed even higher, he'd still be worthy of her. He was looking forward to it, the moment they'd meet again, both with new identities and a fresh start. That variety show is scheduled for the week after next. There's no way I'll make it in these 2 weeks. If I agree to join, I'll have to start rehearsing right away. Things will get really busy. After all, this isn't just any show. At its peak, the network's variety program claimed hundreds of millions of viewers nationwide. Though it's taken a hit from short videos and online streaming, that stage still means the world to me. Of course, Xiao Yin remembered. Back when they were still happily married, they'd sit together on the living room sofa watching the show. Every time Nailin Yinran's favorite singer appeared, she'd be so excited, grabbing his hand and passionately explaining why she admired that powerhouse vocalist. The runs, the falsetto, the unique voice, she'd break it all down with expert detail. The memory brought a smile to Xiao Yan's lips. Is the show on the night of August 11th? Yes, around then. Miss Wong, do you really think I should go? Nailin Yinran sounded nervous. She'd been torn. Without the scandal of divorce and a child, she'd have jumped at the chance to be on TV. But now, she was afraid it might all backfire. Go for it. Be a little braver for your dreams. Whenever you feel lost or run into difficulties, Just remind yourself that you're striving for your dream. But remember, never compromise on anything that would cost you your soul or your dignity. Hearing this, Nalan Yin-ran smiled again. Miss Wang, why are you so worried about me being taken advantage of in the industry? Actually, the real power players are quite selective. Being chosen isn't something just anyone can achieve. Xiaoyan gave an awkward smile and tried to explain, I just don't want my song to be sung by someone who's sacrificed their soul. With a faint touch of melancholy in her voice, Nalan Yin-ran replied, Miss Wang, maybe it's the filters online that make me look so dazzling, but underneath all that, I'm just an ordinary woman. By chance, I sang a cover that happened to go viral, and by a stroke of luck, you discovered me and wrote me 2 songs that gave me a bit of that singer's halo. Xiaoyan responded firmly, it doesn't matter how others see you. What matters is that you stay true to yourself. As long as I'm here, you're not just an ordinary woman. You don't have to bow to the world's expectations for your dream. I can write you songs that will amaze everyone. Miss Wang, you've always been so low-key. This is the first time I've seen you so outspoken, but I love it. I'm really looking forward to the new song you'll write for me. Xiaoyan chuckled. On the night of August 11th, when you finally step onto that stage you've always dreamed of, sing the new song I wrote just for you. You mean Decency? No, a third new song, written especially for you. Oh my gosh. Miss Wang, I'm so touched. You're already creating another song for me so soon. Your talent is already shining through both Invisible Wings and Decency. Nalan Yin-ran left a long, excited voice message. After a moment, she calmed down a bit and said, but it's such a huge stage. What the new song? I'll give it to you 1 week before your performance. You don't have to release it online right away. Let the show stage be its first public performance. After the variety show airs, you can have your company release it across all platforms. I believe this song will move a lot of people. All right, Miss Wang, I trust you. Thank you, really, thank you so much. This idea had just come to Xiaoyan on the spur of the moment. Since Nalan Yin-ran was going to appear on a variety show, it felt only right to honor the occasion with something special, debuting the 3rd new song on that grand stage, in front of a national television audience, would surely bring everyone a fresh new experience. The show would definitely be a huge success. On her end, as soon as Nalan Yin-ran finished her call with Miss Wang, she grabbed her bag and phone, immediately calling Nalan Zhao. She needed to rush to the company right away to put their plan into action. Sis, why are you rushing around so early in the morning? Ouyang Xiao, her hair a mess and a toothbrush still in her mouth, stepped out from the bathroom. Take a break today and come with me shopping for a new phone, will you? Why don't you just buy it online? I'm really busy and don't have time to go with you. Dressed smartly for work, Nalan Yin-ran looked every bit elegant and poised. Even just slipping on her shoes by the door, her slim figure and fair skin made her stand out with effortless grace. Online shops are cheaper, sure, but repairs can be such a hassle. It's much more reliable to buy from a local store. You get an invoice, and if anything goes wrong, you can take it in right away. This kid, she really was thinking ahead. Mom's at home and has time. Go and pester her. Ask her to go with you. Your big sis has work to do. Bye, see you tonight. Click, slam, the door shut behind her. Wait, sis, Ouyang Xiao was left speechless. Ever since her sister became an internet celebrity, she'd been so busy she barely touched the ground. She didn't even have time to go shopping together. Oomph. After brushing her teeth, Xiao glanced at her aunt's room with a sigh. At her age, of course she wanted her sister's company on a day out. Besides, every time they went out together, there'd always be guys asking for her WeChat. Always someone calling her beautiful. It was such a confidence boost. But her aunt, just like her mom, was a woman deep into menopause, endlessly nagging. If she went with her aunt, she'd definitely get a lecture or two. Yet, Xiao really didn't want to go alone. After all, a phone that cost over 5,000 yuan wasn't something cheap, and she was still only 16. Meanwhile, Nalan Yin-ran truly didn't have the time or energy to worry about Ouyang Xiao's little frustrations. After all, the 5,000 yuan for that phone had come from her in the first place. Her cousin and manager, Nalan Zhao, heard about her decision while driving. He fell silent for a moment. He was tall and quite handsome. Yin-ran, I've been meaning to say, don't you think you're rising to fame a bit too fast? As he caught sight of Yin-ran in the rearview mirror, touching up her makeup with a small mirror, she shot him a sharp look. Nalan Zhao coughed awkwardly. Before continuing, you know, I've always supported your dream. All these years, you never gave up, and, as your agent, I've stuck with it too. Thank you. Yin-ran knew all too well how much effort Nalan Zhao had put in. Often, one person's success is the result of many people's hard work together. There's no need to thank me. The one you should really thank is the person who writes your songs. Without her, you'd just be another internet celebrity at best, still a long way from being a real singer. The only reason you got that big variety show stage is because you're recognized as a singer. If you were just an influencer, even with millions of fans, you'd be just a regular guest, not the headline special performer. Nail and Yinran listened intently. At this moment, the car rolled to a stop under the traffic lights just before reaching the company. After parking, Nail and Zhao turned around and looked at Nail and Yinran. But, Yinran, from the moment you went viral on the short video platform to now being directly invited to participate in such a top-tier variety show, it's only been a little over half a month. Honestly, it's happening so fast that it scares me. Nail and Yinran fell silent as well. It really had all happened too quickly. Every day during this period felt like a brand new world to her. Each time she woke up, it seemed her identity and status had shifted again. Every day, even every hour, she was faced with something new. If it weren't for her years of persistence toward her dream and the support of those around her, and especially the encouragement and wise words from Miss Wong, Nail and Yinran might have lost herself at her peak or completely fallen apart in a moment of crisis. You know, you still have a lot of haters online. One song, decent, isn't enough to completely clear your name. Nail and Zhao was speaking nothing but the truth. It's not just that your personal growth has been too rapid, even I can hardly keep up, and your time actually interacting with fans has been so short. Plus, you know what the company is like. It's a battlefield. Now that you're rising, you're inevitably taking someone else's resources. There are more than a few artists hoping to see you get dragged through the mud again, or even banned from the industry altogether. Nail and Yinran looked at her cousin, took a deep breath, and asked earnestly, "So what are you saying?" Nail and Zhao knew his next words wouldn't be what Nail and Yinran wanted to hear, but he pressed on. "I think you should keep a low profile for a while and focus on stabilizing your current momentum. Turn crisis into opportunity. It's not that I'm against you joining the variety show. In fact, I'm all for it. But you have to remember, Yinran, haste makes waste. An opportunity that comes too soon may not be a blessing, but rather a disaster from which you can't recover. We need to take it step by step. Wait until you've truly established yourself as a singer, not necessarily for a year or half a year, but at least more than just a few weeks before you appear on television." Nail and Zhao wasn't being alarmist. There were plenty of examples like this, not just in the entertainment industry, but everywhere. Many artists who shot to fame overnight ended up suffering because their achievements outpaced their abilities. Artists who were blacklisted by name, or internet celebrities with tens of millions of followers who fell from grace, were more common than you might think. Even in the world of business, there were countless cases of major companies that bet big on an immature market, only to lose everything and collapse. Those were bitter lessons. Even giant corporations worth hundreds of billions could topple overnight. True, they were still a minority compared to those that merely lagged behind and went out of business gradually. But the point remained, pushing ahead too aggressively, with an unready market, immature products, and no real customers, had brought down more than a few major enterprises. We can wait for half a year. As long as you keep releasing new songs and your popularity doesn't wane, not just major entertainment shows, even the coach spots on smaller programs will be within your reach. By then, you'll have both fame and fortune. Wouldn't that be wonderful? What Nail and Zhao meant was that right now, it really isn't the right time. She couldn't even wrap her head around it. Was that old variety show truly struggling so much to find artists? Why would they think of inviting someone like Nail and Yinran, a so-called internet celebrity surrounded by controversy? Nail and Zhao even suspected it might be a setup. After all, variety shows thrive on hot topics. Previously, Nail and Yinran had been splashed across headlines in the influencer world because of her dramatic change in status, making her a hot topic of conversation. Now, with 2 hit songs to her name, that buzz had only intensified. So the conspiracy theory made sense. If the show's producers were simply using Nail and Yinran as a talking point, riding the wave of her popularity to draw more viewers to their fading program, it was entirely possible. As the traffic light ahead turned red, Nail and Yinran put away her makeup kit and spoke earnestly. "I couldn't sleep at all last night. I was thinking the same things as you. I've already been criticized harshly. Going on TV now would just invite even more attacks. But this morning, someone told me not to worry about other people's opinions. She said that as long as I, Nail and Yinran, walk the right path and stay true to my dreams, it doesn't matter. I'm not stepping onto that variety stage to play the clown and chase after more followers, nor am I trying to curry favor with any bigwigs. I'm going because the producers recognize my singing, and I want to sing for more people to let more voices hear my music. That's the only reason I'm willing to go up there." Her words sounded naive, especially in a world as tangled and unpredictable as this one. Even Xiao Yin himself had stumbled into deep debt and bankruptcy, life constantly teetering on the edge. One wrong step could send you tumbling into the abyss. "Yinran, do you really believe that? Dreams, can you still say them out loud with such purity at a time like this? Aren't dreams only something you proclaim before they come true? Once they're real, they're no longer dreams. It was Miss Wong who told me this. She's willing to write songs for someone as genuine as I am. She told me not to give in to the unspoken rules, and that she'd support me with her best work. As Nailin Yinran spoke of Miss Wong, a radiant smile lingered on her beautiful lips. She promised me she'd have my third new song ready a week before I go on the show, and that I should debut it on the variety stage. She wanted me to sing it with all my power, to let every TV viewer know that my dream, Nailin Yinran's dream, is to be a singer. Nailin Zhao fell silent. Suddenly, the car behind them honked. It was time to go. The light had turned green. Nailin Zhao hurriedly drove, forcing herself to calm down inside. Yinran, since you've already made up your mind, I really don't know what else to say. Miss Wong is truly your benefactor. It's hard to believe someone who can write such outstanding songs could be so innocent. Since she's already created 2 miracles for you, I'll be looking forward to her creating a third. When they arrived downstairs at the company, Nailin Zhao parked the car, rested her hand on the steering wheel, and turned back with a gentle smile, just like a caring friend. Since you've made your decision, I'll do everything I can to help you. Nailin Zhao's warm smile was deeply comforting to Nailin Yinran. There are bonds like this in the world, quiet guardianship, always there when you need it. Thank you. All Yinran could do was repeat her thanks. When she entered the company, some third-tier actresses glanced at Nailin Yinran with new eyes. They didn't have the inside scoop about her joining a variety show, but they did know for certain. Nailin Yinran was truly popular now. Many shows were trying to invite her as a guest. The song Decency was being sampled and covered more and more, and this wave of attention was also lifting her previous hit, Invisible Wings, to even greater heights. These actresses, who had racked their brains but still couldn't break through, could do nothing but feel envy and resentment. Mr. Ma from the company was overjoyed to see Nailin Yinran. When he heard about her decision, and that she planned to debut her third new song at a televised variety show, his delight only grew. Excellent, excellent, really excellent. Mr. Ma praised her repeatedly. If it weren't for that confidentiality agreement you signed, I'd really love to meet the music creators behind your songs. Whether a song becomes a hit isn't just about the singer. What matters most is the composition itself. If the melody isn't captivating, even the most famous singer won't stay popular for long. I'll make arrangements as quickly as possible. Miss Nailin, please also move forward with solidifying your new song. Mr. Ma said, unless something changes, you'll probably be performing 3 songs at this variety show. 3 songs? Nailin Yinran was taken aback. Originally, you were only scheduled to sing 1. After all, time on a variety show is limited. But since you're releasing a new song, we want to introduce you gradually and let TV audiences hear your earlier hits first. Once they know you as an artist, it'll definitely help your new song take off. Thank you, Mr. Ma. Nailin Yinran was truly grateful. Mr. Ma patted her shoulder in appreciation, the way a mentor encourages someone with real potential. You're someone I value highly, so naturally I'll do my best to create more opportunities for you. Nailin Yinran didn't particularly like getting close to unfamiliar men. Back when Xiao Yan's rowdy friends came around, the one she disliked most was Zhu Junlong, that sort of man. Even though Director Ma had done her a favor, her respect for him was strictly professional. So, when his hand landed on her shoulder, she instinctively pulled back, dodging his touch. Director Ma was taken aback, and for a brief moment, an awkwardness hung in the air, but he didn't press the issue. Director Ma, I'll get back to work now, she said. Go ahead, get busy, he replied. Director Ma was not a petty man. In the workplace, there are some leaders who are truly despicable. They see a beautiful female subordinate and immediately want to take advantage. If she doesn't cooperate, they find ways to make her life difficult. But Director Ma wasn't like that. While he might not be a paragon of virtue, he would never stoop so low. After leaving the office, Nailin Yinran took a deep breath. She hoped she was just overthinking things. Director Ma promoted her because of her talent and her music, nothing else. She refused to let her mind wander further. Back when no one knew her real identity, she naturally attracted plenty of unwanted attention, but now things had quieted down. After all, not every man is willing to accept a woman with a child. Nailin Yinran spent her time communicating with various departments at the company. There were only 2 weeks left before she would participate in a television variety show, something she had once never dared dream of. There was so much to prepare in advance. Fortunately, she had Nailin Zhao and Director Ma at the company. Otherwise, with her headstrong personality, she'd surely have been targeted. No matter how popular a female star is, she's expected to whine and dine with big bosses and investors. But Nailin Yinran always went home to live stream in the evenings instead. Without the knack for playing the game, It's usually hard to get ahead in this industry. But Nailin Yinran relied on her talent. The success of her new song was proof enough of her abilities. So even as some managers dropped hints, she simply acted as if she neither saw nor heard them. While Nailin Yinran was busy at work, Xiaoyan had finally reached his limit and needed some rest. He slept deeply and soundly. Earlier that morning, Jejia had come looking for her dad, but seeing him asleep, she quietly closed the door and tiptoed away. Today, Shun Luoying also had to go out for work, leaving just Xiao Yin and Jejia at home. Time ticked past noon, and at 12 o'clock, Xiao Yin was still fast asleep. He hadn't even slept a full 6 hours by then. Downstairs, Jejia was busy with something. There came the sound of thumping and bumping. Xiao Yin was vaguely aware of the noise, but he didn't wake up. The comfort of sleep was simply too irresistible. By the time Jejia came upstairs, calling for her father to wake up, it was almost 2 in the afternoon. Daddy, you big sleepyhead, get up, she chirped energetically. It's already past 2. Still in bed, she scolded. Xiao Yin opened his eyes, and the sudden light made them sting and water. He could barely keep them open. His hair was a mess, and his body felt heavy and weak. Propping himself up with his arm, he managed to sit up. It's already 2? I can't believe I slept this long. Jejia pouted her adorable lips in mock outrage. You should be ashamed. Hurry up and come eat. Okay. Xiao Yin let out a yawn, threw on some clothes, and went downstairs. It was still scorching hot, just as it always is in July and August. Where's your grandma? With her soft, childish voice, Jejia replied. Grandma went out to work. She's not home. At that moment, Xiao Yin hadn't quite processed everything and asked, Then who made lunch? Jejia puffed out her little chest with pride and announced, Of course I did. I made your favorite braised fish. Xiao Yin could only feel a wave of exasperation wash over him. Jejia, you're not serious, are you? Come on, come on. Jejia eagerly tugged him by the hand and led him into the living room downstairs. As soon as she opened the door, an indescribable burnt smell wafted out, hitting him right in the face. This was not an entirely unexpected outcome for Xiao Yin, but still, having to face such a situation just after waking up left him at a complete loss for words. Jejia, this smell. She giggled and said, It's a little stinky, I know. But Daddy, I promise, it'll taste amazing. Xiao Yin headed for the kitchen. Sure enough, it was a disaster zone. He could easily imagine the chaos Jejia had caused while trying to cook. Daddy, you've worked so hard. Jejia pulled him over to the dining table and made him sit down before scooping out a big bowl of rice for him. I used to think Daddy wasn't very good at making money, but now Daddy writes stories and can earn a lot, and you have more time to play with me. That makes me really happy. She went on, But Daddy, you should stay up late less. Grandma says it's really bad for your health. A steaming bowl of rice was placed in front of Xiao Yin. He was indeed hungry. He hadn't eaten since the night before. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. As expected, there hadn't been enough water in the pot, so some of the rice was still hard and undercooked, almost hurting his teeth. Even so, Xiao Yin forced himself to swallow. Then he crouched down, took Jejia's hands in his, and said, Jejia, I promise I'll stop staying up so late. From now on, when Grandpa and Grandma aren't home, Daddy will do all the cooking. I know you care about me, but you're still too little. Cooking is dangerous. Don't worry, Daddy. I could be just like Mom and make delicious food, too. Xiao Yin gave a wry smile. Silly girl, I'm really touched you want to cook for me, but if we keep eating like this, we'll both end up with stomach aches. Uh-huh. Jejia finally understood. She stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. In the end, Xiao Yin rinsed the rice, added more water, and cooked it again. For the dishes, he threw out the burnt parts and recooked the bits that were still raw. He even whipped up a quick stir-fried vegetable on the side. When all was done, Jejia ate a big bowl. Turns out, she was hungry too. Watching his daughter eat so happily, Xiao Yin felt a genuine happiness well up inside him. Perhaps this is what raising a child is like. Sometimes they throw tantrums or act mischievously, leaving you at your wit's end. But then, in those moments when their clumsy little hands try to do something for you, it's almost enough to move you to tears. In the afternoon, Jejia quietly worked on her homework. She knew her father must have stayed up very late last night. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slept so long today. So, she didn't pester him to take her out to play. Coincidentally, she also had a lot of homework left to do. She decided to finish the parts she could do herself first, then ask her father for help with the rest. This way, she wouldn't have to disturb him all the time. Still, Jejia had already made up her mind. Tonight, she was going to pull her dad into playing tablet games with her. As for Xiao Yin, he didn't stray too far from his daughter. With Shun Luoying and Xiao Zhan out of the house, it wouldn't be right for him to run upstairs and leave Jejia alone downstairs. He sat a little distance away from her, looking through data on his phone. Nailin Yinran was busy, so naturally, she didn't have time to chat with him anymore. Xiaoyan hadn't checked on the stats of his novel, Battle Through the Heavens, for a while. Sure enough, things were going well. Just yesterday, the tips alone had pushed him to 12th place on the sales leaderboard in his category. A new book by a famous author had only reached 7th. Xiaoyan was a true newcomer, after all. In terms of favorites, recommendations, and clicks, his novel was in the top 5 of the new book chart. More and more readers were coming to Battle Through the Heavens. Of every 10 who clicked in, at least 7 or 8 were hooked and stayed. The reader group was lively as ever. Everyone was enthusiastically sending red envelopes. It was far more active than the Marvel chat group, where it might take several days for a single red envelope to appear. One of the wealthier fans, who had previously been made a group admin, continued to help the author collect the red envelopes and then forward them to him. To reassure everyone that he wasn't pocketing anything, he even posted screenshots in the group. Xiaoyan noticed that readers in the group were asking whether the author had gone out on a date with his girlfriend last night, since he hadn't shown up in the group or replied in the comment section. The earliest readers all knew that the author used to reply to every single post in the comments. But as more and more people started posting, Xiaoyan had to be selective about which ones he answered. Yesterday, however, he was nowhere to be found in either the group or the comment section. Sorry, I stayed up late last night working on my outline, so I didn't come online. I've only just woken up today, Xiaoyan explained in the group, mixing truth with a little white lie. He had actually stayed up late finishing 2 volumes, one of Battle Through the Heavens 4 and one of Soul Land 1, and chatted with Nalan Yenran in the early morning. It had really been a busy and exhausting night. Now he finally had a bit of free time. Wow, author, thank you for all your hard work. I didn't realize how much effort you put in behind the scenes. No wonder Battle Through the Heavens is so good. Keep it up. I'm going to vote for you. I'm going to send the author a red envelope right now. Xiaoyan was deeply touched. Thank you all. No matter how busy I get in the future, I'll always make time to reply to everyone. After chatting for a while in the group, Xiaoyan saw nearly 800 readers become fully engaged, rallying together to support both the author and the novel. After all, writing a book isn't easy, and to perfect Battle Through the Heavens, the author often stayed up late revising the outline. Xiaoyan felt wonderful. Surrounded by so many enthusiastic readers, he felt as though every part of him was brimming with energy. One of the wealthy fans, after reading the group chat, messaged Xiaoyan privately. No wonder you were missing last night. Is writing Battle Through the Heavens really that tough? Xiaoyan looked at the first 4 volumes of his novel in his hands and replied, Yes, it's extremely difficult to write. Wait a bit. The spending money I set aside for dating tonight, I'll give it to you instead. Don't worry about updating slowly, just don't rush through the writing. It's hard enough finding a decent story to read. Not long after, Xiaoyan received another Silver Alliance reward notification in his author's dashboard. Xiaoyan was genuinely stunned. That was 10,000 yuan. He wasn't some glamorous internet celebrity in need of lavish gifts for attention. He was just a struggling writer, and only those who reached the level of a grandmaster could be considered truly successful. This wealthy reader was truly astonishing. This doesn't feel right, Xiaoyan said helplessly, reaching out to the benefactor privately. What's wrong? Not enough for you. No. Your generosity is overwhelming. I really don't feel I deserve it. I told you I own several houses. Money isn't an issue for me. Just accept it. Besides, what I spend on dating each month is many times this amount. Focus on writing well. I'll keep supporting you. Anyway, that's all for now. My friends are calling me out for drinks. Bye. All right, take care. This is the magic of the internet. It brings people closer together, no matter the distance. Generous spenders like this were a rare sight back when Xiaoyan ran his restaurant. Their town was small, and most of the wealthy young people would move to bigger cities to enjoy life, leaving few who would spend freely at home. But online, people like this were much more common, especially when a story like Battle Through the Heavens and a character like Nalan Yenran had the power to attract fans. These encounters became inevitable. Xiaoyan was still riding the wave of excitement. After all, this Silver Alliance reward would almost certainly push his sales ranking back into the top 10. On top of that, his royalties for the month were conservatively expected to surpass 20,000 yuan. This was something Xiaoyan could never have imagined in nearly 10 years of writing novels. Meanwhile, at Nalan Yenran's home that morning, Ouyang Xiao, although resigned to the situation, finally went with her aunt to the flagship phone store and bought a phone worth over 5,000 yuan. You really do get what you pay for. Despite the hefty brand premium and the import taxes and all that, just the feel of this high-end phone in your hand is totally different. At 16, Ouyang Xiao couldn't put it down. You child, always up to no good. Why would you buy such an expensive phone? Nalan Yenran's mother scolded her, clearly annoyed. Ouyang Xiao clung to her aunt's arm, pleading, Auntie, it's really to help me study. A good phone will definitely help me a lot. I don't buy that for a second. Does your mother even know you spent this much on a phone? Her aunt pressed. Ouyang Xiao immediately put her hands together as if in prayer, begging, "Please don't tell my mom for now. Once I've saved up enough, this phone won't even matter. And if my mom asks, just tell her it was a little over 1,000. You think your mom is that easy to fool?" Her aunt rolled her eyes in exasperation. And Yin ran too. Now that she's earning money, she just lend it to you with no restraint. Ouyang Xiao pulled a face. "Auntie, this is the first time I've asked my sister for money. Before, at most, my brother-in-law would slip me a few bucks here and there. A few bucks isn't money to you?" Her aunt's temper flared. "And besides, you don't have a brother-in-law anymore, so don't mention that useless man." "Auntie, he's not useless. Don't you dare say another word." Ouyang Xiao felt thoroughly defeated. Buying a new phone was supposed to be an exciting thing, but Nailin Yinran refused to go with her. And as for her aunt, well, this was exactly the reaction she'd expected. But she hadn't dared to go alone. If she got tricked out of over 5,000, she'd probably die of regret. When arguing with Nailin Yinran, Ouyang Xiao could defend her brother-in-law, Xiao Yin, to the end. But in front of her aunt, she didn't dare say a word in his favor, or she'd be kicked out on the spot. Back at home, still Nailin Yinran's place, Ouyang Xiao wanted to stay a few more days. After all, her sister was now an internet-famous singer, and, as her close little sister, she had to come support and encourage her. She helped her aunt with some chores, had dinner, and before she knew it, the afternoon had slipped by. Feeling exhausted, she lay down and, fiddling with her new phone, immediately downloaded a few apps for reading novels. Ever since she was young, her brother-in-law had influenced her. She'd always wanted to be a writer too, and she'd always loved reading novels. But today, just as she finished installing a reading app and opened it, a banner flashed across the screen announcing a big reward from a Silver Alliance patron. Ouyang Xiao frowned and muttered to herself, "Again with this battle through the heavens? Seriously? I've read several top novels lately, and every one of them ends with the author recommending this book. And now they're using Silver Alliance rewards to hype the stats. This author must have a gold mine at home." Ouyang Xiao didn't know who this author was, but it was rare to see a newcomer making such a splash. Ouyang Xiao kept seeing the novel Battle Through the Heavens on various bestseller lists. Previously, she had never thought of reading it, because the synopsis and genre of this kind of novel simply did not appeal to her. But today, perhaps it was the excitement of buying a new phone, or maybe it was the repeated recommendation from several of her favorite authors, plus yet another Silver Alliance badge popping up. Just seeing how much money this author with a family fortune had spent supporting the book, Ouyang Xiao felt compelled to click and take a look. After all, with so many people investing in it, she thought she might as well give it a try. The lighting in her room was just right, and her new phone felt extraordinary in her hand. She tapped open the free reading option. Chapter 1. The Fallen Prodigy. Dochi level, 3 stars. She stared at the bright, almost dazzling 5 characters shining on the test stone monument. Though the beginning felt a bit melodramatic, it also had a refreshingly new twist. As Ouyang Xiao scrolled through the pages, her expression began to change dramatically. What on earth? What's going on? Xiao Yin. Is the male lead of this novel really called Xiao Yin? Having admired her brother-in-law since she was young, Ouyang Xiao naturally understood. Her brother-in-law was also named Xiao Yin. What a coincidence! A surge of curiosity welled up inside her. After so many years of reading, this was the first time she'd ever come across a novel whose hero shared a name with her brother-in-law. With this special sense of anticipation, Ouyang Xiao kept reading. Then, when Nailin Yinran showed up to break off the engagement, Ouyang Xiao's expression froze in utter disbelief. She sat stunned for a long time, rubbing her eyes over and over. Was this even possible? Could there really be such a ridiculous coincidence in the world? Her brother-in-law was the main character in this novel, and her sister was currently the female lead, even engaged to him, the young mistress of the Yunlin sect. Could there actually be some connection between this novel and their lives? The more she read, the more excited she became, her palms growing sweaty with anticipation. The novel itself was gripping, shattering all of Ouyang Xiao's previous expectations about this genre. What's more, the characters of Xiao Yin and Nailin Yinran made her feelings almost impossible to describe. Outside the window, dusk was settling in. In the kitchen, Ouyang Xiao's aunt had already started preparing dinner. She knew that before long, her sister would come home, unless, of course, her sister had a social engagement and wouldn't be back that night. The novel was simply too captivating, impossible to put down. Yet, deep inside, Ouyang Xiao was troubled by one persistent question. Who exactly was the author of this novel? How could the author write her sister in such a villainous light, and her brother-in-law as so pitiful, and yet filled with so many incredible twists of fate? No, if she didn't get to the bottom of this, Ouyang Xiao wouldn't be able to eat a single bite tonight. She wanted to ask her question in the book review section, but this new novel was so popular that if the author didn't reply, or if she accidentally revealed something, it wouldn't be good. So she joined the fan group for Battle Through the Heavens. To her surprise, there were already over 800 members in the group. Ouyang Xiao didn't use a pseudonym. As soon as she entered, she was immediately welcomed by many male readers. Haha, another female reader has joined. I knew it. There's no way such an amazing book could only have male fans. Miss, how old are you? How tall? Where are you from? Are you single? I have 2 apartments. Would you consider being my girlfriend? The group admin couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in to stop them. Everyone, we're like family here. Please don't bother others. If it's not serious, you'll be muted. If it is, you'll be removed. A good environment needs all of us to maintain. Welcome to our new friend. I'll send out a red envelope to celebrate. Immediately after, red envelope notifications filled the chat, making the group especially lively. The excitement was contagious. Every time someone sent a red envelope, it was impossible not to click and grab one. Ouyang Xiao had originally wanted to ask some questions, but for a moment, she didn't know how to start. She soon found herself swept up in the frenzy of red envelopes. She just couldn't stop grabbing them. There were still relatively few women in the group, so the male readers were especially enthusiastic. In less than 10 minutes, Ouyang Xiao had collected over 100 yuan in red envelopes. This group was seriously generous. Wanting to return the favor, Ouyang Xiao also sent out a few red envelopes, giving out more than 60 yuan in total. Everyone told her not to send so much. You're a girl. Just chat with us. Keep us company. That's enough. Having made several dozen yuan, Ouyang Xiao was delighted. She even messaged the group owner privately. She knew the owner was the author of the novel, and she was determined to find out what connection this author had with her brother-in-law and Nailin Yanran. Her aunt called her to dinner, and the red envelopes in the group began to dwindle, but Ouyang Xiao kept looking at her phone. With so many people in the group, topics changed rapidly. Just a moment ago, everyone was clamoring to see Ouyang Xiao's selfie, but now the conversation had shifted back to the novel, because Battle Through the Heavens had just updated, and everyone rushed off to read the new chapter. In fact, the readership for Battle Through the Heavens was much larger than just this group. Most readers, however, were quiet. They preferred reading in silence, didn't like to speak up or join groups, finding it too much trouble. Still glued to your phone at the dinner table, her aunt scolded. Ouyang Xiao put down her phone and said, Annie, do you think such coincidences really happen in this world? Naturally, her aunt didn't understand what Ouyang Xiao was getting at, so she asked, What coincidence? What are you talking about? Hold on, let me grab another red envelope. Annie looked frustrated. Kids these days, she thought, can't do anything, eating, sleeping, even going to the bathroom without their phones. There's just nothing to be done. The child is so grown now, and she can't exactly spank her anymore. After snatching up a red envelope, Ouyang Xiao turned to Auntie and said, How should I put this? Today I came across a novel. In the story, just as Ouyang Xiao began to speak, the door opened. Nailin Yanran walked in, looking rather tired. She took off her shoulder bag and coat, hung them up, and changed her shoes at the entrance, saying, I'm back. I haven't eaten yet either, so I'll join you all. Go wash your hands. Auntie immediately shooed Nailin Yanran, who was about to sit down, back up again. When Nailin Yanran returned, her mother had already served her a bowl of rice. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating right away. She had, after all, been invited to many dinners that evening and could have enjoyed a feast out. But now that she was a singer and entertainer, she felt it best not to dine out casually with bosses or clients. If someone snapped a photo, people would assume she was trying to climb the ladder with the unspoken rules of the industry. Her reputation was already a bit dubious, and she didn't want to be caught up in a scandal because of some paparazzi shot. More importantly, she simply didn't want to go out. If she got drunk and there was no husband by her side to look after her, she might lose far more than just her sobriety. She had promised Miss Wong to be a pure and dedicated singer, not to get swept into any complicated whirlpools. Why are you staring at me like that? Nailin Yanran, in a good mood, teased Ouyang Xiao. Is this the first time you've noticed how beautiful your sister is? Ouyang Xiao glanced at Auntie, then at Nailin Yanran, and finally decided to ask, Sis, do you have another identity? Nailin Yanran, still eating heartily, replied, I'm also a live stream host. I need to squeeze in a nap to recharge before my evening stream. I have to sing and make some money tonight. Auntie, feeling sorry for her, picked out Nailin Yanran's favorite dish and put in her bowl. Don't work too hard. I know, okay? I'm doing what I love every day. It doesn't feel hard at all. But on the other side, Ouyang Xiao shook her head. She fixed her eyes on Nailin Yanran and asked, Sis, what I mean is, Do you also have the identity of the young mistress of the Yaman sect? Chapter 125. Your name has been written into a novel. Ouyang Xiao Xiao could be mischievous and a bit offbeat, but what on earth was she talking about now? The young mistress of the Yaman sect? Both Nailin Yanran and her mother looked absolutely baffled. Ouyang Xiao Xiao, what are you saying? Have you been reading too many novels? Ouyang Xiao Xiao, still puzzled, pressed on. Isn't it true? Nailin Yanran just kept her head down, eating. Not going to bother with you, silly girl. Ouyang Xiao Xiao fell silent for a moment herself, but in the end, she couldn't hold back what she wanted to say. Sis, don't be too surprised by what I'm about to tell you. Surprised by what? Nailin Yanran replied, none too pleased. Don't tell me you lost the money? No, that's not it. Ouyang Xiao Xiao explained. Here's what happened. This morning I asked Annie to go with me to buy a phone, and then Nailin Yanran felt a headache coming on. Get to the point. Ouyang Xiao Xiao went straight to the heart of the matter. Sis, your name has shown up in a novel, and in it, you're the young mistress of the Yaman sect. Though Nailin Yanran was a little surprised, she didn't seem overly shocked. That might just be a coincidence. Even though her name wasn't exactly common, it wasn't impossible for a novel to have a character with the same name. Auntie, sitting nearby, perked up with interest. What novel is it? I'll take a look before bed tonight. Ouyang Xiao Xiao didn't answer Annie right away. Instead, she dropped a bombshell on Nailin Yanran. But here's the thing, sis, your husband's name is in the novel too, and he's the main character. What? Both Nailin Yanran and her mother exclaimed in shock. That can't be. What are the odds of something like this? Annie said in disbelief. Nailin Yanran's thoughts ran deeper. Wait, are you suggesting? Her beautiful eyes met Ouyang Xiao Xiao's. Are you suspecting that the novel you found was written by your brother-in-law? Ouyang Xiao Xiao nodded quickly. I hope it is him, even though in the novel, you're actually the female villain. The female villain? Nailin Yanran felt a chill run down her spine. She'd become the villainess in a novel? And worst of all, Ouyang Xiao Xiao actually hoped her brother-in-law had written it. I don't have a sister like you. Once you finish your meal, just head home. No, don't, sis. You misunderstood me. Ouyang Xiao Xiao quickly moved closer, pulling out her new phone. Let me show you some data. Then you'll understand why I'm saying this. Andy, just as curious, craned her neck to get a better look. Sis, look, this is the reader group for that novel. Nailin Yanran hadn't been interested at first, but with her and Xiao Yan's names both appearing in a novel, and Ouyang Xiao Xiao making such a fuss, she couldn't help but take a look herself. Battle through the heavens? There are over 800 people in this group. That's quite a lot. Nailin Yanran started to grasp what Ouyang Xiao Xiao was getting at. She knew her ex-husband's writing skills well. None of his previous novels had ever gathered more than 100 readers in their groups. Ouyang Xiao Xiao then opened the novel app and pointed at the rankings. Here's the new release chart, the click ranking, the recommendation list, and here's the sales ranking. And this is the fan leaderboard for the novel. Just as Xiao Yan, by spending so much time with Nailin Yanran, picked up a bit of musical knowledge. Nailin Yanran, too, learned how to read novel statistics. This book isn't even officially launched yet, and it already has over 1,000 fans? That's right. Sis, look at the top 10 supporters. They're all Alliance leaders. And the number 1 spot? There are 2 Silver Alliance leaders. That's 20,000 yuan in cash right there. There, Aunt watched on, only half understanding. That's why I keep saying, if this novel really was written by my brother-in-law, it would be amazing. Just look at these numbers. It's almost as good as a best-selling author's new release. Plus, a bunch of top authors are recommending it. Honestly, among all the new books on this site right now, its popularity is through the roof. Nailin Yanran looked skeptical. Are you messing with me? In a hit novel like this, you're saying both my name and my sister's, Xiao Yan's, names appear? Nailin Yanran clearly didn't buy it. It's true, every word of it. Ouyang Xiao Xiao hurried to explain. If you don't believe me, I can show you the novel on my phone. Can I just look it up on my own phone? When it seemed Ouyang Xiao Xiao was about to say more, Nailin Yanran waved her off. All right, I need to finish eating. I've still got work to do. Let's talk about this after my live stream. Nailin Yanran had finished her meal. Her time was precious now. After so many years of marriage, if there was one lesson she'd truly learned, it was the importance of money. Her singing career barely brought in any income. In fact, she often had to sink her own money into it. But live streaming could make her money instantly. That's why every major app was scrambling to launch live streaming features. Just one. Internet celebrity could bring in millions in revenue. The more streamers the platform nurtured, the more money there was to be made. Nailin Yanran quickly freshened up. When she went back to her room, she warned Ouyang Xiao Xiao, don't disturb me. But Ouyang Xiao Xiao had expected her bombshell news to really get a reaction from Nailin Yanran, maybe even some follow-up questions. But she had underestimated how much Nailin Yanran valued her earning time. Anything unrelated could wait until after the stream, especially during such a crucial slot. What Ouyang Xiao didn't know was that, after Nailin Yinran laid down for a quick nap, curiosity still got the better of her. She couldn't help but search online for the author of Battle Through the Heavens, and checked out the main characters. At the moment, Xiao Yin and Nailin Yinran were undoubtedly the male and female leads of that novel. Despite the book being fairly new and not especially long yet, its growing influence had already earned it a spot on the encyclopedia. Nailin Yinran skimmed through the page. In the novel, the character, Nailin Yinran, looks down on the protagonist, Xiao Yin, and as the young mistress of the Yunlan sect in the Jiama Empire, goes to the Xiao family to break off their engagement. Could this book really have something to do with my ex-husband? Breaking off an engagement. Divorce. Nailin Yinran glanced at the time. It was getting late. She needed to get some rest. There would be many songs to sing during her live stream soon, and she had to be in good shape for it. Just as Nailin Yinran was about to close the encyclopedia page, a name caught her eye, a name that sparked a strange sense of familiarity. Out loud. Outside the room, Ouyang Xiao was dying to go in and continue the conversation with Nailin Yinran. After all, wasn't something as bizarre as this worth discussing? However, she didn't dare disturb Nailin Yinran. Her sister could earn a lot of money during her evening live streams, enough to match a month's salary for an average city dweller. It was certainly important. Besides, Ouyang Xiao was 16, not a clueless 6-year-old anymore. On her new phone, she had joined a Battle Through the Heavens fan group. Every few minutes, new readers would join in. This was only the first group. Once it hit 3,000 members, there would probably be a second one. Every time a new member entered, red envelopes, digital cash gifts, would fly everywhere. Ouyang Xiao decided not to dwell on the conversation with Nailin Yinran. She settled onto the living room sofa, ignoring the TV, and focused on sending out red envelopes. If a new female reader joined and shared a photo of herself, the cash gift could be quite generous. There were plenty of wealthy people in the group, and they weren't shy about spending money. But when male readers joined, the red envelopes were smaller. Although there were plenty of them, each was only a couple of yuan, and when claimed, amounted to mere cents, not even enough to cover mobile data costs, to be honest. Female readers were a different story. Some envelopes were worth 1 or 200 yuan. Even the smaller ones were 10 or 20. With a bit of luck, you could pocket a tidy sum in a single round. Since joining the group, Ouyang Xiao had snagged nearly 200 yuan, though she'd also given out over 100. After all, you can't just take and never give back, even if you're a cute new member. As she kept grabbing red envelopes, Ouyang Xiao grew more and more curious about the novel's real author. But the group admin seemed to be very busy. Ouyang Xiao sent him private messages, but he never replied. He didn't even respond to her friend request. There was nothing to do but wait. Still, with a constant stream of red envelopes to claim, it wasn't a bad way to pass the time. Meanwhile, over on Nailin Yinran's side, her mind was in turmoil. Seeing the name Yao Lao in the encyclopedia had left her utterly stunned. It was simply unbelievable, almost impossible to comprehend. She had many fans, those who spent lavishly on gifts during her streams. She remembered most of them, even knowing what they did for a living and how old they were. Because this type of man's approach to romance is both simple and not so simple. He makes it clear, both openly and subtly, that he's wealthy and that he likes you a lot. He promises that if you're with him, you'll enjoy a life of luxury and indulgence. Among the remaining voices in her chat, some were quite active and supportive of her. She remembered them well. One of them was the user known as Old Medicine. Back then, she hadn't paid much attention to the name. At most, she assumed it referred to a pharmacist, or perhaps, if she was feeling sympathetic, someone who was perpetually ill. But she never would have imagined that this was actually the name of an important character from a novel, a master who accompanied the protagonist, Xiao Yin, throughout his journey in the story. Could this novel really be connected to my ex-husband? She wondered. Nailin Yinran could barely restrain her curiosity to dive into the novel, Battle Through the Heavens, and see it for herself. But she forced herself to hold back. Her popularity had been hard-won. If it hadn't been for her performance of decency stabilizing the situation, her reputation might have been ruined forever. For an artist, reputation was everything. She was no longer the overnight sensation she'd been when she first sang Invisible Wings. Back then, wealthy fans had vied for her attention. But after news spread that she had a child, nearly all those affluent male fans who'd once sought secret meetings disappeared. She had to force herself to put down her phone, set her alarm, and close her eyes for a precious few minutes of rest. When the alarm chimed, she got up quickly and began to prepare her makeup for the live stream. Her room was well soundproofed. After earning some money from streaming, she'd invested in nearly top-of-the-line microphones and audio equipment. The moment her stream went live, The administrators in several of her fan groups immediately posted notifications. The number of viewers in her room climbed rapidly, from 70 or 80 to 300, 600, 1,000, then 3,000, and finally stabilizing. At 5,000, she hadn't posted any new short videos today, so it was still the popularity of yesterday's viral decency performance carrying her. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for coming to watch me and listen to my songs. This wasn't Nailin Yinran's first live stream, but she was still relatively new to it. She said, "We've just started, and I'm not sure what to say yet. Let me sing a song to get things going. What would you all like to hear?" At once, the comment section filled with a chorus of voices. "The streamer is so beautiful. That microphone is so white. I mean, the streamer is so fair-skinned. I want to hear decency. Decency. Invisible arm. Invisible wings. Decency +1. In the end, decency was the most requested, though there were a few typos here and there, but the meaning was clear. Seeing everyone's messages, Nailin Yinran found it easy to interact with her audience. In truth, many new streamers don't have the ability to engage the whole room. Most rely on their looks and simply chat with viewers. There are always new viewers asking the same questions. How old are you? Where are you from? How tall are you? Are you single? Questions like these popped up almost every day. There were quite a lot of viewers in Nailin Yinran's livestream, so she didn't need to answer every question herself. She had a straightforward approach. Everything was clearly written in her profile bio. It seems most of you want to hear decency. For those waiting for invisible wings, please don't worry. I'll sing decency first and then invisible wings right after. Thank you for your support and all the gifts. As for Xiaoyan, he truly was busy. At first, Jia did her homework by herself. Then, whenever she ran into a problem, he was there to help her. Later, Shen Luoying came home, and Jia began clamoring to play games. Well, as a doting dad, he had no choice but to play along. After all, Jia had spent nearly the whole afternoon doing homework, so she deserved a reward. They played until after dinner, and that was when Jia, Daddy's little sweetheart, showed her affectionate side. "Daddy, I won't bother you tonight. Focus on your writing, and don't stay up too late, okay?" She even put her hands on her hips, imitating her grandmother's tone, and spoke with all the seriousness of an elder. "All right, Daddy understands." Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, but he agreed nonetheless. So his evenings were quite free. Last night, he'd been too busy to catch Nailin Yinran's live stream, but tonight, he wasn't going to miss it. To keep his promise to his daughter about going to bed earlier, he started adjusting his schedule, moving the time he usually spent writing his doomed novels in the middle of the night to before Nailin Yinran began streaming. Otherwise, if he watched his ex-wife's live stream and then tried to write, he'd definitely end up burning the midnight oil again. Tonight, his writing flowed quickly. Maybe it was the aftereffect of last night's marathon binge of Battle Through the Heavens and Soul Land. Not only did he sense a subtle shift in his creative thinking, but the ideas came rushing in, inspiration pouring out like an unstoppable flood. Being a writer relies heavily on talent. Xiaoyan, perhaps, was just an average talent. In his 10-year pursuit of the dream, he kept trying different styles, but whether he imitated others or tried to innovate, nothing seemed to work. When he borrowed from others, he ended up with something neither here nor there. When he tried to create something new, the result was even more disastrous. Several websites saw no commercial value in his work and refused to sign him. That spoke volumes about Xiaoyan's shortcomings. But after so many years of grinding away, at least he had built up some basic skills. Since traditional methods weren't working, maybe it was time to blaze a new trail. To put it simply, when he couldn't survive on land, he ventured into the desert, only to find things even worse. So he rushed into the water, nearly drowning in the process. At last, he realized maybe he was meant to soar in the sky. The fantasy novels Battle Through the Heavens and Soul Land had opened a door to the heavens for Xiaoyan. He was a dream chaser, not merely a copyist. While copying out Battle Through the Heavens and Soul Land, he was also analyzing and learning from them. He hoped that one day he would be able to write a work that truly gained market recognition, relying on his own genuine skills. So now, under the glow of a night lamp, he was tapping furiously at the keyboard, experimenting with a writing style he had never tried before, and to his surprise, it actually felt quite smooth. In essence, he was using hatred and conflict as the main threads of the story, much like in Battle Through the Heavens. After finishing, Xiaoyan massaged his neck and stretched lazily. Even though he was a struggling writer, he still had a few readers. Not long after his update, he actually received feedback from them. "This chapter is really good. Here's a reward of 100 book coins." The 100 book coins were only worth 1 yuan. Xiaoyan felt happier at that moment than when he received a 500 yuan tip for Battle Through the Heavens. It wasn't about the money, but rather that a reader of his underappreciated novel finally gave him feedback, praising his writing. What did this mean? His hands trembled slightly with excitement. It meant that after a decade of struggling, he had finally found the right entry point. Sure enough, perhaps the catchy titles of these 2 chapters helped too. The subscription numbers were noticeably higher than previous ones. Of course, Xiao Yin understood this was just the first step of a long journey. There were still many skills and methods he needed to learn. But now, he had found his direction and was no longer lost. He had no time to pay attention to anything else. So he didn't know that Ouyang Xiao had joined a reader's group or tried to message him privately. He was indeed a bit busy, barely finishing his own tasks. He noticed that Nailin Yanran had already been streaming for over 10 minutes. Xiao Yin quickly logged into the stream using his alternate account, Medicine Elder, and as soon as he entered the room, he sent a gift worth 20 yuan. Thank you to Medicine Elder for the lovely gift. Medicine Elder had a fan badge. That night, Jia Jia had spent several hundred yuan to support her mom, and with the usual little gifts here and there, his account had become somewhat respected in the community. Xiao Yin was used to this. He didn't say much in the live chat, just blended in as a regular fan. But Nailin Yanran's expression was unusually odd. Though she tried to hide it, deep down, her feelings were impossible to describe. Still, for the sake of the live stream, she didn't ask in front of everyone whether this Medicine Elder was connected to Battle Through the Heavens, or whether there was any link to the real Nailin Yanran. She managed to hold herself back from asking. During the stream, she chatted with the viewers, and the number of people in the room quickly climbed to nearly 10,000. After a bit of conversation, she began to sing. Since she didn't have many songs of her own yet, she also performed covers of other songs, and every one of them was a delight to hear. When she sang her own songs, the audience in the live stream room responded with obvious enthusiasm, and people weren't stingy with their gifts either. Very quickly, Nailin Yanran's earnings surpassed those of the previous day. That was largely because there were far fewer trolls tonight compared to yesterday. Most of those who remained were truly drawn in by her singing. Her striking looks had become a secondary attraction. In the live stream room, Nailin Yanran tried to maintain her composure on the surface, though inside, her thoughts surged like stormy waves. She had a faint suspicion about Yao Lao's true identity. But neither she nor Li Tian realized that tonight's live stream was being watched by more than just ordinary viewers and fans. Among the audience were some major figures from the entertainment industry. Specifically, the director and producer of a long-standing variety show on television, as well as President Ma from Nailin Yanran's own company. They were gathered together at a banquet. If Nailin Yanran had been more mindful of social obligations, she would be here now, toasting and chatting warmly with the various executives. Instead, she had opted to earn a little extra through live streaming, skipping out on dinner with the higher-ups. Miss Nailin's voice and popularity certainly haven't disappointed us, the director and producer of the established variety show remarked, clearly satisfied with the results of her live stream. To command a live stream with nearly 10,000 viewers all on her own, that's truly impressive for a female artist. President Ma also chimed in with a smile. This time, our company's Nailin Yanran won't just be bringing in visible wings and decency to the show. If all goes as planned, she'll also perform her third new song live. Oh, her third song, came a voice tinged with curiosity. If I'm not mistaken, your company has already released 2 new songs for her. This should actually be her 6th, shouldn't it? President Ma replied, a bit sheepishly. It's true, truly good songs are hard to come by. The new songs we arranged for her simply don't compare to her original work, so we took the initiative to pull those 2 tracks. We'll just pretend she never performed them. So this will still count as her third new song. The producer chuckled. I'm genuinely looking forward to it. Her song Decency moved me deeply, and I can't wait to hear what she'll sing for her third. President Ma clinked glasses with him, smiling as well. I was touched by Decency too. We have many artists in our company, but few with such sincerity and individuality. The director laughed. She certainly has character to skip this kind of event and focus on live streaming instead. President Ma laughed as well. Talented singers deserve a bit more leeway. And I have to thank you, my old friend, for helping us out. After all, Nailin Yanran is still a somewhat controversial artist. Your decision to invite her must have come with its own pressures. The director replied, we go way back. Of course I'd do this for you. Besides, our team has discussed many times about making the show appeal to younger audiences. We need to incorporate more elements from online trends. Miss Nailin has managed to rise to fame in such a short time and has sparked a lot of discussion. She has both talent and good looks, which makes her a worthy candidate for our special guest. If the show goes well, we'll consider inviting more online singers and influencers. President Ma smiled as well. It's all for the ratings and the show's success. Totally understandable. The director clinked glasses with President Ma and laughed. Honestly, I don't quite get it. Miss Nailin is great, but she's divorced and has a child. Yet you're giving her so much attention, President Ma. Have your tastes changed recently? The producer, sitting nearby, immediately chimed in. What are you talking about? We both know what kind of person President Ma is. He values real talent. A female artist who can make 2 songs go viral in a row is a real treasure. If we can really help her become a star, it'll bring huge benefits and influence to the company. I was just joking, President Ma. Don't be upset. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment. With that, the director began to gulp down his drinks. President Ma chuckled, and as he continued watching the live stream, he said, honestly, I do have a bit of a personal motive. When Miss Nailin sings, there's this focus and purity in her that I just don't see in other female artists. Oh, the director and producer were both surprised. How so? It's hard to put into words. Maybe it's because her eyes aren't clouded by worldly concerns. There's only a pure devotion to her dreams. And, to be fair, her 2 songs are genuinely moving. The 2 of them fell silent for a moment. After taking a few bites, they nodded and said, there really is something special about her. In that case, here's to President Ma, achieving success and winning the heart of a beauty. A woman who's been hurt before, she truly knows how to be gentle. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan had no idea that his ex-wife had already caught the attention of a big shot. Still, he understood. The more outstanding a woman is, the more admirers she'll attract. The same goes for men. Tonight, since Jiejia wasn't around, Xiaoyan didn't spend much on gifts, just 20 yuan, which landed him at 59th place on today's fan leaderboard. The top 10, on the other hand, had each spent several thousand. President Ma also used an alternate account to send some gifts. Since he had his eye on this woman, he had to show some support. Nailin Yinran finally finished her live stream. She felt a bit exhausted, especially her throat. Singing for hours on end is not something just anyone can handle. President Ma's dinner had long since ended. Tonight was just a casual touch base. The specifics of Nailin Yinran joining the variety show would have to wait another 2 weeks. Seeing that Nailin Yinran had ended her stream, he picked up his phone, waiting for her to reach out. Mr. Ma was wealthy. In the past, he had supported those kawaii-style female internet celebrities. When he spent enough money, the girls would take the initiative to add him as a friend in chat. Mr. Ma had even slept with some of them, but as time went on, he realized that the really young ones still lacked the maturity and thoughtfulness he desired. After giving them a little breakup money, he simply stopped contacting them. Men of Mr. Ma's age and status often preferred innocent, pure young women, but after a while, even they grew curious about meeting women who were more mature and understanding. Nailin Yinran had a beautiful singing voice and could be considered a talented woman in her own right. Yet what left Mr. Ma both disappointed and amused was that Nailin Yinran never came to chat with him at all. Did I not spend enough tonight? He wondered. Mr. Ma never liked women who were too materialistic, so he hadn't gone overboard with his gifts. But it wasn't a trivial amount either. She really is a woman with her own personality, he thought. In truth, Nailin Yinran didn't enjoy reaching out to wealthy fans. She wanted to make money, yes, but she had her own principles. Tonight, she didn't message Miss Wong, nor did she talk to her moderators. Instead, she went searching for a fan called Old Medicine. With so many fans in the group chat, it took her quite a while to find his account. There were just too many fans wanting to message her privately. She couldn't possibly keep up. That's why her status message read, "No private chats. Feel free to talk in the live stream room." After her live streams, it was usually very late. Xiaoyan never expected that she would actually send Old Medicine a private message. Old Medicine? Xiaoyan replied with an ellipsis. He wanted to send a row of question marks, but he'd heard that girls usually hated that, so he resisted. Are you the same Old Medicine from the chat room? The one who offered to pay 1,000 yuan for me last time? Xiaoyan hadn't expected her to remember. He switched over to his Miss Wong account to check. Sure enough, she hadn't messaged Miss Wong. Yes, that's me. This time, it was her turn to send an ellipsis. Are you really my fan? Xiaoyan replied. I've got your fan badge in the live stream room. She asked, so, are you a guy or a girl? Xiaoyan chuckled. What do you think? You don't have many female fans yet, do you? You're definitely different from my other fans. How so? You're the only one who doesn't get all excited when talking to me. I'm totally excited. My fingers are shaking as I type, there's sweat on my forehead, and my heart is pounding. As Xiaoyan typed this, he was absent-mindedly picking his nose, completely calm. He'd been the first to use an ellipsis, but it seemed she'd gotten hooked on it now. All right, let me just ask you straight. Why did you choose the name Old Medicine? Xiaoyan quickly realized that something was off. There had to be a catch. He guessed that Nailin Yinran must have discovered something. Still, Xiaoyan knew this secret wouldn't stay hidden for long, just like the truth about Nailin Yinran's own background back then, so he didn't bother changing his name. I just picked it at random. I thought Yao Lao sounded pretty cool. Then why not call yourself Medicine Barrel? That name's even cooler. Honestly, That's a pretty good one, too. Xiaoyan was about to keep joking with Nailin Yanran, but she was more straightforward than expected. She cut right to the chase and asked, "Tell me honestly, are you Xiaoyan?" The question came so abruptly that Xiaoyan was caught off guard, but he still replied, "Are you talking about the main character from that novel? So, you're really not Xiaoyan, but you're Nailin Yanran?" On the other end, Nailin Yanran probably sighed before replying, "I thought it over and it just doesn't make sense. How could he possibly write such a popular novel? So, your name, you just picked it after reading that book? You could say that, but the person you're talking about, who exactly do you mean?" Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh. Part of him wanted to admit it, but that would be too easy. Teasing her was much more fun. Nailin Yanran would never guess in her wildest dreams that he actually had 3 different identities. "Don't worry about it. Just keep tonight's private chat between us. Be a good fan, and don't spread it around." "Ha ha. Nailin Yanran, you're adorable. Shut up. Don't use Yao Lao as your name anymore. It annoys me. Change it to Medicine Barrel." "That doesn't sound so great." Xiaoyan grinned and said, "What's in it for me if I change it? What? Are you like those other weirdos who want my used stockings or underwear?" A cough. Xiaoyan was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that there were fans who sent her such creepy messages. "That's not what I meant. If you don't change your name, I'll block you. But if you do as I say, I'll consider you a true fan and add you on my main account. I post updates about my daily life and some nice photos there. It's a bit of a reward." "All right, I'll change it right now." Xiaoyan gave in. As long as he didn't have to reveal who he really was, he could play the part of Nailin Yanran's diehard fan for now. "Change the name in your live stream room, too. I don't want to see that character's name from the novel." "Why? Because the novel made you look bad? What do you think?" So Xiaoyan changed the name for both his chat account and his short video username to Medicine Barrel. The name made him think of a powder keg, or maybe a rice bucket. He sighed. It was clear this woman hadn't let go of her suspicions entirely. Her request was definitely a little jab at him. As the saying goes, if you break up, you break up. There's always someone better, someone more obedient waiting for you. But in reality, unless the feelings are truly gone, it's hard to sever all ties in one clean cut. After Xiaoyan showed her the screenshot, she quickly added him with her main account. Xiaoyan had assumed it would be her personal account, the one that belonged to his ex-wife. But it wasn't. This so-called main account was one that most female influencers set up specifically for high-value fans. After all, not all fans are created equal. Some spend thousands in a single night, so you have to make them feel their money is buying them special privileges. Out of 10 female influencers, all 10 have separate accounts, one for regular fans and a main account reserved for the big spenders. Some less scrupulous influencers even go so far as to offer private streams when chatting with their wealthiest fans. If they're particularly close, those private chats might turn risque. But most of the time, that doesn't happen. There's always the risk of screenshots leaking, and that could cause a huge scandal. For instance, if a female influencer isn't streaming tonight, she's either meeting a wealthy fan in person or video chatting with him privately. In these chats, she's unfailingly sweet and compliant, making the fan feel as though he's talking to his girlfriend. That's how those big spenders stick around, showering her with gifts during the next live stream. Xiaoyan was surprised by how adept Nailin Yanran had become, especially since her recent divorce and sudden rise to fame. He knew, of course, that she would never actually offer real benefits to wealthy fans, but the thought still left him unsettled. He scrolled through the moments on her so-called main account. There were short videos and snapshots of her daily life. Since she hadn't been famous for long, she'd even dug up old photos to pad out her feed. What really made Xiaoyan both angry and amused was discovering photos he had taken for her. Swimsuit shots from their honeymoon at the beach, not long after they'd married. Xiaoyan had always been conservative, and although he'd agreed to take a few pictures, he made her promise never to post them online, only to keep them for herself. She'd agreed back then without hesitation. He never imagined. Now, she had chosen several of those photos, ones with bare thighs and tantalizing curves, and posted them to her main account as fan perks. The more Xiaoyan thought about it, the angrier he got. Sure, they were divorced now. Even if Nailin Yanran had a new boyfriend, it wasn't his business. But seeing those photos left a bitter taste in his mouth, worse than swallowing a fly. Nailin Yanran, I never realized you had such a great figure. Those swimsuit photos are really something. What's wrong? Want to see more? And with that, she sent over several more, each one in crystal clear high definition. Xiaoyan felt even more frustrated, but all he could do was ask, "Anything else? Is there anything more exciting? Are you trying to get yourself blocked by me?" She explained to herself, "Swimsuits at the beach all look like this. I'm not revealing anything special. As a devoted fan, you should just appreciate it and not let your imagination run wild. Don't test my patience or my boundaries. I'm a singer. Just think of the swimsuit photos as a little bonus, like a photo shoot perk. Ahem, ahem. I get it. But Xiao Yin was still smoldering inside. Swimsuit photos are everywhere. Just a quick search on Weibo or any forum and you'll find a ton. Nailing Yinran's One Piece was already pretty conservative. Still, what Xiao Yin really worried about was something else. If I send more gifts tonight, will there be more perks? Xiao Yin just wanted to know where her boundaries really were. You want to know? Why don't you try tomorrow night and see for yourself? Was this woman completely obsessed with money? So how much would be enough? How much do you have? 1,000. Then you'd better just wash up and go to bed. Nailing Yinran was pretty blunt, leaving Xiao Yin unsure how to respond. Nailing Yinran paused for a moment, as if trying to guess what he was thinking, then said, all right, don't overthink it. To be honest, swimsuit photo perks are already my limit. I won't offer anything more, not even if you send 100,000 or 1,000,000. I have my principles. Sure, I like money, but only if I don't have to cross the line. Well said. As soon as Xiao Yin heard her speak so seriously, his mood instantly improved. So he joked, then tomorrow I'll send $10. Forget it. Maybe I should just block you. Hey, don't. I even changed my name to Medicine Barrel for you. What more do you want? I'm not some rich guy. I can't send thousands in one night. I'm done chatting with you. Tonight, a new VIP sent me 9,000, and I barely said a word to him. Yet with you and your $20, I've already chatted for half an hour. Seriously? Are you really that practical? It's not about being practical. It's about being honest. Money doesn't just fall from the sky for anyone. I may not offer special services, but at the very least, some basic conversation is the least I can do. With that, Nailing Yinran really did stop chatting with Xiao Yin. This left Xiao Yin feeling a deep sigh. Reality is, after all, a society built on money. If you have money, you're the boss. If you don't, you're just a follower. But then, something dramatic happened. Xiao Yin's other account lit up. It was Miss Wang. And on that account, Nailing Yinran was the only friend he had. This woman, who can tailor her words to suit whoever she's talking to, suddenly softened her tone and became much more amiable when she addressed Miss Wang. Miss Wang, are you there? Xiao Yin couldn't help but smile wryly. How could she not be? Just a moment ago, he had been chatting with her using the Medicine Barrel account, and her tone then had been anything but friendly. Every other sentence was about money. She was as pragmatic as could be. Xiao Yin didn't want to reply to her right away. He stood up, poured himself a cup of tea, and walked over to the window. He gazed out at the stars and moon, listening to the endless chorus of insects outside. Taking a sip of tea, he sighed, stretched lazily, set down his cup, and finally sat back down to type his reply. Yes, I'm still up. It's so late. I thought your cousin was pestering you again, leaving you no time to chat with me. No, Miss Wang. Tonight, I ended my live stream half an hour early, just so I could talk with you. I've locked my cousin outside the door. She can't come in without my permission. Nailing Yinran's attitude towards Miss Wang was clearly different. She switched straight to a voice message. I just checked. My cousin hasn't even knocked or tried to come in. It's unusual for her. I guess she's gotten completely absorbed in a novel. Reading a novel? Yes, but let's talk about that later. Right now, I want to discuss something important. Nailing Yinran's tone was serious. Xiao Yin smiled as he typed his response. All right, I'm listening. The thing you mentioned this morning, asking me to participate in that variety show, I talked to my bosses at the company today, and they all agreed. They said they'd get in touch with the show's team as soon as possible and set everything up for me. Nailing Yinran went on enthusiastically. Miss Wang, you have no idea how excited I've been all day. In just over half a month, I've gone from being an ordinary divorced woman to having 1 million followers with 2 hit songs under my belt. And now, in just 2 weeks, I'll be joining a classic television variety show. It all feels like a dream. Listening to Nailing Yinran's story, Xiao Yin felt just as moved. To be honest, it feels like a dream to me, too. Nailing Yinran laughed. Why is that? Xiao Yin half joked, half serious. Because before I met you, I had no idea I had such musical talent. The songs I wrote for you have all become hits in your voice. I think we're a perfect match, a partnership written in the stars. Haha, Miss Wang, you really have a way with words. Clearly, this is just a word collaboration, but somehow it feels like we're falling in love. Nailing Yinran got down to business. To be honest, Miss Wang, I'm especially looking forward to your 3rd new song. I've already been bragging about it at the company today. If 2 weeks from now, I can't deliver a new song on a variety show, I'll be a laughingstock. To put her at ease, Xiao Yin smiled and said, don't worry. Actually, I started writing the 3rd song right after I finished the 2nd one, Dignity. Now all that's left is to polish up the arrangement and a few details. There shouldn't be any major problems. I knew you wouldn't let me down, Miss Wang, but I'm so nervous and so excited right now. While I'm live streaming, it's not too bad. I'm just singing in front of my phone. The comments feel just like the scrolling messages you see when watching TV dramas, so I can adapt pretty quickly. But when I think about stepping on such a big stage, facing so many people in the audience with hosts and cameras all pointed at me, just imagining it makes my nerves go wild. Xiao Yan reassured her, "Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. If it helps, I can send you the lyrics of the third new song in advance, so you can take a look first." Yes, yes, please. Nailin Yinran agreed without hesitation. What's the title of the third song? It's called Hello Tomorrow. Xiaoyan typed it out and sent it to her. Watching our younger selves grow distant. Waiting in the center of Fate's plaza. Those blurry shoulders. The faster we run, the smaller we become. Friends who once walked side by side. Scattered after raising a toast. Growing up, all I can do is run. So afraid of stumbling in the darkness. Hello, tomorrow, smiling through tears. The more beautiful it is, the more I fear to have it. Every time I cry, I run on with a smile. Losing and searching at the same time. Hello, tomorrow, my voice so small. Nailin Yinran read through the lyrics for a long time. Even though she didn't know much about arrangement or how the song should be sung just yet, the words moved her. Deeply, the spirit within was as uplifting as that of invisible wings. Full of positive energy, yet tinged with a gentle sadness for what had been lost in the past. Miss Wang, this song? That's right. I wrote it especially for you, Xiao Yin replied, shamelessly taking credit. Nailin Yinran was so touched, her voice caught in her throat. Miss Wang, meeting you has truly been the greatest fortune in my life. Thank you so much. Both the style and the meaning of the lyrics fit Nailin Yinran perfectly. From the very beginning, there had been a light in her eyes and a passion for her dream in her voice. That's why Miss Wang was inspired to write Invisible Wings, with lyrics like, I've always had invisible wings, carrying me, giving me hope, until at last I see all my dreams bloom. It was indeed this very song that allowed Nailin Yinran to taste, for the first time, the sweetness of a dream realized. The second song, Dignity, contains lyrics that go, I love you with no regrets, and I respect how our story ends. Our breakup should be dignified. No need for apologies, no debts to be repaid. Clearly, these words resonated with her situation at the time, when she was nearly universally criticized online, accused of being a fraud, of marrying, divorcing, even having a child. This song, Dignity, rose powerfully to fame. It shifted the focus of countless netizens away from Nailin Yinran's personal history and onto the song itself. The song was truly moving, striking a chord with countless men and women who had parted ways. Even Mr. Ma, the company executive, was touched. After hearing Nailin Yinran perform it live, it was then that he began to see her in a new light and decided to support and promote her. Not long ago, Nailin Yinran had mentioned in a chat with Medicine Barrel the new patron who spent over 9,000 that evening. Mr. Ma was, in fact, that very benefactor. Now this song, Hello, Tomorrow, once again pierced straight to Nailin Yinran's core. Even without a melody, the soul-stirring lyrics alone urged her to let go of the past and race toward a brighter tomorrow. Nailin Yinran was deeply moved. Her voice was choked with emotion as she said, Miss Wang, you've been so incredibly kind to me. Xiao Yin replied with a smile, It's a fair exchange. If you can make my songs popular, even though I'm not after fame, I still gain both money and a quiet sense of fulfillment. We each get what we need. Their conversation was a delight, especially for Nailin Yinran. She had always dreamed of having such a talented lyricist and composer by her side, someone who could help her safeguard her dreams. Night gradually deepened. Xiao Yin had clearly promised his daughter, Jia, that he wouldn't stay up late again, but tonight it seemed inevitable. He was busy chatting with her mother. Nailin Yinran was thoroughly engaged in the conversation, and Xiao Yin secretly chuckled at how quickly she replied. It seemed she wouldn't have time to chat with her wealthy fans tonight. There was a subtle thrill, as if he had managed to monopolize the most sought-after beauty in the Red Mansion. Their conversation began to drift from work to their personal lives. Nailin Yinran said, Miss Wang, between us, I'll let you in on a secret. My cousin hasn't come over to bother me tonight. I don't think she'll show up at all. You said she's reading a novel? Yes. My cousin has been influenced by some questionable people since she was young and has developed a real love for novels. In fact, she told me today she'd found a particularly strange one. Questionable people? Xiao Yin couldn't help but feel exasperated. That was clearly a jab at him. Before my live stream tonight, I looked into it as well. That novel even has my name in it. Xiao Yin chuckled to himself, but still asked, could it be written by one of your fans? Probably not, but it's possible. There's someone rather odd in my streaming room and fan group. He goes by Out Lao, the same name as a character in that novel. Before chatting with you, I even looked into him. And what did you find? I think he's a total goofball. Xiao Yan's smile froze. Why would you say that? He actually wanted to see some revealing photos of me. Xiao Yan was stunned. Since when did I ever ask to see your scantily clad photos? As your ex-husband, do I even need to ask for those? What a joke. Seriously? That's shameless. He had no choice. Now that he was playing the role of Miss Wong, he had to stick to her personality. He never said it outright, but I could just tell this man is a closet pervert. Out of all my photos and videos on my social feed, he ignored everything except for my swimsuit pictures. Think about it. What kind of gentleman goes straight for those and comments so boldly? Now Xiao Yan understood. Back then, he reacted out of impulse. How could he not? Suddenly seeing a swimsuit photo he'd personally taken for her appear on his ex-wife's main account? Of course it made him uneasy, so that's why he'd brought it up right away. There's definitely something off about that. But, honestly, most men are a bit lecherous by nature. Maybe he just got overexcited. That's what I thought too. And he shamelessly asked me if giving more gifts would get him something even more thrilling. I swear, I was so mad I wanted to reach through the internet and strangle him. Who's he think he is? If I wasn't worried about getting flamed online later, I'd have let him drop $1 million in gifts and then blocked him on the spot. Whoa, that's ruthless. Well, since he's your fan, he's probably obsessed with you. Some men really could be too lustful. Exactly. If he wasn't at least a supportive fan, I would have blocked him right then and there. Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He asked, so what's that novel you mentioned? Nailin Yinran's tone suddenly turned serious. Battle Through the Heavens. Of course, Xiaoyan had guessed it would be that book. From Nailin Yinran's odd remarks throughout the evening, he'd already sensed as much. She even seemed to suspect that this Yao Lao was none other than the author of Battle Through the Heavens, or perhaps even her ex-husband, Xiaoyan. But Xiaoyan hasn't admitted anything yet, but neither has he denied it. Back when he was madly in love with Nailin Yinran, he picked up a bit of musical knowledge. Similarly, Nailin Yinran also knew a thing or two about the numbers behind online novels. For people who don't read web fiction or have no connection to the industry, Battle Through the Heavens is nowhere near as influential as a beautiful internet celebrity with over 1 million fans. After all, those female streamers can casually go live for 2 hours and earn tens of thousands. If they're lucky enough to meet a wealthy patron, making over 100,000 in a single night isn't even considered newsworthy anymore, especially since they're acquainted with so many rich men. Picking one at random, they easily find themselves mingling with high society. On top of that, internet streaming spreads through video, naturally reaching a far wider audience. Outsiders might not think much of Battle Through the Heavens, but Nailin Yinran understands. Her ex-husband toiled in obscurity for a decade, so she knows exactly what the numbers for Battle Through the Heavens represent. If the book doesn't fall off later on, even just maintaining its current success, its copyright alone could be developed into countless opportunities on Shueisha. By then, Battle Through the Heavens could spawn games, comics, animation, TV series, maybe even films on the big screen, not to mention all kinds of merchandise, all of which could generate substantial profits and influence. And for such a novel to have been written by her useless, spineless ex-husband Xiao Yan, she simply couldn't bring herself to believe it. So, her first reaction was to doubt that her ex-husband had written it. Secondly, after learning about this medicine barrel character, she got the impression he was an incorrigible womanizer. Swimsuit photo. Shoots are nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, not just for female streamers, but also for actresses, models, even ordinary women. Search online and you'll find countless examples. Yet this medicine barrel keeps exposing his true nature over such trivial matters. No doubt about it. He's a man who's never seen much of the opposite sex, the type commonly called a creepy guy. With such a reputation, it's hard to imagine him as the author of Battle Through the Heavens on Shueisha. Of course, some suspicion remained, but it had dropped from 50% to just 20, maybe even less. So, have you read this book? Xiaoyan asked. Truth be told, when he copied Battle Through the Heavens, he did think Nailin Yinran's dramatic breakup scene was a bit much. He wanted to change it, but was afraid of disrupting the novel's classic flow. Besides, right after their divorce, he still held some resentment toward her. Xiaoyan had treated her so well for the first 5 years. It was only when his business began to struggle and his mood soured that the argument started piling up. Still, he believed he'd never done anything to truly hurt her. At most, he'd chipped away at her affection for him, bit by bit, with each quarrel. But in his darkest hour, she chose to leave him. Whether it was for herself or for their child, Jujia, there was inevitably a trace of resentment in Xiao Yan's heart toward her. Yet Xiao Yan made no effort to hold her back. He let her go and granted her freedom. At that time, under such circumstances, Xiao Yan was copying Battle Through the Heavens. The story of Nailin Yinran breaking off the engagement so closely mirrored the hurt his ex-wife had caused him. The dramatic changes that followed were, in fact, 80% due to the appearance of the Marvel chat group. It brought hope to Xiao Yan's once hopeless life. As for the other 20%, it was because Nailin Yinran wasn't as heartless as he had imagined. After their divorce, she even helped him pay off a debt of 110,000 yuan. By this point, Xiao Yan's emotions were no longer mired in loss and despair. Hope had returned, life was back on track, and he began to reflect on himself. Over the past year, he truly had made many mistakes. He shouldn't have let the negative emotions from work spill into his personal life. And he certainly shouldn't have ignored advice, making the same mistakes over and over. Xiao Yan wasn't a genius. He'd had his good moments and his bad decisions. But now, with the Marvel chat group as his golden opportunity, he chose a fresh start. He decided to make up for past regrets, to seek out the happiness he once had. In a lifetime, it's never easy to commit to loving just one person, but Xiao Yan was willing to give it his best effort. Nailin Yanran had many flaws, but her strengths far outweighed them. She was worth loving, worth protecting, worth pursuing. I haven't read it yet. Things have been hectic for me lately, Nailin Yanran replied. You actually ended up as a character in a novel? That must be interesting. I'll have to check it out later, Xiao Yan said, speaking from the perspective of Miss Wang. You'd better not read it. I checked the wiki, and from what I can tell, it was probably written by one of my haters, turning me into the villain, Nailin Yanran replied helplessly. That does seem a bit much, Xiao Yan remarked. They chatted for a while longer before wishing each other good night and going off to sleep. Xiao Yan truly went to sleep. He had promised his daughter not to stay up late anymore. But Nailin Yanran only pretended to sleep. There was no way she could resist reading Battle Through the Heavens. She had to stay up and see for herself. She wanted to know just how her talented nemesis had chosen to portray her. As for Xiao Yan, he didn't continue browsing on his phone. There was simply too much to read and chat about on that device. Once you started, it was impossible to stop for hours. So he decided not to open it all. That was the wisest choice. He'd said he was going to read the novel, but instead, he went straight to sleep. Nailin Yanran, on the other hand, claimed she was going to bed, but ended up diving into the novel. Back when she was with Xiao Yan, she'd read quite a bit of his writing. Truth be told, it wasn't great. If anything, it was the perfect cure for insomnia. But perhaps it was because she hadn't read a novel in such a long time, she actually found this book, which was written to vilify her, rather enjoyable. Although the broken engagement scene was both laughable and exasperating, if she were Nailin Yanran in the story, she would have done the same. No woman would willingly marry a good-for-nothing, especially when Nailin Yanran in the novel held such a noble status. As she kept reading, Nailin Yanran found herself unable to put the book down. The story flowed smoothly, with a plot that was truly captivating. At last, she stayed up all night to finish it, and Nailin Yanran couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This really was a good book, if only one could forget that the main character was Xiao Yan and the heroine was Nailin Yanran herself. The feeling was uncanny, almost as if she were watching herself from the outside. The author, this so-called anti-fan, must have known her ex-husband personally. Otherwise, how could he have written with such familiarity? Although the Nailin Yanran in the novel was disliked by most readers, there were still a few who sympathized with her actions. It wasn't character assassination for its own sake. The story provided ample justification. Even Nailin Yanran herself began to reconsider her initial opinions and prejudices. This novel didn't simply paint her in a negative light. It offered real reasons behind every choice. Perhaps, she thought, that's what true storytelling is all about. Nailin Yanran glanced at the clock. It was nearly dawn, a fact that left her with a headache. Looks like I won't be able to go to the office tomorrow. She typed out a message and scheduled it to be sent to Nailin Zhao's phone. Since it wasn't office hours yet, she didn't want to disturb his sleep, so she set the message to be delivered at the start of his workday. After turning off her phone, Nailin Yanran let out a long yawn, then lay down and drifted off to sleep. I'm exhausted. It's been ages since I stayed up this late. Recently, she had even set aside her binge-watching habits. The reason was simple. She was just too busy, with no time to spare. While Nailin Yanran was finally falling asleep, Xiao Yan on the other side was already close to waking up. He too had scheduled his chapters for release. As soon as people woke up in the morning, they'd see his latest updates, followed by more at noon and in the evening. 3 chapters a day, unfailingly consistent. When Nailin Zhao received his cousin's message, his expression changed ever so slightly. Had she been out with someone last night? Any man's first instinct would be to think that. After all, it wouldn't occur to him that Nailin Yanran had simply stayed up all night reading a novel. He read through her message carefully and gave a wry smile. This girl, she was already an adult, but still so unreliable in her ways. At the end of her message, Nailin Yanran had even added a little note. I'm going to sleep now. Don't bother replying. With Nailin Yanran absent from the office today, several colleagues began asking about her whereabouts. Where's Nailin Yanran? I watched her live stream last night. Her performance of dignity was truly beautiful. Even Mr. Ma couldn't help but ask. She's not feeling very well, so she won't be coming to the office today. How did that happen? I'll visit her after work. No, there's really no need for that. If I took you to see Nailin Yinran, she'd hold it against me. Nailin Zhao replied, surprised by how much Mr. Ma cared for his cousin. Besides, she's quite reserved. If you, as her boss, visited her in person while she's unwell, I'm afraid she'd be more overwhelmed than touched. Mr. Ma, who knew a bit about Nailin Yinran's personality, nodded in understanding. All right, I get it. Still, I'll buy her a few things. Could you bring them to her after work? Of course. Thank you on Nailin Yinran's behalf, Mr. Ma. Meanwhile, as Nailin Yinran drifted into deep sleep, Xiao Yin slowly began to wake up. He went downstairs to brush his teeth and wash his face, and to his surprise, Jia was already up. Instead of sleeping in, she came bouncing out in her adorable pajamas, clutching a fluffy stuffed animal. Daddy, you're up. It's still early. Would you like to sleep a bit longer? Xiao Yin had just finished brushing his teeth, a bit of toothpaste still at the corner of his mouth. I'm so happy. Daddy promised not to stay up late anymore, and you really kept your word. Xiao Yin couldn't help but smile. After washing his face, he dried off with a towel and gently patted Jia's little head. Daddy promised you, so of course I'll do my best to keep my word. So, you should be a good girl too. If you're not going back to bed, try changing into your clothes by yourself. Okay. Jia scurried off to her room to get dressed. Though she was still very young, summer clothes were simple. Just a dress, easy enough to put on. Xiao Yin wanted to start teaching her how to dress herself. After all, his daughter was growing up day by day. As her father, there were some things he couldn't keep doing for her forever, like helping with her underwear or giving her baths. Today was another bright, sunny day. As Xiao Yin headed to the bathroom, he couldn't help but think how wonderful life was now compared to the stormy days just a fortnight ago. He knew for certain that his ex-wife, after enjoying that novel, must have fallen into the sweetest of dreams. He really wished he could see her face when she read about him becoming the young master of the Yunlan sect. It must be absolutely priceless. Meanwhile, Jia had finished dressing herself in her little summer dress, holding the snack her father had bought her. The little white dog followed at her heels as she squatted down and offered a treat. At that moment, music began to play upstairs. Jia dashed back up. It was a phone call for her dad. The screen showed Ouyang Xiao Xiao and Xiao Xiao. Jia certainly remembered Ouyang Xiao Xiao. She was a very lively girl who used to come over and play quite often, and she wasn't much older than Jia herself. Hello. Jia picked up the phone and answered the call. Huh? Is that Jia? Yes, it's me. Auntie, are you calling to speak to my dad? Where's your dad? Ouyang Xiao Xiao asked, her curiosity piqued. Dad, he's... Jia ran to the window and called out for her father in a loud voice. Hearing Xiao Yan's reply from somewhere nearby, she figured out where he was and answered in her childish, sweet voice. Dad's in the bathroom right now, Annie. If you have something to say, you can just tell me. While talking to Ouyang Xiao Xiao on the phone, Jia squatted down and started petting the little white dog. The puppy licked her tiny hands, making her giggle with delight. For a moment, Ouyang Xiao Xiao was silent, taken aback by the chorus of summer insects chirping in the countryside, mingling with the puppy's playful sounds and Jia's bright laughter. Jia was such a well-behaved, obedient child. Her carefree laughter almost made Ouyang Xiao Xiao doubt that her cousin had gone bankrupt or that Jia had lost her mother and come to live in a single-parent household. For a while, Ouyang Xiao Xiao nearly forgot what she had wanted to ask. After an awkward pause, she finally said, Jia, did something especially happy happen today? Dad didn't stay up late last night, so he was well-behaved. That makes me very happy, Jia answered cheerfully. Ouyang Xiao Xiao had imagined all sorts of reasons, but this was not one she had considered. She hesitated for a moment, then asked, Is that really all it takes to make you this happy, Jia? Yes. Jia continued to chat on the phone, playing with the puppy at the same time. Auntie, let me show you our puppy, she said. Ouyang Xiao Xiao still wasn't quite used to Jia's upbeat mood. Plus, she'd stayed up late reading a novel herself the night before, so her eyes ached and her head felt heavy. Jia, using mobile data for video calls is expensive. Ouyang Xiao Xiao worried that Jia didn't understand that video calls could use up a lot of data. It's okay, we have Wi-Fi at home, Jia replied, cheerfully switching on the video call. Ouyang Xiao Xiao accepted the request, a bit surprised. Jia had lived in the city before and was quite familiar with electronic devices. Even in the countryside these days, few children didn't know how to use a smartphone. Jia, where are you and your dad living now? Isn't it your old home in the countryside? Yes, we're in the countryside, Jia replied. There's internet in the countryside now? Ouyang Xiao Xiao was genuinely surprised. It had been so many years since she'd last seen what rural life was like. Andy, look, this is our puppy, Yin Yin. Isn't he adorable? He's adorable, Jia. Actually, the reason I called today is to ask you, does your dad, is he still writing novels? As long as you keep writing, Mommy will keep singing, and Daddy will certainly keep writing his novels, too. Jia knew this very well. Ouyang Xiao watched through her phone as Jia played with the little white dog, finally gathering the courage to ask the real reason for her call. Jia, has your dad changed at all lately while he's been writing his novel? He has. Jia didn't hide anything. Daddy says his new novel is a big hit now, and he can make over 10,000 yuan a month. Thud. Ouyang Xiao felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. In that instant, all of her suspicions seemed to become reality. Her palms even started to sweat a little. How could this be possible? Was it all really true? Ouyang Xiao's voice began to tremble. Jia, tell me, is your dad's new novel called Battle Through the Heavens? Daddy's coming out? Annie, how about you talk to him yourself? I'm still little, and there are a lot of words in Daddy's stories I don't know, so I'm not that sure. With that, Jia dashed downstairs, and Ouyang Xiao could still hear her voice in the background. Daddy, it's Annie on the phone. Auntie. Xiaoyan was a bit surprised. Ouyang Xiao had called before. Back when Xiaoyan was down on his luck, she had comforted him more than once. But after all, she was just a teenage girl, and it wasn't really appropriate for her to keep calling her brother-in-law, so they hadn't been in touch lately. Oh, just a moment. Let me wash my hands. After washing up, Xiaoyan picked up the phone. Jia wasn't interested in eavesdropping. She chased the little white dog out into the yard to play. Brother-in-law. Ouyang Xiao felt a little nervous facing Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan stepped into the shade of a tree and smiled. Did you call because something's up? He already had a hunch about the reason for her call, but on the surface, he kept up a facade of innocence. Otherwise, his secret identities as Medicine Barrel and Miss Wong would be exposed. Ouyang Xiao pretended to cough a couple of times, searching for a way to broach such an awkward topic. Well, brother-in-law, I wanted to ask, I heard from Jia that your new book is a hit, and you can earn over 10,000 yuan a month. What's the title of your new novel? As soon as Ouyang Xiao finished asking, her heart jumped to her throat. She nervously bit her thumbnail, afraid she might offend her brother-in-law. The new book? Battle Through the Heavens. Her brother-in-law's calm voice left Ouyang Xiao utterly stunned. For a moment, she was so shocked she didn't even know what to say. That was just too straightforward. Last night, when Xiaoyan was about to come clean to Nailin Yanran on board the Medicine Barrel, to be honest, he hesitated for a moment. But now, speaking over the phone with Ouyang Xiao, he felt there was no need to hide anything. After all, just like the matter of having a child after divorcing Nailin Yanran, this was something impossible to conceal. Nor was there any reason to. Brother-in-law, is this really true? Ouyang Xiao could hardly believe it. That novel collection, Battle Through the Heavens, which has already surpassed 100,000 in popularity. Are you saying you wrote that, brother-in-law? What? You don't believe me? Xiaoyan asked with a teasing smile. No, brother-in-law, I'm genuinely happy that you achieved your dream. It's just it feels almost unbelievable. It wasn't just a little unbelievable. It was incredible. An author who had written novels for 10 years without ever making it big suddenly pens Battle Through the Heavens. And the new book's performance is so outstanding, almost on par with the top writers launching their new works. Even last night, as she was reading, she felt utterly astonished. After all, in a novel destined for greatness, the male lead shares her brother-in-law's name, the female lead shares her cousin's name, and the two had just recently divorced in real life. Written into the story, it becomes a broken engagement. To be honest, I'm amazed at how well it's doing, Xiaoyan replied candidly. When he first started adapting the story, he thought that making it into the top 10 on the new books chart would have been quite an achievement. He never imagined it would soar to the #1 spot across the entire site. Every day, just the tips from readers amount to at least 500 coins, and if someone becomes an alliance leader, it doubles. Brother-in-law, you're incredible. You really are my idol. Do you know, I nearly stayed up all night just to catch up to your latest update. I just couldn't get enough. Your writing is truly amazing. Xiaoyan simply laughed in response. Brother-in-law, I'm so happy for you that your dream came true. Ouyang Xiao went on, her excitement spilling over. After all, her brother-in-law had been her idol since she was a child, so now she wanted to be just like him, writing novels and becoming an author herself. But, brother-in-law, you turned my sister into a broken engagement villainess in your story. It feels, well, a little strange. Xiaoyan chuckled and said, Art comes from life, but it must also rise above life. Your sister was the one who asked for the divorce. I just adapted it a little and turned it into a plot for the novel. There's nothing wrong with that. With a half-serious, half-playful tone, Xiaoyan added, Actually, I should thank her. If she hadn't inspired me, I might never have found the spark to write this story, and wouldn't have earned all this recognition. Ouyang Xiao was silent for a moment, realizing that her brother-in-law was right. Her sister really was too much, worse even than Nalan Yanran from those novels. Making her the young mistress of the Yunlan sect was already more than generous. Brother-in-law, since you've already written my sister into the story, why not add me too? I'm so naturally beautiful. It would be such a shame not to be included. Well, let's see about that when the time comes. Xiaoyan replied vaguely. After all, he was copying someone else's work. The names Xiao Yin and Nalan Yanran were just a coincidence. He honestly had no idea whether Ouyang Xiaoxiao's name would appear in the original novel later on. After hanging up the phone with her brother-in-law, Ouyang Xiaoxiao was still brimming with excitement. The whole thing felt almost unreal. Battle Through the Heavens. Such an impressive book, and to think her brother-in-law was the one who wrote it. It was simply unbelievable. On Xiaoyan's end, he could already imagine what would happen next. As soon as Ouyang Xiaoxiao learned this earth-shattering news, she would rush to tell her sister. And then, a rather dramatic scene would unfold. Xiaoyan really wished he could see Nalan Yanran's face when she found out. Her shock will be priceless. Meanwhile, Ouyang Xiaoxiao dashed off to knock on her sister's door. But Nalan Yanran was already on guard. She put up a sign on her door, "Do not disturb my sleep, or else." Nalan Yanran had also stayed up late reading the novel last night, even later than Ouyang Xiaoxiao. So naturally, she was sleeping in later too. Battle Through the Heavens. To think that this novel making waves on the waterball platform was actually written by Xiao Yin, what a terrifying thought. Ouyang Xiaoxiao could barely contain herself. She was dying to tell her cousin. But it was clear, now was not the time. Ouyang Xiaoxiao held back for a long while, weighing the consequences. In the end, she decided not to disturb her cousin's sleep. Instead, she kept busy snatching red envelopes. In the Battle Through the Heavens reader group, the group now had over 900 members. Knowing her brother-in-law was the author, she felt a whole new sense of pride. The group admin replied to her as well, sharing the same mindset as Xiao Yin. Ouyang Xiaoxiao didn't reveal her true identity, but chatted along with the admin. Xiao Yin didn't know who she was, so he responded with polite, official enthusiasm. They didn't say much, but did add each other as friends. Ouyang Xiaoxiao hadn't bothered to register a separate account. She was still quite young, and hadn't added her brother-in-law on any messaging apps before. While waiting for her cousin to wake up, Ouyang Xiaoxiao didn't feel bored at all. Battle Through the Heavens was just too popular. There was so much to enjoy. Meanwhile, Nalan Yanran was dreaming about the novel's plot. In her dream, she found herself inside the story, leading people to the Xiao family to break off an engagement. The strange part was that, during this dramatic confrontation, she was holding her phone and live streaming the whole thing. She even faced the camera and thanked the big brother for his gift. Such chaotic, bewildering dreams still seemed almost unbelievable to Nalan Yanran, even after she finally woke up. Her eyes were still rimmed with red as she looked toward the window. Unknowingly, dusk had already fallen. She had slept for so long. When you're alone and sleep until nightfall, there's a profound sense of loneliness. In that moment of waking, it feels as if the whole world is empty but for yourself, leaving you with a deep sense of loss. Nalan Yanran steadied her emotions and turned over, glancing at the door. Thankfully, Ouyang Xiaoxiao hadn't come to bother her. She ruffled her hair and sat up. The season had brought a chill she hadn't expected. No doubt the air conditioning was set too low. Sitting there in a daze, she found herself longing for the man who had hurt her so deeply, wondering what he might be doing at that very moment. She missed her daughter, Jia, terribly. Was her little girl missing her too? Was she crying out for her mother again? No, this couldn't go on. Nalan Yanran refused to let herself fall any further. She decided that after her upcoming appearance on the television variety show, she would bring her daughter to live with her. By then, she would be capable enough, and that man would have no choice but to face reality. The reality was that a weak, useless man like him simply wasn't fit to raise their child. He couldn't possibly provide Jia with the education or life she deserved. But Nalan Yanran could. She got up and washed up quickly. She was starving. Heading into the kitchen to find something to eat, she couldn't help but remember, before the divorce, she used to cook with real care because she knew someone was waiting to share a meal with her. Now, she felt like she had truly become single. Meanwhile, after Ouyang Xiaoxiao called him, Xiaoyan's feelings were far from calm. Today, he knew, was the day he could finally hold his head high before his wife. Even if his newfound glory hadn't come in the cleanest way. Still, what man doesn't want to be respected and admired by his own wife? Surely no man in the world wants to be seen as useless or a failure by the woman he loves. But he waited, and still, Nalan Yanran didn't call. Is she still asleep? He wondered. Xiaoyan hadn't expected Ouyang Xiaoxiao to resist waking Nalan Yanran. After all, Battle Through the Heavens really was written by her brother-in-law. For an event like this, he was surprised she could hold back. It was past 2 in the afternoon, the hottest time of summer day. Waves of heat shimmered outside the window, and even the tree leaves curled under the relentless sun. If Xiaoyan hadn't written Battle Through the Heavens, he would probably still be laying bricks on a construction site. There's no shame in any honest work, but some jobs demand far too much sweat and sacrifice. Xiaoyan hadn't been working as a laborer for long, but his skin, tanned by the sun, still hadn't recovered its original color, and the calluses covering his hands hadn't faded either. Only the blisters that once left raw wounds had finally begun to heal and lighten. He never did receive a call from Nailin Yanran, but instead, the first call he got was from the chief editor of the novel website. Xiaoyan felt a mix of awe and anxiety. "Don't be nervous," the editor reassured him. "If anyone should be nervous, it's us. Mr. Xiaoyan, your work, Battle Through the Heavens, is truly outstanding. It's already showing signs of becoming a phenomenon. To make sure this excellent story reaches even more readers, the entire editorial team met first thing this morning, and we've decided to grant your novel special privileges." Every word the chief editor spoke after that felt to Xiaoyan like he was dreaming. A full network, free recommendation. This was the highest honor any novel on the site could receive, because it wasn't just a recommendation from one platform, but from all of their partner channels. The site Xiaoyan wrote for was, of course, the biggest literary platform on Shueisha, and its network of partners included Weibo, forums, chat apps, browsers, and more, over a dozen different channels. And now, before Battle Through the Heavens had even been officially launched, with not even that many chapters out, it was about to receive the best recommendation across the entire network. Xiaoyan was so excited he could barely contain himself. His hands were trembling uncontrollably. What kind of honor was this? Even the established stars hadn't received such treatment. The entire editorial team had decided to focus their efforts on making Battle Through the Heavens a sensation. The chief editor even hinted outright that, as long as the network-wide performance stats next week were promising, he could immediately switch contracts from a standard agreement to a top-tier author contract. In other words, on Shueisha, Xiaoyan would be the very first writer to achieve top author status before his novel even launched. Top author status meant full copyright development. In other words, the site wanted to fully develop the rights to Battle Through the Heavens. The excitement was overwhelming. Every muscle in his body was trembling. After 10 years of writing with little success, to be recognized like this, to finally have his moment in the sun. How could words possibly capture this feeling? On the phone, Xiaoyan promised the chief editor again and again that he would not let him down. He vowed to pour his heart into Battle Through the Heavens. When he finally hung up, he paused to take a deep breath, and then another. Was this really the start of copyright development? Ding dong. Just as Xiaoyan was struggling to calm his racing heart, a notification popped up on his phone from the Marvel chat group. "Congratulations, you've grabbed the group owner Iron Man's red envelope. Congratulations, you've also snagged Iron Man's second boredom relief, red envelope." Xiaoyan was stunned. 2 red packets had arrived at once. This was the first time he'd encountered such a thing since joining the Marvel chat group. He opened red packet 1. "Congratulations, you've received 5,000 yuan in cash, 1 piece of Iron Man armor fragment, and 1 random art gift pack." Red packet 2. "Congratulations, you've received a cash red packet of 2,000 yuan and a small random art gift pack." He was overjoyed. Xiaoyan's mood soared beyond words. He immediately transferred the cash to his bank account. After all, he was buried in debt, and money was what mattered most to him right now. Ding dong. Bank account number 233310086, credited with 2,000 yuan. Account balance 22,502.89 yuan. Bank account number 233310086, credited with 5,000 yuan. Account balance 27,502.89 yuan. This was still the same old account he used for daily living expenses. Back in the day, earning 200 yuan took him a whole day's work. Now, after joining this special group, just 2 red packets had brought in 7,000 yuan. At first, Xiaoyan had worried that Nailin Yanran would get carried away with her newfound success. But now, he found himself concerned that grabbing red packets for easy cash might turn him into someone who just waits around, relying on luck to get by. He had to admit, making money really had become a bit too easy lately. At the last class reunion, he'd even told Guo Wenwen that he had no plans to get back into business anytime soon. But now, his fingers were starting to itch again. It was true that his dream was to write novels, but to live a better life, he knew he'd still need to work. So once he'd paid off his debts, he'd consider going back into business again. But for now, it was still too soon to think about all that. He decided to keep saving the Iron Man armor fragments. Now he had 3 in total. Not bad at all. Red packet 2 was a small one, so it didn't have any Iron Man armor fragments. Still, Xiaoyan wasn't too greedy when it came to these supernatural items. Eager for double the surprises, he opened both the regular random art gift pack and the small art gift pack at the same time. Congratulations, you've obtained Book 5 of Battle Through the Heavens, Buddha's Fury Flame Lotus, Book 6, The Alchemist Convention, and Book 7, The Great Battle at Yunlan's Sect. Note, novels are currently for online reading only and can't be downloaded. This time, there were no volumes of Soul Land. It was all Battle Through the Heavens. It really felt like opening a treasure chest, and finding 3 new books waiting for him was simply exhilarating. Just then, the chief editor called to tell him about next week's super feature recommendation, and Xiaoyan no longer had to worry about running out of content. In that moment, Xiaoyan stopped waiting for Nalan Yinran's call. Instead, he poured himself a cup of tea and dove straight into reading his novels. There are 3 volumes in total, and at night, he still has to work on his own flop of a novel. Without pulling all-nighters, time is still desperately tight. On Ouyang Xiaoxiao's side, while she was waiting for Nalan Yinran to wake up, she actually dozed off herself. After all, she had stayed up late the previous night too. By the time she woke up again, it was already dinner time. And, in a somewhat dramatic twist, it was her cousin Nalan Yinran who woke her up. Come on, get up. Do you know what time it is? Still sleeping. I almost thought you'd gone home. Ouyang Xiaoxiao sat up, her hair a wild mess. She reached up to smooth it, only to realize, to her embarrassment, that there was still a trace of drool at the corner of her mouth. In truth, Nalan Yinran herself had only just woken up not long ago. As she chided her cousin, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. So after a few words, Nalan Yinran simply left the room. At dinner, the lights in the house were naturally on, and Ouyang Xiaoxiao still looked half asleep. But as soon as she spotted Nalan Yinran and her aunt at the table, she immediately dashed over. Cousin, go wash your hands first, Nalan Yinran scolded her, putting on the airs of an elder. But wait, cousin, I need to tell you. Whatever it is, you still have to wash your hands, Nalan Yinran said, turning away with a deadpan face. You're not a kid anymore. Don't tell me you still don't know you have to wash your hands before meals. But cousin, that's not what I want to talk to you about. Ouyang Xiaoxiao had just woken up, and now she felt on the verge of breakdown. Washington, your hands, Nalan Yinran insisted, her tone unyielding. The 2 cousins locked eyes for several seconds. Their aunt, who was usually the chattiest at the table, fell silent at this scene. Are these 2 lazybones both spoiling for a fight tonight, or what? They'd both stayed up late, and on top of that, Nalan Yinran had spent last night reading a novel, not only throwing off her work for today, but the story had made her out to be the villain. It left her feeling thoroughly annoyed. And to think, all of this was thanks to her dear cousin's recommendation. If she hadn't brought it up, Nalan Yinran would never have known. It's like having an enemy bad-mouthing you behind your back. If you never hear about it, it doesn't affect your mood. But once you know, it's nothing but aggravation. After washing her hands, Ouyang Xiaoxiao didn't even bother to dry them before she ran back to the table. Cousin, sit down and eat, Nalan Yinran snapped, taking charge of the situation. Okay. Ouyang Xiaoxiao took a bite, then looked up. Cousin, no talking at the table. Nalan Yinran's words nearly drove Ouyang Xiaoxiao up the wall. Cousin, what I have to say, if you don't listen, you'll regret it for sure. Ouyang Xiaoxiao was finally ready to play her trump card. She couldn't let Nalan Yinran keep bossing her around forever. Aunt glanced over once more. Nalan Yinran cleared her throat. You don't have to put it that way. Nothing good ever comes out of your mouth anyway. Oof. If you keep trying to annoy me, I just won't say it all. Let you regret it later. Ouyang Xiaoxiao, like a little child, was puffing up in anger. Then don't say it. Better than getting my mood all tangled up again. Nalan Yinran clearly wasn't interested in the slightest. But their aunt, sitting nearby, was very curious. She asked, What's gotten into you, child? Why are you sulking like this? Come on, tell us, what is it? Ouyang Xiaoxiao glanced at Nalan Yinran. Nalan Yinran stayed silent. Aunt continued, Don't look at her. Just tell me, all right. Ouyang Xiaoxiao took a sip of water, cleared her throat with some ceremony, and then teased, Auntie, what I'm about to say will really astonish you. Oh, come on now. Don't make it sound like I've never seen the world. What could possibly be so shocking? Ouyang Xiaoxiao suddenly blurted out. It's about brother-in-law. His dream finally came true. A sudden jolt seemed to pass through Nalan Yinran beside her, while Aunt grew annoyed and gave Ouyang Xiaoxiao a light smack. You stubborn child. How many times have I told you? Xiao Yin isn't your brother-in-law anymore. Stop bringing this up. Oof. 30 years the river flows east, 30 years it flows west. Never look down on a young man just because he's poor. Ouyang Xiaoxiao quoted dramatically, and Nalan Yinran's lovely face changed in an instant. Oh, you silly child. What nonsense are you babbling now? Aunt nearly wanted to scold her again. I'm quoting the most famous line from a novel. I bet my cousin here has definitely read it. Ouyang Xiaoxiao's eyes glinted with mischief as she looked at Nailin Yinran. I don't know what you mean. I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. Nailin Yinran wouldn't admit it. Still pretending. Ouyang Xiaoxiao dropped the act and announced, her voice ringing out clearly, I called brother-in-law today and confirmed it. That best-selling novel at the top of the new releases chart, Battle Through the Heavens, is his work. He resents you. So he wrote himself as the disgraced young master of the Xiao family and made you the sect leader's daughter who breaks off the engagement. What on earth? Nailin Yinran's mother was utterly bewildered. What on earth were these two sisters talking about? She couldn't make sense of a single word. But Nailin Yinran clearly understood. Her expression was indescribable, her fair cheeks turning pale one moment, then flushing scarlet the next. Even the chopsticks in her hand slipped and fell to the table. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Although Ouyang Xiaoxiao had called to confirm it, and it seemed almost certainly true, Nailin Yinran still refused to believe it. Her ex-husband, that pretty-faced good-for-nothing. How could he possibly have written such a classic novel? Yet, the main character in the novel was named Xiao Yan, and the heroine was called Nailin Yinran. In this world, coincidences like that simply didn't happen. Nailin Yinran felt her hands start to tremble, so she quickly hid them from view. As she opened her mouth to speak, even her lips couldn't help but quiver. She had entertained the thought before, but the chance of her ex-husband being able to write such a brilliant novel was, in her mind, no more than 10%. Now, Ouyang Xiaoxiao had told her it was a full 100%. The shock was overwhelming. It was just too much for her to accept. In that moment, Nailin Yinran even recalled the storyline from the novel she'd stayed up late to read the night before. In the story, when the character Nailin Yinran broke off the engagement, she forced Xiao Yan to utter those unforgettable words, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West, and even cut her palm with a knife to write the letter of separation. Those vivid scenes left a deep impression, making one's heart race. She thought of how she and Xiao Yan had divorced, and how after that, Xiao Yan had gotten injured at the construction site, suffering a head wound. That, too, had happened after their divorce. Could it be that she had hurt Xiao Yan that deeply? Right now, Nailin Yinran felt a sharp pain in her heart. What kind of emotions had Xiao Yan carried as he wrote that scene of the broken engagement? Ouyang Xiaoxiao had said that Xiao Yan hated her, and perhaps he truly did. How was it impossible? Just moments ago, Ouyang Xiaoxiao had been tongue-tied under Nailin Yinran's questioning, but now she finally had the chance to turn the tables. With the main characters named Xiao Yan and Nailin Yinran so clearly, who else but him could have written this novel? Off to the side, the aunt noticed the change in Nailin Yinran. She grew a bit angry. It was that Xiao Yan again. Back when the divorce happened, Nailin Yinran had locked herself in her room for days, refusing to eat or drink, crying herself to sleep every night. Even after all this time, even after the divorce, that man still had such an effect on her. Xiao, what exactly are you talking about? Stop upsetting your sister. If you keep this up, I won't be so polite, the aunt said protectively. Of course, the aunt was quick to defend her own. Auntie, I'm talking about my brother-in-law. The new book he's writing is a huge hit, really popular. I called earlier and Jeje answered. She said her dad is now making over 10,000 yuan a month just from writing novels. I did the math, and it's actually more than that. As she listened to Ouyang Xiaoxiao's explanation, the aunt's face changed completely. Just those 2 Silver League sponsors are worth 10,000 yuan in royalties, and then there are over 1,000 other readers sending tips. That's almost 20,000 in total. Nailin Yinran remained silent. Her face went from pale to red, then back to pale again. What? 20,000? Annie stood up in shock as well. Are you saying that Xiao Yan, the one who writes novels, can earn 20,000 a month? That's impossible. He's been writing for so many years, and all his earnings together probably don't add up to 20,000. And now you're telling me he makes 50,000 a month? I just can't believe it. Auntie was visibly agitated. 20,000 a month was considered a high income even on Mercury. In their city, the average wage was around 5 to 6,000. 8,000 was already quite respectable, and anything over 10,000 was considered very good. If you were more than 15,000, you were seen as high income. Ordinary people could only dream of making that much. To his mother-in-law, Xiao Yan was just a handsome, pretty boy with no real abilities to speak of. He'd failed miserably in business, and after 10 years of chasing his so-called passion, he seemed no closer to success, a complete waste in her eyes. 10 years is a long time to chase a dream and come up empty-handed. Yet, his life hadn't always been so bleak. He hadn't struck it rich in business, but he'd managed a moderately comfortable life. Some say doing business is a gamble. When the tides turn against you, you need to know when to cut your losses and walk away, no matter how hard it is to let go. But Xiao Yin just couldn't bear to give up the restaurant he'd built from scratch, and in the end, all his hard-earned savings from years of work vanished. If only, at that moment, he could have let go and stopped pouring money into doomed ventures during such an unlucky stretch. Maybe things wouldn't have turned out so badly. But stubborn as he was, he ended up battered and bruised by the milk tea shop fiasco, his family nearly ruined. He wasn't born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and after losing twice in a row, he really couldn't afford to lose again. His reputation had become synonymous with failure and incompetence. True, he lost everything in business, but he'd once been able to buy a house and a car. In theory, people shouldn't look down on him too much. Business, after all, is a battlefield. You win some, you lose some. Xiao Yin just didn't become the hero riding the waves. Instead, he ended up a cautionary tale. But the idea of him writing novels? Anyone who heard it would laugh. His friends and relatives had been mocking him since his school days. He'd been writing for 10 whole years, consistently, without a single taste of success. 10 years. And now, to hear from Ouyang Xiao, a girl of just 16, that Xiao Yin had finally made it, that he'd actually succeeded? It was almost unbelievable. The very thing that had made him the butt of everyone's jokes was now the one thing he could claim as a badge of honor in his lowest days. How could anyone not be stunned? Auntie, I know you have some well-intentioned prejudices against brother-in-law. You think he fails at everything and can't do anything right, but that's just not true. Even Ouyang Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of pride as she spoke. On her mother's side of the family, since they lived in a mid-sized city, which was already a notch above Xiao Yan's small hometown in terms of living standards and everything else, the people here naturally carried a certain disdain for those from smaller places. Later, when Xiao Yan failed, there was even less to be said in his favor. Only Ouyang Xiao had stood by her brother-in-law from the very beginning. When she read the novel Battle Through the Heavens, Ouyang Xiao even felt as if the goddess-like character, Xiao Suner, had been tailor-made for her by her brother-in-law. My brother-in-law is just like my sister, devoted to his dreams. Tell me, on this whole planet, how many people can hold on to their dreams for 10 years, especially when, for those 10 years, all they do is give without seeing any return? My sister held on for so many years, and now she's finally a successful singer and internet celebrity. My brother-in-law is no different. Auntie, if you don't believe me, let me show you on the novel website. Number 1 on the new releases chart, 5th on the daily hits, 3rd in category recommendations, 7th in category sales. As Ouyang Xiao rattled off these impressive statistics, she couldn't hide her excitement. It was as if she were slapping her aunt and the others in the face, showing them what it truly meant to have fortune turn. Tides change. Never look down on someone just because they're struggling now. This Battle Through the Heavens, your brother-in-law, Xiao Yan wrote it. Her aunt was so shocked, she even got the title wrong in her exclamation. Of course. Ouyang Xiao was practically bouncing with excitement. She squatted down, holding out her phone for her aunt to see. If you don't believe me, I'll pull it up for you. The main character is Xiao Yan. That's my brother-in-law's name. The heroine, Nailin Yinran, is my sister's name. Off to the side, Nailin Yinran, who had been in a state of disbelief this entire time, suddenly stood up. I'm done eating. I'll be live streaming in a bit, so please don't disturb me. Sis, aren't you going to ask him why he wrote this novel, or how he feels now that his dreams finally come true? Nailin Yinran turned away, hiding her complex expression from Ouyang Xiao. Her voice was low. I don't want to. In that moment, Nailin Yinran was the very picture of prideful defiance. Even if she was dying to know, how could she ever admit it? Night deepened. In this mid-sized city, the neon lights flickered on, painting the town in vibrant color. For many young people, the nightlife was only just beginning, and Nailin Yinran's work was about to start. She'd slept for most of the day, so there was really no need for another nap. She sat before the mirror and started putting on her makeup. The woman looking back at her in the glass was quite beautiful, but as she worked, her mind began to wander. They say that after a breakup, it's best to cut all ties and never look back. But in reality, it's never that simple. If Xiao Yan was doing poorly, she'd feel pity, maybe even contempt. But now he'd actually written Battle Through the Heavens, and even turned her into the villainess of the story. How infuriating was that? Once, he had showered her with sweet words, promising to spoil her, to love her, to protect her for a lifetime. She was his little darling, his precious sweetheart. But now, this wretched, unfaithful man, what had he done? Her mind was in utter turmoil, completely and hopelessly unsettled. She never liked heavy makeup, That thick layer on her face always felt unbearably uncomfortable. Yet today, no matter how she tried in front of the mirror, nothing seemed to look right. Her earlier pride, once so steadfast, faded away entirely when she learned that man was also stubbornly chasing his dreams, a pride that no longer felt worth holding on to. If you say you hate me, then I hate you too. In the end, Nailin Yinran applied a heavy layer of makeup. She started her live stream an hour earlier than usual. Her emotions were in such chaos that she even forgot to notify her moderators. None of her fan groups knew she was online. So at first, very few people showed up to watch the stream. Nailin Yinran didn't have the heart to greet her viewers with a smile as she used to. She simply faced the camera and sang the song Decent over and over again. She sang it 3 times in a row. Even now, Nailin Yinran was still quite popular. The platform had given her plenty of promotion, and soon over 1,000 people had gathered in her livestream room. What's going on? Why does Nailin Yinran seem a little off tonight? I thought it was just me. A friend in one of my groups said she's sung Decent 3 times since starting the stream, and hasn't said a single word, just keeps singing that song. I love this song. I could listen to it 100 times and never get tired of it. Something's definitely up. Her voice is so full of feeling tonight. I can't help but want to cry. Although there weren't that many viewers, Nailin Yinran's unusual situation prompted a flurry of virtual gifts. Even some of the big spenders who had left when her identity was exposed returned tonight, one of them showering her with over 50,000 in gifts. With her heavy makeup, Nailin Yinran looked especially alluring and beautiful. Her singing seemed to drift like delicate catkins, touching the soul, an indescribable sensation. More and more people started sending gifts. In her fan groups, screenshots circulated as everyone discussed what was happening and joined a live stream to see for themselves. How many times has Nailin Yinran sung Decent now? The 5th time. I feel so bad for her. What's going on? Even several of the big donors who left before have come back. Tonight's gifts have already topped 100,000. Some of the female viewers sighed. It was true, a beautiful woman's tears were worth their weight in gold. The moment a gorgeous streamer showed even a hint of distress, wealthy male fans would rush to shower her with gifts and comfort. Nailin Zhao had just returned home when he saw the messages in the group chat. He paused, puzzled. What was going on tonight? Why had Nailin Yinran started her stream so early? He entered the live stream, where the total number of gifts was astonishingly high. Even 2 fans who usually kept a low profile had each sent over 10,000 today. Because there were so many fans, there were naturally plenty of wealthy ones among them. They rarely showed off, but at crucial moments, they would use their generous gifts to comfort their favorite streamer. Nailin Zhao watched Nailin Yinran's livestream, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Yet, he couldn't go over and ask her about it now. After all, she was live on air. So, as he continued watching Nailin Yinran, Nailin Zhao dialed her mother's number. At that very moment, Nailin Yinran's mother was engaged in conversation with Ouyang Xiao. Since finishing their meal, the two had been talking nonstop, their topic fixed on just one thing, Xiao Yan's novel. With Ouyang Xiao's animated explanations, her former mother-in-law finally began to comprehend the value of Battle Through the Heavens. You really think it could be turned into a TV show or a movie in the future? That seems unlikely, doesn't it? Her eldest aunt shook her head in disbelief. I know lots of martial arts dramas are adapted from novels, but that Xiao Yan, he always seemed so useless. Can he really have written such an outstanding piece? I just can't believe it. Her aunt continued to voice her doubts. Besides, even if it's popular now, who knows if it'll stay that way? It could fizzle out, just like your sister's career. Sometimes she earns a lot, sometimes not so much. Ouyang Xiao, though anxious herself, answered earnestly, as long as my brother-in-law can keep doing his best, I'm sure everything will turn out fine. Her aunt fell silent. No matter what she said, she had to admit that Xiao Yan had surprised everyone. At that moment, Nailin Zhao's call came through. Sure. Her aunt signaled Ouyang Xiao to hush. She knew Nailin Zhao was Nailin Yinran's manager, and unlike Ouyang Xiao, who was more of a burden, he had been instrumental in Yinran's success. Without him, Nailin Yinran wouldn't be where she was today. True, Yinran's initial popularity came from her cover songs, and her 2 original tracks had propelled her to new heights. But it was Nailin Zhao who had given her the chance in the first place, and he had done so much for her behind the scenes. Her aunt also knew how much Nailin Zhao cared for Yinran, but since they were relatives, Yinran was destined to feel indebted to him. It's Xiao, isn't it? What's going on so late? Have you eaten yet? Was work busy today? Annie, I've already had dinner, and work went fine today. I'm calling because I just watched Yinran's live stream, and she didn't seem herself. I wanted to ask what happened. She didn't come to work during the day, either. Although Nailin Yinran is a contracted artist, she has the freedom to go to the company or not. unless there's something important that she absolutely must attend. However, in just 2 weeks, Nailin Yinran will be stepping onto the stage of a televised variety show, a chance that those third-rate actresses at the company could only dream of but never attain. Nailin Yinran values this opportunity immensely. So, naturally, she'll be at the company frequently these days, and, at the latest, she'll need to be at the TV station for rehearsals by next week. Annie fell silent for a while. She glanced at Ouyang Xiao, unsure where to begin with this conversation. "Sai, the truth is it's like this." Annie began to explain how Xiao Yan had written Battle Through the Heavens. Nailin Zhao was taken aback. In fact, he had always looked down on this man. Back when Xiao Yan opened his restaurant, Nailin Zhao was certain it wouldn't last. And sure enough, Xiao Yan ended up losing everything. Writing novels, in his eyes, was just as laughable as Nailin Yinran wanting to be a singer. At least Nailin Yinran had something going for her. She was beautiful, attracting fans with almost any video she posted. Not to mention the years she'd spent diligently practicing her singing. Her musical fundamentals were actually quite solid. But writing was another story for Xiao Yan. He had neither talent nor ability, so anything he wrote was doomed to be trash. Yet at this very moment, Nailin Zhao was stunned. That Xiao Yan had actually succeeded. News of Xiao Yan spread through Nailin Yinran's family like wildfire. Everyone who heard about it was shocked. Nailin Zhao watched his cousin Nailin Yinran's live stream, momentarily lost for words. It all seemed so unfathomable, as if fate itself had intervened. Xiao Yan and Nailin Yinran truly seemed incompatible. When they were married, nothing went right. But after their separation, everything changed. First, Nailin Yinran had nearly achieved her dream. Now it was Xiao Yan's turn. Unlike Nailin Yinran's mother, who struggled to believe it, Nailin Zhao accepted it quickly, because Xiao Yan was just as persistent as Nailin Yinran. Plus, given Nailin Yinran's reaction tonight, there was no doubt about the truth of the matter. In the fan group, Nailin Yinran's fans were engaged in a lively discussion. Even though there were more gifts than usual tonight, it's clear that Nailin Yinran isn't very happy. What happened? Is she being targeted by trolls again? That can't be it. Ever since Decency went viral, haters have been few and far between. At that moment, a fan who kept a close eye on the entertainment world chimed in. The haters haven't disappeared. They've just found someone else to go after. Recently, a certain actress was caught cheating during her marriage, making a fool of her husband. The whole internet is roasting her right now. Whoa, seriously? Hey, let's not get off topic. This is Nailin Yinran's fan group, and what we care about right now is Nailin Yinran herself. Exactly. There's so many celebrities out there. Today it's this one, tomorrow it's another one. How can we possibly keep up with them all? Let's just focus on Nailin Yinran. I'm still waiting for her to release a new song. I don't know why, but ever since she made Invisible Wings and Decency such big hits, I've been really looking forward to her next single. Miju. But I just can't figure out what's going on with Nailin Yinran. She seems so strange tonight. At that moment, a fan who was active in several groups chimed in. "Let me tell you all, I just heard from a friend via private message, in Fan Group 5, another online novelist mentioned, that their site has a new, absolutely amazing book called Battle Through the Heavens. It just got its first recommendation and immediately shot to the top of the new book rankings." Hey, can we please stay on topic? We're supposed to be talking about why Nailin Yinran is upset. Listen, I'm not changing the subject. Just hear me out. In this novel, Battle Through the Heavens, there's a main female character whose name is, believe it or not, Nailin Yinran. Isn't that a crazy coincidence? Are you serious? That's almost unreal. But isn't this something to be happy about? I'd love to see my own name appear in a famous novel. Yeah, but the catch is, it seems like this main female character is actually a villain. What the? Unbelievable. Is that author looking for trouble? How dare he use her name like that and make her a villain? Isn't he worried that Nailin Yinran will hire a lawyer and sue him? But the thing is, it's a fantasy novel, and when he wrote it, Nailin Yinran had only just become popular. It was probably just a coincidence. Even if we wanted to sue, there wouldn't be much of a case. Then let's just go roast him online until he changes the name, turning our Nailin Yinran into a villain? Absolutely not, even in a fantasy story. Right? I heard the plot even involves a broken engagement or something. Maybe that's why Nailin Yinran is so upset. It must have reminded her of her own divorce. Let's go. Let's all band together and give that author a piece of our minds. And so, the fans launched their battle on behalf of their beloved idol. At first, only a few knew about it, but before long, word spread through all 5 fan groups. Soon, everyone was flocking to the Battle Through the Heavens page, flooding it with a torrent of complaints. During the day, Xiao Yan had hoped Nailin Yinran would call to ask about Battle Through the Heavens, but he waited, and there was no sign of her. Now, after snatching a red envelope in the Marvel chat group, he found himself with 3 volumes of Battle Through the Heavens in his hands. With his mind at ease, Xiaoyan set aside everything else and immersed himself fully in reading. So, Xiaoyan didn't bother to watch Nailin Yanran's rather unusual livestream tonight. It wasn't just because he knew that, if he did, he'd end up staying up all night reading web novels again. But, of course, the main reason was that he'd already told Ouyang Xiao over the phone that he was the author of Battle Through the Heavens. Knowing her, there was no way she'd be able to keep that a secret from Nailin Yanran. Yet, that heartless woman hadn't called him even once all afternoon. How infuriating. If she didn't care at all, why should Xiaoyan waste his time watching her livestream? He had novels to read, and more importantly, he needed to carve out time to work on his own underperforming book. On top of that, he had to painstakingly type out, word by word, the books he got from those lucky red packets, and upload them to the author's backend, saving drafts when needed, publishing when ready. So, even though Xiaoyan wasn't working construction anymore, his days were still packed, and he was as busy as ever. That's why, when a flood of Nailin Yanran's fans stormed into the novel's review section, stirring up trouble, Xiaoyan was oblivious at first. However, the readers' group for Battle Through the Heavens caught wind of it immediately, and most of its members were thoroughly bewildered. What's going on? Did the author pay for fake comments or something? Come on, who would be dumb enough to pay trolls to badmouth themselves? But seriously, what's happening? Why are there so many Nailin Yanran fans speaking up for her? If these are all readers, they must be completely obsessed. The author only wrote it that way to make the story interesting, but some people are taking it way too seriously. Plenty of readers kept a close eye on what was happening in the review section. Damn, some people have crossed the line and are actually starting to curse. And what's worse, the rating for Battle Through the Heavens keeps dropping. Someone's clearly bombing it with bad reviews. Don't the website moderators care? They do. Lots of those abusive posts are getting deleted already. The ratings have stabilized now, but what's going on? Did the author offend someone? Can someone tag the author and ask what's happening? Meanwhile, on Ouyang Xiao's end, she'd been keeping an eye on the group chat, hoping to snatch a lucky red packet. But when she saw things getting out of hand, she was shocked. She immediately wanted to rush over and knock on Nailin Yanran's door to warn her. Something's wrong. Cousin, your fans are causing a scene in my brother-in-law's novel review section. But her aunt stopped her. Don't go disturbing your cousin while she's streaming. Do you know how hard it was for her to find a job that's both easy and pays well? She doesn't have much formal education. She's not that young anymore, and she's got hardly any work experience. Now she can earn money by singing. Don't you dare mess this up. But brother-in-law, Ouyang Xiao was frantic with worry. But what about it? This new phone of yours was also bought with the money your sister earned from her hard work streaming. Even though I don't rely on her to support me. I have my own pension. Still, I fully support Yanran's wish to live with dignity and to become a singer. The aunt naturally understood her daughter's abilities. These days, even a casual live stream brought in thousands, sometimes tens of thousands. Where else could you find a job this easy and profitable? If you don't seize the moment while you're still popular, are you supposed to wait until the spotlight fades? Meanwhile, Nailin Zhao quickly noticed what was happening in the group chat. He knew that, while these fans appeared to be standing up for Nailin Yanran, they were actually attracting trouble to her. The variety show airing the week after next was incredibly important for Yanran, and this was the worst possible time for any complications.